never count out. The amount of times I've casted Liquid on a LAN and they knock out the SCA team. I will never doubt these guys' ability to come back from a horrible game.
Yeah.
Ever.
You can count Mao's as SEA. They had Nico for a while, right? Like they've got mid one now. So technically we can count them as one of our own adopted C agents. Liquid, again, at the least they don't lose further racks. Without mid one, siege potential is a lot weaker. And there is enough time that, you know, cooldowns are off. You've got your BKB back up here for Mike. You've got the Chrono ready. This combination, we're starting to reach the point where Chrono is going to win you the game, right, for Liquid. As long as Mika doesn't get caught off guard by the sights of Vices here.
Poor old Boxy. Like, he's got no choice. If they see him for a second, he's dead. Nothing he can do. Is that an Ags on mid one being built up?
Yep.
Is that what I'm looking at? Oh boy. That's when things get very, very scary. Like if he gets the Requiem and now a Basher as well on Crystallis. Bloodthorn into Basher. I mean, this is going to be...
If they catch Mika off guard down here.
Oh, they might. Instead, they'll find Tofu first. Tofu accidentally tanking the gank, but he'll be happy with that as the TP!
They saw him under vision.
They did. They did. It's okay though, Mika, he's out of there. He can't die. I mean, he's got buyback, but you really don't want to commit it right now.
No.
I mean, you might have to soon though. The mid-racks is going to be focused by Mouse. Liquid preparing. At least they're not against the Ags of VSF yet. He's still missing the point booster. Buyback from Tofu. Disruption is going to be out onto Crystallis or even throughout the Demonic Purge. Boom, jumps in. He loves going after Boxy. A nice easy one. Boxy down, has buyback available. Won't commit it yet. Now the jump in with the snowball. Mid one gets a Requiem, but it's only on Mike with the BKB. Does nothing. And now Mike chasing them down, looking for a good chrono. He'll find the SF only, but mid one, he's the big boy. He's the one you really want. That'll be the first life though. Can you deal with him a second time? They're trying face, but Mike, he's been caught in the ice path. Mike's gone. He'll buy back now. Meanwhile, Nisha, chase. He'll get out with the blink. They'll jump back in onto Ace instead. But Mouse, they're happy with the buyback. They want to leave as Boxy. He's trying to find a straggler, but nobody's left. Nisha still chasing, but has to be so careful. He can't jump alone.
No.
Mouse, they'll lose Boom, but they do successfully retreat. And Liquid, at the very least, won't lose that second lane of barracks as they do lose Boxy.
I mean, at this point, Boxy is happy enough to be the punching bag if they don't lose anything else on the side of Liquid. Valiant defense coming out from Liquid, hanging on to the objective.
Nisha.
Oh?
Nisha.
Oh.
Be careful, Nisha! Mid one. He's caught him. There is buyback. It's okay.
It's all right, but you need some of those items to flow in. You know, that Shivas would be massive in boosting the survivability, boosting your output into that chrono as well. Having to buy back, stalling that out is going to be a little bit daunting. Full Ags now for mid one. So even more control, more sustain for him in that Requiem. And with the buyback forced out, like Mika still has 40 seconds until Chrono's back up. That's the window here. It doesn't take that long for Maus if they wanted to commit. It's just risky. You don't have Aegis. You have Boom back up. The double side of Vices are there. If they want to take that risk, I wouldn't fault them on Maus.
Oh, let's see how it goes. Team Liquid backs against the wall. 28k behind. Rack's going to be focused in the mid lane again by Maus. So much trouble trying to find some target prioritization. Like, you've got to aim at least Kaori first on this Jakiro. He's making too much happen in these fights. But even that's just so challenging. Unless you want to commit the chrono for it, and you really don't. That chrono's not even up yet. He's still waiting. 5 more seconds. They'll lose the second racks for free. Question is, do they want to wait for Roshan? Do they want to go high ground for the third?
I think you can play it safe, right? There's no need to run the risk. You know Chrono is going to be back up from Liquid. You have this massive lead. High ground defense is where Liquid shines when you're all clumped up into that Chronosphere. So you just wait for the secondary life. You have more tools coming in though. Abyssal Blade up on Crystallis. Just more hold coming in here, even from the Abaddon. You do have at least you have some tools built up on the side of Liquid as well, right? The full Ags coming out for Nisha, slow poke with a Shadow Strike, getting prolonged fights, again, more damage in the Chrono. Somewhat, but the refresh up on Boom, double Arena, double BKB, double Spear. This man has been on point and just more of everything.
Oh,
It's a nightmare for Liquid.
refresher on the Mars. That's
Yeah.
scary. Who have they jumped? Who have they got?
Oh, Mike!
Oh, they've got Mickey!
No!
No buyback!
As well.
No buyback, and now the Requiem mid one, fearing all three of them away. Boxy's down. Nisha, he's the only one left to fight back. He is trying, but he is gone.
Oh,
Double kill, there is nothing left. They don't have the buybacks.
They just bought out.
They just bought out. Ice Path, Ace, jumps, Mouse, smell blood in the water. Ace, he'll pop the BKB. He's down as well. He'll buy back, they'll try to the last second. Try to buy the time. Ice Path again connecting. Mouse, not done. They're onto the Ancient. How do you defend? It's 2 versus 5. Liquid, they've got no choice. Ace, he's a piggy now. Chase him down. Ancient's gone. Mouse, absolute cinema.
They cleaned that one up on Mao's. And we talked about the Dark Horse factor. We talked about Liquid being the favorite. Think about the journey Mao's had to take to get to this point. They had to beat OG. You know, we saw the Liquid versus OG match. Arguably, OG should have won. And Mao's cleanly kill OG off. This time around, it looks like they're making clean work of Liquid.
Let's look at some clean work from this lovely panel.
We do our best, sir. We do our best. And Maus were certainly at their best in just an incredible performance. I mean, we even said that we felt maybe Liquid had put on a masterclass of drafting. I still think that's kind of true. I just think Maus executed so much better. And once they had the boot on the proverbial throat, they didn't take it off.
I mean, honestly, it looks like they all went into some hyperbolic time chamber last night. Like, they all slept really well. I don't know. Like, everybody on Maus played incredibly well. Like, you have Kaori with all of the ice paths that he was hitting on heroes that you don't normally see ice paths hit on. Queen of Pain's very hard hero to catch. You had Boom. Every single fight that I thought was going the way of Liquid, you have Boom picking somebody off on the back line. This is how the game started for mid one, by the way.
Yes.
This is one of those crazy, like, mid 1v1 situations where you can see that there's a little bit of uncertainty on both sides. Mid one goes for the TP, banking on the fountain regen or hoping that the raindrop procs, but it's under the damage threshold. So
this was the first big turnaround for Maus. I think this fight was, he mistimes the Quapple, like barely, so he lives, and then they're able to kite with the arena, with the Shadow Phenol, and I think here was when I kind of started to think like, okay, Maus is looking good. Like, they're protecting their carry, they're enabling him to get his items. Usually Abba gets like a slow radiance timing, but he got, I think, like 15, 16 minutes, which is pretty good for a hero that doesn't farm fast. And then this was the start of the ice path.
The 2-man ice path. And then Boom with the blink in too. I feel like every single spear that he had.
And then he does it again. This is like 30 seconds later.
Right at the tip. Right at the tip.
And they're both just playing off each other.
Yeah.
And I think in pretty much every single one of these clips, I just want to shout out Boom.
Yeah.
He's in every single one of these clips. Every single time they're getting a kill, he was there. He was either there for a little extra damage, for a little extra stun, but he was there like very, very consistently making really good plays.
This game. I mean, like just an amazing performance by
some performances like this really make Mars look like a
broken hero.
Really broken hero. Yeah, and I think it always goes back to this where you realize that the hero has so much utility. Even here, right? Boom on the sidelines, like killing Mickey, who jumped away.
Another spear.
Yeah,
it's like he connected every spear. I don't know if I saw him miss one.
And on really like integral targets too, in my opinion, because if you have a Timber or Faceless Void and they get away, like, these heroes are not going to die to you. The whole point of them is that they're really hard to catch, that they get away, they regen HP with some method, and like, you have to lock them down, you have to burst them. And it wasn't just simple chain stun. It was like they would initiate on somebody, they would force some sort of like counterplay. Mickey would get out, and then Boom would just predict where he was going, and he would be able to hit him.
I mean, look at this stat line. This is like Amar levels.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually crazy.
I think
that's a nuts amount of hero damage, by the way, for a hero that's like
Mars,
pure utility, right? Like, I don't think anybody thinks of Mars as a damage dealer right now. I mean, look at his items.
Yeah, I'm loving the Chad build here.
Not a single one of these items actually deals any damage.
No.
But he was in every single fight going on the right targets. He was still able to do so much damage.
And then even when he gets the shard, he was using like 2-man spears. It wasn't like, sometimes you'll see it as like, oh, it's a little extra damage, it's a slow, like, maybe you'll get like one, but it was like consistent. There was that one chase in the Tricamp top. He gets the spear on the Void and the Timber. Like, he barely gets them both killed. I don't know. It was just
Yeah, monstrous.
I remember there was a while that Amar was going for Bloodstone when it gave the like AoE on spear, so that he hit double spears like that. But we we had to pick 2 MVPs for this match.
Yeah,
because
look at the damage here as well.
like Kaori did so much in this game that he had those 2 early ice paths that we looked at, and he goes for a Yule Scepter because he realizes like, okay, I'm having a really good game. I can just basically build to be a core. Like, this is a core Jakiro build. You have a look at the support stats. I mean, it doesn't matter as much as like the amount of damage that he was doing, and also the utility that he was providing in fights. Like a lot of the time, Kaori was actually the one that was starting these engagements because he went for the Yule Scepter. And I think that's the mark of a really good support player, is identifying when your game is going so well that basically you can become another core. And you can have a core level impact even though you're playing from a 5 position.
I think it's also really cool to see like the aggressive supports. Like also Bane. Bane to me is a bit boring, and I think he kind of played in the same with Yules. But it's like if you see a bad Bane, he goes in and he just dies under like an enemy ward. But this guy's like constantly getting these like start fights with Yules. He's never really getting caught out. He's always like perfect in the range to cast his spells, but never die, which is like really, really cool to watch.
A final thought?
I can't even like look at the draft and say, oh, next game Liquid needs to do this or do that.
No.
I really feel like this was just a masterclass outplay from Mouse. Liquid needs to play better in the next game.
All right, thanks a lot, gentlemen. So, at 1-0 down in the series, Liquid can't afford another Mickey Mouse performance. We'll see if they can turn it around after the break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of, instead of Choose Your Hero, it's Make Your Hero, my friend. My friend Midone is here from Mouse. How you doing, Midone?
Doing great.
Doing great. Let's make it fantastic, my friend. We're going to play a little game here. We're going to show you some items. You have to pick a hero that you think would mesh with these items pretty well, and then a position. At the end of the game, I will give you a rating based on how well you convinced me that this would actually work on a hero. It's completely random. First things first, we're going to ban one of the positions out here. This is going to be hard support. You are not allowed to pick pause 5. Okay? Cool with that?
Okay.
You don't know what pause 5s do anyway. You know, it doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. What are our first 2 items? The Pavise and the Bloodstone. When's the last time you seen a Bloodstone, big dog? It's been a minute.
I just bought it today.
For what? On what hero?
On Leshrac, I was trying it.
Oh, okay. Leshrac is the one exception. All right, all right. So we have Pavise and Bloodstone. What position would you like? Where would you like to go? You can't be a pause 5.
Like having these 2 items together?
Yeah.
Alright, just Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain.
Okay, so we're thinking Queen in what role?
Oh, mid lane.
Mid lane.
Mid lane. Yeah.
How surprising. Mid 1 in the mid lane. Okay, let's see your next item.
Alright.
Octarine AC. Okay, in the mid. What hero gets Octarine AC Bloodstone and then a casual Pavise?
Queen of Pain is
Queen of Pain.
literally the best.
Okay, all
best?
right, we're still cooking. All right, let's see the next item. Not horrible. Arcane.
I mean, it would be horrible for
Why is that the worst out of all these items? That's the one that got you to cringe? Why?
I don't know. Arcane Boots on Cop is like the worst. I don't know how to say it. Like, you have Pavise and Bloodstone, and now you have a random Arcane Boots. I don't know, man.
You were talking about your teammates. The AC aura is for your teammates. Now you give mana to your teammates, too.
Yeah, but you need the threats. Like, what is this? This is over.
I'm actually so surprised that out of all these items, it was the arcane boots that sent you over. That's crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense anymore. It's just bad.
Okay, take it easy. You still can. This is your last chance to get out of mid lane. We can do a full 180 and go to another lane, new hero. Would you like to stay in mid, or is this now speaking maybe a different hero for you?
I don't know. I feel like only Quap can do this kind of items. Actually, yeah. There's no other heroes that is gonna be like good with these items.
Okay.
It's only Queen of Pain.
All right, so we're staying mid with Quap so far?
Yeah,
All right.
still.
Let's go ahead. We're going to lock into mid lane with these items. Your last item. That's a classic Shiva's Guard.
Yeah,
That's classic.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's amazing.
So there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the new mid 1 Quap is going to be starting off with the Arcane Boots, going into Pavise. What's the next item after that?
Oh my god. The arcade boots.
Why do the Arcane Boots tilt you the most?
It's just bad. Like,
Okay.
what is this arcade boots? Like, why is it there?
What is the build order here? Can you explain it to me?
Build order is definitely arcade boots, Pavise, and it's probably either Bloodstone or Octarine first. I'll go for Octarine.
Okay.
For sure. And to Bloodstone into ACH US.
Oh.
That's what I would do.
Wow. Now, this is you in your game. You've built these items. How many reports are you getting estimated?
Probably 0.
0.
Yeah,
Why is that?
Because it's me. Different.
God damn! God damn! Mid 1, I have to say, I don't disagree with you. You know?
Yeah.
Mid 1 goes in my mid. He's playing Quap. I'm just going to assume you're cooking. You know? I think you might report yourself at the end of the game for the arcane boots, just that it brings you a lot of rage. But out of 9 reports, you're the first one. I think you get 0 reports. Mid 1 Quap with this insane build.
Yeah.
Are you going to win this game, though?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's actually good.
It's not horrible.
It's actually not horrible. I'm telling you, it's very tacky. Like you can be a retard. You know, like it fits. It fits for Queen of Pain. It literally fits.
Thank you for your time. Well done. 0 reports, mid 1. Will you get reported for playing this in your pubs? I hope so. But you're not mid 1, what can I say? Thanks for watching. We'll see more of you guys and mid 1 and Mouse here at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
So, mid 1 there, obviously talking about his pubs, and right now dominating across the tournament with Mouse. They're ahead against Liquid tournament with Mouse. They're ahead against Liquid, perhaps as underdogs. I think we're a little bit surprised by the nature of the dominance in that opening game. So now Liquid have to pivot and come up with something interesting in the draft.
Yeah, I think it was also the question we had is Mao's going to be able to play as fast as Liquid when they play against each other. And they did. They played faster than Liquid. They were winning the game pretty much like starting at like 8 minutes, 10 minutes. Ever since that like one move Liquid made, they make the very common move. It's like, we're going to go to the enemy safe lane, take a fight on their tower. Mao brought their heroes. They clicked their spells. They won the fight. And I think that, to me, I would have had more faith in Liquid winning the series if it was a very slow burn game, like it goes 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and then Mao's get the win. But the fact that it was like a quick game, which is what has been Liquid's kind of whole thing this tournament, it just is a bit scary as to what Liquid's supposed to do in this new game.
We said this coming in. This could be a series like blink and you'll miss it, because both of them love to get turbocharged, hit those early timings, and then do the damage. So, you know, we could be in for that again, guys. I'm looking. The draft has just started. It'll be on your screens at home in just a moment. It could go the exact same way.
And again, kind of what Jenkins said, I don't know if it was like a big draft issue. Like, I still can't really look at this first game's draft and say they got out drafted. That's why they got ran over. Because like, sure, you could question the Faceless Void. Say that's not because like, sure, you could question the Faceless Void. Say that's not really a popular hero in the meta, but it was a good Void pick.
It made
he
sense.
picked it into a lane he saw. He picked it into Mars. He picked it into Tusk. He knew what he was doing. So I think that Liquid kind of needs to just take a step back, realize that it was gameplay mistakes, which is like stressful, but accept it and just have to play better this game.
Jakiro will not feature. Gone. But Centaur will.
It looked really good. And Timber is in the pool as well. And
I think they might just take Mars on Mouse.
I agree. I don't think Timber has looked good when it gets through. It seems to be the classic bait hero.
Do you not just take the primal hit to grief the Centaur?
Mars also griefs the Centaur, though.
Oh, true.
I think they're both fine. I think that I just say Mars as my first jump because last game he looked amazing. I think he's very consistent on
Huge on that.
his Mars, and it was a very common counter pick. Even back, I want to say during TI, when Falcons would play, they would first pick the Mars even though the Centaur was good, just to kind of like preemptive counter the Centaur for a Mar. And I think that here, if you're getting it as the counter pick, and you guarantee they have the Centaur, it looks pretty good.
I agree. After that performance, you definitely prioritize that hero a lot higher. For some reason, the later and later in tournaments you go, the more teams value Mars, partly because
He does so much.
Yeah, it does a lot. There's like a lot of play potential. I feel like the teams that are doing better in the tournaments are the ones that have the better synergy. They have the momentum. They're really feeling themselves, feeling the vibes. And Mars is the best hero for just kill after kill after kill. You continue chasing, you continue fighting, you snowball the game.
I think the best thing about the hero is when he's having a good game, he's unstoppable. Like he gets blink, he does a lot of damage, he kills heroes. And even when he's even or slightly behind, you could still get a good spear. Like you still blink behind someone, spear him into your team, you get that one kill, and it's good enough. You don't really need that much net worth. So it's like good pretty much in any case. And even his laning stage is almost like one of the better 50-50 heroes.
You can
like
always
survive.
You can always do fine. There's always play options on the hero, for sure. I will say, however, Liquid banned two of the problem heroes that I think paired very well with the Mars in the previous game, which was Tusk, meant that they could continue playing fast, going for kill after kill after kill. These are low cooldown heroes that like playing with Mars. Jakiro, you pump all this damage out into the Mars arena. You can run around with him. I think that Mao's did a really good job pairing the right heroes together in the previous game to constantly apply pressure. So the question is for me, are there other heroes that Mao's can play that are just as good at continuing that momentum? Because I do agree with you, Gunnar, that the reason that this game looked so Mao's favored was because Mao's actually pushed faster than what Liquid is used to, despite being such a fast team.
I mean, I would just start queuing like the Jaws music and no Warlock is coming. You pair that, you have Fatal Bonds, you have the Golem that you can drop into the arena. He helps his carry survive the lane versus Centaur. You can like heal even if he's cutting waves. And then he's good at just leaving the lane on Warlock. You can just walk away, go to the off lane with Fatal Bonds, heals. And as we said, I feel like that's Carry's like most annoying hero that he's been playing.
He's been so good this tournament as well. I mean, what a story.
And I think that, sure, in the past, we have said that Centaur is good versus Warlock because you have like the Stampede for the upheaval. You're really thinking you cut waves, but I just think that you already have the Mars, to counter it. You already have this like team fight. Why not just take the Warlock?
So now the question for me is...
You're on it today, by the way, Gunnar. I do want to say, like, you're in their walls.
Yeah,
like,
he's nailing the picks. So Yamich plays pretty much only melee heroes, and then Ringmaster. He did play Gyro as a 4, but that's more of a flex pick that you're picking early. I don't know if they'll do it again here. I mean, it does pump out a lot of damage into the arena.
I think Liquid's going to set up for a Juggernaut right now. So I think that they want to pick heroes that are good for it. They can still do the snap, I think is okay. I think, this might be their 4.
This is interesting as well because you've talked a lot about how, we've seen Ember picked over Void in certain situations, particularly mid matchups. But you have said there's a number of games you would like a Void.
Yeah, I think it's like a little more burst damage, but I actually think this is Boxy's hero right now. I think for a couple reasons. I think the first one is that it is flex. Like if they pick a bad hero, they can flex it to mid. But I think that if they kind of want Jug, in my opinion, for Liquid. I think they want this 18 Juggernaut. And there's a world that Crystallis picks Jug on 16-17. Because didn't he have that like crazy win streak on Jug at some point? It was like 17 in a row in competitive games, something absurd. And Void Spirit's actually really annoying for Jug because you can never Omni-Slash him. He has 2 different ways to break it. He has the Silence, which you don't want to deal with. He has a Stun. So it's like if they pick the Jug, you can just put the Warlock or the Void in his lane as a mid or whatever preemptive counter, and then if they don't take the Jug, you get it for yourself.
Liquid is going back for the Monkey King core, which has kind of fallen out of the meta.
Yeah.
It does.
Do you think there's a chance that it's Boxy Monkey?
Boxy Monkey.
Like what they're
don't
flexing
know.
with the Void?
I'm not sure if I like the Simeon Stride Facet Monkey against Mars because it's so easy for Mars and Warlock
To
for
break
that matter,
trees.
to break trees, and you're always on trees. Whereas as a core, you're mostly playing around the shard to like enter into fights, and then of course the ult being able to change places with the statues is quite insane, especially against a Mars. Actually, you can
Yeah, you can get
literally
out of the
get
arena.
out of the arena.
So that is most likely their carry, like 90%. And then I think they'll just take that 4 with damage. I think the Ringmaster looks good because you can also break the trees if I'm not mistaken, right? With the Tame the Beasts.
True. Yeah.
Pairs well with Mars. It's something they like. It's also a bit of save, which is good versus the Void and versus the center. And the Monkey
And
ult,
Monkey.
because they can't hit inside the Ringmaster box.
What if you boundless strike the Ringmaster box? Does that work?
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
baby.
that's a
All
fun
right.
one.
Okay. Well, very good against Monkey King, I will say. It's
Yeah.
one of the good heroes for getting him off of the trees, and you can also hook him out of the ring if it's even if he has the facet where he changed the guard, he can switch places with the statues. A lot of the time, he's standing still for long enough in the monkey ult. It's actually pretty easy to hook him out, or at the very least, hook your teammate out of the monkey ring. And
Interesting.
against Liquid, you kind of have the idea that it's going to be a monkey core because this is just what they've done forever.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious as to what Liquid's going to end this draft with because I think the Monkey and the Void were a bit strange, in my opinion. I think maybe you take... I still think the Void's going to be a 4, and
I think you're right
I'm going to
about
lean that the Monkey King's going to be their carry, so I think you just take Nisha's hero right here. Something, I would think of like a Storm Spirit or Queen of Pain again is okay. I just want like a ranged spellcaster damage dealer. They picked completely opposite.
How about a melee spellcaster?
How about a melee tanky initiator?
Good against Mars, I would say.
It's very good versus Mars. It's one of the best.
All of these heroes you can just roll into the fight.
Even the Warlock too.
Yeah, sure. There's BKB Piercing Disable coming out of Warlock. It's so short duration. Pudge has Dismember. He's not really getting that on a Pango. You don't have the cast range for that until you get like some sort of Ether Lens. So yeah, definitely a good Pango pick, and I mean it's a Nisha classic. You just can't go wrong.
He's definitely one of the players that does make Pango feel like it has damage. Because sometimes you'll see the mid Pangos and they end up being more utility, kind of just only can do the role. But I feel like every time I see him, he's ahead in the lane. He kind of gets his defusal so fast that it's like every time he presses swash, you lose half your health.
Liquid's got to ban Lesh here, right? Otherwise, I feel like Mouse is gonna. I mean, Lesh Pudge. The thing with Pudge is that good Pudges, they can always hit the hooks. That's no problem. The problem is when you hit the hooks, do you kill them before they kill you? So heroes like Lina, Leshrac, heroes that just pump out like infinite damage, they feel so good to play around. Even if you hook a Pango and he's rolling, a Leshrac Edict with the Facet is often enough to finish him off. I would be very shocked if Lesh is not the ban here.
And then I think Liquid need a pause 5 right now. There's a couple... I kind of want them to pick something that has damage to some extent. I mean, like a kind of weird one, but it could be interesting as Ancient Apparition. I know it's like a bit strange, but I think the Monkey King can carry versus the double melee heroes. And the Ault is super good versus Warlock, versus Abba, versus Pudge. You have paired with some magic damage bursts from like the Void and the Centaur.
Do you not worry about the laning stage, Pudge, Mars?
I think that the Monkey might be able to carry out of the lane.
They didn't ban Lesh. They're more worried about the laning stage for Pango. Ban the Queen of Pain instead. I do feel like unless there's something crazy coming out.
I just want this hero to have damage is my concern. Like, I think the Pango and the Void Spirit, even the Centaur to some extent, can be low damage. And it requires a lot of heroes in every single. And I think that if you can get a hero for Tofu here that has the high damage from the position 5, it makes a lot of their plays easier because it can be like 2 heroes or maybe 3 in a play rather than like having to bring 4 or 5.
He has played Silencer a couple of times. And I know people don't think the hero's very good.
They took the Ringmaster. Is that... Do they play 5 on Tofu?
They have not played Ringmaster yet
At all?
in this tournament. No.
Okay, I think it has to be their 5. I think their landing setup's kind of weird if it's not.
It definitely, in some games, functions as a damage dealer.
Yeah.
The ult does a good amount of damage. You know where to throw the ult because Mars is going to put down an arena, anchors the fight somewhere, so it's pretty easy to hit a big Ringmaster ult here.
I definitely think you just take the Lesh.
I feel like you Lesh. It's the counter to Ringmaster as well, right?
Yeah, the only other one I can like possibly think of is Viper, but that's not really mid one's hero.
Yeah, I mean, Viper does well against like Monkey Centaur in the game,
Yeah.
but I also feel like Lesh does well enough. And there was a while Lesh was getting picked as a counter pick to Ringmaster because you deal all the damage through the box.
Yep.
It's like if you want to anchor a fight somewhere, you know, you have this circle and the box is in it.
Mid Pudge.
Okay.
No.
It's
Mid Bounty
a
Hunter.
mid bounty.
Right? Yes.
Well,
Yes.
they did say that they will whip out in crazy mids for mid one.
What's the thought process?
What?
Gunnar, I'll let you handle this one.
Okay.
I've never seen him look so
Yeah, no,
confused before.
he's actually confused for one.
I mean, it should shit on a Pango in lane, hypothetically, right?
Yes. Like you'll free farm versus the Pango. You can max the Janata. Also, Bounty Core has been buffed since they added facets because the push through Shuriken, but
Through
it's,
and through. Yeah.
I don't know what they're like cooking with this, to be honest.
Do you think?
Like in my brain, they could Storm, they could Lesh. Like those two are just like very easy picks that they could do. I don't know what a Bounty provides. The only thing it does provide is damage amp with the track as a hero. So maybe they're wanting to play around like some damage amp. You burst heroes one by one by one. I also think maybe the tracking for the Monkey King is cool. Like you can see him on the tree lines. You can get a Mars Spear arena to break his trees if you follow him.
It's really snowbally. If they can get some early kills, they can snowball harder than they did in the last game. I just worry about damage issues. Who's dealing the damage that you're amplifying? It's not Abba. He needs Radiance. It's sure as hell not Pudge.
Well, we might get some insight into it. I'm now about to throw you over to the king of cringe, the avatar of awkwardness, the emperor of embarrassment, Sir Action Slacks.
Thanks, Richard the Strangler. Let's get into this interview. Now, you are picking up Void Spirit, an interesting pick. Have you guys picked that so far at the tournament? Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I didn't do my research.
No, I don't. I think it might be the first game.
Yeah. Why then? Why this game? Do you value it?
I mean, Boxy likes it. It's not that easy to kill him. It's a good matchup for him. So I think we felt like we needed something, a little bit of spark. So you wanted to play it. It's good for me.
Okay. Also questioning that Ringmaster last pick. Thought that maybe you guys needed some damage against their lineup, and then you're going to go for Ringmaster, which is not typically known as a very super high damage hero. Why that?
I mean, Tofu wanted to play it, and a lot of the times I kind of just, like, for me, I've always just trusted my 5-player. I mean, I've only had 2 5 players ever, which is Tofu and Aiden. And so whatever it's the position I understand the least. So it's like whatever they want to play and they feel in the moment, I want to enable and trust them, and so I want to pick them stuff that they want to play.
So what do you do? What do you do? Because they just tell you what they want to play, and you just go, cool, 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 cool. So what do you do back there?
I mean, hopefully you're not just letting everybody play what they want, like, because when people have like an idea of what they want to do, that's like the overall outline, right? And then you kind of like fill in the middle bits, and that's kind of what I try to do to make sure that like, ideally we have things that make our lineup make sense.
Genuinely, though, that is something that a good coach does, is see what they want to do and then make sure that they're doing it accordingly, correctly. Bounty Hunter. Do we have any explanation? That's something that Mid One definitely wanted to do. They did that. What do you think about that? Were you surprised?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really cool pick. I think probably a while ago when Pango was really popular, Bounty Hunter Mid was like the counter to it. It's just like a nice lane matchup. I think this guy is playing really well and he's feeling himself. And when you're at that like moment where you feel like you can play anything and you're just playing super well, I think it doesn't really matter, right? You're just kind of playing Dota and then you're treating it like a pub, and that's when you kind of like hit your peak. And Mid One's playing like honestly ultra well, so kudos to him. And you can see that like the team just like full trust him. They're like, what do you want to play here? And that's ideally what happens when you're a good team. Similar to like me, right? It's like if one of my players, I mean, we're top 3 at this tournament, we're not a bad team. So if like somebody wants to play something, I'm gonna trust them.
Absolutely. Well, I trust that this will be an incredible game. I wish you the best of luck, and I'm certain we're going to be going to a game 3 potentially as we go into this one.
Thank you so much, Slacks. We are indeed into game 2. Jonathan, a lot of chatter about this mid bounty. I'll ask you, because you and I, we both had some thoughts. Have they overcooked? Is this draft burnt, John?
I remember a time in Southeast Asia. I remember a time when a certain mid one was back there on his old team, and he used to play this mid bounty, and every single time we would doubt it, and every single time that's when they'd find a win. So I'm not going to doubt it this time around. I think mid one knows what he's doing. You could argue Liquid's cooking up quite a fair bit as well with a Void Spirit support flex on hand, right? So both sides are cooking something unique. They bring out the Pudge for Yamich. And so far for mid one, in terms of CS, yeah, not amazing, but does it matter when you're sapping away 12 gold every single time you try to right-click with Nisha and not get shoved out of lane? Probably not. You're happy enough here for good old mid one. He is just managing to maintain the lane, still find some CS on hand. And the key thing is, for mid one, considering how fast he loves to play, he hits 6. This threat for kill, this threat for snowball coming in from Maus with, again, that tempo we saw in game 1 really starts to skyrocket. I think that's where there has to be some concern on Liquid. Because you have a support like Void Spirit that's just going to take some time, you have to hit some level spikes here as well for Boxy to be that secondary, at least nuisance to deal with. It's just going to be, again, not as slow as game 1, I will argue, but certainly not the quickest draft in the world for Liquid. Would love to see some more tempo out from them. Already taking a gander at the other lanes. Crystallis again on that nice little Abaddon. He had a great game last time, and he's doing fine work laning into Ace. You don't really care for the Centaur's durability or damage. You've got yourself some pretty strong sustain coming in here from Maus. Like, Abaddon Warlock is a lane that should never die. And so far, it's been a free farm lane for Crystallis because of that. Top lane, of course, Boom once more on the Mars. So they get away with a lot of things that worked out in game 1 here for the side of Maus. And for Liquid, having this matchup for Mike, it is a lot more... It is somewhat manageable. You've got the threat of the Jingu Mastery. At the same time, Boom is relatively tanky. Like, he's not going to care too much. There's this threat of the hook back from Yamich later on as well.
I was going to say, the Pango versus Bounty matchup, when you heard Blitz say it as well, like, the Bounty does do really well against the Pango.
Yep.
Right? Like, you do have the advantage because of Janata. But Nisha also has that double jump with a shield crash. I don't think it's quite as one-sided of a matchup as you'd kind of anticipate. It is quite back and forth. The annoying... Yamich? Yamich? Oh, the wind? It's all right. He's fine. Yamich will go deny himself. But I was trying to say, it's annoying because of the gold exchange, because everyone can just keep stealing from you. But in terms of harass trade, it's not as bad as you'd anticipate.
No, it's not as bad. It's still manageable for Nisha. He's still finding himself with a lane, with some farm.
Whoops. Carry. Gonna find Boxy. And I believe we just saw as well, the bottle was in the backpack for Nisha, so he doesn't get the... In fact, it was, mid one. He'll find it anyway. Meanwhile, Boom. Chase down a little bit. Tofu gonna hit the blood grenade. And they are gonna find a nice pickup now for Mika.
A key difference is that the Amatron Pudge is going to be, well, you know, maybe not as active in that chase down. It is a deadly lane, but it's double melee into a Monkey King, into this Ringmaster that can just kind of push you back as well. So you are forced to maybe play a little bit safer. You have some really good wards as well from Liquid, watching the position of Yamich every single time. They know when he's going in the jungle. They know when they can exploit Boom. Like, they just see him cross into the triangle again. So now they drag 3 heroes up top. Boxy's around as well. And they can just apply some pressure. Boom.
Oh, you love this. You love to see this. This is classic Boxy rotation. Knows the TP from Boom is coming, but a hook!
Oh.
Yamich! Saving Boom from the walk of shame. I mean, he might have to make the walk back to the fountain anyway, but at least no kills to be given to Liquid. And we saw this Yamich Pudge yesterday. I was a non-believer.
Yep.
I doubted Jonathan. I won't be doing that again.
No. And that's the key thing. You're still getting some value in the triangle. You're soaking up some EXP away from the Mars, allowing that EXP gain as well for Boom. Slower game. They are rotating onto mid, but mid one is still pretty fine.
3 of them. They're bringing the Fatal Bonds here with Carry coming in from the east. Of course, there is 6-minute power and spawning in 10. Both sides having 3 heroes ready to try and contest this. It can be really hard to contest against the Pudge, though. You can always just hook the rune if you really want to try and do that. They'll go for the fight anyway. Aether Remnant, it will catch mid one, but of course he is going to have dibs on the haste rune. And he's thinking about the chase back on Nisha. Nisha, though, already retreating back behind the tier 2 tower into the fountain.
You know what's really dumb to think about? Fatal Bonds plus this true and true Shuriken toss. Get the Fatal Bonds out in the creep wave, toss the Shuriken out. It is a lot of damage.
It hurts.
So that is one thing as well, and I do appreciate that movement out from Kauri to kind of threaten with that. Doesn't quite pan out.
Boom again. This time Yamich is not going to be around to save him. And I like this target prioritization. Not only are you feeding all this gold to Mikke, but on top of that, you saw what Boom did to you last game. You do not want to allow him to have a repeat game like that.
No. Certainly going to be a slower pace into that blink now here for Boom. Bot lane has been going spectacularly well still for Crystallis, right? Like he's still getting the farm. There's still no pressure. They managed to find Tofu.
They do. At least this is mid one. No, still going. Mid one. Double kill now on the bounty hunter. And maybe he's going to make me a believer too, John, with this bounty mid.
I mean, that's the one, you can't doubt it.
Chasing Nisha now, but he's going to have to let Nisha go. This is where the bounty starts to get a little bit scary, because he's already got a Hera Gold off the back of that double kill. Track is up, and this is where Liquid need to play cautiously every time mid one's missing.
Yeah, he's just set to keep that farm game going. They'll try to punish down bot, but Crystallis, he's not at 6 yet, so this is a pretty open time to attempt. Just that if Kauri's around with Shadow Word and Witty Aphotic Shield, are you really scared in Crystallis? Probably not. You can just sustain through. There's no threat on Ace, and you're happy enough to, again, just keep camping that lane. 3-2 start. Mao's not off to as quick of a start, and you have to give props. Mikke has been free farming up top. Like, this lane has been non-existent for Boom. This Monkey King is matching a bounty hunter that's gotten 2 kills. Not the best bit of news for Mao's. Very good news for Liquid. This timing for Mikke into Diffusal is going to be devastating if you're not too careful.
Can he get away from this hook? Yamich will be patient. He's going to be just fine. Mid one, meanwhile, still playing games in the mid lane. Trying to bait them a little bit forward here for Yamich to have a hook attempt. But Liquid not giving the openings over. They'll wait this one out. Let's continue the trade of the farm. And that is one of the general counters towards Bounty. Like, if there's no action, Bounty Hunter just does not enjoy himself.
No, you're not able to snowball off. They've been playing a little bit safer on the side of Liquid. For Mouse as well, you haven't had rotation potential. Yamich is chasing down Boxy, but he does at least have Dissimulate still ready.
Now he's got the rod, hook, and that's it. Yamich. Nice, easy, secure on this Pudge. Tranquil boots up now as well. One of the more favored timings for the Pudge. You can just never go back to the fountain now. And happy days. I mean, obviously he's not going for my classic Aetherlands build, Jonathan, on Pudge, which
no.
I highly don't recommend you do.
No.
It's really bad.
Aetherlands is not a classic build.
John,
it's not an old item.
I don't know what bracket you're from, John, but in my bracket
No, listen to me. Soul Ring Pudge was the way, Mike.
Crystallis? Well, why is it the way, John?
When you're dying Soul Ring and Rock. Deny yourself. Easy denies. What are you talking about? That was the best thing about Pudge.
A part of John really did die when you can't self-deny.
Can't get over it.
Crystallis? He might be self-denying right now. John, they are chasing him down. They find Kauri. Crystallis, he's going to be okay. That Boom, he's going to rotate over, seeing Nisha. Do they get the TP cancel? They do. Right at the last second. Drag out as much time as possible from Nisha. No kill to come. Being very annoying, those mid one, just chasing down Boxy past the tier 2 tower. There's no TPs coming. Uh-oh, Aetherland's out. Mid one, trying for the TP. Is there a cancel? There is not. He's okay.
Oh, he is trying so hard, mid one. Looking for that aggression, trying to just set up for himself. Mind you, he's got some good timings. And again, he's not too far off the mark from Mikke. Like, this monkey with free farm is #1 in net worth, is still an issue as they'll get the Stampede just to disengage from Crystallis. Again, just pressuring hard with Chaotic Offering. We'll find that tier 1 bot for the trouble, and even the mid with how many heroes they're still throwing out here on the side of Mao's. Liquid, however, I think their power spikes are still lining up. They've got that Diffusal Blade running on Mikke. Nisha with his own, just a recipe away. So you will have tools to play. It's not a complete shutdown here from the side of Maus. With a bounty, only a 2k lead, it is good, but it's not that comfy start. You know, that makes you feel ultra secure in your game. There is playback here for Liquid if you start to slip up a bit. And I will say for Maus, this lineup is less forgiving, right? It is very momentum based. Once you taper off a bit, once Liquid does manage to find parity, the game does get extremely hard to follow through on.
Oh, the Aghanims on the bounty. Such a debilitating axe to play. It's so disgusting. It really is. It's so yuck to play against.
Just the joys. Imagine that, like, if you are clumped up on Liquid, let's say, big tight team fight, you're clumped up, you're running in with Stampede, you get Fatal Bonds, a lot of you are tracked up, just this Janata jumping around, this shuriken toss with Janata jumping around, you are going to die until BKBs are up.
Once you've got a few items up, it really starts to hurt.
Oh, yeah, and such a low cooldown, too, with the Bonds up. It's kind of scary. Still, Liquid aren't facing up against that yet. That's a theoretical, a problem for the future. Right now, they're still feeling all right as pressure up again on Boom.
Another problem in the future right now is Mickey. Like he's top of the net worth board in this MK. Having a brilliant laning stage, just mid lane. Nisha, he's been jumped. He'll barely get the Rolling Thunder in time. They can't quite finish. The Shuriken toss will chase him down, but it's not enough damage through the Rolling Thunder. They do secure the life of Boxy. And in fact, it looks like mid one, he's not done. He'll continue chasing. Another Shuriken toss. Track back out. Can they save Nisha? Shield crash is there. Tofu to TP in. Mid one, he may have overcooked. He'll go for a run, and it seems like he'll make it. In fact, he'll chase down Tofu instead now. Tofu, not safe. Kauri barely walking out for now, but they'll secure the life of him with Nisha. So it seems like mid one, he does not find himself a kill. Happy days for Liquid.
He's really trying to maximize that track. Does go very far. Lovely use of the Illusion Rune as well, just to bail out. And when things were getting a little bit too tight, and you're happy enough with the trade on Liquid, Mike starting to get activity out here with that defusal.
Absolutely. I mean, Mike, again, saving grace for his team right now. Plenty of net worth. He's had a very free game, Mike. The defusal blade, as you can see, very quick. Fastest on record so far of Wallachia Season 6. This is the guy that Liquid need to depend on to carry them through this game.
And this is where the concerns come in. How do you stop that monkey from just doing what it wants?
Golem drop! Kauri, he barely got the tree line, but Mickey, he's still okay. In fact, Boom's the one in trouble! Three-man boundless out from Mickey even. But they won't secure Boom's life. Narrowly avoiding Crystallis. He'll move in now. Mickey on the run. Mid one's here as well. The TP's going to come in Liquid. They've got to protect their carry. They'll try with Nisha. Rolling Thunder. Another two-man boundless strike from Mickey. Chasing down Crystallis. Yamage. He'll hook Crystallis out. It's not enough though. Double kill for Nisha. Chases on from Liquid. Mid one. He's been caught. Surely can't run out of here. He will not. Did you see the boundless from Mickey?
Massive.
I mean, it was a boundless. Infinite, Jonathan.
Infinite, and right back to full goes Mike. You're not able to get the hits off. You're not able to get Withering Mist in time. And with that sustain kicking in, it's just way too much. You commit the golem extra early on Kauri without the backup. If you had someone there to play with that
Look at this.
earlier on.
Oh, it's up the wall. This is the two-man.
Yeah, this was already after he regens up.
Yeah.
But you see that commitment coming out from Maus. It just, the timings don't feel like it's what you're looking for on Maus, right? Again, you overcommit, you get that chaotic offering early, forcing you to look for the re-engage, and that's enough time for Liquid to regroup. Your damage coming out from mid one without the Ags isn't fully done. In fact, mid one
in trouble again. Hook is going to catch Boxy. Boxy will happily just step right back out, though mid one. Actually a lot tankier than you'd anticipate is now the Dismember. Boxy going to go down in mid one. Any kills are great kills. He's just getting tracks left, right, and center. But Mickey also finding kills across the map. Will take down Kauri. Finds a support for a support trade. Now, I wonder how worried Maus are feeling about this Monkey King right now. I mean, Crystallis, he should know. He's the Monkey King himself. He should know how good of a game Mickey's having.
Yeah, it's just been a free game. Again, uncontested in lane, straight BKB build-up for Mickey, looking for early activity on this hero. You can keep up in scaling here for Crystallis. It's just a challenge, right? Like, your farming pace is a lot slower. You need that Radiance up. He's already got the Sacred Relic at the least. but it's going to take a little bit more on top of this for the Abaddon to really start to get control in this matchup. The one thing for Mika that he has to worry about is there's so much tree break, right? There's Arena from Boom, there's the Chaotic Offering, and like the panel mentioned, Bounty Hunter for Monkey. You can just keep tracking that Monkey King. You can keep watch where he's at, and that just makes it harder to play a sneaky game here for Mika once he does kind of show up somewhere. So you're always kind of thinking twice about where you're going. You always have to be a little bit more cautious in this kind of game for Liquid. Still, they've got that 1K lead over a Bounty. What?
Gonna find Ace. Nice setup from Mouse. Ace trying for the Stampede, cannot get out. Meanwhile, top though, they have found Boom, the opposing offlane, and it'll be a very nice trade for Liquid. They won't mind too much. They'll take what they get.
It's a happier trade for Mouse, right? You're winning out with track kills, and Boom is just so poor. Like net worth-wise, losing the Mars, it's not giving Liquid as much as Mouse is getting from finding Ace. Number 2 in net worth for the team, number 3 overall, and now some key timings are starting to come in. That Radiance we were talking about for Crystallis is up. You've got that Ags flying out now for mid 1 as well. So here comes the silliness with a Shuriken toss, with that Janata on hand.
Arena down, they found Mickey. That's the big target. The Monkey King, he'll heal up through it. Now the Wukong's command. Mickey, can he fight? The escape act, he's still alive, but finally will go down. They'll get him. Ace, also caught by the Spear of Boom. Nisha, at least able to start the card and roll away. Tofu may not be so lucky. Hawk, Yamich. No need to show off, Yamich. We know how good you are, sir.
He's got to do it, you know. You have to find every single thing for Mouse, and you're finding everything. Look at that gold swing. 2.7K with all of these tracks coming in for the earlier portion.
That's a lot of damage from mid 1. Hooks off the mark. The Simulate will be there. Mid 1 has the track vision. He's got the Ags up, by the way, John. These Shuriken tosses, they're not very fun. Deny attempt, not going to happen. Another track kill for mid 1.
You have to remember, that fight early on, his Ags was still flying in. It wasn't up for, I think, that initiation they had on Mikke. Came in afterwards, and even then, the damage is really starting to pile on here from the side of Mao's. Crystallis with his Radiance, it's going to cause a lot of issues for Mikke. Right? He's got the BKB, he's going Desolator right after. Whether or not he'd want something to start to pierce that evasion, it's providing a lot of effective HP for the side of Mao's. And for Liquid, they still have a lot of fight in them. The one thing for Mao's that holds them back is it feels like a lot of these fights rely on Chaotic Offering to break up the engagement. And that's a long cooldown. You know, there's only so much that you can do while Chaotic Offering's down. You could rely on Arena, but a wider fight just feels scary.
Crystallis, Nisha, Rolling Thunder committed. Crystallis, a great target here for Liquid. Borrowed Time's going to be forced out. They should have complete control. They don't have any help incoming. Crystallis, a massive pick-off now for Liquid.
That it is. They get a freebie on the map. You're not really gaining much off the map as well for Maus in terms of space. Just at the wrong place at the wrong time there for Crystallis. And Liquid, again, they've got a lot of fight in them. They don't have too long cooldowns to wait for. We have to think about this long-term goal as well for Liquid. This Ags on Ace, right? It's such a game breaker once you have that. It just completely makes the game almost unplayable if you're not too careful. We've seen very few circumstances where Workhorse has not looked amazing. It's always amazing. And if you're allowed to scale into that point here for Liquid, with all of this farm Mike has, that's where the challenge could start to rise up for Maus outside of these pickoffs again. Still, Maus on a little bit of a hunt. They're smoked up on mid 1. They are a little bit split for this, as Liquid's also grouped up tightly for a smoke up top here.
Oh, they certainly are. Pipes up on Ace. They've got a BKB on Mickey, so they want to play with this. A big power spike for Liquid, especially with that 9-second BKB on this Monkey King. Blink now up on Crystallis as well. So Liquid still smoked up, waiting. They'll have Ace's smoke broken thanks to mid 1. And Mao's still very patiently trying to find a good angle. Nisha, he'll see the bounty. He's jumped in with the Rolling Thunder. They've locked down mid 1. Perma stunning him up. Mid 1 is gone.
Ooh.
A great start for Liquid. The chase now on for Boom. They want more. Boom!
Oh.
Big Arena! He caught 3 targets. Do they have the follow-up though? Yamich is down. Crystallis, he's trying to fight this one out. Borrowed time has been popped, but can he really do anything with this? Golem is dropped as well. Mickey is dropping low, trying to heal up with the new mastery. The escape act, it'll buy the time. Mickey's out of there. He is out. Crystallis, he'll at least take down Nisha. It's a 3-for-1 thus far, but Crystallis is not done. Boom. Setting up onto Boxy. Boxy, he'll dissimulate to the high ground. Boxy being chased by the Golem of Cowrie now. Trying for the deny. Blood Grenade will ensure he gets it. So really just a 3-for-1, but the Boxy kill really doesn't count.
It's a 4-for-1. With
A 4-for-1.
One.
Uh-oh.
It's... I don't know. The positioning of Maus was not ideal with that smoke. Mid one playing like there's no vision on the map, playing like there's no sentries down to spot him out. Gets caught out the first time. Cowrie in a very awkward spot. He's not able to drop the Chaotic Offering. They actually pumped a lot of ults into the backline. Wheel of Wonder just to stop the Warlock. 2 supports just poking on the Warlock just to prevent the Chaotic Offering in the arena, which would have changed the game. Would have changed that fight. Having the Fatal Bonds in that area control as well. None of the tools came out there for Maus. A rough position, really clean execution out from Liquid. Finding all of these tools and taking them away from Maus. Understanding how Maus has to operate to actually win out these engagements. And to even out the game once more. Take the Tormentor on top. And for the side of Maus, they're going to be licking their wounds a bit. They have to be careful. The sentry coverage coming in from Liquid has been really clean. You've got even now the spotlight, so it's just not a game for mid one to sneak around. This is not a sneaky bounty hunter game. You have to be standing back, placing track, playing safe, using the shield that is your Mars to stay alive, because they have a lot of ways of finding this sneaky, pesty bounty hunter at this point now.
Absolutely, there is. Look, oh, they found a great target, Crystallis. He has no idea they're coming. Jump in. Borrowed time will be targeted. Yamich, Hawk with the Yule Scepter to cancel. They'll TP and Cowrie to help out. The borrowed time's over. Crystallis is down. Cowrie, he's just TP'd in. Boom. Even showing up to try and help out Cowrie, but it's 1 by 1. And Liquid, they love it.
It's a shot in the arm. Freebies coming out. They have a 4K lead up against a bounty hunter. Not the position you want to be in for Maus. Midone doesn't even bother leaving that mid lane. Just getting his own farm going. We'll maybe find out the hard way walking into the triangle. At least sentries are a little bit further out.
Hawk, Yamich, he certainly can. They've got help around though. Boxy gonna try. Ace is really tanky. They'll be forced to drop the arena hat now to lock him in. Mickey's around the corner. Ace is not dying. He is not dying. Yamich though. Yamich is. Hook from Boom. He's gonna find Mickey, but it won't matter. He's still forced to blink to get out. It's Liquid. They are just too strong right now. And it's really hard for Maus. Like with this kind of draft, you want it to be in control of the game at this moment. But they've lost complete control. And now Liquid, with their own draft, I mean, they can drag it out however long they want.
They've got the scaling on hand for the side of Maus. This was a very tempo-based draft, and they've dropped that tempo entirely. There's some damage issues coming out, and they do more damage than Liquid. Just the body that is Ace at this point with the pipe and the Lotus Orb. Too much to handle. Like, you need everything to go right. You need Withering Mist on top from Crystallis. You need these Fatal Bonds. You're actually very reliant, I'd argue, on Fatal Bonds right now to look for a teamfight win. And you have to be so careful on Cowrie. I think we've seen a lot of games where Warlock actually does make or break your engagements. And Cowrie, for a couple of these fights, has just been caught off guard. He has to be much further back. He has to be so aware of what he has to, provide to the team. Those bonds, the Chaotic Offering, has to be on point. And Liquid has just been managing to find that punishment onto these softer targets. Mid one for his part, inching towards the BKB. Almost at that point, so some protection for our Bounty Hunter coming in. At the least as well, he's also very close to that level 15 talent for the damage reduction. So there is some durability coming in for mid one. Not quite enough for the onslaught that is on Liquid. Cowrie again.
Yeah, caught, but Yamich is going to be there to hook him out. Problem is, the saving hooks, they're great, but they're not making the big difference this game. You need more from Maus. Crystallis, he is second in net worth on this Abaddon. He's not to be scoffed at. But Mickey, he's been a real problem. This Monkey King, 7, 1, and 9. Almost the perfect game for Mickey. He's just giving no leeway here to Mouse. There's nothing.
No. And that's the challenge, right? Like, he went for such a tempo-based Monkey as well. Like, he didn't go for Maelstrom, he didn't look for farm.
Nope.
He's looking for fights. He's playing into this timing of Mao's, and he can still scale.
Gonna find Cowrie.
Again.
They do. You know, Mickey wants to fight as well with the Deso. I mean, he's only got 2 stacks up on it right now. He wants to just keep going.
1,000 damage, just like that.
Easy.
Killing Cowrie is actually just big.
They're gonna try for Ace again. Ace has teammates coming. This is not a safe fight for Mouse. Ace, he might eventually go down, and they will get him. But Crystallis, he got hypnotized by the Will of Wonder. They're not gonna jump though. Not without their Centaur. Mouse, they will get away with the Centaur kill this time.
That Stampede down as well in the respawn. So there's a little bit of a window for you to do something on Mouse. It's just that you also dropped Arena around the same cooldown. So it's going to be a little bit more parity. You could consider a move out. With
Mid one, going deep. Hook, Nisha, he's been caught. They'll drop the spotlight to try and help out the evasion. It is helping a little bit Nisha. He can't get the Rolling Thunder in time. And Yamich, he wants more. Hook is available. Boxy, unable to avoid it. Will dissimulate eventually. But now Crystallis right on top. Will take him down, and Mouse, they are fighting back.
We talk about the strengths of Liquid in a slower game. You have to be so careful about giving openings to Mouse. Because it's not just that you're ahead, you're bleeding gold, you're playing still into track.
Well, what item does mid one go for here? That's what I'm curious about. Like, he's got BKB Axe, but what's the next item on a core bounty hunter?
It's fairly open. He can opt for aura buildup if he'd want, relieving some of that pressure on Boom.
It's gotta be like damage or something, right?
If you're going damage...
Utility even, like Sight Device maybe?
Yeah, Sight Device is great. Damage just made me think of Battle Fury, which is an old meme. Apologies for that. That's
We're not doing that.
Meme. Not that. I'm trying to think if it's a good Conda game. The break doesn't feel ultra important. At the same time, it does have some utility. You know, cutting off, say, Jingu in the middle of a fight from Mikip. It's not bad to take away this possibility to crit, his possibility to sustain. It's not awful. At the same time, I don't know if you want to spend all of that gold for it. We're seeing mid one cycle around as well. He ends up on the Manta style.
Okay.
So self-dispel, a little bit more damage as well.
Nothing wrong with that. Mid lane, they are forcing a fight. Yamich has been caught. Hopefully a nice easy pickup for Nisha, I want to say. And they will get it. Yamich just so slippery, even on the Pudge. Now Liquid, they could think about the mid-tier 2, but they'd rather Roshan.
But it's such a risk. You pop Stampede and Rolling Thunder.
Oh, they're not going for it.
No, they can't. Arena's up, Chaotic Offering's up. They use their disengage spell as well. There's no control. They tried to play poke with Boxy, but Boom already used the spear. Maybe still hanging around. I mean, Boxy's also hanging around. He's not going to go for the commitment. So, for Liquid, that's a really costly kill. It's still a nice kill, but again, popping these 2 ultimates means that you can't really capitalize. And Mouse can just reset, wait for that Pudge to be up, get this build-up still going here on the side of Mouse as well. Again, the Manta for mid one, set to come out soon. You've got the Manta already up on Crystallis, going into the BKB. And Boom is, once he hits BKB, can start to expect some of that Wombo combo to come in. Better arenas, hopefully better follow-through with a Chaotic Offering. They'll try with a smoke out here.
Mouse. Mid one is spotted. Jump in immediately from Ace, but the Golem drop counter initiation. They find Carry down. Nisha, he'll run into Crystallis now. But it seems like Liquid, they might have made the call to leave. Mickey eventually gets there. But they're going to secure the Warlock kill, and that might be key for the Roshan.
They did pop Rolling Thunder, but Stampede's back up. If you wanted to make a play, it is easier for Liquid. You still have to be concerned about the Rena coming in.
It's been so annoying. Dragging the creep wave, not allowing the mid wave to be pushed in. And by the time they try to sort it out, Roshan, it's there, but you've got the Warlock back up anyway. At least you don't have to worry about the Golem drop.
No.
If you do force this, it's only Fatal Bonds you have to worry about.
Yeah, but Fatal Bonds alone might just be enough if you get a good arena off. Roche does begin. It's only Ace and Boxy. You're going to need to get Mika in there as well. And that should speed up the process. Mouse does not look interested in contesting. They don't have vision in the area, but they're also not grouping around the area as well, looking like they're just surrendering this objective. So a nice pickup for Liquid. And for Mouse, 2 lives up here on Mika. It could be a challenge. Again, it's been back and forth. If you can cut the tree line to start the fight with Chaotic Offering or Arena, it's manageable. But if you're forced to kind of chase Mika around, I don't know if you're even finding that first life. Again, Aegis up for Liquid. Very even game in terms of net worth, but you don't want it to be an even game on Mao's when you're playing with a bounty. In fact, Mid1 does change his build as well again, Mike. He's going for the full nullifier, trying to stop some saves. Woo.
Nice hook attempt from Yamich. Tofu able to avoid it that time around. BKB is up on Crystallis as well. There might be a key item here for Mouse to try and smoke up with. They've even got a 9-second charge on Boom. And they will indeed smoke up, trying to play off this spike. But there is a Skadi now on Mickey. Spear out. They're going to find Ace first. It's a great target if they can burst him down. They cannot, though. Ace will survive. He'll buy the time. Nisha is in with the Rolling Thunder. Rolling around, trying to find a target. Does eventually find the Abbott on Crystallis. He'll get the borrowed time off, but they'll use him up. Mickey, he'll bring out the boys, but the Hawk, Yamich, drags him out. BKB's there in time from Crystallis. Now they're back in on Ace, but Mickey's the big problem. Yamich is down. They've got to run away from this Monkey King. Stampede popped. Liquid, they're trying to kite in and out of this fight. They'll only find Yamich in the end. But at the very least, they don't lose anything.
No. Age is still up. They're forced to pop Stampede and Rolling Thunder just for the pudge. At the same time, you did have to commit Arena. One fortunate thing for Mao's is that Chaotic Offering was on cooldown that entire time. So you still have that tool for the eventual defense that will come in. There's still a lot of time in this Aegis for Liquid. They can pick and choose their fight. Full Scotty up for Mika. This Monkey is just a menace. Like, this is the big win condition. The investment in Mika has paid off. Now even the sustain coming out from Crystallis, even if he pops his BKB through borrowed time, it's not going to feel all too good overall. And it's so beefy. Like, this Monkey King just has a lot of HP, a lot of armor in the Wukongs. You don't have that burst damage on hand here for Mao's. That's one consistent issue we've seen. It's been hard for him to actually get fast kills. Although...
Nisha, Yamich, the hook!
That's a fast one.
Yamich. You love to see the hooks from old Yamich.
1 kill, 1.4k gold as well. Maybe a bit more.
They're going to... Oh, Tofu, nice jump away with the cushion. Now the Wheel of Wonder as well. No follow-up to it. He's trying to disengage.
Oh,
but
Yamich.
No, sir. Where are you going, Tofu?
Nowhere.
Where did that bring you? Right back to me.
That's what Yamich is saying right now for sure. Quoting some movie lines. And they're quoting a lot here.
What movie was that? I said it and I
can't. Oh, was it Avengers?
Oh, it was Thanos. It was Thanos.
Right? It was.
Yeah.
There you go. See how uncultured you are, Mikey. Even pop culture is out of your depth. Out of my depth, too, to be fair. 17-22, not out of the depths yet for Liquid. Neither is Mouse. Very even game. Anything can happen. Look at what we're getting because we have a bounty hunter, Mike. Ags being queued up by Cowrie. Double golems being dropped. You know, it's at this moment when you start to think about all the farm you could have. Maybe you should have gotten the other facet. More damage than the ghost golems, right? Would be cool. Carry the late game.
You're commenting on Warlock, are you?
Yes.
I wouldn't recommend it, John. Unless you're talking to me about Black Grimlock. Boxy. Hook.
Ooh,
Yamich.
ooh.
Yamich, you're terrifying me now, sir. Right? Take it easy. Calm down.
No.
We get it. You know how to play Pudge. We get it.
You know what? I bet your Yamich misses Soul Ring Pudge.
I don't think Yamich is an idiot, John.
No, it's so good. The self-deny. It was so busted. They removed self-deny.
Oh.
See how strong it was, Mike. You don't see it. You don't believe it, but there was a time.
There was a time.
There was a time, Mikey. Again,
the time's gone, old man.
It's gone. But we are at present time. Smoke out from Liquid. See if they can start to apply that pressure, because there is some pressure to play quicker. When you don't go for Farm and Monkey, there is almost a little bit of a hard cap. You can kind of switch these items around later on, but that's way later on. Scotty's still doing work. again, it's down to how you execute these team fights, because you have answers on both sides. If you take away the back line of Mao's, take away Kaori, the arena doesn't feel great, Fatal Bond's not being there cuts off a lot of your damage. At the same time, if Liquid gets caught out even as Tree, and the arena comes in with Chaotic Offering, it's a very different story. Kaori almost dying, always a little bit scary for opponents' wise, but he survives.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, we're talking about Mao's. Like, you look at Liquid, they've got some really nice key items coming up. Disperser almost completed on Mickey.
Oh.
More importantly, though,
Workhorse coming up.
Workhorse is coming.
Oh, that's the
Ace. Ace is a workhorse. There it is. You may not like it, but that's what peak Dota 2 looks like right now.
Yeah, you know what? Gunnar was way ahead of the curve when he played that mid-centaur with Workhorse up. I remember being so excited. Now it's just disgusting.
Don't compliment Gunnar. He's watching right now.
Yeah.
Don't blow up his head, you know?
Yeah, Gunnar, the player Gunnar whose peak performance is in Genesis. That Gunnar.
I'll never forget that team.
No.
I'll never forget.
That's a great team.
That was the greatest team I've ever seen.
These are some great teams too, Mike.
They are fantastic. Of course. Well, of course, John. They're fighting the lower bracket final. I don't know why you needed to say that. What else are they going to be?
I know. You know, 2.99 towards Mouse as well. Favors in Liquid.
I'd say that. Yeah, those are fair odds.
I just feel like the ace in the hole is Chaotic Offering. Right? Yeah, all of this, you know, Workhorse is going to be annoying.
Ace is right there, John.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Workhorse is annoying. Mika has a lot of damage, but if you just mess up and clump up and Chaotic Offering comes on top, Arena blocks you off, BKBs fade away. There is an angle for Mouse to play. It's a bit complicated to play, sure. It's harder to play, yes. But they can. Liquid has a simpler time. Much more forgiving, straightforward scaling. You know, a lot of control, a lot of saves. I mean, it's Workhorse plus Escape Act. Like, that's a double whammy of annoyance. Do you have yourself the Dezun Blood right on Kaori, as we were seeing. Lovely time. That AoE on Upheaval, that AoE on Chaotic Offering, quite nice.
No.
It's nice, right?
You always start with the Upheaval.
It's good. No, but it's not good here.
You can't channel it, John.
I mean, it's absolutely terrible here with Stampede, yes, but it's a good spell. It's a fun spell. There was a time when I was young, and we'd pick Undying Warlock, and we'd go up Evil Tombstone, and they couldn't run, Mike. No boots of bearings back then. That was the fun time.
Just put the fries in the bag, bro. Just put the fries.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Jollibee. Please, what's your order?
You know I can't do the accent, John. I'm not Filipino.
You could be.
I mean, according to Google, I am. You know, Miguel Lorenzo Pineda, of course.
Yes.
Oh. Yours is out. He's okay, Boxy. Quick clench of the butt cheeks. That's all right.
Just getting spooked a little bit. Getting more itemization as well. I mean, mid one's just going full damage. Butterfly coming through next. You know, this is where it gets funny. Do you want to go into level 25 bounty with no cooldown on Janata?
Yes.
I think that's going to be really funny. Because then mid one is a right-click deal. With BKB Butterfly, he's setting up for that timing, it feels like. That would be cool as they smoke.
They do, boom. Making the jump on Boxy. Boxy gonna get speed up. Mickey, though, gonna be there in the Workhorse Ace. He'll drag Boxy out. Get down, Mr. President. Everyone fine. Nobody left behind for Liquid. Every drop matters.
But they had to use Wukong's.
That was a great pun, by the way, John.
Which one?
Every drop matters. It's Liquid, you know, water.
Ah.
Liquid, jumping in. Boundless Strike is out. Jump is there. Mouse, they've got a two-man arena. Tofu and Boxy both caught, and now the spear out. Boxy is down. Tofu, he'll follow his other support. Now Ace. Ace will be the next target. He's in the Upheaval, but there's your Workhorse. Hawken from Yamage. Stun out from Ace. Boom. Spears him up again into the tree. But Mickey, he'll move in with the double Boundless Strike. Disperser committed as well. They'll change their mind. They'll go after the Monkey King, but Mickey's manning up. BKB was popped. The Hawk off the mark. Roshan, front row seats. He wants to see what's happening. It's Crystallis. He's found Mickey. He's found Mickey. How do you get him out? You do not. You do not, Mouse. Turning this game on its head again.
And that stems back to that earlier kill they found, right? Or not the kill, but the saves they got. Workhorse on cooldown for way too long. No Wukongs to sustain Mika up front and to deal damage as well. And the patience from Kaori to hold on to that chaotic offering, waiting for the arena, getting the follow-through control that they need here on Mao's. They bounce back, 9k lead all of a sudden. And that was the side of Mao's running into vision from Liquid.
These two
They
teams.
had the ward advantage.
These two teams. Oh, what a fantastic series we're watching right now, Jonathan.
Oh, it's
Fantastic
crazy.
series. I love the fact that a dark horse like Mouse is giving it to the juggernauts of Liquid. And Liquid, I props to these guys again. You just never count them out. They're always making for the most entertaining series here, Team Liquid.
Oh, man.
It feels so close, this game. I mean, even
It is
the
close.
net worth just doesn't matter. You're
No.
up against the bounty. It doesn't matter.
No. And speaking of that bounty, Midwin does finish the butterfly. He's going for the swift blink next. He's hoping for that
Oh,
25. I can't fathom that we might actually see if Mao's does do this and they hit that 25, we will see
Hell yeah.
Bounty Hunter with no cooldown Janada at 100% win rate. Isn't that a stat? That's a good one.
What if he goes for the shuriken toss damage, John?
Then what's the point of the butterfly and the swift blink?
I don't know.
He wants to hit people.
He likes insects. I don't know.
Midwin loves to hit people, you know? He's gonna love it.
You know who else are butterflies, John?
Who?
These lovely viewers.
Oh, yeah.
These lovely viewers. You're all very beautiful butterflies. I don't know why I said that, John. I think butterflies die after 6 weeks. That's not very nice.
Are you
My
saying our viewers are all
No, John. Don't imply that. I've made the joke already.
in a fleeting life?
Self-deprecating humor. Thank you.
I don't think that was self-deprecating. I think you were trashing the viewers, Michael Phoenix.
But now you're trashing me, John. Would you mind? Mouse, they're going to smoke up. Sight devices up on Boom. This is where things get really scary now. If you're Nisha or Mike, this could be very, very scary if you get caught off guard. And you know Mouse now have the damage. That is the ultimately scariest part of this whole thing. Is Chrysalis. He's got the Bloodthorn. He's got the Swift Blink. Everything's up.
What are TPs?
Oh, Mouse. They see Liquid. And it's not water, John. It might be blood they're watching. Ace getting jumped. There's no saving him. And now the arena. They caught Nisha in that. But he'll avoid the spear for now. Nisha, he can get the Rolling Thunder off. Mickey, what on Wukong's command? He'll take down at least the Aegis of Crystallis, as they do also find Yamich. Crystallis, though, not to be outdone. He'll rush towards Tofu, but they do retreat nicely. Boom continuing to try and find another stun. Tofu, it'll connect. He'll get the spear and the Hex out. Tofu will die, but he'll let everyone else from Liquid leave. Not too bad of a loss for Liquid.
That was a ton of output from Mike. He did enough to pierce through the borrowed time health threshold. So at the least with the Aegis drop, borrowed time still ready, and there's no follow through. That means, Liquid can't commit to run in because you had that safety net still up on the Abaddon for the second life. Still, you managed to find some wins for Liquid. It's just, again, a little bit costly. Wukongs had to be dropped. Stampede had to be dropped. No good workhorse coming out as Ace is focused down. And for the side of Mao's, pretty costly as well. No chaotic offering for a little bit longer. Kaori is going for a refresh. And again, late game scenarios, chaotic offering's actually a really, really strong spell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're complimenting Warlock.
I mean, I hate the facet. I think if he expected a slow game, the other facet would be hilarious.
Give me a clip. I'm never going to hear that from John again. Give me a clip of that. I'll never hear that again.
Well, I love Warlock. I've
might
said it so many times.
That might be my ringtone.
I just think Black Grimoire is dumb. It's like seed money. Thank God our pros stopped picking seed money. It should be like Gris, innate.
No.
Liquid, smoked out.
Big smoke. Crystallis, he's the big target they've caught out. Balance is going to be there, but he gets the borrowed time. Boxy will use him up. The rest of the cavalry's incoming. Yamich was trying to hook him out. Nisha, meanwhile, a race car chasing them down. They're going to be left with at least the Mars. But the BKB TP away is going to allow him to get out, as Yamich is going to be the target. Only one left for Liquid to focus. Everybody else from Mars able to escape. And it really, really just feels like anyone's game.
It's so open.
Well, what's the win probability right now? What's Dota Plus saying?
51 to 49, very even game.
Absolutely.
And it really
50-50.
is 50-50 now.
Flip a coin.
It's just down to how you execute these team fights, right? Can you get a good chaotic offering arena? Are you going to be able to snipe some key heroes on Liquid, then take the follow-up fight? Can you get max value from your
See mid one.
Stampede here?
They saw mid one. Mid one will retreat though. That's so scary for Mouse. You really don't want to get caught off guard here. Liquid, they're right by your high ground. They do get the tier 2 mid tower. They will leave the area. Oh, Mouse, they're so close right now. They're just already one game ahead. One game away from that coveted grand final against Team Spirit later on today. Team Liquid, though, holding on. Part of Tarask now being built up on Ace. He's already been so hard to burst down. There's your refresher orb now up on Boom. Boom, I mean, he had one of the most atrocious lanes we've ever seen, and he's still performing like he did in Game 1, I'll tell you that. Very impressive Mars performance from Boom.
You can see why. 60% win rate on that Mars in this tournament.
Might be more after this.
Might just be boosting those numbers up. Liquid, and they've got those key items you mentioned coming in. You've got even the full disperser coming out here for Nisha being built up. Mike kind of fully slotted up. This is where maybe it gets awkward for the Monkey King. Like, you are all pretty much done with itemization.
Out of Tarask. Oh, refresher orb on Crystallis even.
Yeah. Double BKB.
I mean, they've been able to control his borrowed time very well. Boxy with these Yules has been very annoying with these borrowed times. I do like the refresher orb here for Crystallis. It just feels so necessary.
Yeah, it's only the one Yules as well. So the secondary life should be pretty strong here on Crystallis. I'm looking forward actually to the Ags of Yamich. I think that's going to be a big one as well with a front line of Pudge. The healing reduction up against a Monkey who's trying to sustain with these Jingus, getting reduced by a ton is not going to be a good reality.
Yamich, no save. Boom with the side device, but Mike going to jump in anyway, trying to blow up Yamich. They do find one. The arena, they're locking them down. Escape act for Mike to let him out of the arena. The golem dropped though.
The refresh.
3 targets. Now the refresh. They're fighting. Can they get him out of there? Ace, he's right in the middle. Boom is down. Mike, mad fighting. A Crystallis is gone. No buyback. Mid one. Running. Well, is he short on gold? Mid one's gone to boot.
They bought out?
Liquid! Liquid are doing it again. They just keep doing it.
The moment you buy out.
How does it keep happening?
That's just
Oh, GG, Liquid.
Oh, man.
Cinema. So, why hire De Niro Scorsese? We've got Liquids right here.
That they are. And for Mao's, where the set started to fall apart, they've got that good initiation out and boom. But the follow-through was just late. Everyone was TPing back. They were all in the triangle. They all bought out as well. The refreshes just came in. There was just no money. And they weren't ready.
What do we do to deserve a series like this, John? I must have done something right in a previous life. Speaking of doing right things, we've got a panel on hand.
Don't know if we're doing right things. We thought that was over. We thought Mouse might be taking that 2-0. Liquid, sometimes they just lead a charmed life, and everything just went right at the end for them there. And now we get a Game 3. Fantastic game, it's got to be said.
Man, they look devastated on Mouse. That's one of those things where the game ends and you go, what just happened?
Yep.
Like, smoke in front of the base. I mean, this goes back to one of the most basic rules of Dota. You see this time and time again, TI after TI, season after season. If you die in front of your base late game, it's just over. And it's really cool for Liquid to find an opportunity like that because they were not winning that one. Like,
it was like the early game was like, okay, it's looking rough for Mouse. Like, the Bounty Hunter was kind of struggling a bit. Like, he was doing very good out of the laning stage, but then I think that Liquid was kind of able to stop whatever his early game pressure was and take these like really good team fights. But then Mouse started coming back, right? Like, in this mid game, they actually start winning the fights, and it started being like, oh, Mouse is going to do it. They're going to 2-0.
This was incredible from Kaori starting the fight, but then the follow-up from Liquid.
I can't believe Mickey lived here. And he had, I think it was like 3 boundless strikes he casted in a row in this fight that always connected on 2 targets, if not 3. It was just kind of insane to watch his Monkey King here. And it was like very impressive.
Watch this. That Yules, that in a previous patch before the Shadow nerf on Pudge would not interrupt that.
Interesting.
Bullshit, number one, Ice Frog, please fix. But also, for Liquid, really cool that they know this. Like, this is a team that does know their mechanics. So, Boxy, I think that was his Yules. Using that there, understanding that this is a counter to Pudge now, very good.
And look at this, like, Mouse was ahead at this point in the game in gold.
Yeah.
They had, like, fully come back. They had pressured the enemy base. But then kind of, as we were saying, it's like, you take a fight right outside your base. They also had just greeded up and spent all of their gold. So they have 0 buybacks. And the game just instantly flipped on its head and ended. It was 30 seconds and, like, basically one mistake for Mouse. And that's all it took for Liquid to win.
Do you think Liquid saw that, for instance, the Refresher Orb was
Yes.
purchased on Crystals,
Yes.
and this is why they go for that smoke?
Definitely. It's a thing I know, specifically, like, carry players were very good at it. I know when I played with Yuma, he would do that a lot. He would see an item that an enemy team picked up and it's like, ping, it'd be like, BKB Refresher or something.
Like, there's no way
this guy had enough gold based on when he got his last item and this item to have that item plus buy. And it's like, I think very, very good players, especially at carries, because they know, like, how much gold's on the map, how much they farm. Like, it could have been a Mickey call. He could have said, like, the ABBA has a refresher, he has no buy. We should just take a fight right now and win it.
What an insane read from Liquid. Whoever that was, and maybe we can just give the credit to Mickey.
We'll just give it for fun.
Because the early game was not going the way of Liquid. Mouse was winning. All their cores were above on net worth, and it was just Mickey playing a hero that nobody else is playing as a carry right now, going back to his classic, and he obliterated the game. And honestly, this is prime Liquid form. You have Mickey on a hero that he can actually get active. He can show up to the mid lane. He can show up to the off lane through the portal. He can do stuff. Faceless Void is just not that hero. That's game one. Maybe another team makes that draft work, because I do think that it was a good draft looking back. Maybe Satanic makes that work or something. But I think Liquid, it's so foundational for them, no matter what iteration of Liquid, that Mickey has a good game and that he's the one that they're playing around, even as a carry. So I love that they went back for the Monkey King and it worked out.
Well, I mean, it wasn't even a free Monkey King game by any means. You've got all these heroes that can break the trees. You know, we saw that in the highlight package, and yet he was still able to just, you know, dominate once he got going. So just crazy performance. I got to say, though, that's a tough one to shake off if you're Mouse.
Yeah, I think especially mid one, he picked kind of an interesting carry. He picked Bounty mid, which we weren't really expecting. And his early game was really good. I looked at the CS at some point, and I was like, oh, Pango's like winning mid. And then you look at the net worth, I think he was down to 800 net worth or something, like 8 minutes in the game, 10 minutes in the game. Like, look at this comparison. Look at the net worth specifically.
And no points in Invis, by the way.
1,200 net worth difference between the two, and he's up 3 last hits on the Pango. But it's just because he's constantly stealing his gold. He also is able to get 2 relatively early kills on the Bounty Hunter, gets his track, and like you said, I think the no invis is really cool. He's not playing it like traditional support bounty where it's like run around, has to get kills. He's playing it as a, I'm going to walk at you and I'm going to kill you with my damage. And I think the idea of it was very cool, but it definitely, there was a point in the mid game I feel like he stopped having as much impact. Like you could see in like with the Warlock Fatal Bonds, like, oh, he's getting cool bounces on shurikens and is doing a lot of damage, but I think it just ended up not really having like the oomph compared to even say the Pango that he was against the mid game. It's like the guy just presses roll and he wins the team the fight.
Yeah.
I also want to talk a little bit just about the Ringmaster. It seemed to be primarily used for counter initiation there from Liquid, which I thought was really cool. Like whenever the big spells were going down from Maus, the Ringmaster was like kind of deploying the wheel to disrupt the fights, and it was done really well as a strategy. So that's something to think about in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the box was not so useful because there was like early nullifier coming out in the game. That's just the nature of when you're playing from behind like that. And of course, as Bounty Hunter in the mid lane, he can kind of build whatever items counter your hero. But yeah, the counter initiation of the Ringmaster ult was very devastating in this game. I like the pick for that reason. It seems like more so now there are teams picking Ringmaster for that reason rather than just because of the box. Teams are realizing that if there's a way that you know that the fight is going to be in a specific area, guaranteed.
Like a Mars ult.
Like a Mars ult. Like you know that Warlock wants to play with an anchored fight somewhere, then you can just drop the Ringmaster ult down and it's very disruptive.
I think that's a really hard spell to use properly because like there's a minimum cast range. You can't like cast it directly on yourself. So every time I see a good Ringmaster press their ults properly, I think it's like very impressive to me. I think it's like way harder than say like a Warlock ult or a Mars ult. Those are you just like click in an area, press your button. But Ringmaster is definitely, it's one of the harder support heroes I would say they've added recently. And he looked great.
So just a final question before we go to break then, because I know obviously everyone will be a chatter about it on social media, particularly Reddit. Do you feel the bounty hunter was more of a hindrance for Mouse, that if they took that Lesh, for instance, that was available there, are we just talking about a 2-0 now?
I think to some extent, yes. I think he definitely, if he was like Lesher, if he felt the storm, they probably could have snowballed the early game advantage. I think a bit harder than they did here, but I think that it was winnable. I don't think the bounty made it bad. I just think that it could have been better.
I believe the Lesh makes it easier.
Yeah.
You've seen this before from mid one. Sometimes
Especially
he pulls out
mid-one
something
Lesh.
weird, and if he was just normal, we're like, okay, come on, they would have won that. And then they pick normal the next game, and it goes a lot better. So we'll see if they adjust.
Yeah, we will. And we're about to take a quick break. Mouse will be disappointed after that one. Team Liquid, there is no better team in deep waters. We'll find out who's going to win after the break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. It's 1-1, Mouse versus Liquid. One of these teams must go to the grand final. The draft is starting. Guys, who's it going to be? Who's got the pocket strat? Who's got the tech to get there?
I don't know. You have to watch because I really don't know. I think that Mouse is playing amazing. I think
Yeah, they're going to be disappointed with that one.
I think games 1 and 2, I think Mouse played their drafts really well. I think Liquid, sure, I think they played the game very well. I think their drafts, both games, were pretty good. But I think that Mouse made a mistake in the last draft with the bounty, in my opinion. And I think that maybe if they don't have that hero, Mouse just played better than Liquid. So I think if anything, even though Liquid's coming off a win, I still think that they're a bit on the back foot in this third game.
Definitely. Either way, it's very close. And Liquid is a momentum-based team. They have lost game 1 and then won the whole series before. They have had, for instance, in their series against OG, it looks like they're supposed to lose the whole thing, and they just managed to make it through.
Will they ban Mars?
No.
They won't.
I think you just give it up again.
After those 2 games,
I mean, Boom is a monster.
Well, the difference is now a... Did they first pick Mars overall? I don't think they did, right?
They did.
They did.
Okay.
Oh, you mean an overall first pick?
Yeah, because wasn't
No,
there,
they responded to the Centaur.
Yeah, so I
that's
think
right,
that...
yeah. And the Centaur's out now.
Do you just pick... Oh, Jakiro's in. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you just like first pick Mars overall right now. I don't think the hero is that strong. I think it was more of a probably top 3 offlaner for at least Mouse, and then also they're picking as a response to Centaur. And so if you're not picking it for that response reason, why not just take the support that responds to everything? Jakiro.
Terry had an insane game in game 1 on this, so I can understand the value. You're guaranteed to win the lane. You can rotate through the portals, and if you don't get a kill, even though the hero does a ton of damage, if the enemies just run away from you, guess what? You take the tower.
All right, so this is my concern. Timbersaw's in the pool. Game 1, repeat. Mouse, pick Jakiro. Liquid, pick Timbersaw.
Don't do it.
Did not look that good.
What about ABBA?
We talked. I really like ABBA here, and I really like the wind. Boxy, I think this...
They also have first picked Kez in the past, and it is...
That could be good. I'm like the substitute with that. That was a good one.
Thank you.
I don't know. Like the wind is just screaming to me for Boxy because I feel like of all the Liquid players this tournament, I think Boxy has impressed me the most. I think a lot of their wins, Boxy's kind of just like destroyed the game on a Spirit Breaker and his win are the 2 ones I think of the most.
Predictured Lewis.
Not bad.
Yeah.
We can workshop it.
We'll workshop that one.
Yeah.
Anyway, got that.
A lot of workshopping.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the thoughts.
Thank you.
And I don't know. I just want to give Boxy like a hero that he can just 1v5 on. And I think that's wind in this game.
Well, a Kez first pick certainly means they are not accepting that game 1 was a good draft, a reasonable draft for their players. They're going back to their comfort heroes. And to me, Mickey seemed to really enjoy playing Kez. The whole game and the whole draft is played around him and what Mickey wants to play in something early game that he can snowball the game on. And Kez is the perfect hero to do that.
Yep.
So I like that when Blitz's back is against the wall, he just goes, okay, Mickey, we trust you. Let's put the team on your shoulders. Liquid has done this time and time again, and it has always made the series much more competitive.
Okay, there's 2 heroes that stand out for me for Mouse to pick, which is Primal Beast and ABBA. We've seen both of them as kind of Kez responses. You have Primal Beast with very tanky grab. You have a Dispel for all the... Because the big thing about Kez, a lot of his damage comes from that passive. Where it's like every time he hits you with his katana, you take like a bonus like 20% damage.
Pure damage as well.
I think isn't it physical? I think it might be physical. Whatever it is, it's a lot of damage. You get a big debuff. It has like 2,000 damage on it that's just ticking. So having Dispel, very good. Getting the shield from ABBA, the Dispel from the Primal 15 talent. Like you have ways to play around it. And so I think that I wouldn't be surprised if they like ban one, take the other. Like maybe you can ban the ABBA, take the Primal.
Surely Mars versus Kez is also good, right? He jumps on you, you spear him back. He can't get out of arena. Can he Q out of arena? I say
no.
Q. He has 2 stances. Can he do the
Echo Slash?
The Echo Slash.
No, I don't think you can Echo Slash out of the arena because I think it's still like
very short.
I think it's like a movement kind of thing.
Moves him forward. Oh, there you go.
Great.
All right, perfect. This is exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah, Liquid is completely changing the heroes that they're picking. I love that.
And Mao's is not changing.
Yeah,
basically just doing the repeat of the game 1 draft. which they could pick the Mars again, is what you said. I still think the Primal or the Abba are both very good, especially now that there's a wind. You have like a shackle you can remove. But I'm happy with either. They're both somewhat flex. I don't know if Boom really would play Abba, and I don't know if Mid One would play Primal for this team in particular. I know when we think of those heroes, they're flex, but this team I feel like is probably just like carry Abba, offlane Primal.
If they want to go a different direction, the other counter that we've seen to Kez is Axe. They go with the Mars. Okay, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Both games he looked great.
Yeah, and Winrunner is a hero who tries to quickly run away from you as her defense mechanism. Obviously, you cannot do this versus Mars. It really makes sense as a pick here. It's an even better Mars game, you could argue, than the first one.
Yeah.
Even. So let's see the response. Surely Liquid, they respond to the other heroes with these ones.
They could pick Puck for Nisha. They've kind of liked that for him, and I think it's okay. Mars has some gameplay versus it, though, with Yules. Like, you can buy Yules, and then if you time your spear properly, it's impossible to phase shift. Just really annoying to play verse.
Spirits, I guess. Like
Yeah,
Ember.
yeah. The one hero that, like, jumped out to me for some reason, which I don't even know if it's good, is Sand King. Like, when I see this Mars Tusk, I don't even know why. I just thought of a Sand King pick, but it just felt like it can flex, and it's a bunch of AoE team damage that the Kez kind of likes playing around. Ooh.
Huh. It's been a long time since we've seen this hero.
Interesting.
Well, we are not going to get the same game as game one. I think that's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah.
This plays so differently.
Yeah, Ace hasn't played that yet, so.
That's such a interesting pick, because usually it's somewhat of a response pick these days. Like, you see a Terrorblade or an Illusion hero that you want to lift, and you pick the Brewmaster, because basically it's all about the Wind Panda.
Yeah.
I think here they're using it as a guaranteed teamfight win when you click split, because that's generally what it used to be in the past. It was like every time Brewmaster is ult, you win the teamfight. And so I think they probably felt in the first game that they were in this position that they lost the teamfights with like the Faceless Void Chrono. And this might just be an easier way to execute these like really early game teamfights, and you don't really need items for it either. Like, sure, you get Radiance on Brewmaster, it feels better, but you, similar to a Phoenix, you can't use items when you're in split.
I do feel like there are answers to Brew in lane.
And they get the Abba too.
They're going to go with Abba. I mean, Dispel was already good against Kez.
Now it's even better.
And you pick Brew. There's a debuff to Dispel in lane. You take it off. And in the game. I will say, though, like, Brew versus Abba is an interesting one, because you can throw the Abba up, and then he kind of has to use the ulti.
Yeah. Or you do it when he's ulted, and then he gets stuck there the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. So Brew is actually historically, like, very decent against Abaddon as a hero.
I will say, I feel like Liquid knew what this draft would be like. I feel like Mao's is like, this is an easy to predict draft. Realistically, like, if we're up here talking about all the heroes they're picking, and they're picking pretty much everything we're saying, Liquid knows.
Yes.
And so I'm assuming that Liquid's draft is based around trying to almost beat what Mao's is doing, because Mao's is just doing the same thing, whereas Liquid changed up.
Yeah.
And I think that position's always, from what I've seen, actually scary for Liquid. Because I think when a team is able to just, we're going to pick our heroes, we're going to do the same things over and over, and you have a team like changing their responses to it, it's like maybe a confidence thing, or you have to like adapt to their game.
Yeah.
So that's, I'm only worried for Liquid because I feel like they might be playing into Mao's game rather than playing Team Liquid Dota.
I will say, I like their draft so far, though. I really do.
I do too.
You know that it's Ace on Brew, so he's one of the Brews that will build a pipe.
Yep.
And pipe is really good versus Abaddon and the rest of what Mao's wants to do as well. You need a pipe versus Jakiro. You probably want a pipe versus Mars. Can he just go for... Do you think he still needs to go for Radiance pipe, or could he go for, like, Urn pipe, Vessel pipe, something like that? Is there another build that lets him get a pipe to match the Abaddon's timing on the Radiance?
I think you just go the Radiance anyway, because also if you think about it, you're matching his Radiance with your Radiance.
That's true.
So it's kind of like an even trade in the fight, and then you get your pipe, and now you have
a
one
pipe.
Radiance,
He
and they
doesn't have a
don't.
pipe. Yeah. Right. That makes sense.
And then now it's mid one hero is going to be picked next, which...
Oh, here we go. We love this.
I mean, this is hard. I don't know. Like, I could say a bunch of heroes, but at the end of the day, you don't really know what he's going to pick. My initial...
Gyro mid.
My initial is just Leshrac. You have, again, you have...
On, like, what was it, like 71%?
Yeah, he's like
with
5 and
with
2
a
on Lesh.
lot of games as
Yeah,
well.
he's 5 and 2 on the hero.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think of Lesh. I think it's easy. It's again good versus Ringmaster. It's good versus Kez because you have so much burst damage. You can just kill him easily in the fight. You have save from Abby. You have save from the Tusk.
This time Liquid has last pick though.
Yeah, but like, I think that hero is able to get out in a lot of lanes, and he's also banning. Liquid are banning their own good heroes versus Lesh. They're banning the Queen of Pain. They're banning the Shadow Fiend.
And I think the heroes that are good against Lesh are countered by Mars. Like you could Sniper, countered by Mars. Lina, countered by Mars. Not that Lina's even remotely good right now.
You could just ban the Void Spirit maybe if you're Mouse, and then just take the Lesh or Puck. You could ban the Puck too. I'm trying to think of like cheese heroes.
Puck would be very good for Liquid. They need an anchor for Ringmaster ulti, for Brew ulti. Even Kez would prefer if people are stunned so he can get a few extra hits on them while he's chasing them down. Puck would be really good if they're going to give him a free game for it. Not good disable on Mouse right now for a Puck.
Okay. Ban the Void, take the Lesh. All right.
This is what we were asking for, game 2.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense. It's Bidwell's best hero.
It's Nisha's hero. He's last pick. He kind of should have expected this to be coming. I would have expected this to be coming. Puck is okay.
Puck is good for the game.
Yeah, it's just, it can get awkward with damage numbers, like a lot of tanky heroes. But Puck itself is really good and can do enough damage to take them out in the fights. And you have a bit of save from Ringmaster. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There's like Storm Spirit is okay too. There's like an Invoker.
Oh, okay. I like this. I I was thinking. I'm just gonna admit it. I was thinking Kunkka because I was thinking, okay, blade mail, like big tanky blade mail buyer for the mid lane against Lush. This is what he likes the least. Is a hero that can run into his edict. He can't control it. He turns it on. You blink in. You blade mail. Lush will kill himself before he kills you. And Primal's like the best version of that.
Yeah.
I would love to see a blade mail this game from Nisha.
I think the hero's just really strong in and of its own right anyway. Like conceptually.
Do you think it's a blade mail primal game, or do you really just go for blade?
I think you just go the normal build. I'm just concerned a bit because I think, like, yeah, we've seen in the past for Slush, and it looks really good. Like, you have a lot of burst damage, you go to him, you kill him. I think even the Mars, to some extent, you kind of go, but I'm scared of the support duo specifically when I think of Primal. Like, you're playing versus Tusk and Jakir, which I think are probably two of the best supports in the game versus you. And it's like outside of maybe a Silencer.
But of course we learned you can't Tusk Snowball out of the Primal Beast ult for some reason.
We learned that this morning.
But you can punch him, and you also can't Snowball him.
You can't just punch.
You can stun him.
I don't know. I want Nisha to own. I think that he can own. I just think that Mao's, for me, this is a hard Primal game into the supports, and I also don't really know how I feel about the Brewmaster in this kind of game. That I think Mao's might just be able to kind of destroy the game in the first like 15-20 minutes, and Liquid could just lose really fast.
I actually believe in Liquid's draft. I feel like it was a crazy pivot from game 1. They completely switched it up. I've seen this story before. This is what they do.
Yep.
They got something entirely different, but something that's also their play style. Something that they like. Maybe a little bit off meta heroes, but this just looks like classic Liquid Dota to me.
Right, well, it's time for another Slacks attack with Immortal Faith again.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here with Immortal Faith, and what an interesting draft we have. Seems like you guys are really sticking to your guns. A lot of the same heroes, a lot of the same strategies. Liquid kind of not messing it up, switching it up. What do you think about that? All these responses to your normal heroes.
I mean, I don't know. From my little understanding of Dota, I'm not sure if they are responsive to what we pick. I think they are just comfortable heroes for them. That is it. I don't know.
You don't know. This is an inherent lie coming from one of the biggest brains in Dota 2. This guy makes all the guides. He knows everything, but he's being smart, not giving us information because he's getting ready for the grand finals. So fair enough. Brewmaster, we can talk about that, of course. Hero coming out maybe to control the Abaddon. What were your thoughts on that hero? What's he good in this draft for?
I mean, we pick Abaddon after we saw Brewmaster. We think Abaddon is good against Brewmaster. Maybe they think otherwise. I don't know. I think that hero is absolutely not good.
Not good?
Yeah, I don't think it's good. I don't think Wind Ranger is a good hero either.
That's my fucking boy right there. What do you think about Kez, the last samurai? Mickey, the last guy who can be anything decent on Kez. You guys banned it out every single game. This time you went it through. Thoughts?
I mean, we banned it second stage. They picked it first stage. I don't know. If he can snowball, if he can do, I don't know, if they can pick us one by one in mid game, sure, they can make it happen. But I think we got the team fight. I think we got the tempo. We should be the one snowballing. We should be the one dictating the map. So I don't know what Kez is gonna do. I don't know what their draft is gonna do. I don't know. Anything is possible. So
There's a man who pretends to not know anything, but there's one thing I do know. Where you're gonna win.
of course.
Of course. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Slacks. I think we've all won. We are into game number 3, the penultimate game, John. One more for one of these sides to get through to the grand final against Team Spirit. In your opinion, who do you believe came out with the stronger draft?
It's so hard to say. I think there's just a big question mark on Brewmaster this game. I think in lane into the Abaddon, it's not going to be great. For the game, it's going to be nice. I'm not fully convinced. I would lean slightly towards Mao's. I think this is a really strong game for mid one. He's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to be the one that kind of carries his game early on, and that's the key thing. If mid one has a good lane, you're going to have a good game on Mao's. And so far, this matchup up against Nisha, it is pretty good, right? Like, if he rushes in, you're going to have Edict, you have Split Earth. If he is trying to trample you down later on, you have all of this magical sustain. You're not going to care for his early armor if he does get the value point in Uproar, which could lead to Nisha not even bothering. And mid one should have control. I think that's the key aspect here for Mao's. As long as mid is feeling good, the side lanes will have some backup later on, as we've seen from his Lesh. Bot lane has already looked rough here for Liquid. You're seeing all of that damage coming in here from Kaori, as you do expect from the Jakiro. We've seen this combination, Jakiro-Abba. Very hard to zone out, very durable. The Abba provides a huge buffer zone for Kaori to just spam his spells out. And you are seeing the issues that lie here for Ace. Like, what can you really achieve here in this lane?
Mid lane, mid one's gone for a dive. Oh. Diabolic Edict level 2, he just got there. It's rather level 3, the Diabolic Edict is level 2. Dives him immediately on Nisha. Now, I was just about to ask you how you felt the mid lane was meant to go. Turns out mid one thinks it's favored his way.
I think it really is. Like, as a Primal Beast, you want to jump onto, the enemy. You can gap close onto range heroes nicely, but you're going to get punished quite hard. Like, look, if you're isolated alone, that Edict will do some work. Nisha at least gets the secondary Water Rune. Mid one was setting up for two runes for himself. Does have level 4 quite fast. And it's just down to whether or not Nisha can save that onslaught and if mid one can punish for it. But so far, in terms of just managing the lane as well, been a lot easier for mid one. 14-3 up against the 9-1 creep score of Nisha. In fact, the entire laning phase so far has felt pretty good for Mao's. Top lane, Mika is still finding farm, sure, but Boom is as well. In comparison to what you're getting out from Ace, who has no lane, this Mars is, again, having a decent time, as we've seen from Boom. He's delivered the goods every single time with his hero. Third time he's playing it in the series, and for good reason. Like, Boom's Mars has just been on point throughout this series so far. And again, yeah, you're not stopping Mike, but you have your own game to play. I think that's what really matters for the Mars. Getting your own blink timing, your phase boots, your soul ring up, maybe a Eul's this game if you feel the need for it. And you're satisfied, even if you don't stop that enemy core.
Absolutely. Certainly. So I wonder how much emphasis Liquid are going to put on trying to shut down Boom again. Because game 2, there was constant rotations against Boom. It didn't really matter in the end. Obviously, they still won out the game, but Boom was still performing. Now with the Kez, you kind of hope for those rotations, because Kez loves to fight early. Speaking of fighting early, though, Boxy, bottom lane still ticking out. Oh, he's not going to make it. Just barely going down to Kaori.
It's a cheeky blood grenade coming out there from Kaori to help ensure that kill comes in. Still has another blood grenade as well. Love to see that. They're allowing Kaori to just get those early resources to find that domination in lane. You're seeing some of the issues for Nisha just running down mid. Right? He gets the trample. It's not quite a lot of damage on mid one. As long as the Edict's there, you can't really go for the full committal here on Nisha. At the least, Water Rune control does go even. So again, mid one doesn't have the additional resource he'd want to really maintain that lane. Always running low on mana. tends to be the early issue for Lesh. We haven't seen Nisha go for, say, the double stack on waves, cutting through the tier 1, grabbing some waves and getting some farm. It is risky against the Lesh. Probably one of those heroes you don't necessarily want to stack all these allied creeps up against.
Ace. I mean, this is what Immortal Fates was talking about. Like, Ace on this Brewmaster, at least during the laning stage, no melee cores can really deal with this duo of Jakiro and Abaddon, as Ace barely gonna escape by the skin of his teeth. Boxy will try to return the favor against Kaori. But still, this combination of Jakiro Abaddon, I feel like you just can't keep giving this to Mouse.
No, it's just devastating. Again, you have no presence on Ace. He's so far behind in terms of CS. The recovery process for Brewmaster is not a pleasant feeling as well, right? Like waiting for your level 6 is going to be rough. Trying to get that farm, if you're considering a Radiance build, your chances are you're not. Ace is actually queuing up the Dominator to try to have some early presence in the lane and some more stats to play with. Going to be a slow process into getting to that point where, you know, you've got this prime...
Nisha, chased down again by Mid One. Mid One, he'll pop the Edict eventually, but Nisha does have the onslaught away. Mid One, though, can start to pressure the tier 1 tower with the siege creep. Kaori's going to show up as well to help out. Anisha, he's still not safe. Now without onslaught, but he has the creep wave blocking Mid One now. Meanwhile, Tofu, top lane, does lose his life to Boo.
Yeah, this emphasis coming out from Mao's onto mid, shutting down the Primal Beast that is kind of core you're relying on early to connect with maybe the Skez. Right? This is the hero that needs the least amount of farm to get active. And again, it's not been smooth sailing for Nisha into this matchup. Mao is just working every single lane to its fullest potential. Boom is able to be left alone with Double Bracer, no threat of him dying solo to Dekez, at least until level 6 is up perhaps. You get control over the power runes, and Mid One's looking for that rotation. Has the shield rune, has arcane boots as well.
They're not giving Nisha any space.
No.
The problem is the stacks. Mid One, he can take them so easily. They've got to intervene, but Mid One, he's got teammates too. They're not leaving him alone. In fact, Nisha, look at how much damage he's taking right now. He'll still go for the fight though. Mid One and Yamich, both down. Nisha with a double. He'll claim his right to the creeps. They will lose both Shrines of Wisdom, but it's well worth it for Liquid. They might even clean up the bottom lane now. Chase on to Crystallis and Kaori. Tofu, he won't die. Crystallis, he will eventually chase Tofu down. Tofu will go, but Mickey's here now, trying to secure the Abaddon's life. Do they have the lockdown? Grappling hook is there from Mickey. They'll slow him with the Cinder Brew. Crystal is still running. Another Aphotic Shield. He has the Healing Lotus to boot. More TPs incoming. Shackle though from Boxy. Not allowing the Healing Lotus as now Mid One respawns again. Back in on Boxy. He'll at least find a trade onto the Wind Ranger, but they'll have no choice but to watch Mickey get through the Twin Gate. And even Ace, he won't be found. He'll be alright.
That's a great call out from Mickey to rotate down bot, get the TP off, contest for the stacks. Even in that deep chase forward, I think the one difference from Mao is Boom is just not ready for these fights. Right? Like he's waiting for 6, he doesn't have anything to help initiate, he doesn't even have phase boots to help run down, and yet the damage is significant coming out from Mid One. It wears off, and Mickey coming in with all of that burst that Kez has at 6. Not an easy time for the Leshrac. You're not a high armor hero. It's very easy to rip you to shreds. You don't even have Snowball as well here on Yamich. He just gets it now.
A little body block there as well, just through the stairway. Not much Carry could do about it. It is what it is. Sometimes you're just born with a big booty. Like me, John. And Tofu, I mean, he does go down. But Crystallis, I mean, nothing he could do. Boxy was just too good with that shackle, giving no opportunity for him to continue kiting out. Still had the Healing Lotus, but again, they just could not get it done with the kill shot. There's now Yamich. Snowball out, Mid One will intervene. They're still chasing Yamich, but Yamich baiting them forward. Will go down. Tofu actually running south, but is cut off. So 1-for-1 on the supports. Mid One, he'll claim the life of Tofu.
I'll say this, I was a little bit surprised in that triangle move that there was just no Snowball to at least cancel the Pulverize, right? If you give Mid One some space, maybe he can cast Lightning Storm, maybe he can reposition himself with that slowdown, try to make more distance between him and Mikke. But again, Yamich looked like he went a 1-0-2 build, opting instead for that tag team, and it just didn't pan out, at least in terms of canceling off that control. Still a smoke out. They've got Arena ready to go here if they want
Nice
to patch.
attempt at the shackles from Boxy. Nisha, very slowed up. Snowball in, boom. He cut him off again with the Arena. He caught 3. Mid one, he cleans it up. Oh, what an Arena, boom. He's like a ninja, this guy.
Under the guise of smoke, that's all you need. You get into the position, you kind of bait them in. They get a little bit baited out on Liquid's end, and you're seeing the difference when that control is in. The Arena down, even having the snowball to just help control, and the damage when mid one's given the space. And the Slash Rack does do a lot of work at this point in the game. Going back to what the panel's saying, a Blade Mail would do wonders if Nisha could buy it out. Not sure if he's really got the room for it. It's to catch more.
Yeah, they're going to find Boxy. Nice little support pick-off, but the real issue here is mid one. Unstoppable on the Lesh Rack now. So much farm has been provided to this Lesh. Top of the net worth board now. And we've seen how great he's been throughout Wallachia Season 6 when it comes to this Lesh Rack. Onto Tofu. They want more. What a stun from mid one. Predicting the jump.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh,
Mid one
boy. He's activated Mangeku or something here, John. I know you don't understand the reference, John. It's a Naruto thing.
Game.
What's that?
It's been a while since we saw him. He's not in this game. What are you talking about? That's a different team. It's a different era. No? But again, you see the difference, right? Nisha isn't able to get the pulverize, the Arena, the instant control out. The spear does miss, but you give mid one the space, and that's all you need. As long as he's not the pulverized target, he will survive. And this time, Mika is not able to find an angle to TP in for it.
Again, he's going for more mid one. He's a real problem. They'll go for the primal split. They'll try and punish mid one. He's worth so much gold. He's low on mana. Tame the beast, drag him back mid one. He's trying to run with the kill shot. Boxy, he'll get him with the power shot. Carried down to Bird. So much gold being given back the way of Liquid. Crystallis also caught. Nisha, he'll get the borrowed time forced out. Body blocks though from onto Crystallis. No escape. Liquid finding a way to fight back in this game 3. Thankfully, if you're Mouse, at least all that gold went on Boxy. That's the one saving grace, is Boxy claims the Lesh Rack kill.
I love how both sides are finding good fights for themselves as well.
Nikkei!
Oh,
mid one!
Ooh.
He's not having it.
No.
Tit for tat.
You're kind of happy now in Mouths, right? Like, your one concern is actually this Kez popping off. Its timings are early, its mid-game is great, but you stall out its timings just a tad bit, you get tanky enough, and suddenly that burst damage on Kez just somewhat fades away. It's an important kill to find despite trading so much away over that bounty, over that Shrine of Wisdom fight again. And for Mao's, it's really interesting that both sides are finding good fights. I think you have to understand the tools you have here as we're trying to catch Tofu.
Nice whoopee cushion down, but Tofu's going to have to be locked in the arena. So he has help incoming. Mickey from the back does get Kaori. Boom also locked down to the Wheel of Wonder. Tofu, beautiful bait from Tofu. I've never seen Tofu used as bait, John. Usually it's meat.
Yeah. I guess mice love tofu, I guess.
True.
They're just drawn in to that lovely smell still.
You call Boom a mouse?
Yeah, they're mouse.
Oh, that was clever. That's
Mike.
my apologies. That was clever. That's my fault.
It's fine. Flew right over your head just like the ceiling would. Still, you know, it's good punishment coming out. Liquid definitely needed that freebie. Would have been nice if Mika already had his Deso. Just gets delivered after the fact. Still, big spikes lining up here for Liquid. All the damage in the world for Mika. Blink up for Nisha. They can just look to jump in and try to control someone like mid one. And you just have to be so smart about this on the side of Mouse. You have to show a lot of respect for that control, for that single target burst that Liquid is going to look to leverage. It's going to take some more time as well for Crystallis to start to feel like a factor, right? Like Radiance is still a ways off, into the Blink. You might think about, I don't know, Orchid up as well, which we tend to see, or the Manta. And it's just going to need a little bit more farm on that Abba, which has been given space, just not the quickest farmer in the world in comparison to something like that Kez. Boom as well. He's very close to that Blink. And we've seen what Boom's been doing without the Blink. Once it's up and running, it's going to be a heck lot simpler to stop Nisha, to catch out Boxy, to spear up Mike. And that's all you need. And all you need here on Mouse is an inch for mid one to play with. You give him that inch, he's going to melt them all.
But they've got to blink now on Nisha. This is a big spike for the Primal Beast. It's the one item you really need for this hero to start to feel a bit broken. Jump in, pulverize out. Boom was caught, but the arena gonna lock Nisha in. They'll drop the Wheel of Wonder to try and help out. Meanwhile, the Raptor dance in the back onto mid one, but he survives through it. Meke in trouble now. He'll try to parry through. Fight back on mid one. Meke, what a Giga Chat. He's still going. Double kill for Meke. He'll retreat now with the escape act. They'll go on to Kaori. Meke back in. Triple kill for Meke. Boom, just get out. You've been styled on, sir. Get out of there. No deny. Ultra kill for Mike.
Fresh Deso into 8 charges just like that for Mike. And for Mao's, again, it's down to target prioritization. You have to pin down the Kez. This is when he's strong. This is when all of that damage is coming in. And you don't have armor to kind of sit through that Deso output of Kez. All of this physical is just melting you, especially on mid one. Trying to go for the Kaya Yasha. Will eventually find it, but again, until some armor is up, you're not going to feel confident at all. Really good targets being found by Liquid, forcing the arena onto just one.
They're going to find Nisha, but a beautiful onslaught away. Shards, it'll give the vision. Nisha, can you kite? Blink back to the north. There's no way he's broken this many ankles. He has. He has. How do you even get out of that?
Good spacing, really good reads, and they had the wards kind of at least give the info as to how far he can blink back without being too concerned. Vision is king in Dota 2. Information is king, and he makes very good use of that info here for Nisha. Mao is still in a decent spot. Arena is still set to go if they want to keep forcing. Again, the one key thing is that your Abaddon's not a factor. Radiant is
Kaori, he's not alone. Boom, 2-man arena on the support. Escape deck only going to help for a little bit. Boxy caught and so is Tofu. Raven's Veil from Mike. He'll jump in mid one. He's the target. He's been blown up. Liquid not done yet. Still kiting in and out of this fight. Ace, he has no primal split to play with. So they might need to leave though. He does get speared up. They haven't de-warded yet on the high ground. Ace is going to drop. Now an Ice Path also catching Mike, but he's all right. So Liquid, they find a quick kill onto the Leshrac, but they still end up giving away too much.
And the compensation coming out for Mao is more than makes up for it. You actually get Crystallis joining in at the end. Boom.
Oh, Mike, such a menace when it comes to the Bird Samurai. But the Ice Path, no, Tofu gives him the whip. Boom would not enjoy that. Crystallis gonna move in, just look at that damage from this Kaz. But Mike, he needs some help, he's gone. A wicked 6-3 to Crystallis now. Mouse sticking around. Nisha, no, the aphotic shooter to cancel the pulverize. Can they keep fighting? Mouse in trouble. Crystallis dropping low. Will walk out of there as mid one. Jumping in again. Now the snowball Yamich going right back in mid one. He's onto a double. Liquid just trying to get everyone else out of there. And they will. So back and forth. This is peak.
It really is.
It's peak.
It is. It is. The underdogs bring it to Liquid, trying to drown out the horse. And Mao they've done a fantastic job of weaving their way in and out. I think that's such a great read from Yamich to drag Crystallis back into the snowball, understanding they've gotten their full salvo out in Liquid. They can't fight in. For Liquid's part as well, you talked about it with Ace when he was just standing still. Without that split, the Brewmaster just really doesn't do much. You know, Cinder Brew's not doing work. You have a lot of dispels on hand, as they'll find
They found another Ace. Not having a game thus far. It just hasn't been a game for him yet. No. Ags up though now on Mike. Maybe they can make a play with this power spike. This is a big one for the Kez. Boom though, does not give a crap. Pulverizing from Nisha onto the Mars. Wheel of Wonder as well, but they've jumped the back line. They've got Mike. The escape back though, it'll buy him some time. He might go for the Raven. In fact, no, he'll go for the Raven's Veil. Mike though, needing to back. Macro dropped, he's still running. They'll go on to Nisha instead. Nisha still barely alive, but surely not for long. But no, he's got the onslaught. But Yamich says, not yet, sir. Ooh. We are not done. Nisha is gone. They got Kez out of it. Mike is still the saving grace for Liquid. That's the one you've got to keep alive.
he does become a massive threat once that BKB is up. You're so reliant on just this magical output coming in from mid one that a Kez BKB, it's going to buy you, it's going to be a lot of trouble for Maus once it's up and running. You don't have debuff immunity Pierce here outside of the punch, and the punch alone might not be enough. There's a lot of work Yamich has to do to interrupt the Pulverize as well, to think about who to save. So much pressure on our Tusk, but they'll try to smoke around here.
Another smoke on smoke. Well, these guys, they just haven't had enough yet.
No.
We're watching Dota or the UFC, John. What's going on?
It's brawly.
It's brawly, all right. Smoke on smoke.
Tormentor's up.
Tormentor is up. Maus know it. They're heading towards the area. Liquid, how fast can you take the Tormentor? Fast enough. But can you retreat safely? Or do they want to force the fight? They've got the regen.
Oh.
They're okay. Everyone's reset. They're coming in though. Crystallis, he'll break the smoke. And now the arena. Mid one. He's on a boxy, already melting. Now Liquid, they want to retreat. Mickey, no choice but to go back in. He'll try for Yamich, but Yamich's fine as now the Raven's Veil will allow them a little bit of space. The Raptor Dance cancelled. Mickey, he's in trouble. Mickey, Raptor Dance, it never comes off. It never gets off. Ace trying to run. Yamich on the chase. They can't. Oh, no, they can. The snowball to break the gap. The shards. It's off the mark, though. Ace is all right. Meanwhile, Boom still messing with Nisha.
Oh, man. Some clean angles being found by Maus. And again, it's just a matter of splitting them apart in Liquid. Kind of getting that clump up, buying that space for mid one to constantly do this damage. Before the BKB comes in, you're just in a lot of trouble on this Kez. Like, Mika just does not have a safe time standing there trying to get Raptor Dance. He got interrupted like 3 times. Like, there was no way to get that spell going. And for the side of Maus, I mean, this is when things really start to get a little bit spicy. You've got your own BKB coming out for Boom, easier setup for the arena. You've got the Manta set to come in for Crystallis, so he's going to worry less about the debuffs. Less about that whole, you know, he has his own way of saving. He can actually use Aphotic Shield on others to save instead.
Another smoke. Oh. Tofu will be the one to break the smoke. That's at least a good target for Liquid to give up. But Tofu's actually still running, making it hard for him. They've got to chase, and they will get him eventually. Not really the target you'd want as a 5-man smoke, but you could. You could now think about Roshan.
Yeah, but you've got that opening for yourself on the side of Maus. Might not be the quickest Rosh in the world. We'll try to hunt for more though. Look at this aggression.
More. They want more bodies. Nisha's going to show on the creep wave as well. He's thinking maybe Roshan's happening, but it's not. They're going after the Primal Beast, and he's already committed the onslaught. No chance for Nisha. Mid one will pick up another. How close is Mickey to the BKB? How close is it? They need it desperately.
2 parts away. 2,000 gold he needs to farm up. A lot more time, but he is farming quite fast. He's still maintaining parity. With the top cores and Maus, they're just sacrificing Nisha and Ace to get that done. We really haven't felt the impact of Ace whatsoever. These splits have been nice. They've been a little bit disruptive, but not disruptive enough up against Maus just constantly running in at them. I think the key thing for Liquid is that these wider team fights are just mildly awkward. Like, how are you supposed to get control back? It's not just the BKB of Mika. You need a BKB on Nisha as well. You need to be able to pulverize someone down. You need to be able to hold mid one away from the action and, you know, stop that magical burst from coming in. I think the panel was talking about this as well, but you do not have a pipe and Ace. There's no mitigating factor for the magic damage coming in from mid one until the BKBs are up. Opts for that Dominator, opts for the Vlads instead to help buff up Mika. And that is the cost. There's no durability here. Roshan being taken by the side of Maus. Liquid not keen on walking into that area. Again, opting to get that farm going. Maus being extra cautious though, showing a lot of respect, scouting out just a tad bit. First,
you've got to show respect. It's Team Liquid. You saw what they did to him in game 2. You've got to show respect.
Oh.
Aegis up. Boom's going to jump in boxy. Quick shackle. Does disengage successfully. They've got a brief idea, though, of where Liquid could be. Nisha immediately trying to get through the twin gates will be okay. Nobody nearby. But I think as Liquid, you've got to just avoid until this BKB is up on Mickey. That's the only chance for these fights to turn around.
Yeah, just wait for time. It's going to be 2 BKBs that come around that time too. Nisha with his own, full pulverize can come in. It's that hold. It's just about finding the right target. Can you actually find mid one? Can you ensure Crystallis is far away enough that Aphotic Shield doesn't come on? Can you ensure that Yamich isn't there with a Blink Punch? It's still a difficult game, even with that BKB on Nisha. But at least he'll copy attention and allow Mike to try to have that game. Still ages up. Tier 2 Siege underway here for Maus. A lot of time left here for Midwin, and for Midwin's part, he's almost done with a Sight of Vice. Just more instantaneous control. With how they're jumping, with how the aggression's paying off, it's always Maus taking the initiative, having this quick stun setup without having to expend Spear. It removes a lot of pressure, and boom.
Are they going high ground? There's still 500 gold for Mike to have his BKB. Boom will pick a BKB up. Nisha will also have his own now on the Primal Beast, which again is another big power spike for the Primal. But there's your Sight of Vice on Midwin. This is the scary part. We've seen this before from this man. Catch you off guard with the Blink Hex. No BKB to come out after that. He will melt you that fast.
No. They're in a good spot to try to reveal these BKBs on Liquid, though. They are clumping around near that tier 2 mid. I don't think you go for the full defense. Mike's not in the area. He's just clearing out top. You just have to play it safe. Mao is just using Crystallis as a body forward. Again, allowing mid one to just think about the back line. They're not even dragging mid one in. They know they'll find this for free. So the last outer tower going away for the side of Team Liquid. Map is shrinking fast for Liquid's part. I mean, you are still getting fully kitted out. Mika, BKB flying in now. Satanic not going to be coming up next. That sustain is going to be important.
There it is.
The question is it enough? You know, yes, you'll mitigate the damage coming in from mid one, but if you get punched up...
I almost want to say they should smoke off this. I mean, obviously they've got to address the creep waves first in their base. If they can fight high ground, even better. But Team Liquid, I think they've got to smoke off the back of this BKB.
You've got to get something immediately off of it. You know Mao is also working the map. They're kind of split apart. Like, this is a moment where you can
mid one, he found a target. Boxy's down. He's got buyback. This might be the high ground defense you're looking for as Liquid. No smoke necessary, but you've got to deal with mid one twice. They'll try the first time, but Mike, just a bit of chip damage. We'll look to retreat. Warning shots to Mouths. Mouths, they don't care. They're bulletproof at the moment.
There's that pipe, very late pickup, but another way of dropping some of that output from mid one. Things are starting to get playable for Liquid. It's still a ton of work, but...
Jump in, mid one, he's trying to hex onto the Kez, but Mike, he's been saved by the Primal Beast of Nisha. They do drop the arena as well. Boom, trying to catch Tofu. Meanwhile, mid one, almost dropping with the first life. Not down yet, is the Ice Path. Gonna allow Mouse to safely disengage. They pop a smoke. They are waiting to see if they can re-engage now. They've still got a bit more time on the Aegis, just about a minute. Do you want to let it expire for free?
No arena's a big risk.
Crystallis, they're going to see Mike. Spear out. Mike, he needs to be saved. They'll save him for now, but he needs more time.
No.
He is down. Mouse going for more. There's no buyback on the opposing carry. This could be the game. Mid one charging in. Liquid. They're looking weak, and weakness disgusts mid one. Foxy now being chased down. Foxy's gone.
Mouse, just another level with how they're maximizing every single bit in the tank. That's them forcing this fight without arena. You know, they expended their own spells. It doesn't matter. The safety net big enough for mid one. And they'll find that first tier 3, probably find a Rax. Look, one saving grace for Liquid, BKB on Mika never got expended, right? So it's a 9-second BKB. It's a little bit of cope, but you can't underestimate what can happen if you do manage to utilize that item. The issue is trying to utilize that item has been a challenge for Mika. It's not been an easy game. Just, again, lots of ways to chain stun here if you're caught off guard. Going to be a secondary Rax, or at least a secondary tier 3 coming this way from Maus. Respawns are up. They could try to fight in. Arena's ready here.
They've got it. They've got no choice. The game's on the line here. They will at least force them back. Liquid not forced to have to take this fight. It just got worse. Mid one's got a BKB now. He hasn't had BKB this whole game. He's 18-4-9 without a BKB. Now he's got the BKB.
I mean, just, again, perfection as well in that initiation to spear. The follow-through setup, just enough time staggered out to get the kill. And you don't have saves on the side of Liquid. It's not like you have Workhorse. You don't have Disruption. You don't have anything to stop that. They're trying to venture out here.
There they are. Nisha. He's the first one to get caught. The Liquid will be there to help with the Will of Wonder, but Nisha has been forced off the wrong way. But Med1 almost dead. The snowball from Yamich. It'll buy time, but he will go down. Maybe this is it for Liquid. Maybe they can fight back. Pulverized. Nisha, Yule's up, still alive, still trying to survive, but he will finally go down to Yamich. Meanwhile, Mickey dropping too low. He's down. Crystallis unstoppable now as Liquid. They need to get out. Crystallis, he's not done. Ace, chase down. The slows have been applied. Boxy, he'll hold him back with the shackles. It's not over yet. It's a 2-for-2 trade, Liquid. They can hold high ground like this. They're okay. They still don't have the Mickey buyback. He's 400 gold short, but they can do it without him, I think. We shall see. Mid-racks under siege from Crystallis. It's going to be a bit of a slower process. He's got to be very careful here, Crystallis. Borrowed time now back up and available. Perhaps you can take the risk. But it seems like Mouse, they make the call to retreat. They're going to play it safe. It is currently Mouse's game to lose.
That it is. 33-20, 15k lead. Full Bloodtorn now up on Crystallis as well. And just see how much it takes from Liquid to even find that kill on Leshrac. You see the odds flipping all the way. 1.02 for Mouse.
Oh my. Listen.
6 for Liquid.
This is the one time I can say I don't agree with those odds.
No.
Only because it's Team Liquid.
Yeah. You can never count them out. They play at every position that they can be in. They've found a way back. 88% win probability coming out for Mouse is pretty dire. But if there's any team that plays dire side well, it's Liquid on the dire side. So they can try to work
John.
it.
We saw what you did. Good on you, John.
They'll try to work it out, and they still have some time. Shard coming out for Yamich. Deeper ice shards coming in is always a little bit spicy as well in terms of cutting off here. And, I mean, I love the build-up. I think Crystallis, he's had a lot of work done with the Bloodtorn in previous games. We've seen just how much that can pin someone down. It's an obnoxious amount of damage. The miss chance as well. What is that? A guaranteed hits is pretty decent as well, though there's no need to be concerned about that. Maybe landing it onto Boxy does provide a safe way to killing off that Wind Ranger. So you're happy enough. You've got some armor coming in for mid one now as well. Going for the full Shivas. Does have the plate mail in the backpack, as he has a shield rune to play with first. But, again, he's not going to get insta-gibbed down any longer by Mika. It's just, it takes so much. It has to be the pulverize. It has to be this full commitment coming up from Mickey. You need to throw down the Wheel of Wonder.
It really does feel
every single tool just for that one kill.
You need the big impact from Nisha at this point, right? Like we saw this with OG throughout the previous games. Yopaj, how many games did he carry with this Primal Beast? Even with just the Blink BKB and Nisha, certainly very capable of doing the same.
Oh yeah,
certainly very capable.
It's a matter of who does he really pick up. I think there's also this moment, if the game drags on, where level 25 Primal Beast is entirely different for the pulverized duration.
He's got the Ags up.
Yeah, the break's going to be good. That's going to catch Crystallis off guard if he's not careful. No auto borrowed time through stuns. So that could be a way of at least taking care of this Abaddon. I don't think you care too much on the Lesh in comparison, but it is a lot of output as well. That's some damage that you can't ignore. You don't have something like a pipe on your side for the side of Mao's either.
Roshan.
But that damage is going to be consistent.
Is the big one. Roshan. Mao's holding a 19k worth lead right now. I genuinely don't know how much that matters anymore. Liquid, they've shown they can take these fights. Mao's 5-man smoke. Ace will use the Centaur Courser to try and scout out the pit, but Mao's, they're not interested in Roshan yet. They're wrapping through the mid lane. Boxy, he's going to reveal himself with that power shot. Nisha! He gets the blink away. He's all right. Liquid, Arena, catches both supports. They've got to fight. They can't let them die. But the double spear from Boom! Finding both supports, but they'll both buy back now as Ace. With the primal split that he's chasing, at least for Cowrie. Try to get something for all your trouble. But if that's all they get for double buybacks, It's a huge win for Mouse.
They're not going to mind. Like, sure, you can't go Roshan. It's a little bit uncomfy having just dropped Arena, but they're still playing aggressive. They know if they catch them out one more time, it's going to be a 3-on-4, and you're happy with the numbers game then. Liquid did get a good scan off. So they managed to kind of scout out that if you got caught with Nisha with your pants down, very different story overall for Mouse. Could have been the end game if you're not too careful. Still, Liquid they're still in the game. The buybacks, not the biggest deal, at least only on the supports. So your cores are still secure. More utility coming in, though, for the side of Mouse. Basher now up for good old Crystallis.
You gotta
Nullifier up as well.
I'll take a second to say as well. Blitz said this in an interview yesterday. He said, we hate having these boring games where there's no kills 60 minutes in.
Oh, yeah.
Turns out the guy's a man of his word.
Yes.
He wasn't joking.
No. What is this? 56 kills at 35 minutes in?
It's an SEA game.
It definitely is.
Well,
Southeast Asian game. We have mid one. We have mid one, right? That counts.
We'll claim a stake on Mickey as well, John.
Yeah.
We'll just take him.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Southeast Asians on both sides.
We win anyway.
That's a stretch. Still, heading into the pit, and it's not going to take too long for Maois to find a free objective. Liquid, not in position to contest, just having to play into that second life of mid one once more. They even remember to pick up the Roche banner. They might be able to force a fight. They know they've been pushing in down bot. It's just a matter of catching someone off guard here.
Oh, Crystallis not going to be able to find Tofu. Tofu gets the TP out. Just in the little tree spot. But you've got the Aegis, you've got the Roshan banner. Shiver's guard now on mid one as well. Do you even need to force a fight before high ground? I don't think you do. Meanwhile, Mickey, so close to the full Satanic. 200 gold away.
Yeah.
But I think he has to go all in. I know you're saying there's no buyback.
Yeah.
I think he has to go all in. What else is he going to do? They're coming high ground. You got to go all in.
I mean, that's fair. I think the trade-off is he gets the Satanic. If he still just gets chain stunned 100-0, you'd
jump in.
Buyback.
Tofu caught. They'll try to save with the pulverized. Tofu's still going to go down. Nisha, though, trying to salvage the team fight. They'll jump on Crystallis. He'll blink away. The ice path locking down Nisha. Mid one will just burn right through the HP pool. Ace, he'll drag mid one back, but mid one, he's welcoming it. Bring me further in. No problem. They're out of mana, though. Do you want to reset? The answer is no.
No.
Let's go again. No mana, no problem.
Mike has to make this work somehow. He bought out the Satanic. He's committed. Just needs to find the angle in somehow. It's just 2 lives up in mid one. Still the borrowed time, or borrowed time at least on cooldown, but a lot of HP to eat through on Crystal.
Nice shackle from Boxy. Setting up. Mickey gonna jump in mid one. Once again.
No.
Mickey's down. No buyback. He bought out. There it is. Mouse. They'll find the top racks. Mid racks it is. They're not going to go straight for the tier 4 towers. They don't necessarily know there's no buyback. Mid one. He's found Ace again. Return of the king. Mouse. Mid racks is gone. Liquid. Oh, they might have one more fight in them. They've got buyback on Ace, but they're going to have to fight without Mickey.
He's no split.
He's short 1.4k gold. They've got no carry to play with. They've got no primal split. Mouse, they've got everything. The game's in their hands. It's their game to throw. Tier 4 towers, they're both gone. Liquid, no choice. They've got to fight. Macro, ice power. They got Ace. Ace is gone. Mid one's in. Boxy. Boxy is dead as well. Liquid still desperately trying for Nisha. Nisha will lose his life. That's got to be it. Mouse have done it. They're onto the ancient. It's Tofu left for GG is called. GG has called the Dark Horses. Mouse all the way to the grand final.
Oh, what a storyline for Wallachia Season 6.
I can't believe it.
The team that most people had under their radar.
I can't believe it.
The results of Wallachia, you showed them this bracket, OG making third and getting eliminated by Maois, and Maois beating
Well, they're not even celebrating.
It's nice, calm, and collected for
Look happy. you guys look like my wife right now. Look a bit happier. Our panel's happy. Go to the panel.
We are indeed happy. Look, I'll tell you what, they're obviously a little bit tempered there with their celebrations because they know they've got to take on Team Spirit in the best of five.
I respect that, dude. Cold-blooded
Yeah,
killers.
cold-blooded, dude. I mean, listen, let's be real about it. I mean, we don't even need to do any analysis, really, because Immortal Faith did it for us in the interview before this game. He said we were the ones, he looked at Liquid's draft, he said, it doesn't seem to have any cohesion. We're going to be the ones picking the tempo. We're going to be the ones driving the game forward. And he just was fully confident in their more traditional draft. And it worked out that way.
They won with the exact same draft twice in the series. Like, I don't know how much more trust in a draft you can possibly have, you know? And he said that he felt like Liquid kind of had to clutch out some stranger heroes that are not so good in this meta. I wasn't sure what to make of it because a lot of the time Liquid does win like this. So what's impressive to me is that Mouse is able to play the exact same draft in a completely different game, and it still looks the same. The way that they perform is still the same. To kill a Brewmaster, it's not the same like order of operations of execution as killing like a Centaur. It's much easier to play Mars into Centaur. It's a counter. But Brew doesn't really care that much about the Mars ulti, right? It's different. You have to burst him. Like, there's different ways that you have to play around that. And they were still able to do it because they're masters at their heroes.
Yeah, and you said it as well before we went into the game that you thought Liquid might be playing into Mouse's game rather than playing their own. And in the end, so, I don't know, just conceptually, some aspects of this draft just didn't glue together.
Yeah, I think the Primal Beast, I think he had a bit of a rough one in this game. He got solo killed mid. He didn't have good early game pressure because he's constantly fighting against the Arena. He's fighting against the Jakiro, fighting against the Tusk. All these heroes pre his BKB just kind of have so many options to slow him, stop him from doing his damage, stop his ult. And it was just really hard. And kind of the only time we ever saw Liquid win a fight was here, where it basically was just Mickey 1v5 and just getting kill after kill after kill.
He was cleaning up, for sure. Like, he was...
But here's the thing. Look at the net worth. And think about how far ahead Kez is at this point. And then I think after this, yeah, here it is. He dies. And then I think in the next fight after this, he died again. And that's kind of Kez.
We have to talk about Boom. Every single one of these games, he has
This was his series. Best series of the tournament for him.
Seriously. And what an impressive story as well. Like, Boom, I feel like... So, okay, he goes from mid to offlane. People are questioning him. He's doing okay. Like, honestly, people are making fun of him for his performances a lot online. And he just slowly but surely improves. We talked to him in an interview about this, too, and that's basically what he said. Like, he just slowly grinded and grinded and grinded until he got here. In this performance, you know, they're going against Team Spirit in the grand finals. This was like a collapse-level Mars performance in this series. He's
all 3 games.
All 3 games, not just one. Okay, wow, he did great in 1 game. No, this guy's a fucking beast every single game on Mars, and it is not an easy hero to execute against Liquid.
What I like about him is he has that playmaker mindset, that he wants to make the plays. And, like, think about the arenas in this game. Obviously, he was excellent on every game, even the one they lost. But think about the arenas here. He was always catching, like, both supports in or primary targets.
Just a small one.
You know, spearing them back. It was just a masterclass.
Lots of double spears.
Or a masterclass.
Very nice. That was
Very
nice.
good.
Yeah, like just like the double spears he was hitting. A lot of the time, the heroes that he was hitting were the most important ones to hit. Always getting the 2 supports on Team Liquid. Always. Like, it's got to feel so bad to be one of these squishy backliners that is just trying to get away against this player. It looked like Boom had map packs in the series. Legitimately, the way that he understood the team fights, like, he had a third eye that opened up, and he could just see with God vision because he every single time hitting all the right targets, whether it's with his ult or with like 3 or 4 spears in the team fights.
I also kind of want to highlight the AC he bought, which I think is really cool in this game because the armor versus Kez, it like buffs up your team. This guy's buying a Desolator, does all this random physical damage, it matters. And for the Brewmaster split, like these pandas don't have high armor, and so the fact that you make them all have -5 armor, you saw there when they were pushing the base at some point in tier 3s, they all died besides the Earth Spirit panda in like 2 seconds of just random spells being cast. And I thought it was like a really cool item to buy that not many people, they would go like Refresher, Octarine, or whatever.
All right, well, good news. Here comes the Boom.
Absolutely. Here comes the Boom. Ready or not, we got him here. What an incredible, incredible series. Let's just get the vibe check here from you. How are you feeling walking out of that one?
Easy.
Easy? You can't say that. You're supposed to be humble. And no, absolutely so cool, especially for you. You guys got to play a lot of your comfort heroes. They tried to ban some of them out. Obviously, the Huskar, which, you know, Crystal said, if you ban this hero, you're a P word. But you guys got to play it anyway. Or didn't get to play it. You got to play a lot of the heroes that you guys love, especially the Mars. Every single game, they don't ban it out, and you are champion level on that bad boy. Why? Why did they let you have it?
I mean, to be honest, we all have like a lot of signature heroes on this team. I feel like it's hard to draft against us. Like they kind of have to choose what they want to play against. And obviously, like I was joking that it was easy. It was like very stressful series.
Yes.
Like pretty close games back and forth. So yeah, I don't know. They have too many heroes to ban and they can't ban them all.
Absolutely. We did do a new thing. We went in Twitch chat and found out what question they would like to ask you, the most spam thing, and it really was, are you hacking? Specifically you. Do you have a map hack? Like, how are you able to make these fights happen, these double spears? What is going on?
I can't say.
You should probably say that you're not hacking, right?
I'm not.
Yeah, he's not hacking. Don't worry about it. But yeah, these rotations are really good. Who's making calls in the team? Who's making this happen? Is it mostly you? Because we would assume big plays coming out for all those games on your Mars.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of all of us, to be honest. We all have like whoever like feels it, we're just like playing on vibes and instinct. So whoever feels it, whoever has a timing, like we're all calling, we're all doing our job. It's not me, like, especially. I feel like the game is like very well set up for me. Yeah. Like we have a lot of other stunts also, so I don't need to, like, the pressure is not on me. I don't need to jump in first as Mars. You know, I have other people like giving me vision, and then it's like easy for me.
All right. Well, it certainly looked easy for you. In an incredibly hard opponent, you made them look pretty easy. But it's not the last opponent. We do have Team Spirit coming up. I know that this is a very hard position to be in. A guy that has to play the semis and then go into the finals with a little bit of fatigue, maybe. How energized are you feeling after that match? Because it was pretty long. It's a tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel fine right now because the adrenaline is there and I drank a Red Bull, so I feel fine for now. But I think if there's a break between the series, I think the fatigue might hit. We'll see. I don't know. I've never been in this position. It's my first ever LAN finals, actually.
First ever LAN finals. Well, if there's one team that is definitely playing off of vibes, it's playing off of their own, style, it's you guys. So don't change anything. Keep it up. Team Spirit ain't anything, right? How do you predict the finals to go? Do you think you guys are going to blow them out 3-0? You think it's going to be a long-fought victory? What are you feeling?
I think it's going to be a very close series, like pretty much all of our series. Like all the teams are pretty even, we feel like. And Team Spirit, obviously, they're in super good shape, and their players are just the goats on their roles, So it's going to be hard, but we'll try our best.
All right, I did want to ask you kind of a little cringe question here. You've been grinding a lot. You've been doing a lot of self-improvement. You've been really working towards this. Can you talk to us about kind of that process and what it means to be here on Grand Finals Day?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the work paid off, because I didn't see kind of the results, like past 2 years maybe or something. Didn't have pretty much any like high finishes at LANs, so obviously it feels super good, and yeah, I'm grateful for all my teammates, and yeah, it's just sick.
All right, and to now all those fans out there that are waiting to see you in that grand finals, I'm going to give you the microphone on this one. Any words for them? What should they do to support you guys? How can they help you? Please.
Thank you guys for supporting, and we're going to give you an epic grand finals, and give your energy to mid one, because we're going to need him to carry us again.
Give your energy to mid one. Thank you so much. Boom, an absolute pleasure and an honor to see your team making it up here. Cannot wait for that grand finals coming up. Go get some more, go run around the block, all right? Get the hell out of here. Go, go! Keep that energy up, all right? We need you. All right, we'll see how they fare. Back to the panel.
What a super cool, humble guy. I mean, he's talking about mid one carrying them. Mid one's had a fantastic tournament. Boom, you definitely did the heavy lifting in that series.
Yeah.
So, really, really cool to see. And I have to say as well, for a guy that's had to like change position and, kind of like find his feet. And as he said, what a wonderful story as well. It's my first ever like big LAN final, all that stuff.
Have you guys heard the quote that people tend to underestimate things in the short term, or they tend to overestimate things in the short term but underestimate things in the long term. I think you can see that here when it comes to growth of Boom, that he's a really good lesson that if you want to get good at something in general, outside of Dota, you just slowly chip away at it every day. You slowly grind. You just keep trying. You keep trying. You keep trying. And then at a certain point, you look back 2 years and you're like, who the fuck is that guy? That's not me. He's come such a long way. He looks like a totally different player. Personality, still the same humble guy that he always was, but what a beast. That was a genuinely terrifying performance from him, and I can't believe I'm saying it about Boom, like after all these years.
And I got to say as well, Gunnar, you know, you've been in this position as a competitor. I do think sometimes if you play the game before the main final and you're warmed up and ready to go, provided you don't have a caffeine crash or the fatigue doesn't get you, you know what I mean?
Nah, he can just have another one.
Yeah, he said, well, yeah, true. You can just keep holding on to the balloon, but you do have to let go at some point, right? I think sometimes you can actually be the favorites because, you're ready to go.
I sometimes like in qualifiers that we played a lot of lower bracket, because when you're in the finals, you kind of have to scrim anyway. Like you want to do a warm-up scrim, like a best of 1, best of 2, and it just feels better to win an official tournament game than like, oh, we won our scrims, like it's fine. Maybe we were trying something in the scrims. I don't know. There's definitely, I like the momentum of lower bracket a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We can say a few thoughts about Team Liquid. I mean, obviously it's a new roster. I think they can hold their heads up pretty high. You know, maybe they overcooked a little bit in that draft, but you know these are the growing pains. You need to find out who can do what and where it's all going to go. And I think Liquid impressed us over the course of this tournament. Certainly they did me.
Yeah, definitely. It's Liquid. This is what they do. They slowly get better after every tournament, coming in here and getting top 3. I think they're probably pretty happy with. Of course, they're all like fierce competitors. They want to win. But I guarantee you, next tournament, they're going to come back stronger. And then by the time like TI, Riyadh season comes around, they're going to be like the S-tier team.
I think that this is their best result so far since the new roster. I think they were struggling, and they didn't even make it out of groups for, I think, the last tournament.
Yeah.
And so getting to top 3 definitely is good. Like, they're going to feel better, but kind of like what you said, I know they're disappointed. They were hoping to make it to the finals. And I think that I will say they looked very dominant until these last 2 series. And I think that, if anything, they looked probably the most dominant tournament until they kind of like got slapped down by Spirit. And I think that if they can refine that and maybe they change the drafts or change like a few couple things, they would be the team that could just not lose a single game in a tournament.
Anything you want to tag on to that?
No, I totally agree. I think they had a target on their back this tournament because they looked like that team, and Mouse is just, they're the upset. They're the dark horse that finally made it, so we are going to have an insane grand finals. I love seeing Spirit in the grand finals, and we have like one of the absolute...
The final boss. They're back.
Yes, it's the main character versus the final boss, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's what we love to see. And that's going to be it from us on this panel. Hello, where's the jib? There it is. I always struggle to find it in the studio. That's it. We're out. But don't worry, the grand final is coming. It's going to be a best of 5. It's the underdogs of Mouse versus the final boss of Spirit. And it's going to be brought to you by Shiva, T-Gov, and Lacoste. Make sure you stick around. It's going to be about 30 minutes. Get hydrated. It's going to be awesome. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, everybody, and we are back for another episode of Make the Hero. All right, this is not Guess the Hero.
Make the hero.
Make the Hero. We're going to give you items. You're going to have to make a hero that would fit those items and that specific role, with the goal being of actually gaslighting me into thinking that you did something good. I will give you a report count at the end of the game, to see how well you did.
All right.
Gaslight me, gentlemen. How good are you at gaslighting?
Really good.
It's all I do.
I'm very good.
That is actually, we do have a professional gaslighter here in Lacoste, so this actually might be pretty good. All right, first things first, we're going to ban one of the roles, okay?
Okay.
You cannot pick a carry. That's pretty rough. A lot
That
of
is
people
rough.
do go
That is
carry. There's a lot of good builds.
Yeah.
But let's see our first two items. Are going to be Witchblade Dagon. Not too
that's
bad.
an easy one.
That's like Puck.
Puck,
is what I think
Quap.
of.
Puck Quap.
Let's
Bat
go.
Rider.
Bat Rider.
A lot of mids.
What does Witchblade do?
What does the item do?
Do you not know what the
Let's
item
go
does?
ahead. So Puck, are you guys going to be going into mid lane then? I am assuming.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we should.
yeah,
I
mid
think we should start mid.
You have a lot of different options. Yeah, quite a
Yeah.
combo. Next two items, if you could. Okay,
Ooh,
now we got some
okay.
problems. Now we got some problems. Now you're in mid lane with a Holy Locket. I'm going to need you to walk me through this one, Lacoste.
All right, Holy Locket from the mid lane. We saw like Storm Spirit is okay.
That was my first thought as well.
Yeah,
Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit's fine, but what about Swift Blink? Like Swift Blink, Yasha, Kaya, Storm.
Yeah, and it's so you
Lock it.
you can save your mana. Okay, so
Holy Locket.
look, he's
Lock
not
that
buying.
shit in, brother.
Holy Locket, baby.
He's not buying mana items, right? He's buying damage. He's buying Dagon. He's buying Witchblade. So
Yeah.
with the Swift Blink, it's like having free mana because you get to instead of
Hey,
use your
it's a slow
ultra
build-up.
mana,
It's a slow
you
build.
blink in.
It's a lot of heals as well. Holy
Yeah.
Locket,
For
Dagon.
which hero?
Storm.
Storm, with
Yeah,
a Dagon.
Yeah, and you can zip in and you can holy lock your allies.
Why
and
does
you
my
can blink
Storm
out.
have a blink?
Because instead of spending
When
the
you-
mana to travel distance, you
Exactly.
can blink and it's free.
It's pretty much free.
You blink, you're basically playing the healer. You heal
Yeah.
yourself,
You
deal
can
some
zip out,
damage.
yeah.
It's cookie cutter build on Storm.
Okay, so we're going to stay in mid lane. We're now going for Storm Spirit with a Swift Blink.
Yep.
That sounds atrocious. I know you guys are
That's what
trying to
you think.
gaslight me, but
That's what
that
you
sounds
think.
really bad. All right, would you like to switch any positions, or are we good to go?
I think we keep it mid.
Yeah, we
Okay.
keep it mid.
Next. Okay,
That's
okay,
the
that
Storm
fits.
Spirit
That
right
fits.
there.
Okay, you
Mana
guys keep
regen.
selling me on the
Mana
Storm Spirit.
regen.
That actually makes a lot of sense. What's the build order though, as a mid?
You start with Arcane Boots into Holy Locket. I think Dagon, Witchblade can be swapped.
Yeah.
Or if you really want to
Yeah.
go hybrid build, Arcane Boots into Swift Blink, and then,
And then you go back.
Yeah, then you go back. Like, it's the backwards build.
Guys, you're not convincing me. That sounds effing atrocious on a mid
I
Storm
mean,
Spirit.
it makes sense. Like, why would you not buy the more expensive items when you have the gold for it, and then you go for the cheaper ones?
That does make sense, kinda. All right, this is your last chance. You can get out of mid if you want, but you are not able to switch positions after this moment. Would you like to stay mid?
I think we should stay mid.
We're staying
I
mid.
think yeah.
Wait, can I ask you, why not Quap? Didn't Quap used to buy Blink? This is actually not a bad Quap. Is it not? Am I crazy?
Yeah, because
Why do you think Quap is better than Storm?
Because Storm...
Quap is a built-in blink. You're buying two blinks. That's bad. Storm has
You
no
don't have
blink.
to-
Storm doesn't have a blink. He has like a forced movement spell.
it's not called Blink,
It's not
it's
a
Zip.
blink.
If there was an item that called, like, Zippity Zappity,
Yeah.
then it would be fine.
Exactly.
Okay, so we're going to stay mid then?
Yeah, yeah.
Of course.
All right.
And Storm right now.
Yeah,
Not
thank
Quap.
you, thank you. All
to
right, the
confirm.
last item, let's see if we can continue our
It
wonderful
better
Storm
be
Spirit.
MKB.
Please, that's a
Buckler.
buckler.
I mean, a lot of sense. Like, you're playing the healer. Listen, like, you're getting mana boots. You're getting Guardian Greaves out of it. More heals from the Holy Locket.
Ooh, yep.
Oh, okay.
It's a position, like, for
Mid,
for
Storm.
mid, yeah.
I'll give a second option. There's the second option
It's a double mid. Like,
would be Bat Rider. Because you can go the Stoke Facet, which makes him burn his health.
Okay.
So the health regen from Dagon Spell Imp, or Spell Iso, plus the Holy Locket regen.
Yeah.
Bat Rider loves his blink daggers. He loves his swift blinks.
Okay.
Witchblade works with the dots. Dagon.
This genuinely is selling me a lot
we
more than
we
Blink
couldn't
Storm.
pick the carrier role, right?
No,
You
we can't.
could have, but
No, we
it's
couldn't. It was
too
banned.
It
late.
was
Carrier
banned.
the whole
That's
time.
right, that's right.
So I would have gone with the Bloodseeker if it was.
I like Bat Rider.
I
That Buckler's
actually...
a bit iffy, but
It's iffy. Holy Locket Bat Rider? You're cool with that, Gunner?
I mean,
All right, so I'm going to need to confirm. What hero are we playing with this very good build? Is this the Storm Spirit with Blink, or is
Storm
this
or
a Bat
Bat?
Rider?
I think
It's
Bat's
a utility storm.
okay. We'll do Storm.
Okay, you're playing the game. You're looking at the mid lane. You see
I'm not looking at the mid lane. I'm
You're-
looking only at my lane.
Okay, okay. How long of a game would this be, Gunner, with these items?
I mean, if he made it to these items, he's
Yeah.
winning.
Okay. What are we talking, like
Just like
30
40
minutes?
40 minutes.
70 minutes.
yeah, I don't know how you get there with these items.
I don't know how. At some point you pull up, you have a buckler inventory that you don't upgrade. You're like, hold up, I have to finish my Swift Link.
Yeah, this is anti-Pango from the mid lane. Like, he's all about physical shit like casual buckler.
Okay. So, let's say, 60 minutes. You look at your mid-storm spirit.
These are his items.
He has these items. How mad are you?
Depends. Like, if the guy was toxic during the game, I'd
He's
report
super
him.
positive.
He's getting a command.
He's like, guys,
I'm adding this guy to the
I'm
friend list. I
0
want to see more of these items.
I'm gonna try to duo queue with this guy.
I'm 0 and 12,
I want to
but
dual
you guys
mid
are really
with this
carrying.
guy.
This is dual mid. You probably should dual mid with this guy with these items. Okay. Then the hardest question of all. Okay. You are playing this game as mid-storm. You have these items tagged up as you.
Yeah.
How many reports are you getting, Gunnar?
I always get 9 reports. So
9 reports.
Yeah.
No matter what?
No matter what.
God damn, NA Dota's.
Yeah, I queue Europe server and they're like, NA Dota, 9 reports.
I smell hamburger.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Lacoste?
How many reports I'm getting? I'm getting 9 reports all the time, I guess.
Okay.
So I'm kind of used to it.
You pick some bad people, we always get reported.
All right, well, the point of the game was to try to convince me that you guys would not get reported, but you both have claimed that you will get a full report on this one. I'm actually going to say that despite your best, I would have not done this for the Bat Rider, but Blink Storm, you failed to convince me. That is dog shit. As dog shit could ever be. That is going to be, if it was regular Blink, maybe. But this is a Swift Blink on Storm.
Faster Blink.
I don't, the game is over,
You needed
guys.
some damage. Like, you look at the items, like, where's the damage coming from? So you're
Guys,
like,
I love you.
Dagon 5, now Swift Blink looks like
If I look over at my Storm and he has Arcane, Holy Locket, Swift Blink, that is 9 reports. I'm sorry,
because the
gentlemen.
build is not finished yet. This is like 75 plus minute build.
He's already gets the Parasma,
Just like Parasma,
the
Dagon 5,
maybe
Guardian Greaves plus 1 item.
Yep.
Guardian Greaves, Blink
Buckler
Storm.
plus Arcane.
The time for arguing is over. Gentlemen, you did your best. I will have to concur with you. That is going to be 9 reports on your Storm Spirit. Good attempt. Should people try this at home, Lacoste?
Oh, definitely. If you want to go like right now, I'd suggest it's the best time.
I
Okay.
think they should wait till I'm queuing and then do it against me.
Against you.
Because if they do it on my team, it's kind of copying. But if they do it on the enemy team, it's inspired.
All right. Well, if you see either of these guys in your pubs, please pull this one out if you're on the enemy team. Can't wait to see that. And we'll be there for one of those 9 reports. We'll see you next time. Hello, everyone. It is time again for another episode of not Guess the Hero. This is Make the Hero. Quite the opposite. I am here with the 2 highest MMR people in the building. How sad is that? We're here with Jenkins and T-Gov. How you doing, gentlemen?
Oh, great. I'm having a good time. Sir, I'm having a wonderful time.
It's my father. He's joined me. That's my British father. Bless him. He's trying his best.
Absolutely. How you doing, T?
Great.
Great.
Not really, but no. Let's go.
My God, I'm so sorry. Let's continue the content.
We can just do
We'll get into it later.
Right now?
You want to go into it?
We'll get into it later. I'm severely disinterested. Let's go ahead and talk about what you guys are going to do. You're going to see some roles. You're going to see some items. You have to pick some item, a hero that matches those items in the correct role with the entire express point into gaslighting me that it could actually be viable.
And are we agreeing? Are we on a team?
You must both agree.
We're on a team.
We have
Yes.
Okay. Cheers, brother, father.
Very good, very good. All right, and with the alcohol now secured, let's get into it. Gentlemen, here's a role you can't have. You are not allowed to be a carry, no matter what happens, no matter what the items are.
Easy.
All right, let's see the first 2 items coming out here. Your first 2 items are going to be, okay, Skull Basher Mech. Skull Basher Mech. What hero by Skull Basher Mech?
It's Windrunner, right? Because you're playing against Enigma. You have to cancel Black Hole.
Oh, Coddle. You'll build into Abyssal Blade
From
eventually.
cast range as well?
For the Black Hole cancel.
Okay.
I think Save has literally done this build.
Let's go with Coddle. That sounds better.
I think Coddle's good.
Yeah.
I think if we go 4, if we go 4, then we have the 5 potential scaling. Right? You don't want to go 5, it'll lock us in.
No, I think 4's nice. Because no matter what, if it gets more Corey, we go 3. More support, you just... Guys griefing on 5.
Yeah.
4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 4.
All right, gentlemen, you're next. Locking in on pause for.
Yes.
Let's see the next 2 items. All right, very good. And right now we're thinking Coddle, Arcane Blink, Dragonland.
Okay.
Back to Windrunner.
Okay.
It's got to be Wind.
Like, you got the mana when you're blinking around, you have to go back to base. It's a really good hero.
Enigma's a real problem.
Why is Enigma always coming up in the conversation?
Because you need some sort of BKB piercing disable that goes through Lincolns. Oh, that's the problem though.
That's why you've got the range. You've got the Dragon Lance to right click and go boop, 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 bash.
All you got to do is interrupt.
Yeah.
You just got to interrupt the
Because
block.
you're the MVP. You're the guy. You're going to be the.
Enigma's really big in this whole content. It's huge in the content
I
piece.
feel like without Enigma, this doesn't make any sense, though, guys.
No.
But that's a specific game. This is a save build.
Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going. Next item, please. And that is going to be, okay, the Swift Blink and the Arcane Blink.
Again.
So please explain why my Wind Ranger has 2 blinks.
You have to remember how important Arcane Blink is for staying on the map, right? Every time you blink, you get some mana, right? So use that blink whilst you're not fighting, just to replenish your resources, make sure that you're fight ready. You don't want to go in base. When you want to start the fight, use the Swift Blink to get the extra agi to make sure that you're more,
I mean, to be fair, Wind Ranger is a universal hero.
Also true.
It's a universal hero. You're getting a lot from all of the stats. The Arcane Blink also increases your blink range. So you can blink in and hit the big shackles, but then you can Swift Blink if you are, for instance, interrupting the black hole, right, for more attack speed.
But you
always goes back to the Enigma.
Always back to the Enigma, but again, they're going to be the same cooldown, but you have to respect the fact that
you have a choice.
You have a choice.
You have a choice.
And I don't think you often get that many choices in Blink. So
how does my soft support farm 2 upgraded blinks?
Well, that's what the Skull Basher is for.
It procs in the jungle, you farm more efficiently.
You're farming efficiently, and you're getting kills on this Enigma, that's a huge problem.
But this is where the mech...
How good is this Enigma doing?
Dude, this is like a DM Enigma on the enemy side, right? You're just unlucky, unranked Q.
Fantastic floundering here. Would you like to stay on soft support, or would you like to go into a different position against the black hole?
Is there actually a hero? I mean, this also, other than the Basher, it's Venomancer. The Basher really fucks this up.
Okay.
It's got to be somebody with attack speed, but also ranged. Like, the problem is we got Dragonlance, which is a ranged item, and Skull Basher, which is a melee item. So this limits it to, like, Wind Ranger Troll.
Could we not do, like, a Scuffed Venge, maybe?
You're going Basher Dragonlance on Troll.
Do Venge.
Oh, Venge is good.
You have melee, so you get to use the Basher. The mech's a little sus, but everything else you could...
The mech is early game, you're pushing. Take
How is the mech sus, but not the double upgraded blink? It's fine. Why does... Okay.
I'm down for Venge.
Venge?
I'm down for Venge, because she's melee range. It's the only melee range.
And soft support?
I think you can... I mean, it doesn't matter. If you're scaling, you're scaling.
Why don't let's do a little pivot to offlane, right? You start with the Dragon Lance, you felt a bit fruity, you went Skull Basher, Team Flame.
There's an Enigma on the enemy side.
Enigma is really black
and you
everything.
Can't swap them.
No.
All right, so we're going to go to offlane Venge.
Yeah.
Now, that is your last opportunity. You are not able to get off the offlane. Is that okay before we lock it in?
Yeah.
One more item.
We can do
I'm
that.
happy. All right, we're stuck in the offlane. Let's see the final item for our Venge. That is going to be Divine Rapier. That's going to be the Divine Rapier to end the Venge.
I mean, obviously, this Enigma's still popping off because it's not a good build. So you go for the Rapier to try to recover the lake.
It's a lot of knives.
It's a late game pivot, right?
Are we focused on physical damage Rapier or magic damage Rapier?
Depends on if you're using the Arcane Blink or the Swift Blink in the next fight.
And then you pivot the...
Then you pivot the Rapier.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I was setting you up, and I think that's exactly where we're going.
That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
So, final call, is it Venge?
I think the Basher and the Dragonlance limit us. I think we have to Venge this. I mean, Rapier doesn't change anything,
I'm still down to just, take 2 steps back to Windrunner. I think same vibes, really good hero, best hero in the game.
Sure, the thing with the Basher is it's not crazy expensive. It's not a huge commitment.
Yeah, you guys are building a lot off the Dragonlance.
Because when you have Rapier, you're scared. Your position is scared, right?
Yeah.
Venge gets into the middle of the fight. I feel like I'm griefing my team.
And there's a consumed Ags here for the Windrunner.
Of course.
Keeping her safe.
It's like
against the Enigma.
We're not griefing with the first 5 items. We're just playing an honest game of Dota. We buy Rapier.
I'm fine with both. I'm honestly fine with both.
Yeah. Okay.
Windrunner, power shot, magic. Switch to physical, blink in, cancel the black hole with the Basher.
This is just a very complicated power treads.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine. It's all good. All right, gentlemen, you are locking in with Wind Ranger then.
Yeah, we'll lock it in. Yeah.
All right. Offlane Wind Ranger with these items. Now, you're in a real pub game, Jakins. You look over, what time would this be? 180 minutes or something? For these items?
Probably closer to 60, I would say.
Really?
This is like 59, 65 minutes into the game, something like that.
So 64 minutes, you look at your off-lane Wind Ranger, and she has this. How angry are you?
I'm fucking livid. I mean, I'm probably already livid if I'm being completely honest.
Which item were you most livid?
I will be honest. I have play with chat muted. I don't hear a thing. I would unmute chat just to hear the justification for why, and then they'll go, well, the Enigma on the enemy. I'll be like, what are you, stupid? Why is this Enigma so important? Just swap them.
Yeah, but what if he did cancel the Black Hole, right? We're failing. We're losing the game. It's 60 minutes, right?
Yeah.
What if this guy with this build, which is amazing, by the way, because we have to convince this guy, of course.
Oh.
He cancels the Black Hole. He's now the MVP. I don't give a shit how he got there. I don't care what path he went. If his job was to do it, he did his job.
The thing is, if somebody is taking the like eyes off of me and what I'm doing, because I'm probably griefing as well.
He's tanking the
This
reports.
guy's tanking the reports for me.
Yep.
Like,
And
you
we're
should
winning.
understand that of all people, 6 boots guy.
I
right?
don't think you understand the assignment, Jenkins.
Yeah, all
I
right.
think I
So
understand
with
just
that
fine.
in mind, as the only guy who clearly understood the point of the content, how many reports are you getting in this game? You're tagged up as T-Governor. You have this. You ran off-lane, Wind Ranger. These are your items. The game has ended. How many reports out of 9?
Somehow I'd find a way to get 10. I would report myself. But I still believe in it, and I think that the report system is actually flawed because it's hindering my creativity.
Okay. 10 out of 9 reports. Gentlemen, thank you. You have failed the game miserably, unable to convince me of anything, and God bless you if you do this in your games. Please do not link that to us. We don't want to see it. See you next time. Hey everybody, we're going to play Make the Hero once more. Today we have John and my little person of interest right here. How you doing, sir?
Not well. I thought everyone else got seats. Why are we standing?
We're standing because we are at attention, my friends. We are going to be playing this game that is very difficult, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you a position. I'm going to give you items. You have to make a hero that would fit into that and gaslight me into thinking that it's real. At the end, I'll rate you. By how well you did based on reports. Are you ready to play?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, sir.
Sir, this is very, thank you for using my full name of Sir Action Slacks. I do appreciate that. We are on that level.
We're first name base.
Let's ban one of those roles. No matter what, you are not allowed to play soft support. That's rough. That's a very good role.
My favorite.
I'm so sorry. All right, do you guys experiment a lot with, items?
No.
I do.
Yeah?
No.
Okay, what do you experiment with?
You know, soft support anything. PA's been fun.
Unfortunate. All right, let's go forward and see our first 2 items of the day. Gentlemen, it's going to be Glimmer Orc. It can't get easier. It can't get easier. All right, what position would you like to pick?
Well, this is a soft support, but we can't choose it, John.
You can choose hard support. It could be late game.
But who
Or
chooses Orc?
Off-lane
All
carry
right,
still...
we're doing offlane.
All right.
We're doing
Offlane.
We're
Fair.
doing offlane.
That's really unique. I would expect the soft support, after seeing those 2 items, you'd be bricked up into the hard support.
No, I mean, like, Glimmer Cape's still good.
Okay, so off lane, I guess we're going to lock in. Now, I do warn you, once you lock in, you cannot go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off lane's pretty
happy
big
with that.
deal.
Pretty
Okay.
happy
We've
with
locked it in.
Locked it in. All right. Any heroes come to mind that would be going Glimmer Orchid?
On the off-lane,
This was your idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was your idea.
Abaddon could, depending.
Abaddon could.
Maybe Viper?
Viper.
Could, yeah, Viper could.
maybe Viper.
Viper. Okay, you're starting to cook. You're starting to cook. Let's see 2 items. Let's see if this kitchen is about to be delicious or
Oh, that
That's
really looks like a Viper build.
looking
Yeah,
pretty.
this is incredible. This is incredible, Slacks. I think we've
Yours?
done it.
On Viper?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
explain.
Viper can't fly, and so you.
Viper can fly.
Well,
that's, a,
legs, man.
that's a distinguishing characteristic, some would say. But the correct answer here
Yes.
is got to stop TPs. Viper's one weakness, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I'll throw you 1 bone.
Yeah.
Everybody gets 1.
Yeah.
All right. So you still thinking Viper?
Yeah, it makes sense to me. The additional breaks may be a little bit much, but hey, sometimes there's like a bristleback and a DK. You need to break both.
The additional break.
Yeah, the additional
never
break.
enough break.
Never enough.
We're breaking everybody.
Absolutely. So you want to lock right here, off lane. You only have 1 more chance to swap.
Oh, we can still swap.
You can still swap. You just can't go back. So the gaslighting may pause if you decide to go somewhere else.
This looks griefy for hard support, though.
No, it does. Maybe we could think about mid, right?
Mid with Glimmer. Off lane is still somewhat acceptable. Mid is
All right, we're sticking with off.
Yeah,
we
we're
know what
sticking
we're
off.
doing. We know
It's an
what we're doing.
offlaner.
That was a mess up. All right. As a hard sport, many times, the enemy team buys a nullifier. You go Shadow Blade.
True.
And then you need a break. You go Silver. Guys, we're inverting the roles here. Okay, I'm gaslighting you two. That's not how it works.
You're doing a great job.
All right, next item. Let's check it out. There's gonna be a Dagon.
This is a build.
Dagon.
This is a build.
Okay.
This is a great build. It's still good. And Viper, it's lifesteal, right? Spell lifesteal.
That's right.
It's really good.
Yeah, and he hasn't got like a proper nuke. It's all DPS.
It doesn't have a proper nuke.
No.
Yeah, they're all DOTs. Yeah.
I mean, it's not proper.
This makes
If you
sense.
want to burst someone down, you need a Dagon.
Yeah.
Guys, you don't have to stay with Viper. You can go anywhere you want. There's a lot of different heroes.
Quirkier call is like Terrorblade. Magic res for Terrorblade.
Jesus
Right? Like some
Christ,
pseudo
dude.
control. The Silver Edge to kind of sneak around and Dagon.
Right, the offlane Invis TB with Dagon.
Yeah.
All we need now is an armlet.
Yeah, if we get
I
one.
guess we didn't even talk about the Glimmer Cape and Silver Edge on the same build. That's kind of not great. That's
Hey, look, one to initiate, one to escape, two Invis. It's useful.
My idiot teammates.
Okay, all right. So are we sticking with offlane? Now, this is your last chance to get out of offlane. You can go wherever you want. This is your last chance.
Slacks, I've cast with the same guy for 7 years. I'm committed. We're going to the offlane.
Okay.
We're committed, Slacks.
Okay, married to the offlane. All right, let's stick with it. Are you ready for the last item?
Please.
Absolutely.
Okay, here we go. It's going to be a Yasha.
Viper's universal, so.
Oh my God, the Viper. The Viper.
He's not.
No,
sorry.
he doesn't have the talent either.
Sorry, my bad.
But he's a agi
He's
hero.
Agi.
Yeah.
Even better,
Yeah.
see?
You don't have to be Viper, guys.
Yeah, but
it really looks good for Viper.
It's perfect.
It really
What are
does
you
look good
talking
for
about?
Viper.
Dude, if I played Viper with this build, I genuinely think I couldn't lose.
No.
Genuinely think I could not lose. Like,
No.
Where's the boots, big dog?
boots for what? We're flying.
Who needs it? He gets the plus
flying,
ones,
bro.
You didn't even know Viper could fly.
No, well, he can now.
Just a little bit ago. All right. The two big questions. You're playing a game. You see a Viper in the off lane with these items. I'd say this is about 40 minutes.
All right, 40 minutes, sure.
Okay. How mad are you?
Not that mad.
So happy.
I'm happy.
I'm so happy.
Overjoyed.
Because we're winning.
Yeah.
We're winning. Oh my God, Slacks, you don't get it. So this is the problem.
I
he
don't
doesn't
get it.
understand. He's not from SEA.
Explain
this
it.
is a normal day in SEA.
Yeah.
This is a
bog standard.
normal day.
This is what you get.
We'd win.
I don't think I've ever seen a Glimmer Cape in SEA. Okay.
Oh well.
That'd be a divine.
They're 2 patches behind, so they still do it.
Okay, that's hype, actually. Okay, all right. You're kind of convincing me. Okay, gentlemen, the time has come for the big question.
Yes.
You're in this game, tagged up as MOP and John Xfire. You're playing a C pub.
Yep.
It's 2 a.m.
Yep.
How many reports are you walking away with?
I'm getting 9, but that's just because it has my name.
Okay, really?
Getting 9 for
Really?
the username.
100%. The reports just come with the kind of territory.
Okay, all right.
You don't really leave SEA.
The
without
same?
being reported.
For you?
Yes, 9.
All right, you guys are not tagged up as yourselves.
Okay.
All right.
Still 9.
Question mark Steam profile picture. All your page, 0 games played.
Zero
Pure
games
Smurf.
played.
Pure Smurf. How many reports?
5 from the enemy team, yeah.
5.
From the enemy
okay.
team, because we're winning.
I still feel like it's 9.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to agree with you. That is, you know what? Genuinely, though, Viper is such a mysterious hero. I'm going to throw you a bone here.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this is like a 6 to 7 report. This is actually, there's rumblings of sanity here, depending on who you're playing against. So I'm going to be less hurtful than you guys already yourselves.
Yes.
I'm going to put you at 7 reports. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. Good try.
Thank you.
Good job.
We've done it, Jonathan.
Well done, gentlemen. Absolutely detestable build, but not as bad as they put on themselves. Cheer up, my 2 friends. It ain't that bad. We'll see you in the pub. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Build a Hero with the Dual Lane Challenge. This is the Dota Cinnamon Classic. I'm here with Sunspan and Cinderin here. The name of the game, gentlemen, is it's the opposite of Guess the Hero. We're going to give you items. Then you have to make a hero that you think would be able to be successful with those items and pick their position on the map. However, the most important thing is you have to gaslight me into actually thinking that this is good. At the end, I'll give you a rating based on how many reports I think you would receive in your game. Are you ready to play? Sunspan, do you play a lot of different heroes and items?
Can I ask you a question before we get started? How many reports did you get for having 5 different boots on Venomancer?
That was in a game with you guys, so I hope 0 of them, and it wasn't my fault. The multi-boot is actually good on Venomancer.
Right, so you can justify that, then that means literally any build that comes up, we can justify it, just throwing it out there.
Potentially. Do you play different heroes, Cinderin?
I do, yes.
All right, what is the worst build you've ever had with a hero?
Sir Action Selects Veno in my game. It's
that was one game.
The worst build
that was
I've
8
ever had.
years ago. I played that hero 4 times.
Actually, no. That's
Okay.
not true. I had a teammate once break all his items. That was worse. That's a worse build.
That is the worst item build you can do.
Yeah.
is
Destroying
breaking
everything
them.
is worse than having some.
That's heartbreaking. Let's go ahead and start the
so
game.
sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to auto-ban. Do the following. You are not able to pick off-lane. That's tough. Sons, that's your
you're
only
out.
position. I'm so sorry.
It is my only position.
But I know you. You would look at a lot of people's other items and judge them relentlessly years later. So let's go ahead and see what our first 2 items of the day will be. Blade Mail Conda. All right, I got something in my head already.
I do too. Axe, yeah.
That's right, boys. That's right.
Axe can play carry. He can play any position.
He can play anything.
Yeah.
In fact, the positions
you can get this on 4 Axe.
positions are not even important in the game.
I'm a bit torn then, because this could also be mid. There's mid heroes that go Blade Mail.
Cinderin, the play is to do hard support.
Hard support?
Well, because we're going to change and we can never go back.
You might not
you're just
change,
gaming
though.
the system.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the meta, of course.
I mean, then I would do carry. I think there's no way carry goes Conda Blade Mail.
You never know.
I would take carry then. Let's ban carry by picking it now.
No, hard support.
Okay.
This is going to take a really long time.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing so we move on.
Can you just stop, Cinderin?
Hard support. That's what I'm saying. I'm
hard
agreeing.
support. All right, we're locking into hard support.
Very
we'll start
wise.
off with a Blade Mail
wise
Conda. Let us go ahead and see our next 2 items coming out here today. It's going to be Refresher Armlet. Now, we have seen the Refresher Axe just a moment ago with 33.
Yeah.
But Armlet, is this an Axe item?
Not normally, but
Well, if you're already playing 5X, why not go all out?
What does that do for you?
The armlet can...
Gives you strength.
It is a strength
Very good.
hero.
That's...
Very good.
Theoretically...
Yeah, hit me with that.
This could be a Tide Hunter.
Oh! In a way? There's no... Okay.
Axe is still pretty good. The armlet is a little weird, I'll agree. But
I really don't like a refresher that I don't have mana to use. That seems pretty bad.
That's the next 2
Like,
items.
what hero even can use this?
Well, we stick with hard support.
Okay.
And then we change... We can do that, yes?
Sure, yeah.
You have really established that.
Okay,
Yeah, that's not really what the piece is about.
I would stick with Axe and hope we get a mana item.
Okay.
And if we don't, I'm not going Axe anymore.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Fine by me.
What does the armlet do for Axe, though?
It griefs a bit.
All right, let's go ahead and see our next item. Here we go. That is a Hurricane Pike.
Oh, boy.
The Hurricane Pike here, not traditionally a great item for Axe.
Okay. This is Terrorblade now.
That's it.
This is Terrorblade. Armlet to get to low HP so you can sunder people.
Sure.
Conda, it's a more expensive, really shitty version of Dagon.
Oh, you sunder people and then you break them instantly when you sunder.
Yeah.
You use it. You're against a Baden?
Legitimately.
You're against a Baden, you go low, you sunder, and then you one-shot him. He can't proc his ult.
Legitimately, this could be Terrorblade. I'm not even kidding.
No, it's...
I've probably seen this in a
How
pub.
does Terrorblade Refresher?
Huh? What do you mean? He always has Refresher in games. This is late game.
Yeah, he goes in, low HP, he pikes himself in.
Yeah.
Out of fog. He instantly sunders a Baden, procs his Conda, and one-shots him. He uses meta, kills him.
Yep.
Yeah, and the enemy gets so scared they attack him, which he activates Blade Mail.
Well,
and he uses Refresher, so he can do it
Blade
again.
Mail is for early game.
He needs
to be
it
able to farm.
He needs it to
To
farm.
be able to farm.
Yeah, because you have so much armor already, you can withstand the creeps generally. You can get stacks for you, and then Blade Mail amplifies the farm. This is legitimately Terrorblade. So are we allowed to switch?
This is the last time.
Okay, we
You
do
have
carry
to-
here. We do carry here.
You have to
You wanted to
switch
ban
now.
that, by the way.
Oh, I wanted to keep support. This is support Terrorblade.
I mean, it could be any position.
Support
yeah.
Terrorblade.
It legitimately
Let's
doesn't
keep
matter.
hard support.
All right, fine.
Hard support
Okay.
Terrorblade.
The final item, gentlemen, with
Gimme-
support Terrorblade,
Give me a boot.
that is going to be Harpoon.
I mean,
oh, that's good. So he can
still
harpoon.
TB.
He can harpoon in and sunder, break them, kill them.
Yeah.
Then he can pike out to Refresher.
Yeah.
And then wait
Now,
15
you may be
seconds to get his
asking,
mana back.
you're losing a little bit of efficiency with the double attack because it's a range hero when meta. This isn't about meta. You literally don't level meta.
I mean, honestly, looking at this, I'm struggling to
TB.
find a better hero than Terrorblade for this.
It is Terrorblade,
As
of
a
course.
support.
Okay.
100%.
All right, so gentlemen, you're at a pub.
Yeah.
You look over at your Pause 5 Terrorblade. What time would this be at, Cinderin, with these items?
95 minutes.
95 minutes?
No, this is about a 25-minute turbo game.
If it's
Yeah.
If my teammate has this at 25 minutes, there's no way he gets reported. Everybody will just be like,
yeah.
We're
establishing this as a turbo
guy's
game.
cheating.
Oh,
People
it's
don't.
turbo.
People don't get reported in turbo.
This is a real game, Shannon. Let's say it's 70 minutes in. You look over. What's your reaction to your support Terrorblade here? Anger, sadness, happiness, joy?
I'm relieved he didn't break his items.
Okay, that's not.
Because he's definitely.
He's breaking heroes though with Conda.
He's on something.
Gentlemen, how many reports do you believe that you would get?
Okay, can I game the system here?
As you have.
Am I playing as Suns fan?
Yes.
Okay, then 0. Nobody reports me.
No one reports Suns fan.
Okay. Now, I know you don't know the concept of that because you get reported every single game.
Well, after the behavior score changes, I have not spoken in game for 2 years. Synderen.
And you still get reported.
I do.
That's what I heard.
Every game.
It's a good system.
All right. How many reports are you walking away with, for real? 75-minute game.
4 from my team, 0 from the enemy.
Okay.
They will be happy.
It depends on how many kills you have.
They're not. The enemy team is not going to report me.
How many kills do you think you would have?
Feel sorry.
This is a good combo.
Okay, we got to end this piece. Gentlemen, you did a good try, but
you were more convinced by a Viper without boots.
I was.
I was more convinced by my own 5-boot Venomancer that I like to run out every now and then.
That was one game like 6 years ago. I'm going to have to give you guys, I'm afraid, an 8 reports out of 10.
Who didn't do it?
Why would the enemy report me if I go this build? If it's supposedly god-awful, why would they report me?
Why are you
They should be
so
happy.
hostile? This is
because you built 5 boots on
Venomancer. 6 years ago. Thank you guys for watching. That's going to be 8 reports, I'm afraid. Poop job. A very good afternoon and welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 6. And it is time. It is Grand Finals Sunday and it's Grand Finals time. One best of 5 will be played to determine who will be this season's champion. We're going to have a new champion compared to last season. We have got Team Spirit and Mouse in the Grand Finals. And to dive into all things Dota 2, I am joined by Tigov and Lacoste. Lacoste, how you doing?
Doing very good. Excited to see Mouse in the Grand Finals. This team, pretty much against all odds, it was kind of two big underdog stories between them and OG. OG unfortunately did drop out, but yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised every single time that they played. Like this time, this team is just powering up.
How are you doing ahead of the Grand Finals, T?
I'm just happy that we get new teams clashing against each other, right? Because Mouse, fresh team off the block for 2025, finally get into a Grand Finals in Tier 1, then rocking up against Spirit. It's like, oh, you just couldn't ask for like a better story. And I feel like how they've been playing so far, it needs to be 4 to 5 games. Like it doesn't look like one team should just 3-0 it.
No.
I mean, not to jinx it. I'm sorry if it is. My bad, but it feels like it's meant to be a banger.
Yeah, it should be. Let's dive into the Dota side things first. And with that, let's talk about the heroes that we haven't seen. We just give you a little bit of an update on what we have and haven't seen, starting with what we have not seen. There are quite a few unpicked heroes still here for Wallachia Season 6. Which one are we most surprised about? We've seen Slark banned a lot of times. I just want to point that out, mostly against Faravision.
Yeah, I think coming into the tournament and how the meta progressed, I would say that maybe there were a couple of games where I could see Necrophos being picked, maybe some OD as well. I could see maybe some Crystal Maiden as well. I don't know how you feel about the heroes, T.
I think for mid one, he's played Necrophos in previous tournaments. That's an option. I think Night Stalker in the offlane has been banned out a couple of times throughout this tournament, but yet to be played. So there are some unpicked heroes that in certain conditions could break a game here. So you have to keep an eye on at least 2 or 3 of them. Not all of them.
Chrysalis is Bloodseeker, you know?
Yeah. If he's not playing the hero, that means the hero is very bad.
True, but sometimes he gets overall last pick. Who knows what he comes up with. But let's take a look at heroes that have had success here in Bucharest. As we look at the most successful heroes of this tournament, heroes to definitely keep our eye on, and heroes that both teams have played with success?
The Primal Beast and Centaur definitely stand out the most. These are the beefy offlaners, the flexes that we've seen as well from the mid Centaurs to the offlane. Same goes for the Primal Beast. Itemization. Cart has been pretty much the best spell of the tournament between, I would say, him and Pulverize.
Yep.
And also the kind of funny interactions between the Pulverize and the Cart, where you can't put people in the cart during the Pulverize because Dota 2 things. And yeah, kind of coming into the series, I do expect Primal Beast to be heavily contested.
Yeah, very much so. On the other side, there's a lot of heroes that people have tried out and not really had success with T-Gov. And actually, Team Spirit is one of the ones that is trying out these heroes, but the few wins that you see here for these heroes are probably on their side, or actually, in case of the Troll, on the side of Mouse.
Yeah, of course, when you come into a grand finals, it is going to be the battle of what do they respect the most. Is it going to be Centaur and Primal respected? Will there be Timbersaw be able to rise up? I feel even though these win rates are quite low, the correct draft will make them shine. I think we saw that especially with the Troll Warlord yesterday. Game 2 wasn't too great. Game 3, it's an exceptional performance, right? So, oh, sorry, I got that wrong way. Either way, in one of the game, it was a good one. So, yeah, I feel like Troll Warlord, it's a Mouse hero, and let's see if Spirit want to try and flood the pool with a lot of these meta heroes and see what Mouse handles with.
Yeah, we are going to see what they'll go for here. And we're also going to see how they got here, because both of these teams took a little bit of a different journey. Now, I will say, before even this playoff bracket, both teams had runs in the Swiss group stage. Of course, Team Spirit went through 3-0 in the group stage. And Mouse only dropped one series, and that was against Team Spirit. So maybe they have some lessons from that. But overall, there is quite a difference here in terms of runs.
Yeah, big difference. Team Spirit, they're kind of chilling, but you can see the lower bracket, a lot of red logos. We got rid of BetBoom as well relatively early on, but this is something that doesn't happen as much. Team going through the lower bracket and then winning the tournament, it is a very rare occurrence in Dota 2. And I think we can show some of the lower bracket runs where you can actually drop into the lower bracket in round 1 and then go all the way through the lower bracket and win a tournament. We had some magical runs, and we're going to go through the Dota history. This is more than 3 rounds of lower bracket, plus the grand finals, because there have been some with like 2, which I don't think are as significant. Of course, the big ones are going to be standing out, the OG, the Frankfurt Major, of course, the 6 rounds of lower bracket. Then we had PSG LGD at Changsha Major, 5 of them, as well OG at Stockholm Major. Team Liquid, as well as OG, they had some like 5-6 rounds, but they never dropped into the round 1 of the lower bracket. So it is a very rare sight to see this happening, and Mouse might go into this territory as well if they manage to beat Team Spirit.
Whilst doing that research, by the way, it's like, was it Mouse also had in the early years, they had like 2 or 3 of them. So the organizations, they've been here before, of course, very different players.
Yes, very.
It is so cool to think when you look across the entirety of Dota history, like a lower bracket run, like Lacoste was mentioning, it isn't something that happens often. And to be able to witness one, it's like, it would be the icing on the cake if Mouse can actually, convert on it. But again, getting carried away, just incredible storylines.
It is incredible, and that they're here already, to be frank, is amazing to witness. They are up against a juggernaut, though, I will say. Team Spirit has been in a lot of grand finals, upper bracket, lower bracket, all of them. And they've been doing quite well.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Of course, we look around 2020, that's when we're talking about like the Maposhka silent era for Team Spirit. They have been part of 12 grand finals. They've won 8 of them, lost 4. And for Mouse, on this new roster, this is their first grand final, right? So it is a matter of, David versus Goliath. How can Mouse fare? But I think the way that Mouse has been playing throughout this tournament, these stats don't reflect how competitive this final is going to be. It is an even battlefield between the 2 of them. And yeah, it is, of course, just, I think for Immortal Faith as well, right? The thought of going into a draft against Silent. Silent, as a coach, he's been there multiple times, as you see. So, yeah, a lot of pressure on Mouse, but I don't think they're going to feel it. I feel like it's just another game, right? The expectations, they're playing with stand-ins, they're doing the run. Like, it's not as if there's this expectation that they should be here because they're like, oh, we're in the grand finals, nice.
Yeah, I think we've heard Boom talk about it in an interview as well. It's like one of the things that does make it feel more relaxed is the fact that there is a stand-in, because the fact that they've already reached the grand finals with the stand-ins, no expectations. Sometimes Lacoste makes people just play better.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they started the tournament with 2 stand-ins. Now they have 1 stand-in with Kaori, who's fitting in super well. I mean, you played a whole tournament. I don't know if we can call him stand-in anymore, even though he is. You can really feel how they're gelling well together, the way they've been playing together, the way they've been drafting the comfortable heroes that they feel very good at, and just kind of liking the vibes of this team, because a lot of the times if you saw some other team picking these heroes, you'll be like, what the hell is this? But they make it work.
They do make it work. Another team that has been making it work is Team Spirit, and a lot of times things they make work are team fights, macro movements, as Laurel called it. They are superior at that versus a lot of teams, and they do so while clicking the right buttons.
Yeah, they do. But it's also the way they get there. This is, I think, very important to point out that this team is still trying to break meta, and we're going to be pointing out some of the items that they've been using in some of the games, which are very interesting, because you saw Collapse yesterday when they were playing against high physical damage. He bought phase boots on the Timbersaw, which is not something that you do. Then you have Yatoro completely skipping the Aghanim Scepter build. This is the second time in a row. Instead, he's going for Manta Style as his second item. He's going for the Hurricane Pike. So kind of unlocking one of the items as well, so he doesn't need to have BKB. He did buy Aghanim Scepter one of the games later, and also on Terrorblade, because he was playing into a lot of harassment in the lane against Underlord and Snapfire. He bought Headrest. This is the item that you don't see on the supports, but it gives you a good amount of regen. He understands that those extra 2.5 seconds, 2.5 HP per second is going to give him maybe slight advantage in the lane, and especially for his safe laner, for his position 5 that he can trade with the enemy position 4.
He might have been inspired by the Sats content, you know, like build the hero. He just headdress, like, wait, that's an item? Oh yeah, think about it. Goes for it, but
Just a casual headdress.
just a casual headdress. But no, I think Spirit is just. It feels like they're ahead of teams in how they want to itemize, because when one player itemizes, everyone also kind of follows suit, and that harmony enables them to be so strong together.
Yeah, and speaking of that harmony, it's not just the items and how they divide who buys what.
Yeah, so I had a little look at the Gyrocopter game specifically, the second hero on that graphic, and I thought I'd do a little weatherman on how just impressive Spirit is fighting now. But before we look into that, it's just another little look at the items, right? So when you look at a successful team and how they fight, it is based on the items. And if you look at this, clutch moment in the game 3 of Liquid vs Spirit, you've got yourself a Hurricane Pike, a Manta, a Glimmer, Solar Crest, Yules, BKB, Glimmer, Lincolns, even that Blink Dagger to throw into the mix, right? Look at Liquid though, they've got one Force, one Lotus, and a Pipe. Like, you can see the disparity in utility, and what you can throw into the fight is night and day difference between the two teams. And then once we move towards the fight, this is where it gets really interesting for how Team Spirit wants to fight. Of course, we have to look at the fact that both teams right now, they are holding two different areas, right? One's on the right side, one's on the left side, and Liquid is smoked up, and as they've smoked up, Tofu, he goes for the D-Ward, and he moves to the left-hand side. So now when we look at the positioning, what is really cool, Gyrocopter picks up the butterfly, and just look at how Tofu is positioned on the left side. You've got Mickey in the top left corner, Spirit Breaker trying to break the smoke, and this is where Spirit have the slight edge. They identify, we need to break the coil, we need to open up. So Ember on Lyle, he goes up first. He's the sacrificial lamb. He steps back, then Collapse comes in with the Rolling Thunder. But look at the positioning once again. Look at how Spirit, they're never breaking formation. They offer up one core, hoping that a coil or an Ursa or something is used. And now when the Rolling Thunder and the Lincoln is used, they disengage. Guess what? Lau, I've got the BKB. I then walk into the fight, and Spirit, they step away once more. And it's that constant repetition of, is a core ready? Yes. And then once they tank a spell, they go back. And finally, after all of this, sorry, I don't know why I paused, then Spirit is able to convert on the fight. And I feel like other teams, they would just rush to the engagement. But Spirit, it's, does the Pango have resource? Yes, get information, reset. And look at this entire time. Look at the mana pool of the Ursa. He's yet to ever break into the fight. And the supports, the Pugner, he's there replenishing the Ember's resource in the top side of the fight. So this entire time, Spirit has made Mickey never enter the engagement. Pugner has never been threatened. And it is just such an incredible way that they pretty much allow Mickey to feel like he's just non-existent in the engagement. And when we talk about the items, just a really kind of little quirky thing as well. Look at this, in the middle of a fight, look at that illusion. He presses the Manta on the Gyrocopter, and he's just sending one illusion away to the other side. He's always thinking how to use his items, how to punish them. So for fight formation, Spirit, offer up one core, get information, know why you're playing the fight. And in the mid-fights, there's all these little things, Yules and Four Staffs and Manta to do it. And once again, look, as we conclude, look at this Ursa, not able to ever enter the fight, not able to do anything. And, it's just an incredible fight. I was rewatching this, and it was just, a beautiful thing. So, Spirit, scary, scary team. You need to know exactly what you're doing. Do not allow them to do this masterclass of a fight setup.
What I think is most impressive about this Lacoste is the fact that, I mean, we know Team Spirit can team fight well. The fact that they do it with a different five, because we always thought Miposhka has a big role, and he probably did, but now Panto is seemingly fitting in so flawlessly into this team, they can just still execute the way that we used to see them do it.
Yeah, I think they created a very healthy environment where whoever joins Team Spirit is going to be able to thrive no matter who it's going to be. We saw in the previous iterations of Team Spirit when they had Satanic, when they had Toronto Tokyo as well. Pretty much everybody felt comfortable, and it was always the same playstyle. I would kind of compare them to LGD under Zhao 8, now Extreme Gaming, where they always kind of need to fit the same playstyle, same ideas, and if you replace one or two players, you're still going to get the same result.
Yeah, and they have gotten a lot of the same results in terms of, I mean, it's only been a month and a half, 2 months, if you will, but being in the grand finals already at the start of this season, definitely a very strong result for Team Spirit. Of course, they're hoping to take the title here. They're coming from the upper bracket. They are the most rested team of the two teams here, and that might make a difference there as well. But at the other side, we should focus on Mouse, because this team, I don't think Fatigue Tiga will play even a role here.
No, they are crafted by just the repetitions, right? Of course, for Mouse, they have still got the most competitive games in Tier 1 post-TI. They've had to play open qualifiers, closed qualifiers. You know, they started, honestly, from the bottom, and now they're here, right? It is the proof that by playing as this much, it is, I don't know.
Recipe for success.
I still can't put it into words how impressive it is. Like the fact that they technically were at the start of the season like a tier 2, you could even argue like tier 3 team, because starting open qualifiers, that's the lowest you can go. Fast forward 3-4 months, they're like here. It's like no team truly has done this type of journey recently, I feel like, in Dota. So it is impressive that in recent Dota history, Mouse is able to do that.
Yeah, there's one connection to most of the players. 4 players, they did play with Puppy under Team Secret's banner for quite some time. They had found a good amount of success, maybe not so much the ones that they played recently, but it also led them to this point where they managed to form this team, and they already found a huge success.
They have, and in particular, I mean, we talk about them a lot. We talk about mid lanes a lot, just in general. But in this case, I do want to shine some extra light on mid one, because I feel like it's only the second time ever that a player seemingly came back after an hiatus and still was able to climb back into that mid lane form.
Yeah, he had a great career pretty much up until 2019, where he kind of started to fall off, and it doesn't happen often, as you mentioned, where you have a player who is doing extremely well, winning the tournaments, getting the top 3 placements, and then he falls off, and suddenly, like 5 years later, he kind of shines again. It's just a very rare occurrence, and we can see mid one in 2016 where he started kind of his career. These are his top 3 placements, where he got 2 of those. In 2017 he got the first place during one of the CQ majors, then he got the Dream League, got the Disneyland Paris major, and this is the man, and he's ready. He knows that he's been in the good amount of grand finals as well, so he's just trying to relax as much as possible.
But yeah, when you look at that graphic as well, like the wins that were mentioned, that was under the secret banner, right? So it's under one team he found success, and then it has been bounced around other teams post-secret, trying to find, of course, there were stints on old G, SMG, seems to be G in all of it, but yeah, he tried to kind of achieve something, right? And yeah, I think it's just testament to that resilience, and over time, it is, like, everyone always says, the older you get, you know, you're not going to be able to keep up in Dota. It's like, that's not true.
It's just not true. It is just not true. I will also say that Mouse, I mean, we saw earlier the head-to-head results of tournaments.
I'm just like looking at this like head-to-head, and like Mouse is like, ooh, we fight, ooh, and then like Spirit is like, we must hit the perfect spell, and we must hit a static storm and an ice blast, and one of my kisses, and Mouse, ooh, we fight. You know, it's like so different.
Very true. I will say that lone druid that we see, I think that was Ghost.
That was Ghost.
So we'll probably not see that one anymore, but it is it's very different.
A lot of rollers.
Drafting.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's for sure.
Yeah, you don't see any of the squishy heroes actually. Like Team Spirit did have these enchantresses, these ancient apparitions heroes that are easily punished, but I do like the drafting style of Mouse, where they are just opening up. They're like, oh yeah, Huskar, first phase, doesn't work out against Betpoop team in that game number 1 yesterday, but then they figured it out. Like Troll as well wasn't really successful in game number 1, then they make it work in the second game, then they also make that Huskar work in the third game, just placing it differently in the draft, giving him a bit more priority.
I mean, all of Mouse's draft, when you look at them, they have multiple stuns, pressure points in both physical and magical damage. Like, if you were to say what is a traditional looking draft that can play any game, I feel like every single Mouse draft leans to that identity, right? Maybe when Ghost was on the roster in the early stage of groups, it wasn't true, but with Crystallis returning, they are just a consistent identity style team, and that's where this grand final spirit will need to try and break that.
I think for Mouse as well, it is very clear that both Mouse and Team Spirit goes for both. Both teams have on average more 2-1s in their repertoire than 2-0s, and the case here too in this Wallachia, and that just means that they both are very good at adapting what's coming their way. So in a best of 5 specifically, I think we're going to see a lot of that come into play and come into action.
Yeah, especially game 1 in a BO5 is a bit of a different one where you are trying to push some of your crazier ideas, and if you can make them work, you're trying to beat their best hero potentially as well. And coming into the second game, if you manage to do so, then you have a bit of advantage as well because it does open up a slot in the draft.
Yep. Let's take a look at what is coming in that draft. For game number 1, we have Mouse, Radiant, Team Spirit on the Dire side. First pick, go in the way of Team Spirit, and that means Mouse gets that overall last pick, which I feel like they are valuing. They have had some good overall last picks. Obviously, the Huskar yesterday, the Troll yesterday as well. They can definitely throw their opponents off guard sometimes a little bit.
And already, Mouse are offering up Centaur, the hero of the tournament. You know, we look at that graphic earlier in the show. So I feel like that's a matter of Centaur's available. Will Mouse go for the Mars, a hero that Boom was able to utilize, you know, earlier today as well? But instead, they go for the Naga Siren. Okay, I feel like this is going to be an interesting trade that even after the game we might have to talk about again, because Centaur into Naga Siren, you get so tanky that you just survive through the song reset and you still have enough resources to fight that second fight.
Yeah. And if this is going to be position 5 Naga Siren, you are kind of giving a free lane to the Centaur. You're never going to be threatening the kill on Centaur unless you're going to be paired up with some super strong hero like a Gyrocopter, maybe a Shadow Fiend that could come out from Crystallis. And for now, they're just going to be removing the Mars, kind of expected standard ban, especially when you play against Centaur. Some teams did have ability to use it, did have opportunity to use it, but didn't in a lot of the drafts. But I do consider Mars to be one of the better ones out there, because in some games that we've seen Mars being utilized as a Centaur, you just can't you can't run away. The Stampede is just not as good.
The thing though for this is Mouse have not really been a Naga Siren team throughout this tournament. When they've been first pick, they ban it out against themselves. They've also had some drafts where in the second phase, they're still banning it against their opponent. So it's not as if Mouse has rushed towards this hero. And maybe they just want to use the fact that it's not been a hero with much data on, because of course they have the most data of any team due to the amount of games that they've played. But
maybe this was Team Spirit's bluff as well. It's like, well, you don't really play Naga. Let's see if you want it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, in this case, you do, of course, if you're a second pick, you only got one ban in that second ban phase, and you kind of don't want to have to use it on another ban you kind of could have banned out in the first phase. You rather want to protect something that's coming.
Yeah, the question is, do they think about Jakiro, giving the enemy team Jakiro? Because I don't think they're going to be running Jakiro and Naga Siren. So far, they only played Jakiro from the safe lane role. Yamich has had completely different heroes. He's been mostly playing these brawling position 4 melee supports.
But they opt to ban out the Ringmaster. I mean, we just showed in the Weatherman clip how well they opt to kite around with Rue on the Ringmaster. So some respect there, but as mentioned, Jakiro is available, and a lot of other very strong supports. I'm just intrigued to know where they're going to go with the Naga Siren, but they actually do take the Jakiro themselves. Okay. It is such a high value support that giving it away could be a problem, but
the combo's there. This has been very old school combo in Dota, using the song into Macropire Ice Path when they wake up, with some kind of a follow-up stun that you can throw on top.
Would you prefer Yamich to play Pos 4 Naga or Pos 4 Jakiro? Or does it depend on what they're laning against?
Yeah, I want to see the lane to see how, what hero do they want to give to Crystallis, because I think they want to focus on his lane and maybe give slightly less priority to Boom.
I mean, if there's ever a time Rubik would be picked, I wish like, into Jakiro and Naga. I would just never see the hero, but you know, the Rubik would be pretty good.
If anybody is gonna pull out heroes that have either low win rates or are unpicked, I would say Team Spirit's pretty high on the list of teams to do so. So who knows? But we are gonna go for the safe option.
Yeah, I'm getting carried away. Yeah, don't worry. You know, you're in the grand finals, you're in the game one. There's no time to. I mean, actually, to be fair, that is the best time to cook, right? Because you have potentially 4 other games to fix things. But
true.
No, they go for the damage. They go for the Snapfire.
And some maybe survivability in 5, some Enchantress, maybe even Pugna that could come out for Panto. Been very impressed by his Enchantress, especially Pugna. I would give it even higher rating in these two.
And also the Disruptor that we saw from the stats, even though it's a low win rate, I don't mind it because you have such a strong lane in Centaur Snapfire that Disruptor can just rotate into it and then you keep pressuring through that off lane.
Yep.
And then you have the glimpse from the song. Really good fight. You know, it really depends on what Spirit wants. Do they want stable lane that can play most? That's Enchantress. Do they want more aggression and skirmish? Then it's Disruptor. Right? There's really what they want.
That Disruptor.
Yep.
Coming out.
Two strong supports. I like Disruptor paired up with a support that actually has damage. I think we've seen good amount of some Naga Siren Disruptor where you're thinking you're playing for the late game, or Disruptor Shadow Demon, but immediately picking up Tidehunter. One of the better overall abilities in Dota, I mean, we're going to be talking about some Black Holes, Chronospheres, Dooms against Tidehunter. Static Storm is also very handy. You have always an ability to lock him in and kill him, unless he goes for a BKB. But in this one, there's a lot of magic damage, so they just needed a pipe carrier.
Yeah, and the instant lock-in of the Troll.
Yeah, pretty much Mouse is saying, we're going to farm, we're going to invite you to fight us, and then when you initiate, we will counterplay you with Ravage, or an Ice Path, or a Battle Trance, or a Song. It is scary. Like the scaling available for Mouse and the ability to just choose what fight they take, Spirit needs to just execute very cleanly, right? You make a bad initiation, Mouse have all the tools to punish it. But with 2 picks left, and they can try and outpace this, right? And
that's unusual.
I like this.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's a hero that can keep the distance away from the Troll with the itemization. They don't have any jumpers. Like Tidehunter, sure, later on you are going to be picking up a Blink Dagger, but you have 2 range supports, and I think this draw range around 18 is going to be causing a lot of issues. You have multiple saves, you do have Cookie, you do have Stampede. We've seen so many cart as well being utilized super well, so I like this a lot.
It is volatile though, right? Because a Drow in lane, sure, Disruptor is going to be very threatening to a Tidehunter, but when you do progress to the later portions of the game, there's going to be Tidehunter with Dead in the Water to punish the Stampede. You've got the Song where Naga Siren can get a Blink Dagger. You just find all the heroes, you just get on top. Troll naturally buys Swift Blink or Blink Dagger. That with a BKB, Drow can die. So it is a kind of it's a 50-50, I believe, where if the game does get a little bit even and Mouse can control some fights with good smokes and vision, there also is a world that they just completely obliterate the Drow if they aren't able to perfectly execute from Spirit. But I do like the lane. The lane is going to be really nice.
Tidehunter is not going to be enjoying this lane, and also, is it going to be the Riptide lane again with Naga Siren, or is it going to be, Jakiro Tide lane? Probably going to be Jakiro if they want to try to be putting more pressure. If they feel like they can't play that lane, then maybe Naga Siren is just going to be pulling the lane for Tidehunter and trying to stack, because this lane is very difficult. 2 range heroes, a lot of harassment, a lot of slow, especially at the early levels.
All right, so we are left with our mid lane matchup in our final 2 picks, where Laurel gets first pick over.
I feel bad for Laurel in this position. Because as mid one, he thrives on picking the Broodmother, the Necrophos, the Veno, I see a weak mid lane, I'm going to break it, right? And they go for the Ember Spirit, which, of all the mid heroes, is often the most punished, I believe, from mid. There's Monkey Kings, there's Huskars, there's Venos, and it really depends on, is mid one's read, I want to break your first 8 minutes of the game, or does he want to provide additional pick-off and initiation? Because for Mouse, their fight is Song Ravage, pretty much, right? Outside of Ice Path. So a cheap initiator would be pretty good. So it depends on mid one. Does he want to break the lane or enable his team? And that is a little smirk from mid one.
That's a big smirk from mid one.
I think maybe Immortal Faith, he actually looked a little offended, actually. Like, how dare they pick Ember against us in a blind pick?
It could be Shadow Fiend. I could feel it with the combo that they do have. Good in the lane. You have Song set up as well. Ravage.
There's so many like counter Ember heroes here.
Yeah, they do have a lot of those that they can bang out. Ember Spirit, not the strongest mid laners in terms of some of the matchups, especially if you pick it on 23.
But outside of the lane, it does fit the same archetype of the fight that we showed you. The Ember can go in first, get information. Once the information is provided, Drow will position accordingly. Stampede will be held when Drow gets jumped. Like, it does enable the layers to that excellent team fight. But if you don't get through the lane, things can get quite scary.
I do want to point out that Immortal Faith got up when there were still 2 minutes left in bonus time, so they knew already what they wanted. This is a very decisive draft coming out from them.
Again, Spirit didn't pick like a convoluted hero where you got to really think, oh, how do we beat it? It's more, oh, it's an Ember. So there's Shadow Fiends, there's Huskars, there's Venom. Like we mentioned 4 heroes that all are quite damning to an Ember. So for Immortal Faith, it's like, all right, cool. I want a little bit more mixed damage. Go for a Magic Shadow Fiend.
I like this one the most.
Yeah.
Because it has good lane, it has a good setup, it is very speedy as well. Like this is the hero that also builds into a Blink Dagger, so you can get on top of the Drow Ranger. I want to see how much Larl is going to be punished. We saw some really bad games from Larl, like first 10 minutes where he gets completely dismantled with the support rotation, and then we also see him bounce back multiple times, so this is the strength of a player. And yeah, 2 supports on side of Spirit. These 2 supports can play early game really well, so I want to see them help out Larl in this matchup.
But also it's not about Larl, right? He's also got really strong teammates, right?
Yep.
Where both the Centaur Snap lane, really strong, Disruptor Drow, a really strong lane. So yeah, the Shadow Fiend is going to be able to beat out the Ember mid, put him at a CS disadvantage and spook him a little bit. But if Larl can make moves through his side lanes, you can just ignore the Shadow Fiend and try and create tempo elsewhere. But yeah, for Spirit, strong side lanes, scary mid lane. But of course, Spirit, they're going to be able to work together and try and fix it.
I think in the segment you showed us earlier, it was a team fight shown where Larl was playing that Ember Spirit, and they played around just the information giving. You don't have to have any big items to be able to do that. So even if he has a lane that is a little bit more difficult, he should be fine.
They do have the tools to replicate that, and yeah, it's going to be potentially just a mid-1 show, but also the team fight. Who cares? I just want to see the game. This is just 2 good drafts.
We are going to see the game, but first we are going to see Slax talk to Immortal Faith again.
Mr. Faith, Immortal Faith, we got to talk about this, okay? You don't ban out Centaur. Now, this is Collapse Centaur. He's never lost a game. It's the best hero of the tournament, and you let him have it. Now, I got to understand why you would do this on the grand finals.
We forgot.
You forgot. You forgot to ban it, my friend. Are you going to give me the real answer, Immortal Faith? Why are you letting him get away with Centaur?
Oh, we really forgot.
I know we're having a lot of fun here, but don't disobey me, kitten. Let's go on to the next question. Mr. Faith, let's talk about your crazy Drow Ranger on the enemy team. This is a lot of low win rate heroes coming out here against you. Drow Ranger, any thoughts?
I think it's a very good hero.
Really?
Yeah.
Why didn't you guys pick it?
They have 18, so we cannot pick it 16, 17. They have 18.
Are you ever going to tell me anything for real in these interviews, or is this all just BS? Because the audience wants to know real answers.
For real, like we really just forgot about Centaur for a little bit when we practiced.
Okay. Don't smile. Don't smile. We're going to get into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if this will remind them about Collapse Centaur.
Welcome to the grand finals here at PGL Wallachia Season 6, Mouse versus Team Spirit. That interview made all of us dumber. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Welcome, Cinderin.
I like the development of the interview meta, where instead of Slacks trolling the players, they're finally catching on. They're like, what if we just did it to him?
Yeah.
We've reached peak interview skills from multiple players now, and I hope they continue to challenge Slacks. Because I feel like he deserves it. He's been getting away with this for way too long.
Yes, this is true. Do you think they actually forgot about Centaur, Cinderin?
No way. It's like the hero of the tournament. No way.
Yeah, it's possible, you know, technically.
Sure.
I love the technical aspects of the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously hiding things. And maybe, you know, after the series, we can have that interview. If they win, we can ask again. And if he says we forgot again, then,
yeah, okay.
Then he actually did.
Yeah.
But yeah, here we are in game. Cool drafts from both sides. We get to see a Drow Ranger for the first time. Centaurs had a 100% win rate apparently, basically winning every single game. At least
for these 2 teams, I think both Boom and Collapse have not lost on it.
Yeah,
I think Collapse has played it fewer times. I could be wrong about Boom. Collapse is definitely 3-0. We
But
saw that earlier.
it's gonna counteract against the win rate of Disruptor though, which is absolute hot garbage.
Yeah, that hasn't looked too hot. And well, for me, there's actually the one thing that stands out to me the most in this game with these two drafts is Yamich playing Jakiro, because when we've seen Mouse in a lot of their games, we've talked about this in previous casts, how Kaori's hero pool has been relatively limited but been extremely effective. It's not that he can't play other stuff, they just have this archetype of what they want to do, where Kaori has been playing this Jakiro, Warlock, etc. This support duo is a little bit, I would say, unusual for this team to run.
It's less playmakey, right?
Yeah, Yamich in general would play, you know, your Pudge, Tusk, these kinds of heroes that have a stun setup, whatever. This is a slightly different take, which I think Spirit were not expecting. But it also is a question of how well practiced are Mouse with playing like this, because it does change your overall game style quite a bit when you swap one of your most playmaking players onto a Jakiro.
Well, we'll find out pretty shortly if this is going to be a success or not. Sure, we're going to be seeing some drastic... This is the thing I love. With game number 1 of a best of 5, we're going to see so much development in terms of the picks and the bans as this goes through. By game 5, we're going to be like, why is this... Like, if we were shown the draft for game 5 now, we'd be asking, why the hell was this hero banned and or picked?
Yeah, we would have been asking in game 5, how did they forget about Centaur? But apparently that's...
Yeah, how many games will Centaur get through? Find out here at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Dr. Dre actually wanted to go for that originally, but his label told him that Forgot About Dre has a better ring to it than Forgot About Centaur. So here we are. It's unfortunate. I think I could have also made a splash. Time for the Wisdom. Oh. Excuse me. The Wisdom Flower.
The Kaori trying to run this off. Rue will secure the Lotus. No kill yet for either side.
This is an exceptionally strong lane. Centaur, Snapfire. Massive burst. You got to be super careful with approaching this lane. It's pretty rare that you have a melee offlaner and you feel like you can win against Troll, but I actually think this lane is winnable for Spirit. The Naga matchups, you can tell, is not enjoying Snapfire. 2 AoE abilities when you level up against all the illusions. You can't really use those very well to pressure if you wanted to. Probably not going to see Kaori even try to put pressure with them, really. It's a nice skill to have for blocking camps or manipulating waves. So you still want to skill it, but...
All right, let's talk about the carries for a bit. Let's start with the Drow Ranger, as Yatoro is playing that. We have not been seeing this hero at all. What makes it a good pick this game?
I think what Spirit were looking... Okay, hang on. Mid one might actually choose to chase this one the whole way down. He has a third... Yeah, that's pretty good.
One more raise for the road.
Mission accomplished. You're kind of low on resources, but you have access to the second water rune, unless anybody moves over there right now from the top lane. Doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, how much CS is he going to miss here is the real question.
Yeah, he's already losing this lane significantly on Laurel, which is a given. I think if you don't crush this lane on Shadow Fiend, you shouldn't pick the hero. So... mid one is delivering to expectations here, 26 and 12.
It's going to be a full wave.
Yeah, this is definitely bad for Ember, but it was a risk Spirit clearly were willing to take. They're not surprised by this, unless they forgot about Shadow Fiend, which, you know, if that's going to be the topic of the day is, actually we've been praising these players and coaches for years, but they're just pressing random buttons.
Yeah.
Would make me feel a lot less impressed about drafting in general.
Well, Laurel is back in lane, but yeah.
Oh, I like this from Yamich. This could be a very good rotation. It's unexpected at this time. It's generally around 6 that you do it. Laurel?
Yeah, with the dual breath, just a little bit of extra harassment for the road. It's going to likely stick around for that 6-minute power rune.
It seems that was communicated quite well by the side of Spirit that Jakiro was missing from top, because Laurel was playing defensive at a point where you would probably try to get at least one of those creeps with the Sleight of Fist. So, was aware of the risk.
Yep, it's going to get some XP.
Another rune.
Mid one gets the bounty here. Yeah. So 30 seconds away from what I would assume is going to be first blood, depending on how many members Spirit wants to send over.
Yeah, I don't know what the slowest first blood we've had in the tournament has been. For you and I, it's generally been around like 6 something.
I think we had a post 10-minute, didn't we?
Oh, did we?
Maybe I'm just making that up.
I don't think that was the 2 of us. The tournament might have had one.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're going to try to
tomorrow.
put on the pressure here. Kaori will cover the bottom rune, but he's going to meet some opposition through Rue.
Yep, and it might cost him. Shield rune is taken by Panto on the other side as Kaori trying to walk this off, but the first blood ends up going to Laurel.
Prophesized. This is really good news for Spirit. Not only do you get Laurel on the board in a game that he's struggling in, you also deny the rune away from Shadowfiend, who now doesn't have so many resources. And actually, mid one will be waddling back to base, so
boy.
Laurel will effectively recover almost entirely in a super losing matchup. You could see from the gold breakdown, even though he got first blood, he was still 600 behind the Shadowfiend. But that gap's going to narrow, and once you get 6, all of that threatening potential triple race combo Shadowfiend could pull on you shouldn't really happen anymore. So I think job well done. As far as I'm concerned, this is a way better than expected outcome in mid at 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice way to catch up, and it looks like both Wisdom Shrines will go to their respective teams, so no crazy things to start. Anyway, back to the conversation about the carry versus carry matchup. Drow Ranger for Toro. This is a hero, again, haven't seen a whole lot of. What makes it good?
She's pretty damn good against Troll. You just play on super high range. You have a natural knockback with the Gust. You want to buy Pike. You're also, you know that you're presented a relatively easy lane against Tide. There's some offlane matchups for Drow that can be really spicy. Tide you do well against the whole game, pretty much. Because once again, you're just playing on range. So I really think it's a great pick this game. And my biggest concern for Mouse in all of this is they don't have any backline jump.
Rue TPing to try to deal with these two members of Mouse. But yeah, the Scatter Blast missing there.
It's like, if you think about stereotypical atrocious matchups for Drow, my number 1 of all time is Brood. And number 2 is probably Lycan, right? These like 2 offlaners that just get hyper mobile. They run at you, they remove your ult, and they just eat you. There's nothing like that in this game. The only thing that can really catch you is Song of the Siren, but at that point you have Stampede, and you can also counterplay it with itemization. So I feel like if Maus don't pull ahead in this earlier portion of the game, I actually really like Spirit going down the stretch. Also because it's Spirit. They're probably...
Oh, what is this? He's actually committing. Nope. Will Remnant away mid-1 pretty low, and Laurel can just pop that regen rune.
Yeah, he's just leveraging this too.
Actually hits, and now the Remnant to try to finish the job of the Fairy Fight. To keep him alive. Laurel, with the help of the Stampede, gets taken out instead by mid-1 first with the raise. It is a trade, as Rue attempting to run away now, but Boom has brought his fat body into the mid lane, and that's going to secure the second kill for Mouse.
Yeah, maybe jumping the gun there a bit on Ember. I feel like you could have potentially waited a little bit longer to get more out of your regen, but he wanted to make the move and seemingly got surprised by how low damage output he had. Then they kind of have to panic Stampede. They run through. At the very least for them, they do trade, but that could have absolutely gone better. But yeah, I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around. You look at this Mouse lineup, right? What do you see? I feel like this is a stand in one spot and cast all your stuff and blow the enemy team up kind of draft.
Yep.
You're playing into Ember, who's super elusive, Drow, who's really far in the back line, and then you have Stampede. So I just think Spirit have really good tools later in the game, and by extension, for Mouse, a team that, in my opinion, probably has been the best team of the tournament in the first 10 minutes. They are somewhat only breaking even in this one. I think if you add those two things together, Spirit should be feeling quite comfortable right now. But for Mouse, give them another 10 minutes. They hit a big timing between Tide, Shadowfiend, and probably a Song of the Siren. That will be the moment to strike and find a big win.
Mid-1, level 8 on this SF. Yeah, they do have the wombo combo potential from Mouse.
Yeah.
As we can see the Searing Chains onto Boom. He's alone versus the 3 members of Spirit. Kite him a bit with Itoro. Actually going to use the Ravage. Panto, does he have the vision for the glimpse? Well, the Searing Chains holds him in place, pops the Kraken Shell, and that means, well, he's resigned to his fate. Can he get the deny on the Ancient is really all it comes down to.
No.
As Utoro will claim him. And that's a Ravage down. It's going to cost them the tier 1.
Yeah, honestly, kind of solid space from Tide. Now that I see the result in mid, I kind of like the Ravage. I didn't like it until there was this trade-off. Because like buying yourself 15 seconds there is kind of inconsequential if your team isn't using it for anything. But getting a full mid tower is quite good. And you were unlikely to use that Ravage for anything else in the next 2 minutes. That's often what's worth keeping in mind about these big ultis in the early game. I think sometimes people are a little bit too stingy with them, and it's like, well, what are you saving it for? Like,
Yeah,
does it matter? Like, you can even Ravage to kill at 5, and I think that can be fine if there's no need for it anyway. Yep, a lot of stacks. This is unsurprising. As a matter of fact, the same amount for both teams, 9 and 9.
Yeah, both carriers can take stacks quite easily. If Boom falls behind, he can take the stacks. He's going to get glimpsed into the kinetic field. We'll pop the Kraken shell as Rue trying to get the Mortimers on his face. It's enough, actually. It's going to cost Rue his life, but certainly worth it. Now that's a back-to-back death for Boom, who I think inarguably was the MVP of the last series.
Oh, there is the song set up.
Mid one, TP's coming in, wants to get the Requiem right on top of the Drow, gets it off just in time. Well timed overall from Mouse. They blow up the Drow Ranger as Collapse. Well, he's pretty healthy, so they can continue to fight and try to counteract this a bit. Mid one, starting to run out of mana. Chrysalis is actually on the high ground, just waiting for somebody to overstep. Root TP's in, gets the Scatter Blast off, but that's all he's going to be able to provide on these cores of the Mouse side.
Yeah, it looked a bit dodgy with the Centaur TPing in next to a Requiem combo, but obviously Collapse knows the limits and is very tanky, and yeah, look at the damage output. Just nice and easy combo there for the SF. Of course, the play that you just saw will become more and more difficult to pull off as defensive items come out. Well, Drow will later down the line be getting herself a Pike or a BKB or both. And then that will... It's a matter of striking now while you're in a good spot for Mouse. And they have Ravage again, so perhaps we'll see them try to open the top tower once more. Either now or maybe they wait for 15 minutes so they have a siege creep. Laurel trying to be annoying, but...
Yep. Well, he's going to be brought back into a Ravage, actually hitting 3 members.
That's a good static storm.
Right on top of them, though. Laurel looks to be dead, though, and there's not going to be any more action coming out from Spirit, although mid one gets Scatter Blasted at the last moment. Thought he might tick out, but Root finishes the job. So 1 for 1, mid for mid.
That looked like Laurel got caught off guard by an Ice Path. I think he was trying to stretch that as long as possible before remnanting out. He has the remnants, but didn't expect the Ice Path from Yamich. Jakiro in many ways it's probably been the support of the tournament, I would say. Just being prioritized by loads of teams for its ability to push towers early, but also Ice Path has found, in my eyes, surprisingly big success in the games. There's just so many clutch fights.
Has to go in melee range to try to counteract the Mortimer's kisses, but the right clicks will likely suffice. Scatterblast misses, it matters not, as mid one. Not sure if he's going to be able to get this. No TP's coming, though, so I guess he will. Has the facet to slow them down with each raise. Mid one claims his target. Chrysalis has his Battle Fury. Got it a couple minutes ago. Pretty good timing. We'll be going for, looks like a Yasha into the BKB, and then likely to finish off the SNY, unless you think Manta is needed this game, which against Gust, I mean, you're going to go for BKB, so...
Yeah, I know Mouse have found good success with Troll in this tournament. It doesn't quite hit the spot for me in this game in terms of its matchups, but if you can enforce the right type of fights, of course. Troll is looking for mainly 2 things in the game, right? He's looking for lockdown, so he gets to hit the enemy targets, and he's looking for enemy heroes that don't inherently just kite him with their kit. It's one thing if your team can lock them down, but ideally you want them to not be too slippery on their own. Stampede, Ember, Glimpse. It's definitely not the easiest Troll game. The lane was fine. It's always going to be a challenge to do well against Snap Centaur, so that he definitely passed the bar on that one with this pick, but you and I both are not the biggest Troll enjoyers as a concept with the ult. We both miss having control of him.
Yes.
Can't say...
I love the hero, though.
Yeah.
Everything else about him is awesome.
He's one of your 2 favorite carries, right? Troll and Lifestealer, I think? Is that right?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
Yeah.
I mean, the Aghanim Scepter on this hero is just fascinating, very game-dependent. This game probably doesn't make that much sense. It's good against Searing Chains to dispel yourself, take off Flame Guard, but...
Yeah, it's likely not worth it. You're going to need to stat up heavily to try to fight this Drow. You might actually want to buy Blink in this game at some point, I would think, on the Troll.
Smoke from Mouse. Yotaro will be the perfect target. Panto, though, breaks the smoke. Actually uses his ult. He's going to die. Interesting that he used it. They're actually dies to the neutral. Wow. Okay.
Outplayed.
I guess the Disruptor ult was needed.
Well, they couldn't last hit him with raises because he was silenced, so...
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
sometimes you get lucky. It's all good. Mouse will now take the top tier 1. So they are very much so playing into this mid-game timing of their lineup that we talked about. They are very strong right now. Spirit are going to largely be uninterested in taking team fights because they're, you know, you just look at what you're up against. It's like crazy combos and big damage ults. So they will mainly be playing the map and trying to solve the overall draft situation through itemization. And that's always going to be the big thing at the highest of levels, and we are in a grand finals here. The teams are expected to recognize when they are strong and weak. So you can expect Mouse to continue pressing the issue as much as possible, and Spirit will try to dissuade them through split pushing waves or finding skirmishes, poking and prodding where they can. Boom actually...
They'll activate it. It means the Mortimers are going to be way easier to hit. Slow to a crawl. Boom is just a free kill for Spirit.
Yeah, forgot he wasn't playing Centaur, so he can die.
Can't blame him. He's played a lot of Centaur this
He's been playing a solid amount of Mars.
Yeah, his Mars was
really, really good last series.
That's the best performance, I think, of the tournament. But speaking of the Centaur, we have a Blink Dagger for Collapse to go along with his Blade Mail Helm. Seeing a lot of people not opt for the Blink Dagger at this stage even, but Collapse staying true to Centaur and his hopes and dreams. Of course, he's the one that kind of brought the Aghanim Scepter onto the scene, I want to say like a year and a half ago. He's one of the first people to build that semi-consistently.
It's actually super cool with Drow in this game, if you think about it.
Yeah.
The way Maus are going to win this later will be through getting on top of Drow and killing her, but if Centaur has Blink BKB cart, he can, even through a song setup, he can just protect her guaranteed.
Yeah.
So I expect that to come out. He does have a Lotus queued up now as well, which obviously makes sense. Has been a really strong item this tournament. You can get rid of Ensnare, you can get rid of all of Jakiro's garbage, Gush, Slow from Troll. You get the armor, which is great. Panto, ambitious TP almost worked.
Close.
Wow, I did not think that was going to be that close, but they do get him.
Pipe almost there for Boom. And I wanted to talk about the Shard for him. I think that's going to have to be a very effective usage in this game in particular. I mean, how does that work against Hurricane Pike for Drow? If you jump on top, put the anchor on her.
You can still pike the tide away and get knocked back yourself, right? I think?
I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, we've learned one new interaction this tournament at least, which is that it's almost impossible to put a pulverized hero in a cart.
Yeah.
Which
makes sense.
When you think about it, it does make sense with how pulverize works, because you can't like force staff people that are pulverized. They're kind of anchored to the ground, and when you're putting them in the cart, you're moving them slightly. But supposedly, from what I heard, it is possible. Which makes less sense to me. If it just never worked, that would be okay.
That's hearsay.
It's like, yeah, sure.
We have not seen evidence of this.
No. It might have just been fabricated. Crystal is very hard to kill here.
Yeah,
he has BKB.
He has BKB, Searing Chains on him. Already at half HP. Will pop the BKB and the ult, as that is kind of the counter.
Didn't ult.
Team Spirit. They can just run away.
He still has it.
Oh, he didn't pop ult?
No, he didn't ult.
Oh.
It was the Stampede. They do sound similar. It's sort of, you know. To you, all noises like that sound the same. You make them all the time.
Sounded like me just taking waking up from a nap.
Yeah.
It's like a Murloc. Rue. Oh, he's going to run right into Boom with a little scatterblast action. Connect field place to slow down Mouse a bit.
Mission accomplished from Spirit, though, right? You are pulling Mouse a bit around the map and not getting fought into, so you are buying space for Drow. Now, this is still numerically the 3k lead. I don't think it's that important in the grand scheme of things, just because I don't, once again, feel like this is the greatest troll game, so I don't know if he can realize the value of the net worth that he has. But they will be getting the Tormentor. Like, there's just no way, right? You can't contest this. They have all the big teamfight ults and Song, so...
Will...
Oh,
that would have been sick.
Okay, losing that to a Kobold.
That would have been
something else.
So Kaori buffing up the Song of the Siren for the ultimate reset to come. So we saw the BKB usage from Chrysalis, and Pipe is now finally finished for Boom. So some power spikes coming on the Mouse side. Problem is, mid one doesn't have his BKB quite yet. Is basically a recipe away.
I would kind of like, once he picks that up, that they brute force...
Yeah, great replay.
Wow, it was so close. I think they should brute force Roche once he has the item on SF, because, once again, I don't think Spirit are in a position to really contest it. They can try to steal it, with Centaur and Ember trying to go for some YOLO, jump in and grab it, but Song of the Siren, Ravage, more than likely you're just giving it away.
Panto has a greedy Tumbler's toy, so helping him get this really early Blink Dagger.
Oh yeah, we also haven't talked about the potential of Ags on Disruptor, of course. That is
always
not a thing for the next 10-15 minutes, but he could get there, and that item is really good against Troll.
Just really good.
Yes.
Period.
But there are some carries that deal with it better than others. Obviously, number one is probably a Batten, because you can still, survive. But a Troll getting caught in Static Storm with Ags has no counterplay. You have Song, which is the only thing, but I think you can still die in the Storm if you just have BKB popped on Drow. A Drow with 3 or 4 items will, or maybe a bit more than that.
All right, Collapse. You're going to steal the Aegis
there is no way, right?
You're going to steal the Aegis. He's going to do it at some point. Panto jumps in with the Disruptor ult. There's the Song to reset. Mortimer's Kiss is wasted. A little bit of damage to the Jakiro as the other side. Panto looks to be taken out by the Shadow Fiend. Is closer. Finally, the Ravage comes through. First, Yamish falls, though. It's going to be the trade for Collapse. No Aegis for you this time. Laurel, Remnants away. BKB already used here, so Mouse can just continue with Roche, and they should be able to get it this time. Unless Collapse wants to buy back and steal the Aegis. Not this time.
Slightly surprised to see Spirit try to... Okay.
Aegis finally goes to Chrysalis, mid one.
Oh, Laurel.
Requiem
Clean
dodge. Laurel.
Very nice.
That's a big ult down. Spirit might just want to fight, despite not having this Aegis, which is now intact for Chrysalis. Runs right into Yatoro, gets gusted. This is going to be life number 1 already. The Ice Path actually hits, though. Yatoro in a lot of trouble. Has to pop the Manta in retreat. Collapse about to spawn in a few seconds. They get the D-Ward. That should be the end of it.
Surprised to see Spirit contest that in the fashion that they did as well. I would like to see the replay. I feel like Drow wasn't even remotely close. They did that 4v5 knowingly, and Yatoro started walking over, I want to say 10 or 15 seconds after the song ended. He finally connected with the fight. So that seemed to be just a stalling tactic for Spirit, that they wanted to poke and prod Mouse. Maybe the hope was we can dissuade them from doing Roche by just forcing cooldowns and disengaging, and Drow farms in the meantime. But then perhaps they changed their minds. They were like, actually, maybe we can take this fight. So they bring over the Drow. But when all is said and done, the result is kind of the same as Mouse just getting the Roche, I would say. I don't really feel like you put too much of a dent in them there. This, however...
Storm. Yep, Cookie will cancel the TP, but the Ice Path onto 2 with a Macro Pyre to follow. Yatoro going to try to turn this around, though, with the multi-shot upon boom. Gets blood grenaded. And Kaori... Yeah, I don't think Yatoro wants to go any further, but the glimpse with the Mortimers isn't going to be enough to take out the Tide. Instantly dispels, but will fall in the end. Stampede used. Panto's the first death, though, for Spirit. Looks like Kaori will be next on the Mouse side. Just barely gets trickled down. Chrysalis, Aegis still there. Actually, a buyback coming out from Panto, as
he wants
Spirit
to get
still
the
want to fight. Double kill for Laurel. And Chrysalis, the full disengage.
Not going to get vision.
Now he has a blink coming.
Realistically, all that buyback was going to achieve was a BKB usage. I don't really like that much from Panto, because Troll was what he wanted, clearly. He bought back Blink looking for the glimpse.
Well, he has the greedy neutral, so he has so much money, Cinder.
Sure.
He'll just refresh it in no time.
I wipe my ass with buybacks.
That is not Disruptor.
Nope. It wasn't meant to be an impression of Disruptor.
Oh, I mean...
It was stereotypical business bro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, he's about to
it's
be...
a dieback.
Stereotypical fountain bro.
60 seconds.
See you in a minute.
And Chrysalis having a very good game. 3K net worth lead between him and Yatoro. But like you said, not the greatest troll game, so we'll see.
I think Drow's net worth is worth more. It's the thing.
You think so?
Yeah, she uses the gold better in general, and given the matchups, it's not always that you need to be neck and neck for it to be even. Like, some hero matchups also just inherently good, and I would say Drow versus Troll for me is very one-sided when you get to the later portions of the game. And, well, we're approaching that already. So Mouse, I think for them, I feel like they're unhappy with not being able to leverage this Aegis for anything. Like, that's the goal here for Spirit. Nice find here for Crystallis, though. And there is that dagger we talked about. He was going to pick it up. I love to see it here as his third item. He was eyeing up Basher, but totally agree with this pivot to the Blink, because now he can get on top of Drow with any sort of catch and perhaps get that kill, which is what's going to break the fight open. You want to use this Aegis to get towers. You want to kill Yatoro and try to break the base.
Yeah, and he's going to go Basher next, which I assume will be an Abyssal at some point. So the Blink, Abyssal, Drow. Hope you can kill him during that duration. How helpful would the Shard for Yatoro be in this game? The Glacier. Is that just like a casual pickup at some point, or do you think it's actually important?
I don't think it's actually important, but I definitely think he'll get it. But what is actually important is the Pike. And that is what is coming close now. That is the most important item for Drow this game. That doesn't mean he has to buy it first, though, but it's the one that's going to change the complexion of the fights in the right direction for Spirit later. So he absolutely wants it in his build.
Oh, Yatoro.
Do you buy Shard after that? Not sure.
Another Disruptor death for the road.
Wow, Panto's on a streak here.
Yeah, something like
I have greedy neutral, therefore I get to die
on. Gust with the Stampede. Ice Path holds him in place with the Macro Pyre to follow. Crystallis popping the ult early, trying to get these roots. And he's just going to try to fight it out, and that is not a winning cause. Crystallis on the Troll will win every time in a 1v1.
There is that Blink. Instant value. He's going to feel super happy about making that choice already. Just that singular kill is worth the cost of the dagger. It's going to swing the matchup even more heavily in his favor. He's up about 3k, but obviously Drow on the sidelines for a minute will be converging towards 4k. He's also going to get the Wisdom Shrine here at 28 on Troll.
Yeah.
He wants to, so level 21.
Okay.
2.5 levels up on the Drow. Laurel coming over. Looking for trouble.
Chains wants to try it. The BKB's down for 50 seconds, so he's going to try to fight his way out of it. The Mortimer's Kisses from way far away. Down goes Crystallis. Big kill for Spirit. Boom, trying to help his comrade, now trying to help himself, as he's just going to get slowed and kited into oblivion, but has the H. Blinks back in. Okay. Was looking for maybe a Ravage play. We'll get out of dodge.
God, I love cursing players. It's so fun. It was such a good kill on the Drow, and then he goes and farms the most extreme dire favored camp without BKB and ulti ready. Hoping he's not going to get spotted, but Laurel was on the money.
Cast a game without mentioning the player's name? Maybe that would break the curse?
That'll make the game really close.
Just call them by their heroes, you know?
Oh, it's the name that does it, is it?
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, in situations like this, we have to test it.
That is very Death Note of you.
I kind of know that.
Wow, an anime reference you get. That's... Well, an anime reference we both get, rather. Well, you also used to watch Pokemon, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
No.
Oh, really?
Well, mid one. He was spotted there for a moment. As Sheepstick will be his next item. Not that far away, just a couple K away. He gets hoof stomped, though, into the Mortimers, but
no.
Gonna work too well with the song. Ice Path, and they're still gonna go for it with the Requiem on top. The Snapfire gets blown up and collapsed to follow as well. So it looked ugly, it looked hideous, but it worked.
The Ravage didn't even matter. I think they got the exact same kills if he hit the Ravage.
Sometimes you're just excited to hit the R key.
Sure, I mean, okay, the Ice Path is enough. It's a classic setup. Song into Ice Path, don't even need the Ravage. Why did you pick Tide? Just pick a different hero.
And just like that, the Sheepstick is finished from this one engagement. Yeah, that's...
So, it doesn't get much worse than that, but the setup either way...
You need the Jakiro, really. The Jakiro
Macropyre Ice Path.
Yeah, it's just dirty.
Nice and easy. And yeah, Collapse had 7-second cooldown on BKB there, I believe. So, the Crystallis conundrum of entering into spots that you're not really ready for there. He wanted to tie up the score. For that.
Yatoro has Ags,
so
so...
he bought that before Pike. Okay, I was not expecting that. Just really trusting in stellar positioning. This leaves you vulnerable. If Troll gets on top of you, you don't nearly have the same counterplay as you do with the Pike, so...
Yeah.
He's obviously still getting it. That's a no-brainer, but... Having the Dragonlance early, I thought he was going to transform.
So is this
fast.
basically for the lifesteal on Battle Trance? The main reason you're picking this up? I mean, it's good against Tide in general. I mean, he's cracking it off, though.
It does a decent amount of damage, too. It's not bad. I think this is a stable pick, but yeah, obviously the lifesteal counter against Troll is nice. I'd like to say that basically any true 6-slotted Drow build, you would want this to be one of the 6. Not exactly my specialty, this hero, but I think there's also something about the farming acceleration of this that it just... As usual, the earlier you can get a fighting item and stay afloat, or a farming item and stay afloat, the better. This is Drow's Battle Fury, in a way, but she just can't buy it first in this game because she's going to be too vulnerable. So,
well,
all-round good item.
He has a 4-staff now. He's almost there.
And Disruptor with the Greedy is getting there.
Greedy boy is spotted. Oh, blinks out with the greed. The Mouse swing and a miss there.
Yeah, 7k up still though, in a good spot. Jakiro closing in on Axe. That is going to be a wombo combo with the Song as well, getting the upgraded Oven.
Tasty treat, huh?
And now time for Roche. Will Spirit try again?
Where is Collapse? Roche belches in their face.
There's the belch.
Damage rune on mid one as Chrysalis is going to solo this. Smoke from Spirit. Macro Pyre placed. Laurel's going to get some vision with the Shivas. Mortimer's Kiss is right on top. Collapse in the pit.
Of course!
He gets it again!
Of course!
How does he do it time and time again? It's going to cost him the 1 life, but now Chrysalis has to get the hell out of the pit. Does Mouse still want to fight this? It's a 5 versus 5. Collapse, already at half health. Looks like his team will abandon him, but the job is done. Aegis down and out. The rest of Spirit trying to get out of dodges mid one. Has to pop the BKB. Going for the Requiem.
Ravage
not doing anything, but they have the connection onto the Ember Spirit. Laurel popping the BKB. Staying alive here. Looks like going to turn it onto Boom instead. Pops the Kraken Shell as the blink from Chrysalis. He's kind of in a horrible spot. He's dead. 2 cores for Mouse as they try to pursue Spirit to their own demise.
Dude.
And Collapse, we talked about it, Cinderin, the other day. Definitely the best Aegis stealer ever in Dota.
Yeah, I was
so crazy.
I was going to say the same thing. Like, you can talk about Collapse's accolades with how he's been able to play specific heroes in specific moments, and you know, you can be the best player on a hero at any given time, but I agree 100%. Nobody is more consistent at this than him. Just such an incredible eye for timing and when to go and how to go in. And stealing this Aegis is massive. This is meant to be Mouse's high ground Aegis. This is the one where they want to win the game. I don't think being 6k gold up now is a lead anymore. Like, it's not good enough because the writing on the wall is eventually Drow is going to get there. Ember and Centaur also have insane scaling.
And this chase, when mid one was already at half health, Chrysalis was already pretty low as well.
I mean, I know the Grand Finals host is Shiver, so maybe Boom is trying to impress her, but that's 2 in a row on nobody. I can't say, I'm not personally impressed, but no, maybe I'm not the target audience for Boom's Tidehunter so far, but I'm wishing for more. It's kind of funny when a player has like a stellar previous series and then just...
More than stellar, literal MVP.
This is not it. You gotta hit those.
Man. All right, well, this game got even more interesting.
Yatoro top net worth for the first time in the game.
Okay.
On Drow.
Yeah, they kited them very well and kind of baited them into the triangle. So, Yatoro, does he have the Daedalus finished? No. So, it's about 1,300 away or so as mid one.
Okay, Stampede.
Requiem, not going to do that much damage, but he goes into the Ice Path, has the Remnant up the whole time.
He's good.
He is.
Unless, okay, that would have been a funny
bash.
First hit ranged bash would have been something else. Yeah, does get out. It's a Requiem for BKB Stampede trade. It's pretty even. I think that's fine.
Yeah, this next fight, Yatoro's going to have Daedalus. Collapse is going to have Aghanim Scepter, the cart.
Yeah.
And
that is...
Laurel, what is he close to? I thought he'd be going for Ags already, but I guess it's just going to be a casual Kaya first.
Panto's close to Ags as well. And these
Panto
are...
is close to Ags?
Yeah, so we're getting to the point where all of the super late game worries I had for Mao's are going to be realized, and now you're getting to the hard part of the game. So unfortunately, in the easier parts, you didn't quite build the lead that you were hoping to. So now you're going to have to dig deep. Like, we can't have a zero-hero Ravage anymore. You're not winning the fights any longer. Sure, we had the previous one where they had a great Ice Path Macropyre. The solutions are starting to come out in force. BKB cart from the Centaur, Axe from the Disruptor is going to create enough of a, just disruption, actually, in the fights for Mouse to be unable to pull off their combo. And this is where, obviously we talked about this at the start of the game, you don't have Yamich on a hero that's going to find openings now. So you can't just go something like Ags on Tusk and break their formation, use displacement or something to try to solve these issues. You have to fight head on. That is going to prove to be quite the challenge, I would imagine, for Mouse. Got there, maybe going to try anyway, they're in.
Oh, the jump in from Crystallis and the Requiem.
That's good.
Laurel is dead, has buyback. That's a big snipe, though, from Mouse.
Yeah, Centaur was far away, so no cart save. He was farming down bottom, and Laurel gets caught off guard. You're not getting anything more out of this, but it's a nice pick. 70 seconds, no objectives to be claimed. But still, a feels good kill from mid one in the game.
It looks like he has damage rune right now. What is this? What are these particles? How is that? What is that? Is that just, that's not part of the Arcana, is it?
This is something you unlock when you get 32 out of 40 challenges in Path of Exile, actually. So congratulations,
like
Yatoro, on finding the time for that while being one of the best to ever do it. It's cool.
I guess winning TI twice, they just give you cosmetic.
I actually don't know what this is.
Yeah, it's... Huh.
He also has the aura under him, the Halloween aura.
Yeah, that one's I've seen many times.
Maybe this is what you get when you finish the Atlas and Monster Hunter 4 times.
A fake damage rune. Fake your enemy out. Strike fear in their heart. There's an Arcane rune, and they would love to give this to Laurel if they can, but yeah, Collapse will have to snag it for now. Boom. He's going to front line. Going to get hoof stomp. There's the Static Storm. That's the Aghanim Scepter to
good
Mortimer's.
song.
To try to reset, healing up. Boom.
He's out. Okay.
The Macropyre, though, not going to do too much as Yatoro popping the BKB wants to fight. That means Mouse wants to retreat. Stampede used all they've gotten. There's the Ravage, only onto one, though. It's just the Disruptor support for support. Collapse. In the cover of BKB. Uses the cart. Nobody inside yet. Boom. He's just going to get right-clicked by Yatoro. Can't get up close and personal. Crystallis on the run. Has the blink. Theoretically should be fine.
He needs to blink to the right spot.
He's going to go for the fight instead with mid one. Has the Requiem, slam the BKB. Yatoro's dead. No buyback at all. And now the fight on top of Laurel. His Remnant is slow to a crawl, but Crystallis is finally taken out by Spirit. There's the cart with the Ember inside. I don't know why that looks so hilarious, but it's going to be the death of mid one. Double kill for Laurel. Wow, such a back and forth fight. And Spirit, they have the numbers now.
That looked glorious for Mouse. I think the play call there to kill the Drow is very impressive. That Crystallis found a way to navigate that area and get the jump, but obviously it was courtesy of the Observer Ward that has now been dewarded by Rue. They're like, there's no way he does this without vision. We're going to see the replay here, so good job on the song saving him. I don't know if Kaori needs to stay here the entire time. Look how he's staying on his hero. So effectively now he's just dead shortly after. He tries to get away, but they will catch up to him. And as you mentioned, the Ravage here, it hits Ember and Disruptor, but not the right target. You want to hit Drow with this. Like, Yatoro gets the space that he needs to navigate the fight. He's going to assist in killing the Tide from far away. And here, don't blame Spirit for looking for the chase. Look at the health bars at the top as well. They're way ahead on resources, but Crystallis finding this from the ward. Really nicely done with the Requiem getting in there as well.
That's some balls to go back in, I have to say.
And it did cost them in the end. They obviously lose Crystallis on the way out.
And Laurel in the cart here. We're going to see shortly the play of the game. Right-click Ember Spirit. In the cart. That looks so stupid.
I think the reason that looks and feels so funny is that you're carting one of the most mobile heroes in the game. Why would they want to be in it? You know?
Yeah.
You're removing his freedom to remnant around.
Well, net worth-wise, this is a dead even game. This is what we were hoping for this grand finals.
So what would you give the teams win expectancy-wise? Because to me, this is like a 2-1 for Dire at an even game at 41.
60-40 maybe.
60-40, okay. Well, let's see who Gaben agrees with more of the two of us.
Okay.
I'm going to check. It is almost exactly 60-40.
Okay.
And this is why AI is bad, because it's wrong, Shannon. This is a 2-1 game.
Okay.
You have my word.
Your word.
Yes. My word is worth more than all of AI.
What word is that?
It's a good word.
Okay. You can tell me after the broadcast. Smoke from Spirit.
The word is taint.
What the fuck?
Sorry, I had to talk with Flax in the green room. It's infecting me.
Yeah, this is called brain rot to the highest degree.
Oh, that's a good find.
Storm, he cannot pop BKB. Mid one is dead. The song used as well, but all for naught.
Yeah, who are you really saving? Not even yourself.
They want to continue on, Searing Chains, and that is a dead Naga Siren as well. Both have buybacks.
Another one. DJ Khaled on Jakiro.
Crystallis jumps in, wants to get the fight up. Panto is dead. The cart, nobody's inside of it. Meanwhile, Laurel just assassinates Yamich.
Oh, root. Okay.
Okay, beautiful kill from Crystallis.
Sometimes you just keep rooting.
Gotta have confidence on your Troll Warlord.
Oh, that's an expensive mid-1 buyback, but you get some rewards in that.
Well,
but you're starting
Roche
to
was
see...
up, this would be perfect. It is 20 seconds.
Yeah, but Collapse is alive, so you're not getting the Aegis. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
No doubt.
But that was obviously a showcase of the Disruptor Ags at its fullest. If you find mid-1 like that again, Mouse would be in big trouble. So got to be careful now how you play the map.
Oh, Link.
They are going to smoke aggressively in this 3v3. Disruptor's about to spawn with an outpost to TP2, but they're going to find Collapse.
Find Collapse. He's dead. Easy kill. Has the buyback.
That is such
2 minutes otherwise.
Such a good play. I think that's not surprised to see Collapse getting caught completely off guard. But this was unexpected, to say the least.
This should be free.
He's going to roar. Can you really say that with confidence? Collapse could buy back. Drow's TPing. I don't know.
They're grouping. This is too fast, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Song is up in 6 seconds.
They're too late.
Roche will fall. Boom.
Really
Trying
good
to
for
cancel
Mouse.
some blinks.
All right, that's huge.
Has PTSD from Collapse just walking in there. Actually pops his beat.
Rain in some kisses here, but they can't commit on that. That's big for Mouse. It's a breath of fresh air having this Aegis finally. Oh, nice reaction to blink out prior. Rue anticipating this play from Kaori.
All right, Aegis advantage. What can they do with it? Mid one, he's in a 1 versus 3, going for the Reckless Torpid, pops the BKB and destroys him. And boom, he has the anchor. Oh, no, wrong way, and now the Ravage, but Toro is out of sight, out of mind in the trees. He's just going to kill off Tidehunter from the sideline. I have no idea how he ended up there, but he's very happy. Attempted TP, but really the kill onto Crystallis would be the bigger of deals. The bash is coming in from Crystallis, though he is able to take out Laurel. That's life number 1.
Refresh a song. He had to refresh for that.
Crystallis, can you get out? Attempted TP should be fine.
Oh, the glimpse!
Whoa, that glimpse at the last moment! And Crystallis will fall. That is a disaster for Mouse.
Oh,
what a play from Panto.
Yikes.
Wow.
That could have gone all sorts of ways. They have to buy back Collapse and Laurel, but the Drow, look at those numbers. In spite of probably the most poisoned cookie of all time, he still finds a way to not eat it and survive. Imagine your Toro doesn't get to the low ground somehow there. They just potentially lose the game off this. This opening from mid 1, not really an opening at all. Like, Drow's hitting so damn hard already. Went greedy, went for it.
Bounced around here. Okay, and
so he 4-steps himself down, gets Ravaged too late, and is out of it. And now the Centaur buyback. They smell blood in the water. Obviously, they can win this fight. But kind of crazy that Mouse managed to make this competitive with a dead Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah.
Like, Troll is getting in there, getting kills, opening up on Centaur. He uses to save his own life and to kill his Ember. And this song, Panto doing a great job. Look at his spacing off on the left, making sure to run all the way left and then...
Oh, man.
That's huge.
Meanwhile, live, buildings are melting. Anytime you lose a big fight with a Drow Ranger on the other side, you are losing some serious stuff. It's going to be the mid lane. The fortification is activated here. And they're going to have 5 in just a moment, Yatoro.
Let's see how eager Spirit are. As mentioned, they are missing 2 key core buybacks, so I think they'll probably just settle for the 1 lane and call it a day.
Yeah.
Because if you try to go for more here, all enemy heroes alive, you don't have Aegis advantage, you could get song combo. This is definitely the experienced play to make, is to take just what you can get, nothing more, and back out.
Just thinking, how many times do you think Collapse, if you had to guess, has stolen an Aegis in a pro match?
Lifetime?
Yeah.
50?
50?
Maybe?
50?
How many years has he played pro?
Holy crap.
When did he play his first pro game?
Between 20 and 30.
I'm just thinking, he played his first pro game in like 2017 maybe? Was it? 2018?
Mm-hmm.
Stealing 10 a year? Does that sound unbelievable?
10 a year? Yeah, it sounds a little too much.
It might be too much. Yeah, and maybe it's somewhere between.
But still, the fact that even in the realm of possibility, insane.
Maybe 50 is a stretch. I think you're closer, thinking twice, but I wouldn't be surprised that he has the highest number of Aegis steals per game played in his career. I think he is probably number 1.
I mean, there's no question. No question.
Well, you could have someone else have more, but they're just less memorable.
No.
Because it's also the stakes and the fashion in which he does it.
No, it's not.
Okay, you're right. I take it back.
No way.
You're so convinced you cannot ever be wrong.
That's correct. It's the American way.
That's how it goes. You just say something with enough conviction and you're right by default.
That's right.
Yep. Drow 5k up on Troll now, by the way.
Yep, Yatoro's
the tables have turned, and that is a big pickup on Centaur, by the way. This is effectively a second pseudo card. The Wind Waker can now also protect an ally with that. There's no nullifier on the Radiant. They're not even queuing one up on the Troll. He's going Refresher, which he kind of has to in this game on Chrysalis, since he needs to be able to do a second run of spells. That's the good news here for the side of Mouse. Sure, you lost that fight in the lane of Barracks, but you still have Refresher Shard on SF, and you have the cheese. So some advantages going into the next fight that you can try to leverage, and obviously the key cooldown on the buybacks. I think Mouse would love to find some type of fight that they can kill Ember or Centaur in that could lead to their own Barracks, but respecting Team Spirit in this late game, as you have to.
Team Spirit in grand finals.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a team that's aspiring, like, you're dreaming of going to the final, the team you want to play is Team Spirit, right? Well, to win, at least, if you were guaranteed.
You would like, oh yeah, if you're winning by default, I would like to beat Spirit, sure.
But obviously you don't, you're scared at the same time, you know?
Yeah. Drow is buying a Silver Edge, by the way. He has consumed his Aghanims with the Synth.
Okay.
So, waiting on enough gold here. Only 600 surplus, so needs about 1.5k.
Yeah, Boom is going to go boom.
He will explode.
Is made.
And it's another mobility and safety
Crystal
item.
Edge,
Oh, that's a good find.
Storm. Do they have the damage to rip through him before he can get anything off? Hurricane Pike and gets off the ult at the last second. The song resetting things, and now the leash. Can he get him in the cart? Yes, Collapse brings Yatoro away. Gets the Stampede as well, despite having the anchor applied to him right now. So Disruptor is dead to Mouse's hands. Yatoro's still on the run. Yeah, he has the Shadow Blade. No way you're catching him now. Mortimer's Basher from Chrysalis right on top of Laurel. Gets the remnant off. Yatoro just deletes mid-1. Do they still want to fight? Chrysalis finally with the BKB in retreat, though. Glimpse brings him back into the fray. Another Hurricane Pike, and now he's just getting controlled. Too much damage coming out from Yatoro. And now they're going to turn their sights into the big fat watermelon. 3 dead for Mouse. These fights are so entertaining.
What an insane value from the Shadow Blade. It's just...
The fact that Chrysalis lived initially. Holy shit.
Yeah, they didn't have anyone hitting him except the Drow. And Drow can almost solo him during the Static Storm, but not quite. So they needed a little bit extra. But when all is said and done, he gets the disengage on Drow. They force out everything on the Troll as well, right? He has to ulti an Ancient Camp, so... Perhaps questioning whether Mao should even chase here now. Gets the pike away, gets the shots, just narrowly gets it off here.
Oh, man.
And he's going to heal up, but, like, do you really want to take this follow-up fight now? After the card goes out, I think you need to dip. I think now the fight is over, as far as I'm concerned. Mid one gets a kill, nice, now go back. But they see the 5v4. Now Yatoro is fully leveraging the Shadow Blade to find an insane opening onto mid one. Look at this on the top right. He's going to get 5 shot here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. I was wrong. 6 hits on a 6-slotted Shadow Fiend at 50 minutes.
Yep. And now the buildings again. They lost the fight against Drow. You will lose buildings. Second set now in favor of Spirit. Buyback still intact though for Mouse. They're going to set up here for a final fight potentially. Can they hold on? 14k lead now for Spirit. Massive advantage in the lanes.
Was anything used on Mouse there? They used their SF Refresher. They still have cheese?
They're going to have to defend. Range Rax is now down. This is going to be Megas in just a moment. The Hex already used, but this is just space created by Laurel. They jump in. They're going to put everything on him. Pops the BKB, retreats.
Yeah, he has Aeon Disc, so he knows he can't die there.
They fortify one last time, so the melee Rax on the bottom lane is the sole surviving building that actually matters here.
This is an early Roche. Spirit with the lane advantage from the 2 sides of barracks taken could perhaps get into a clean take. Mouse have to go and scout the area now. If you give up this Aegis cheese, it's over. Like, you can't give this up. So.
Oh my god.
What the fuck? How does he have this now?
I was just going to say, oh, Crystallis has a refresher. That's really good. But then Panto refresher. Okay.
No buyback now, though.
This is close
heavily.
to the Sir Action Slacks build without the blink. Brown Boots, Ags, refresher.
He can almost... I mean, he +1 can kill Drow. Troll. I think he can kill Troll together with Snapfire.
Oh, they're going to go right over the damage rune. So this will be a rune for Yatoro once they see it. Or Laurel, either one. This is big.
Okay, now he can probably 4-shot SF.
Yeah, I would say so.
All a matter of getting the right angle. Mouse, if they somehow catch them by surprise and get the right jump, this is not outside of the realm of possibility. But
Creeps in the base, though.
Yeah.
Always have to worry about that.
Spirit know where they are without
They
vision.
get scanned, though.
They know where they are.
They know that they know. Roche now knows that there's people inside his pit.
Yep, he's going to leave.
Get out of my pit!
Oh, that's
and
Megas.
The back door. There's no backdoor protection. This is free Megas for Team Spirit, and now a fight erupts outside of the Roche pit. Mid one with the
flying cart!
The Wind Waker cart!
The flying cart!
Successful as Crystal is trying to run away. Has already used refresh. No, it's just he put it in his backpack. It's on row. My God, he's dead. 100 seconds. Can't even use it in this game. And now the buildings are melting ever so slowly to the creeps as Yatoro looking to finish off this game 1. The cheese is popped by the Tidehunter, but it's not to be. Down goes Boom as Yamich will be the final casualty in this engagement, but now it's all defense mode for Mouse, and this is a free Roche for Spirit. Why was it in his backpack?
Well, what else did he have?
I mean, Fred, like, surely you gotta put the
You have Swift Blink, you have to swap them out, right?
Man. Another refresher, this time for mid 1. Buyback by Boom. Mega creeps for Spirit. They actually consume a cheese. They want to go right now. They got double cart, double flying cart, in fact, if they want, with that refresher shard now collapse.
How on earth do you hold this? No troll for 40 seconds. The towers are gone in a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Blink of an eye.
Or
you have to kill Yatoro twice. Good luck.
Ancient exposed. Buyback. Not going to scare them. It is just a lowly Jakiro as the Ancient exposed. There's a fortification. No, there's no fortification at all.
The song into...
Song delay. Roche banner placed. Man. Impossible situation for Mouse. Laurel trying to create some space. Going to take the anchors. Yatoro just focusing on buildings. Objective-based game. He uses the Hurricane Pike. Makes the Ravage miss the Drow completely as mid 1 trying to do his best with the double Requiem. But he dies shortly after. And this is going to be game number 1 in the books for Team Spirit. What an entertaining start to this Grand Finals.
They ran over them. They just cleaved through them with their heroes in the end of that. Didn't even break a sweat. What a great way to get started. There was an awesome game. I think very clear why these two teams are in the finals, but Spirit strike first.
Great game 1, Shiva!
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinder. What a game 1. This one delivered big time. And imagine if you're Mouse, you just played a game against a Centaur that you forgot in the draft, the biggest hero of the tournament, and you still made it very competitive. So that is something to take out of this game one, but there were so many moments to look at, and of course, Team Spirit coming out on top at the very end of this one, because this is great.
Yeah, this pretty much game had everything. We had some good Wombo combos, we had some failed Wombo combos that looked good in the end as well. We had some throws, we had some really nice, entertaining stuff. We saw like heroes dying in 3, 4, 5 hits pretty much in the later stages of the game. Pretty much everything that you want to have from a Dota game, especially in that game one of a BO5.
And we're already starting with the highlights of some of the most important fights for Spirit, right? Because already this is the post-Aegis still from Collapse, and then it's just everything that Spirit's doing is showing their class in the team fight. They're kiting back, they're really annoying Mouse, they're doing the job. And Yotaro on his Drow Ranger, the early game wasn't as, damning as we expected. We expected him to beat out the Tide lane. Wasn't the case, but his positioning through the mid to late game, like him
Hurricane Spike usage.
Yeah, him and Panto in tandem just completely broke apart Mouse. The static storms, the right clicks. How many times do you see Yotaro just kill the Shadow Fiend from 100 to 0? Mid one's late game access was just fully nullified by the Drow Ranger. And even here, they do kill the Drow Ranger, but then Mouse is so deep into the fight, that's where it's like, oh, thank you very much. Let's quickly just kill you. And yeah, it's Spirit.
We see this more often. Like, instead of going in with the blink stun, they pick somebody up in the cart who's low HP, and then they bring them back into the fight. And I wanted to point out the Blinkcredible graphic, as I would like to call it, the 5 Blink daggers on Mouse. And they picked them up relatively early on in the draft. You saw both supports kind of rushing it as well. They wanted to get on top of the Drow Ranger, try to get the kills. It still wasn't enough. Like, even with the refreshers that did come out at the later stages of the game, it still wasn't enough. They can definitely keep the distance. This is the big item timing pickup. Panto just got with his GPM enchantment, got that Aghanim Static Storm on one of the heroes. Mid one immediately died, and then they're going to be winning the fight afterwards because he is most of the damage. He is that AoE control that Yatoro is going to be afraid of. This is the best Aghanim Static Storm upgrade in the game, so they force buyback coming up from mid one. We'll lose a couple of heroes, but still a big dub for Team Spirit.
And the thing is, when you look at Mouse's lineup, when you think about 35, 40-minute Dota, they have all this team fight, but when Spirit is just so confident to run at you, you have to use spells so defensively. And yeah, mid one, this is what I was talking about. He steps up, he tries to go for the pick-off, and Yotaro, he's like, you know what, no.
This is the big one, where he has Refresher, and they also have Refresher on Naga Siren, so they are opting to go for double Requiem on the target, immediately break it, and it just doesn't work out, where Yatoro dismantles him. Like, if he can keep the distance, we see some really nice item usages where he first uses the Hurricane Flag, then the Yule Scepter coming out from Centaur to kite the fight, and then again Panto is going to be coming in with the big brain play, because he's keeping the distance away from him, and he's going to be getting that glimpse, which is going to be resetting the fight, and they will be getting 2 extra kills out of it.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Mouse lost focus a bit in the chaos of Spirit finding these fights, because for Crystallis, he just didn't have the best kind of carry performance, I'd say, right? He had that death at the Dire camp on the right-hand side of the map where he didn't have the BKB or his ultimate. Then there in the previous fight, he doesn't lock onto the Drow Ranger. Here he gets picked off again. Like, oh, he actually doesn't get picked off, sorry, but he nearly gets picked off.
And he has to use his ultimate.
Exactly, yeah, sorry. So it's like, it feels like when Mouse have this team fight, this this scaling, this spook factor of Drow, if you ever show we'll jump you, their troll dies, has to use ultimate. Shadow Fiend's dying as well on the bot side, the previous clip. Here as well, he overextends, he didn't have any detection to then find Yotaro. So between mid one and Crystallis, the pressure of the late game, they just were... Again, that's where it always goes back to the Disruptor, right? I feel like it's always the Static Storm, it's always the Disruptor or the Drow Ranger that was stopping these 2 big cores of Mouse, just closing out the game.
It just makes this Drow Ranger as well look like a fantastic hero, I will say. He definitely made it look like we should be seeing this more, but of course it was the perfect pick for them in this situation.
Yeah. They knew if they can survive some of these early engagements, because Laurel did get, again, camped in the mid lane a little bit. He's playing into unfavorable matchup. He's forced to TP out at the start. Even though he's the one who's going to be getting the first blood in this game, it's still pretty difficult. You are playing into these multiple Blink Daggers. They can set things up on you. You're playing into Shard from Tidehunter, who also had a pretty good game as well. You're playing into Pipe, so a lot of that early damage that you do have on Spirit is going to be nullified. And Panto, MVP for a good reason. Like that Aghanim Static Storm Refresher in the later stages, he did use it twice. Just too good.
The early game from Mouse was really strong, right? Like, they beat out the Drow lane, the Tide had good economy, Shadow Fiend, of course, versus Ember, and then even Crystallis, he was top net worth. Like, Mouse had everything to play for, but it was the Roshan still from Collapse. It's the Aghanims from Panto on the Disruptor. It's these small little things that eventually add up to your Toro being able to go, I am the carry of the game. But
Just gonna throw it out there. Panto was feeding a little bit in some of these like mid-game fights, getting picked off, getting solo killed a couple of times. Yeah, the dieback as well. That he's gone for a full minute, but he still manages to find a really good timing on that Aghanim Scepter. And Team Spirit with the leadership, they find a really good fight immediately afterwards.
Yeah. So how do we go from here? Because this was a game where Mouse did well in the start, as we mentioned. So they're not going to be maybe too unhappy with how that part goes, but how did they make sure they close it earlier? Potentially not forgetting the Centaur this time as well, of course.
This is one of those games where it's not about draft, right?
No.
It's all about the play, where you go on the map, what your choices are, and maybe it's a discussion of once you get a slight lead from Mouse, you don't need to overplay, right? Like enjoy the fact that you're taking the lead against Spirit, right? Make sure you set up correctly at Roshan. Don't allow Collapse to steal it. When you don't have BKB, don't farm that aggressive camp on Crystallis. When you are Shadow Fiend, don't go for a kill when you don't have detection, right? Like when you say it, it's very simple things.
It's a macro play.
But all of them compounded to despair in a lost game, right? So
it was funny to see them on camera how happy they were when they killed Collapse, who didn't have buyback at the time because he used it for the previous fight.
Yeah.
And then they're immediately, okay, this Roshan is fine. We're gonna be free to take it. No one's gonna steal the Aegis.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great game for both teams, to be honest. For the viewers, most of all, though, gonna put it out there as well. But we should be focusing a little bit on the overall aspect, because one of the issues that Mouse had this game was that they did not have a very easy way to jumping on top of the Drow Ranger, which was obviously the 18th pick. Could they have picked something else instead of the Shadow Fiend to make that easier? Because at the end of the time, it seemed like this Drow with the Hurricane Pike, obviously she had a lot of backup as well, but she very frequently could just stand there and hit.
I think that was a perfect pick. It was just a matter of execution, like you've seen in some of these fights where they were unable to, like there was a death 27 minutes in on a troll who just picked up a Blink Dagger, they killed Drow Ranger, then he dies on a very kind of weird point of the map where there's no one around him. Tide didn't get the Ravage off. And then you saw some of these late game engagements where they are diving and they're not on the same page, where like Static Storm is used on Troll. They have to use the song, they have to reset, so they're not on the same page in terms of like which heroes they want to be focusing. So Mouse, pretty good draft, good execution in the first like 30-35 minutes, fell short in the end.
They had the draft, they had the items to find the jump, like Lucas was mentioning. Execution was the key thing. Like we saw a song into a Ravage, that doesn't work. We saw a Ravage not connect. We saw Crystallis never really think about Drow in the later portions of the game. So yeah, for Mouse, they had all the tools, just the execution just didn't connect.
Just clean it up.
Yeah.
Clean the act up a little bit for game number 2. Let's see if they can do that. Let's see how things progress after a break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You are watching the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 6, and we are about to jump into the second game of this best of 5. Now, Team Spirit won game 1 over Mouse. We have established that that was a gameplay win. Very good, very strong, very entertaining. But I want to focus on what Team Spirit should be doing better, because yes, they won on gameplay, but we talked about it multiple times, because that their lanes did not go well. So in terms of adaptation, we already, established Mouse. They just play better, clean things up. You're good. How about Spirit?
How about Spirit? Well, they had some of the drafts where they actually had no damage whatsoever. The game that they played against Paravision, that game number 1, where they had Naga Siren plus Tide, Disruptor as the combo, where they actually couldn't play Dota. They got ran over. I think they adjusted most of their drafts, but also they need to be figuring things out in terms of how Mouse is playing, and Mouse is playing very aggressive Dota, heavily focused on these brawling position 4 heroes, 5s as well, where they are putting a lot of pressure, these Spirit Breaker, Pudge, Clockwork type of heroes, where they can be very annoying in your face with some early rotations that you kind of don't expect from the other teams.
But also I think Boom, the way that he plays for this team, he's often sacrificing the draft, right? The Tides, the Underlords, Centaurs, right? Early phase picks. So I feel like he's very used to playing against some of the bigger lane counters. And even in this game, right? I went to double check it. He did play level 1 Gush right on Tide. You bully in the lane, you go a little bit more fight. These little things maybe others aren't ready for. And it's the small things when you're a sacrificial player that buys you just enough life to then complement your team, right? So yeah, Boom, sacrificial player, but he can get through lanes that look a lot worse.
Guess who didn't forget about Centaur?
Yeah, Team Spirit, they do ban it out. They'll be second pick in this game number 2. They'll still be Dire, and Mouse is still Radiant, just the pick order got changed about. And it is Mouse thinking about what to ban here before picking their first hero. So the Naga Siren is still in the pool, and compared to previous game, we also still have the Slardar in there.
I gotta say, Immortal Faith has some of the most like baller posture for a coach. Like, guy's just in the chair, hand in a pocket, one hand on the mouse. Like, he already knows what he wants. Like, normally you see Blitz, he's got the papers, he's in a huddle, other coaches, but Immortal Faith, he's clearly not, in a different mindset after that first game.
I respect this.
Yeah.
They had a lot of success in the series against Liquid. They did pick it 3 times. They did lose one game, but every single game, the hero looked kind of unbeatable. Like, what he brings to the table, he is the lane bully. It's a lot of sustain. We saw a lot of the times as well where Abaddon just uses one shield on one of his supports. They get another round of spells, potentially 2. Somebody dies, you refresh the cooldown. Immediately you're going to be using another aphotic shield. The only downside to the hero is you are not farming as fast as some other carries at the start. So your timing, like your lane needs to be good, and your Radiance timing also needs to be like 15, 16 minutes depending on the game. We also saw some very early, like we saw 12-minute Radiance timing coming out from Paravision, I believe.
I'm having flashbacks to the game one earlier today, right? Mouse Liquid, where Nisha, multiple Sonic Waves, multiple attempts to kill off the Crystallis Abaddon, and nothing connected. And again, we'll see if Crystallis can replicate that performance. But when you talk about getting those items, needing a lane, Spirit on second pick with the Slardar, they can decide if they want to put it into the Abaddon lane or move it to mid. But again, Spirit, I believe, if memory serves me well, they were one of the first teams to really push Slardar into the meta due to how good Collapse and Lau are on the hero. There is a dispel in regards to the shield and Abaddon, but in regards to just the pacing and what you provide, Slardar can do so much before the Abaddon gets online.
Yeah, and isn't the cooldown on this spell about the same time, or maybe even a little bit longer than the cooldown on the Amplify?
Yeah, but also don't forget Spirit likes the late game, so maybe just play for 25, get undispellable.
Oh yeah.
Because I'm sure they're thinking that when they pick it.
So what shall we do about minute 55?
Let's get the foundation of our epic late game in early.
Respect on the Tidehunter, as that one got banned, so the man on your screen cannot play that one anymore. And of course, there's a Jakiro.
He had insane. I gotta praise him. He had some insanely good performances. I think when we talk about the players in 2025 that got like the most improved players, he should definitely be mentioned.
I agree, yeah.
Because he didn't find too much success with his previous teams when he was like, this is also a mid laner that switched to the off lane, and he is kind of owning from the off lane, especially on his Mars performances. Been very impressed.
Do you think they're going to be considering Mars in this type of lineup where they've already got Abaddon, who's hard to kill, Tusk with the snowball saves? It's kind of the same as the previous game, right? You had Naga, Tide, Troll, all very annoying heroes to fight into, and it's the same thing again here for Mouse. You've got just really annoying heroes that once you initiate, if you don't do it cleanly, they will be able to punish you. But again, Spirit showed that they can poke those spells out of you and really make sure that you regret kind of making a one-dimensional lineup like that.
Yeah, I could see Mars. I could see maybe Bristleback even for them, because he builds into Lotus Orb, so you have multiple ways of dispelling. He is very annoying, difficult to kill. They still have to see 2 heroes from Team Spirit. But Warlock Tusk, Yamich, he had some insanely good games on Tusk, pretty much running at Liquid full speed, being super annoying. Kaori Warlock, we did talk about him a lot. This is his, I believe, going to be 11th game on Warlock. So he's ready to play it. Even though we haven't seen as much tech where he's dropping the golem on the tower, he's more focused on actually winning the team fights, not prioritizing his own farm. Instead, I mean, you are playing against some of the best teams in the world, best teams at the tournament, so you want to save that golem.
And we got a Riki coming out.
I like that a lot. I think this is a great pickup. It's something that Rue plays extremely well. They did play it once. It's the shard. You are playing against Abaddon. You cannot be shielded. You cannot be snowballed. You cannot be healed by Warlock, which is not the most important thing. But all these things, it does add up.
Yeah, it really hurts them, and it helps that Spirit already have damage, because normally Riki in the support role, you get worried, like, what happens if the game isn't a snowball game where you're just crushing and breaking the map, but they already have Slardar Jakiro. That alone is enough to give Riki a lot of life, and yeah, pretty much what Lacoste mentioned, the shard, that is everything for the pick.
Corrosive Haze also gives Riki damage, depending whether he is going to be going for some like Road of Atos, Shard Rush. If he gets off to a good start, maybe we're going to be seeing the Fusel Blade. But I like this a lot as well. We did mentioned itemization that he is going for, skipping Aghanim Scepter in some of the situation, prioritizing his Manta style, Dragonlance, then turning that into Pike, Daedalus after, kind of having extra slot, because he is playing into a lot of BKB piercing abilities. He's playing into Golem, he's playing into Tusk as well, so might go for the same item build in this one.
Yeah, and then they go for the Gyrocopter, right? We just saw in the previous game when they picked the Ember for Lao, and then mid one takes a Shadow Fiend, the lane doesn't go well. This time around, they don't want to expose Lao to another counter pick to mid one, so Yotaro takes that kind of generic carry that can play into most lanes. He's one of the kind of the best carries at doing that, and it annoys Boom just a little bit, right? When you think of Centaur, Mars, Tide, all these heroes, it's not the most comfortable when laning into a Gyrocopter due to Barrage.
I'm still down for Mars.
Yeah.
Mars or Bristleback are kind of my options for Boom here on 18.
Mars is the one that just gives you the bulwark against Gyrocopter. You also can get Yule's Blink to stop when the Ricky's jumping in, being elusive. Just quickly use him, let the fight breathe, stun him up, go for the kill.
They end up going for their mid, leaving the Abaddon maybe slightly ambiguous. Could be switched between Chrysalis and Boom still potentially. And of course now they have 2 picks to protect this Leshrac.
I prefer Chrysalis just taking the Abaddon because a lot of success from Mouse is Boom being an annoying, stunning-based hero. You put him more of a farming hero, and then I could see their draft identity falling apart a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they kind of need, even though you are going to be building it as your first item with Lesh, you're going for Blink Dagger, but it does feel like they need that Blink initiation from the offlane, someone to soak up the damage, someone to keep them busy until your Abaddon comes online. And there's that Mouse Bond that we talked about. So what do we want for Larl in this one? We want to push this Slaughter potentially to the offlane and give him the matchup against Leshrac in the mid.
And what are they lacking in their draft? In terms of, the bigger picture? As it seems like Team Spirit does like to draft specifically for that bigger picture rather than focusing solely on those lanes.
I like Puck potentially coming out for him because it's an elusive hero. They really lack the stuns. You're not going to be afraid of any of those. You can easily play with Ricky, Slardar, cut into backlines, kill the 2 supports. Coil's going to be very annoying for most of them. Even something like Sniper could come out because even though we saw Mouse picking up 5 Blink Daggers if it's necessary, there is something if you want to keep the distance. They don't have too much control in terms of like how they can keep Sniper in place because he's going to be building into Pike, into Grenade later on, so you're kind of being very elusive.
The thing with Mouse is Leshrac is kind of the everything at the moment because Abaddon, like we mentioned, needs to find his items. We can see Abaddons make rotations, but yeah, Leshrac is the big tempo, so I wouldn't mind if Lau picks up a hero that just stops Lesh from popping off. But outside of that, they would love an initiating hero, right? The Ember, the Pucks that I mentioned do fit that bill, and they actually do put the Abaddon offlane. We'll see if it works out for them, but it does mean that Mouse is kind of looking at being just tankier in the mid game, kind of conceding the team fight and hoping just to walk through Spirit.
Mouse is just a troll team.
They are. It was Chrysalis' second most played hero so far in the last 3 months, with like a 59% win rate.
Not bad.
Like he talked about it yesterday in an interview after day 1, where he's like, yeah, you know what, it could be a good Medusa game, it could be something else, but...
you guys like, it could be a good Medusa game, but I'm not a good Medusa.
Yes,
it could be a good
TB game,
whatever game, but
I'm
I'm
also not good at TV. I'm a good troll, as he's shown so far in the tournament, so they are going with the comfort pick.
Yep.
There's also the Lyle Storms for it's available, right? You can just punish the lack of continuous lockdown, you then soak up the early spells, force out some defensive stuff from Mouse, and then that's when everyone else jumps in or collapses in.
Let's see, now that there's a troll, do you want to put a Slardar up against a troll in the offlane, or are you putting it mid? Because that's still the discussion I would imagine that Team Spirit is still having.
Yeah, can he make this work? We saw yesterday when Mouse was playing against Betboom team, it was a matchup in 2 of the games. First game, it didn't look too good. Then they made the adaptation in the second game.
Yeah.
It looked very good.
Yeah, he just has to not push the wave,
It's a very good Doom game, but yeah, okay, they do facts. I'll say, like, on paper, Doom into Lesh, into Troll, into Abba is pretty chill, but again, they want a bit more aggression, not the farm that we've seen Doom fail at. So here's going to be the mid Slaughter. Of course, against the Leshrac, you can just run up and down the river once he presses his spell, so you're not really dying to the Leshrac. It's more the tower dives and glyphs on the creep waves that's a little spooky.
Axe is also one of the old school counters to troll, where you
dunk him.
Yeah, you need to be careful when you're going to be using that ulti. Even during the ulti, if you're low enough, you are going to get dunked. So I think this adaptation from Team Spirit also works out. These are some really good creep skipping heroes whenever you see troll, and mostly Warlock. Like, Warlock can't really stop you from creep skipping, so I think this is what they want to do in the offlane, because they have two melee heroes. They definitely don't want to be playing that lane into Warlock and troll.
Quick question. Do you want to, because, normally we see Kaori together with the troll. Do you want to have that, or you want to have the Tusk troll and the Abandoned Warlock? Is there any value into swapping the supports in this game or not?
Jakiro Gyrocopter is so strong in pressure that I think they need the melee hero there to pull the waves.
Okay.
Because if it's a Warlock, you can't pull wave. As you're a ranged hero, it doesn't feel as good, and you might just feed. But yeah, the Tusk Troll would at least kill the Axe. So yeah, it just depends on how they want to approach it. But for Mouse, first time in the tournament they're putting Boom on a hero that doesn't have big playmaking potential. You're just more of a body. So I'm intrigued to know how that's going to work out for them.
It is a bit slow from the offlane as well, especially if you're going to be playing into super strong lane, and he is. So I want to see what the itemization is going to be and how he's going to be able to adapt to it, because he's definitely going to be playing from behind.
Do we feel like it's going to be a similar style game to the previous one, where, okay, a laning stage was slightly more favored for one team over the other, but it was really the mid game that was super back and forth?
I'm leaning to Spirit having much better lanes this time around. I think last time they were surprised at how efficient Mouse were. This time, on paper, they should be winning out all lanes. They've got a good Axe lane. They have Gyrocopter, Jakiro lane. That is so scary. And then Slardar. You're just going to be chilling mid. So Spirit shouldn't be losing lanes, and they are pretty spooky.
Okay, I'm sure that there's a man who agrees that they're spooky, and that is their coach. It's Silent, together with Slacks.
Absolutely. I am here with Silent. Silent, Axe pick last. Makes a lot of sense, right? You got the Troll, you got the Abaddon. Anything else this hero does in this draft?
Mostly because of Troll. Not feeling like these games for Axe against Lesh, Tuskar, and Abaddon. Yes, Abaddon also good against him. Just against Troll.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about Ricky Maru here. Okay, you're going to pick up this hero, not a hero we see a lot. Do you dare to tell me why? Can you tell me the truth?
The truth, he have invisibility. That's very strong spell. You have to buy sentry, dust, lost a lot of gold.
Lying again. You're lying again. It's for the smoke screen, isn't it?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. These coaches, man. This is the grand final. You know there's going to be a patch after this, right? There must be. Just give me the real things, okay?
He has invis, and we have to spend a lot of money to deal with him. But smokescreen also good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for just giving us a little bit. The smoke screen. Gonna be stopping some saves there. All right. How would you rate your draft this time versus last time? As you know, we are against a team that likes to pick their own heroes, do their own thing. You guys switched it up last time. This is looking at like a very Team Spirit draft here. You going back to basics here, or you still got some crazy stuff up your sleeve?
This time, like game one, I'm not feeling like we are much better than their draft. We have like Mouse, their comfort heroes, and not feeling like this game will be easy.
Okay. Not feeling like the game will be easy. Very well. But are you going to win?
Hope so.
Hope so. Well, I hope no matter what happens, we see a fantastic game. Thank you so much. As we head to our casters, Cinderin and the Dumb Guy.
Thank you. That's me. Hi, everybody. Welcome to game number 2 between Mouse and Team Spirit. Spirit take game 1. Very entertaining game. This time around, we get the Ricky Maru, who apparently is very strong because of invisibility, Cinderin. Did you know that?
It's a funny answer for Silent to give, because it's like, okay, if that's the case, just pick it every game. He's invis every game. if you're doing it to do economical damage, there has to be a bit more to it. I mean, I think what they're seeing in the Ricky here in particular is Smokescreen is a really good anti-save ability. You're against Tusk at the time, and then Abaddon as well. Those are the heroes you see early, so they're trying to think, what can we do to solve this problem of not being able to isolate and kill targets with our lineup? And I personally very much agree with putting the Slardar mid. You got last pick trolled, you know it's going to be a tough lane for collapse to play on the Slardar, so instead you put it mid where it's going to do just fine against almost anything. And this is a good lane for Axe. Now they chose to do something a bit surprising here, playing the Riki with Gyro, which the panel were not expecting, and frankly me neither. Because I think Riki can pull waves here and you can just play Axe in a decent lane matchup against the Troll with that in mind. But maybe this way they can actually pressure Crystallis, which is highly surprising that that was what they were looking for into Warlock. But I don't know if there's anything I'm missing here that would otherwise make them want to do this. Perhaps they think that Jakiro is going to get punished top by Tusk Abaddon, that they can just run him over. Shards into tag team, kill you. With Rick, you can just blink away.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Tough to say, Cinderin. I mean, Crystallis had a great game last time around, despite the loss on the Troll Warlord. We'll see a repeat performance here.
Oh.
All right, would you say this is a better game for the Troll, or is it about the same?
The core matchup is better into Gyro than it is into Drow. So if we get to a similar game state like that, I think this is looking better for Mouse for sure in that sense. The Axe is always going to be a wild card against heroes that have really high attack speed. You can try to itemize it against it as Troll, but in the perfect scenario, you can still get killed. Especially, that's where the Riki comes in. You can call Troll, Corrosive Haze him, and then Smokescreen on top of him.
Yeah.
And the Abaddon and Tusk can't really save him with any itemization except BKB. So that might be something to keep in mind for Yamich here. I would actually like to see him go Blink BKB on Tusk, which is very rare that I will say that, but this seems like the right type of game for it.
Yeah, might be a necessity for sure. As top lane, Rue on that Riki. Going to be blocking Yamich to protect these couriers at all costs, but the wave will be pulled as was mentioned by the panel.
Yeah.
And Rue with some Blink Strike harassment, still holding on to that second level.
Yeah, I suppose this is an added benefit in the top lane for the Gyro. If you think there's ever going to be any tag team play for the Tusk Abaddon, just throw a Smokescreen into it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of gone. The 30% miss rate is generally going to be enough.
Heavy damage, and he actually gets first blooded by Collapse. So far, this aggressive dual lane has worked out.
It's just
Crystallis under the tier 1 tower will survive, but I mean,
I was curious to see if you could offset this with Shadow Word, but 2 levels in Battle Hunger with 3 rings of protection and Jakiro's damage over time, Warlock can't sustain it. It's too much. Given enough time, they're going to find that kill, and you could see Crystallis was also starting to drop low, and now, like the panel was saying, well, it's a Warlock, so you can just cut the wave. Axe can chill down here, even stack waves if he wants to. Looks like he's just going to farm it.
That's a big courier kill, though. So Collapse will not have his helm for a hot minute.
Yeah, that is actually quite big.
And he's getting some nice farm here.
So
with harassment on the side. We'll TP back to base.
Yeah. Get his crown. You drop this king, says his Poogie, and tries to catch up with him after, like a little squire. Panto will brush it off for the most part, taking some damage. Actually getting a couple more pot shots in there than I thought he would on the troll, but...
We can talk about mid lane a bit if you want. Laurel playing the Slardar, and of course, see a Rocket Barrage with the Blink Strike onto Boom. Homing missiles coming for him as well. He'll be able to live through it, but...
Salve. He'll stabilize. But yeah, this is actually, for me, this is going to be the biggest test of Mouse in this game, is finding major impact from Boom on Abaddon. Because like the panel correctly pointed out, he has played a very specific role for this team in all of their victories, and now you're pivoting quite hard by putting him onto Abaddon. I was thinking that when they overall first picked Abba at the moment, I was like, I wonder if they're going to use this as a flex to try to force counters to him in other positions and then play it 3. But even then, I didn't really like it, because I think what makes this team so good in this tournament is bringing out the best in Boom by putting him on the AoE initiator type heroes that buy auras, and Yamich playing something like this, right? He's looking at his best on Tusk, on Pudge, instead of the Jakiro last game, even though he played well.
Yeah, and Kaori's playing his Warlock, Crystal's playing his Troll, mid one playing Lesh. They love these heroes. And then the one odd man out is the Boom Abaddon.
So it's going to be an interesting test. It's going well for the other two side lane, or the other two lanes rather. Abaddon is holding his own, but not going to win against Gyro. But mid one is doing well in his own lane, as is the Slardar. I feel like Slardar doesn't really lose lane very much, except, you know, the true mid lane dominators like Huskar. I think you're gonna do okay against a hero like Lash and get yours. Mid one is as a matter of fact, up by 600, which is more than I thought looking at the CS. So not bad. And he's going to get some juicy stacks here, courtesy of Yamich.
Tasty treat.
Oh, they TP'd up the Warlock. Watch out, Crystallis. This is bad news. And indeed.
Tricks of the trade on top of Crystallis, and that will be the death of the Troll Warlord in favor of Spirit.
You actually can't leave Troll alone. You can't leave Troll alone against this lane. A lane against this lone. A blow to blame.
It's okay. Aneurysms are normal during a Dota cast.
It's
At the very least, they do get the stacks in the triangle.
Yes, they do get those, but you're okay. Maybe some pressure onto Yatoro here.
On Yatoro, he's gonna be super slow.
Missile.
Pops the stick. He has a Lotus trying to bait them in as a TP is canceled. Coming out.
Yeah,
from Laurel.
This is not good news for Crystallis if he gets left alone down here. The pressure, we already saw how Axe and Jakiro pressured the Warlock. If Warlock isn't here, Troll is going to be the recipient instead. He can't sustain it. He's going to get 6 soon, which might help. But you can see mid one trying to make up for the loss down bot in the very early stage with a rotation, but not going to get caught by it on Spirit.
Crystallis can't really afford to die anymore during this laning stage. Last time around, he had a free game.
Yeah.
And had a good performance, like we said, despite the loss.
He's still looking okay, right? Look at the net worth.
Now
he's ahead of Gyro. It's definitely not bad at all. And
good.
the matchup's better. So.
What is this? What is this move? We Roshing here?
I think they're waiting for Lesh to run to the rune, but not happening mid one. With the right read that it's a trap.
Shield rune picked up for Laurel then. As, mid one. Reading this or just wanting to jungle.
Yeah, really?
Getting quite a bit out of it as a TP top. Boom. Not quite level 6. Gonna get greedy for these creeps. It might cost him, but he's gonna get a shadow word from Kaori and it's fine.
That's a double TP from Spirit yielding effectively nothing. They thought Yatoro might be in pressure in the tower. Instead now, you've opened up the rest of the map to potential Mao's moves, unless...
Fast though, into the Blink Strike and the Rocket Barrage. That is enough. Nice kill for Spirit.
I wonder if Boom didn't know they were there. Did they never show at any point on that rotation? I think that they knew Jakiro was there. Maybe the Ricky hadn't shown yet, so he got overwhelmed. And the smoke screen, unsurprisingly, gonna make that very easy. More stacks.
Yeah, this is nice.
We love the stacks.
Might need to reserve some of these for the Troll once he gets that Battle Fury online, but that's a ways away at the moment.
I think I would like to see them as much as possible.
12 minutes last game, right? Let's see if he can
stay
like on
that.
track.
It's going to be somewhat close if he doesn't get ganked again, but I would actually rather give the stacks to Lesh again, because I think mid one has a lot of responsibility in this game to make the plays happen, in particular when his offlaner is not the stereotypical Boom hero. You want the Lesh to be strong so he can go in with confidence. There's some really tough, tricky matchups that you kind of need to itemize out of. Axe can be super annoying for Lesh. You get Blink Blade Mailed on and you just die to your own spells. You're playing into Slaughter Corrosive Haze, which is a notorious killer for Lesh. You just die so fast to attacks.
Crystallis reading this.
Have to get rich to make this work.
He's reading this quite well in the tree line.
There's the dagger on mid one. He's immediately going to put it to use. Yatoro's dead.
Offering onto Yatoro. The Rocket Barrage gets the kill, but mid one, the trade. So finally, Mouse getting something on the board. And Crystallis is being pursued under his tier 1. Yamich is in the area. Has to wait out the ice path, though. Trying to go for the save on the snowball.
Oh, they missed the dog!
Too late. And now the whirling axes inside the snowball. Mid-one makes his rotation over, and this is a disaster for Spirit. They've lost 4 heroes across the board, top and bottom. And Crystallis lives. A huge turn of events for Mouse.
That was surprising. He's going to have to steal an Aegis later to make up for that collapse. That's a bit of a miss. Fortunately, you have some redeeming qualities that you can put to use later. But that's huge for Mouse. They bring over the heroes to cover for the Troll, and the missed dunk. Collapse is going to be kicking himself there because it wasn't as panicky of a moment as he made it seem out. Look out. Well, there you go. As it made it seem. But he rushed that call and missed it. And that is massive for the side of Mouse now.
So into the jungle he goes to try to catch up. Make up for his transgressions, and now top net worth is mid 1. Last time we cast him, 100% kill participation. So far, so good for him. All 4 kills he's been involved in. I mean, this is his hero of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people would say he is the mid player of the tournament as well.
Yeah,
he has been looking incredible in so many of their games. It's been a very impressive glow up. It's kind of reminding me of, you know, no one had a couple of quiet years.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden with Paravision, he just started looking like he never left.
I don't even know where he played in between Virtus Pro and Paravision, if I'm being honest. That was many years.
I do think there was a year or two that he barely played Pro, at least. But he found their groove again. Maybe they ran out of money. They're like, yeah, I'll make another mill. You know?
No problem.
Could be it.
Must be nice.
Guess I'll go to work today. Who knows? But yeah, I've been very impressed with Mid-1's play, to be honest. You know, whenever players come back like this, you never really know what you're going to get. I think he has surpassed expectations, maybe even Mouse's expectations too, because he has proven to be quite the stellar performer in this tournament.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
Bottom tower.
I'm sure if we go to his Liquipedia, it's going to be one of those really, really long list of teams. But sometimes it just takes the right collection of players. That's the ironic thing, is with the stand-ins he's doing this too.
Yeah.
He only won, but at the beginning of the tournament 2, as Chrysalis gets a free tier 1.
And I believe it was, pre-finals here, we saw the bar graph of his top 3 placements, and there was 0 in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And then before that, it was quite decorated between 2016 and 2020, so... Yeah.
That's good to see.
Sometimes you just need a little break for 4 years. You figure it out. Boom. We'll be forced to ult here, I think.
Yep, we'll use it. Rue in the area. They'll let him be for the time being. Going for the Blade Mail build for the Abaddon. Whoa, my. All right.
Yep.
That's normal.
Pretty unfair to push the mid tower with half a screen of purple. That's going to win the fight.
I know what texture that is, too. It's the checkered thing. As the crush comes in from Laurel, showing off that Blink Dagger. Kaori is burnt to a crisp. They get the Golem as well.
Job done, though.
And should be able to get the deny.
The tower is down to 10 health. Yeah, they could deny it, but he still manages to get the map control that he was looking for and force a rotation. I think you're pretty happy with that as the Warlock. Now, Spirit are going to try to turn this into something of their own with this hit on mid. That's the downside when you use the Golem to push like this. And especially when you die, Spirit know that there's a little opening. They'll take about a third of a tower there.
What kind of build are you expecting for Boom? Because we haven't seen a ton of offlane Abaddon this tournament.
Yeah.
Obviously, the main build is the Radiance Blink, which we're not going to see Radiance, I assume.
You're going Blade Mail first into the Gyro Jakiro makes a ton of sense to me. It's just how do you build from there? You could still go Radiance. You could go... I don't know, do you have to itemize specifically against Ricky? I think this is just an uncomfortable spot for him. He's going to go Blink Orchid, which is more standard, but again... If you get caught in smoke screens, your item build actually kind of doesn't work.
Well, how would you itemize against a smoke screen on an Abaddon?
BKB. It sounds
awful.
It does. It does. And that's why the pick is good, right? Is that we're looking at these save heroes and we're like, what do you do against Ricky? It's the item.
Would Staff feel just as bad?
It only works until Ricky gets shard, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Unless you, it only works until Ricky gets shard. So, and that is absolutely coming.
I mean, you
see
can
Rue queuing it up
yourself still, right? It's just allies.
Yeah, you can get out of the smoke, but you can't help the allies in it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Boom caught off guard. Already at half health. They're going to burn this ult. Pops that Blade Mail. It returns some damage to Yatoro. Yamich coming in from the north. Gets a nice Walrus Punch mid-1 with the blink. Gets the Split Earth and the kill onto the Gyrocopter. Yatoro dead right off the bat. A good counteraction here from Mouse as Panto left to his own devices. You see Collapse though coming in from the other side. Gets the call off. They know that there's no borrowed time and the chop comes. So 1 for 1.
Great overall for Mouse though. They only brought 4 heroes here. Crystal is free farming bot. You got the bigger kill. You're putting your blinks to use. This early dagger on Tusk is also really nice here. And you didn't have to use Golem, so you could look for a bigger fight if you wanted to.
Okay, all right.
Rue is looking for some info here. They're not done up here, Spirit. Neither are Mouse.
No, they're not. Diabolic Edict is there. The instant crush with the Chaotic Offering coming in, though. And the dual breath from Panto as they try to get a kill. Yamich will fall, and mid-1 dies as well. They thought they were being sneaky, but Spirit stuck around. And now Chaotic Offering down.
Yeah, both teams were baiting. But Spirit were the better baiters.
The masters, some would say.
Some would say that. I figured I had used up my quota with a word from previous games, so I'll let you have it.
Well, I didn't say it, so...
No, that's right.
My quota is still available.
You're safe for now.
That's right.
Yeah, we of course, as you know, with what's the rating in American movies where you get one F word, and if you use one more,
Yeah, PG-13.
Is it PG-13? You get one.
Yeah, I think so.
What a dumb rating. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, agreed. Taint, I don't know if that...
There we go. All right, this is officially no longer PG-13. If you're an American viewer under the age of 18, you must tune out now. Or get parental guidance.
Yeah, ask your mommy or daddy.
Yeah.
It's okay to watch this stream.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you should probably do that regardless of age.
No doubt.
If this is good for you.
Or making use... What did he take apart there? Making use of his innate to take some items apart to get the earlier ags. 400 away here.
Dragon Lines, I think, right?
Okay.
The Chop Shop. Always nice.
That's a very cool innate. Makes players very creative. Making use of the nerds on your team, of course, like the AUI 2000s.
2000s.
Plural.
AUI 2 million.
True.
4 million, as a matter of fact.
So mid one. Still 100% kill participation. Only 5 kills, though, for Mouse as...
Oh, no.
Rush on
That's
top.
easy.
That was a caster curse again. Sorry about that, mid one.
Yeah, that's just one wave too far. And he had heroes somewhat in the neighborhood on the south side, but unfortunately got jumped from above. And yeah, you need to immediately save him with Tusk if he dies. Axe, Slardar are going to body you for a while. You actually need quite a bit of time before you can start counter-itemizing that. And you can see mid one is sticking to his guns. He's doing his standard build, Blink into Kayayasha. That means a possible counter-item to these heroes is probably 10 minutes away at this point. Getting something like a BKB or, I mean, what else would you even get? BKB is nice to help you against the Blade Mail, but it doesn't really help you against Slaughter Giant.
He has an SNY, the punch. To start out onto Laurel, blocking him in. Way too easy of a kill onto Laurel. Nice pickup for Mouse.
Top lane is cursed.
And
just don't go there.
Okay. Chrysalis is going to make his way over with the Golem. And now mid one.
That would be a really nice grab for him, getting an Aegis too. I think they'll give it to Chrysalis perhaps anyway, but just taking this away from the Slaughter team always feels great.
Where's Collapse?
And yeah, there it is. Yeah, where's Collapse?
Always thinking about that. 3K in the bank.
Maybe that's why Mao's took it now. They're like, well, the South Pit is not the same.
This is
in a better position up here.
What a great change to Dota.
This is a good time to take it too. You're a minute away from Tormentor, so now you can even use it to force that fight.
I mean, if you're Spirit, do you even take it though? I doubt it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you would be wise to perhaps give it up, accept the loss, and wait for Root to get Diffusal plus Shard. His hero is going to transform. Like, it's no secret in this state of the game, Ricky is just weak. He doesn't do that much. The smoke screen is cool, but it starts getting really good when you can force people to stick inside it with your Shard Diffusal. That's when you truly become a fearsome support. Of course, we all, I believe I speak for every Dota player when I say we miss Sleeping Dart dearly. I was having a really good couple of weeks with a very fair win rate with that.
Hated that one.
Not surprised to see it gone. But hey, at least Huskar gets cauterized, so then everybody can be happy about that hero being
Nobody plays that hero, though.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not a complete, absolute plague on Immortal matchmaking.
Nobody cares about
Last pick Huskars are fun, and Quinn loves it because he's a good person.
Around onto Laurel. Split Earth
hit. Clipped him barely.
Snowball's not even needed. Easy kill for mid one. They will pressure this tier 2, and of course the Tormentor is likely on the
This is some good acceleration. They're actually thinking about fighting here.
They want to fight. Collapse with the initiation. The call only onto one. The smoke screen to follow. And that's going to be a dead mid one. Gets chopped into Oblivion. Nice pick off for Spirit now.
Oh, they're in an awkward spot here.
Yeah, very, very awkward. As Crystal is going to the north now. And the clip into the call. Trying to bring Boom out.
That's an early ult.
Yeah, the ult already off or on cooldown. Snowball, though, onto Yatoro. Gets the punch, and Chris is going to focus all his right clicks onto him. Using the SNY to his advantage as Collapse forces him to attack him with that blade mail activated. He's going to take the brunt of the damage as a result. Fatal Bonds doing quite a bit of work here. Spirit do have to be careful. Very low on HP. Another beautiful Ice Path from Panto, slowing Crystallis to a crawl. We'll have to pop the ult. Now going to get kited. Brew trying to slow him down. Yatoro gets rooted, though, in the tree line. Crystallis is all alone, but he gets the kill. A little bit too late for Collapse on the call, but he gets the chop in the end. Aegis down and out for the side of Mouse, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Keeping him inside of this smoke screen. Panto there as well. It is not fair.
Oh,
Another
Boom!
chop to Collapse's name. Boom trying to go in for an aphotic shield, but it might cost him his life now. Mid one wants to join the party. Gets off the Diabolic Edict. Laurel with one more crush for the road. Boom is dead, and Mouse are just dropping like flies. Although Mid one gets several kills in the meantime. So 4 dead, or 3 dead rather, for Spirit, costing them a little bit more than they were anticipating.
That's one of my favorite fights of the whole tournament. Holy shit,
Panto
Spirit.
punched! Dead!
God, it's not even over yet.
Yamish is the winner of this fight.
What an insane positioning masterclass from Spirit that fight was. It's so many small details with how they're moving their heroes in and out, how they're taking advantage of Blink Daggers coming off cooldown again, how they're drawing max value out of Jakiro on these angles. This is a tough matchup for Mouse. Spirit have come to play. And you can see that's a big win for Spirit in the gold department when we're through that entire fight. Collapse with the top damage of the fight on Axe in a 20-minute fight that early on. And lest we forget, Mouse have still not taken the Tormentor. That was their Aegis, but now they're going to go for it. Spirit, are they going to make the read and smoke over there, and can they even get there in time? I don't think so. Crystallis will have to ult for this.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty low.
What a sick fight.
Okay.
That could have been, if Mid One didn't come in to clutch it up slightly there in the end, getting the couple of kills that he did, and Yamit getting the punch to finish it off,
yeah,
that would have been a very, very big win for Spirit. Now it's only a moderate one, but let's look at this. I don't even know where to start. Like, this fight is so long, we're already halfway through it. This early pop on the Abaddonal, I think, is a bit of a mistake. I would way rather see Boom really taking advantage of his whole health pool.
Yeah, he was an Ice Path anyway.
I think there's no point in ulting there, really, but does use it. And that, look at how they're kiting the troll. Like, homing missile here, Ice Path there, a little call to run away, smoke screen. Like, this is a troll with Aegis that just wants to hit somebody, and he just keeps being denied at every turn. Finally here gets, if he doesn't get the root there, he actually gets nothing.
Yeah.
That was an important swing for him to land, because Collapse was coming for the call shortly after, so actually a little bit fortunate even on the troll, you could argue, to find it there. But of course gets chopped, and then Boom was a bit too late with the help, gets called, and this looks like a travesty, but then Mid One coming in.
The glowing disco pony.
How many Ice Paths do you think were in that fight?
Yeah, seriously.
I think that was like 7 from Panto.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Crazy. And staying alive the whole time, just...
Well, in the meantime, Mouse did clean up Rue. A little pick off.
Yeah.
Now a smoke from Mouse. Oh, Laurel. Very quick blink. Panto. Ice Paths have been on point, and he's actually going to get out to the high ground.
Some good value items here on the Jakiro between the Force Staff and the Pavis. Pretty much matching the net worth of the enemy supports. We covered the Amethyst Dagger. On the Warlock, it is a full Solar Crest. He's also going Force, so kind of the same item build, but in different order. And Boom did change his mind for the Radiance, so no Orchid is going to come out.
Mid One showing himself, and now the Blade Mail call. He's going to get chopped.
The rotations are too late. You're going to bring multiple heroes down here. I don't know if you're going to find anything.
Gets the Ice Shards to slow them, and they're even going to use Chaotic Offering, but they're just going to walk away. Oh my. Missteps from Mouse, and now Kaori might pay the ultimate price. Oh, I'm not going to focus anymore, though. Kaori will horsey up to the high ground, and Yatoro's here to clean up the Golem. That is a big misstep from Mouse. And boom. He's slowed now. See how fast he uses his ult this time. Smoke screen upon him, Crush to follow. They want to burn this borrowed time and get him back into the base. They do so successfully.
That's going to be a tier 2, I think. Or are they actually going to back off here? Lesh is spawning in 10? Yeah, okay, with the glyph, they have to let it go for now, but mission accomplished. You got the Lesh kill, you force an Abba ult, you force the Golem, and you lost nothing. And there it is. Ricky has now picked up the Shard. So the hero has truly been unlocked now. You got to be very careful with your ward and sentry placements now as Mouse. We're getting some key information here.
Yeah, there's Rue.
He's just dead.
Smoke screen. Well, Boom is going to walk away for the time being as the ice path comes from the other side for Panto. The punch up into the air, and Rue, he puts another smoke screen down, eventually is cleaned up. It's a support, though. Looks like mid one died to Yatoro, and now the net.
Oh, the double
nice
damage.
Grab from Laurel. Chrysalis would have loved to have that. Gets
Oh,
off the
this
whirling
is...
axes as Panto on the high ground now in the corner, but the call comes in with the blade mail and the chop. Chrysalis dead. Spirit getting every trade that they would want. And the chase is not over yet. Yatoro, homing missile's going to find Kaori as Laurel likely to try and finish the job here. Boom does have borrowed time as the Battle Hunger is being used on in quick succession for Collapse, and they're going to continue on here. Finally, the borrowed time activates. Ice Path hits. Tusk is certainly dead. Another chop for Collapse.
Mid one.
Find Kaori as well, and Boom
Is he gonna
desperately
go?
trying to get something to work for the side of Mouse, but it is not happening.
He'll get the singular kill on the way out onto Chikiro, but it's going to cost Boom as well. Mid one, the only one getting anything out of that. And again, just a kiting masterclass against the troll. He just can't seem to stick on his target, and not to sound like a broken record, but this is what happens when your offlaner is in a bad, and Tusk has to set up everything for you. If Yamage isn't finding the right moment, Spirit are just outplaying you in these fights, just poking and prodding. As you mentioned, the kill on mid one to start it all off made it so easy for them. And I love the Slardar Yules. It has been already had 2 key moments here from Laurel. A very clever pickup, great against the troll, great against Abaddon, even the Lesh. If mid one never gets a BKB here, he might just become a victim of the kiting too. You just Yule him up whenever he goes in, smoke screen him so he can't really navigate the fight and cast spells, and he will still be very vulnerable for a while to the blade mail of Collapse.
And look at this. Collapse, Phylactery.
Oh, he'll do it.
Into Conda, so the break for the Abaddon.
Oh, yeah, he can blink, call, and then battle hunger him.
Yeah.
Yep,
They can actually blow him up without...
Yeah, they can do it in smoke
screen on top,
for
so you
silence.
literally can't say... Well, that's not entirely true. With the BKB, can you use it?
Yeah.
With Tusk?
Oh, can you snowball him with BKB?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I think it's a requirement. We're
Yeah,
reaching, and he is queuing it up.
Going
So
for the exact build that you mentioned.
yeah,
so
he has to, right?
Only Ogre Club right now, so the farm is pretty hard to come by.
The question is if we're going to reach a point where Abaddon has to do it too, because that feels really bad, throwing 4K at that. But the Ricky has seemed like a masterful pick. Of course, Silent, as he explained, very good because he's invisible. So that's the only reason Spirit picked it, surely. No other reason.
Oh, that's from Collapse onto the high ground. A beautiful snowball.
They're going to land in the oven.
They will. Back into the macro pyre, burning to a crisp. Chop number 1 as Boom already using the borrowed time, trying to get into the pit, but you can see it's just a 1v1 battle between Collapse and Chrysalis, but Collapse is actually winning. Oh, the ball! He gets it! Oh my god, the damage! 3 dead in the blink of an eye for Team Spirit. And Yatoro, back to life he comes, getting punched in the air. Now Chrysalis right-clicking from afar. It's a 1v4, and Spirit lose this fight.
What an insane buyback from Warlock. What was that damage? The Bond, he did about the same damage as his troll in that fight.
Absurd.
Crazy turnaround from Mouse. That's the fight they were looking for, and that's what you can get. If you don't have catch, well, just let the enemy do it to you, and then
That's
at
why
least they're
he
going to
picks
group up.
Warlock every goddamn game.
I mean, this is the dream for a Warlock, right? You get killed here, but it's at your outpost, you can buy back.
Oh, this was so good for Spirit to start. Look at this.
It's important that Boom is boxing them out here, though. If he's not in there, keeping the gyro at bay and keeping him busy and finishing Roche, I feel like this would have gone better. But look at mid one with the bonds just
melt. Whew. And now the buildings are melting. Yatoro's not up for 30 seconds. This is a tier 3 down and out. Laurel gets off the crush in live. Yamich trying to hold him in place.
Oh, Yule. No Yule.
And that is a dead Slardar. Laurel, back to base you go, 70 seconds. And that might open up more opportunity for Mouse to just continue. You're going to get this range racks at the very least. Yatoro up in 10 seconds. And Spirit, we're not expecting to lose buildings at this stage of the game.
That's crazy.
Mouse will back away.
What a sick fight for Mouse to find. Equalizing the game and The really good news for Mouse is this is going to bridge the gap that was going to be a terrifying 10 minutes into that Aegis, plus, you know, the time until you get your BKBs. You got so much gold on the Tusk, he almost has it now. Yamich, this is going to be a key item this game. Yeah, let's see Yatoro, what even happened. I mean, he can't move, right? He's just in the upheaval. He's fighting into Blade Mills and all that garbage. Up top and live.
Oh boy, Collapse has to pop the BKB to try to get away, gets force staff. He might be able to, nope, the snowball hits him in the end, and he is down and out for 70 seconds. They find Panto as well, and just like that, the door is open.
I mean, now you're getting...
to go high ground again.
Is this just... are they just going to get 2 lanes now? You have a full minute on action.
This melee is certainly dead. They can't get the bottom set of barracks, so will likely go to top unless they want to try to go for a throne scare situation, but no, they're going to play it safe.
There were 15 seconds until Slaughter's respawn, and they got caught in the top lane. And now Slaughter will have to wait for his friends.
Smokescreen making it a bit more annoying, but Crystallis like, hey, I can turn into a range hero, BT dubs. And now...
Nobody says that.
You said that already. Fortification activated from Spirit. I don't know how they take this fight without Collapse. They might just have to concede these 2 sets.
They do.
Yeah, not looking like they want to try to defend it. But just like that, Mouse, 2 sets of barracks in their favor.
They're happy they're playing against Yatoro and not Eternal Envy, because this would be the moment that he would level up to
No, that's Mega Creeps.
Unbelievable levels. It's every barracks he gets stronger.
Oh, okay, I see.
But in order to win with Megas, he had to be in a slightly better position than this, probably. But
and there it is, the BKB on Yamich.
Yeah, massive item. So now you have a guaranteed save against... You can blink save against Call. You can blink save against Smokescreen. It really changes the dynamics of the fights by a lot. He just needs to be patient, and they can continuously send Boom in front to get the intel, since they're trying to solve the Abaddon problem like we talked about with the Conda from Axe, but even when that comes out, now you have the counterplay, so you're 1 step ahead. All courtesy of that big team fight that you just won. And Spirit feel like they have to pull off a big play here, so they're going to go for a wrap. Sounds tasty, but...
what's inside that wrap? That's the question.
Mouse have really good positioning right now. That's a strong formation. The dream fight for Spirit here is to find and kill Warlock instantly before he gets bonds off. See if they can do that. Rue's going to break.
He's invis, of course. Very strong. BKB already activated from Yamish. There's going to be a cleanup. Rue right off the bat is Yatoro now on the run. Boom. Borrow time activated now. Gets to full HP. Yatoro's already having to run away, though. And Spirit not liking what they're seeing. The Fatal Bond just doing work, but the call comes in at the last moment. But again, the snowball save back into the fray. Collapse gets hacked and destroyed. And now Laurel attempting to slither away, but he gets punched into the air instead. 4 dead for Spirit and nothing lost for Mouse.
It's just perfect. Ricky has to try to get the vision, but he gets spotted on the way in. He gets punched. Mouse gets to set up everything they want. And yeah, look at the damage breakdown. Lesh barely even needed to deal damage in that fight. That is the start of... Well, that's a pretty steep slope here.
Troll Warlord.
Mouse looking to equalize the series and have done it. There is just absolutely no way Spirit play their way out of this against Megas this early on in the game.
We've seen it before, but yeah, it's tall order. Tall order for them, as they're going to be able to blink in and kill off Rue. And now the tier 4s left to the right clicks of Crystallis. We'll be able to melt these pretty damn fast. Yatoro getting gone on by Boom. Looking to do a soft reset. Only 3 alive for Spirit after the buyback coming onto Laurel. And Crystallis with the objective base gaming. Tier 4 tower about to drop. Now they have the axe, though. Collapse. Can you make anything work here? Oh, the nice jump in from Boom, canceling the blink daggers, and the buildings are melting to Crystallis. Doesn't have a second life, but does have the Satanic. Boom. He's the one trying to tank all of this, and there comes the Lash doing so much damage to Collapse. Has to pop the BKB. Back into the fountain he goes. Double battle hunger right now, but a beautiful split earth with the Yamich stun coming out, and that's a GG for game number 2. Mouse even it up.
Well, we got our answers. Is it going to work? Swapping Boom onto the Abaddon. We had our doubts when we were, I want to say just 10-15 minutes ago, things were looking really hot for Spirit, but that one sequence of events, Mao's getting the big team fight, snowballing into further kills, and then getting barracks, came seemingly out of nowhere, and boy, did they finish this game fast.
Even series, Shiver.
Love to see it, Suns fan and Sinner. Love to see it. Before we head into game number 3, let's break this game down because this is Kaori's Warlock. We know that he's played this 10 times before this game. This is his 11th game. You know what's coming. You know what the hero does. You know what the cooldown is. You keep track of it. And then he can still have a moment like that, T-Gov, and it changes the entire game.
I mean, you couldn't ask for just a better moment on a Warlock player, right? Like, he dies, he buys back, they're all clumped up, it's like 4-man Fatal Bonds, Golem ripping them to shreds.
Bang!
Like, everything Spirit has done, it was just like, Collapse is having, like, the axe game of his life. You know, he's just doing everything, fixing some of the problems of the early game. Mouse, again, they did pretty well there. But then it's like, the Collapse show. Crow's like, poof, get out of here. This is my game. So, yeah, if Kaori doesn't step up in that moment, we're probably looking at a 2-0. Spirit was on kind of cruise control in the mid game, but yeah, wow, what a golem.
I'm just a little worried, Shiver. We saw the same thing with the OG. Kind of in a best of 3, they won 3 games.
They did.
Then we had the Mouse kind of winning the first game as well. And this is going to be a bit of a longer fight, showing the strengths of Team Spirit, the way that they're kiting the fights, multiple ice pads that are going to drop. I like how they're going in and out of the fights. Fatal Bond's still causing a lot of issues for them, but they're going to be able to reset, remove some of those Fatal Bonds. You can see them running in different directions. Again, another nice ice pad coming out from Panto, making sure that they are going to be kiting. In the end, Yatoro is going to die, but it shows how well they are going to be trading in some of these situations where, sure, your carry dies. This is the Aegis fight, so he's going to die once, and they're going to be ready to clean up. In the end, when you do the math, it isn't too bad of a fight for Mouse as well.
Yeah, because, of course, mid one kind of comes in at the very end of it and just throws his body into the middle of everyone, right? But this is where I think Mouse, they were kind of struggling in the mid game, right? Christmas multiple times with the battle transfers, getting kited through 4-staffs, and of course the axe with the call was doing an exceptional job. And again, here we see mid one kind of saving the day here on this trade. But this is where, again, Spirit, after this type of fight, they identified exactly how to approach the lineup of Mouse. And yeah, I'm just so confused looking at this because Mouse had lost, like, it felt like they'd lost the game.
Yeah.
And this was such a good 4-star from Panto, dragging Troll Warlock up to the high ground and then Collapse again coming in. Like, all of our highlight package is Spirit doing well. Like,
well,
and this is
apart from this one.
Until this very, very moment, of course. This is where Collapse jumps in. The Ricky isn't in position to help with the smoke screen. It looks like a
call on 3 of them.
Great call.
And then buyback comes in. The name is Bonds, Fatal Bonds, because it does so much. Like, look, they just immediately disappear.
So satisfying. I would just watch this clip on repeat. It's so satisfying. As support player, T-Gov, I'm sure you would agree with me.
No, I feel like support players, we live for these moments. They happen,
do.
You know, once in, 20, 30 games, if not more, right? It is a rare occurrence for a support player to have moments like this. And for Yatoro, he knows, why did we go up that high ground? The fact, okay, so Collapse jumps in, he gets the multi-hero call, Yatoro gets the Aegis. They see the buyback, but in that moment, they don't respect how quickly he can get back to the outpost and take the fight. Because in other moments, Spirit, they just disengage. We got the Aegis, we got everything we need, but someone on the team said, go for the kill, go in, we have the Aegis. And that call alone is why Mouse wins this game and why Kaori gets the standout player, the MVP.
It's also a big problem if you get connected by the Fatal Bonds. Your Axe, your Slaughter, you're not going to be able to blink for a really long time. So the fight is kind of over if you can't get the initiation. We saw kind of the Hail Mary play from Team Spirit where they were fighting near their outpost, where they wanted to, in the triangle, where they were thinking about maybe we can find that Warlock. We know that he doesn't have buyback available. If Ricky can maybe find him. But again, he finds this very nice positioning on the little peninsula in the triangle, and he just sits there, gets another 3-4 man Fatal Bonds with the rock, just enough to win the team fight.
Yeah, we have to talk a little bit about the Fatal Bonds, maybe also how they affect the axe, because we didn't talk about it at the end of the draft. Fatal Bonds actually really good against any lineup that has a tanky frontliner, like axe.
Yeah, and of course, like we've mentioned multiple times here, this is the wrong head-to-head, but it's okay. We're just it's savoring every game in Wallachia. But no, of course, with the axe being played by Collapse, he just had a really great game. And I feel like when we do the comparison towards the Abaddon on Boom, ABBA was, I wouldn't want to say it was a success for for Mouse.
It looked rough. Like we said at the
yeah.
start, he did build into Blade Mail, and then he did build into Radiance and the Blink Dagger. So I kind of wanted to scale as well, which I do really respect. It did give them another way of like dealing, because you're playing into Gyrocopter, he doesn't have MKB. You're playing into Slardar, he's not going to be buying into MKB by any means, and that's a lot of mischance. That's a lot of survivability on their side.
Yeah, and it's still one of the things where I'm looking towards, will Mouse want to try and play the Abaddon again? Because this is one of those games where we are looking at one big moment being why Mouse can win. So it's like the journey there. There was moments where Boom playing the Abaddon was able to kind of drag Lau into some weird engagements. The Slardar, he was trying to kill Abaddon, it didn't work out. So the early game looked quite good, but it's still, I think, a confusing draft to me from Mouse, where like I look at one offlaner, 7-2-6, Collapse having a great game, Boom 0-4-7. In other games, he's been a Mars or a Prime or a Tide, and it's been a completely different story. So I do think this will be one talking point for Game 3 draft. Will the Abaddon offlane, do they see that as a reason for their success? Or is it more the positioning of the fight and Spirit overplaying their hand?
Yeah, I feel like we've seen two similar games in the sense that the start of the game, game 1, we thought Mouse had it, and then they didn't. Game 2, we thought Spirit had it, and then they didn't.
Yeah, it's something that we highlighted is Mouse is a team that plays extremely well when they're from ahead, but they're also a very good comeback team, as shown. Like, they make one good move, and suddenly they're back in the game like they did in this game number 2, so do not underestimate them, even though they are heavily focused on, in most of their drafts, are winning the lanes and then snowballing from there. This is just beautiful to watch, making sure that, like, especially mid one. I think this guy, he was coming into the fight super late because he'd like died. He was in the fight. He got heavily focused. The fights were going on for so long. We saw it like 3 or 4 times where he's blinking in, and I think he was surprising Team Spirit as well, because like, oh, he's back, and then suddenly you get hit by Edict, you get hit by Noah, and then 2 heroes in Spirit disappear.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have that type of mentality, then you aren't going to be able to find it. I feel like Mouse, they don't really care about the deaths. It's brush it off, go again. Other teams, a death can stall out their kind of mentality on the game, but Mouse, it is just brute force. It's, we died, go again. Play for Roshan, go again. And that is a really scary thing to have. And I think for Mouse, this victory, get PGL Warlock, get him going again, and off you go. This is a competitive grand finals.
Yeah, and it's working out for them so far. Let's see if they get their hands on that Warlock. If they go for a similar strategy, we'll probably see both teams make adjustments, but which adjustments, you'll have to find out after a break.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You are watching the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 6, and we have ourselves a tie. It is 1-1 in our best of 5 between Team Spirit and Mouse. And both games were very fun to watch. I hope that it will continue with game number 3 coming our way. I'm here with Lacoste and Teagoff shining some light on why the games are playing out the way they are, as it seems like both teams are good.
I never thought this day will come, Shiver, but this Troll Warlord looked good both of the games. Top net worth throughout pretty much both of these games, and they might need to get rid of this hero because he feels too comfortable on it. In the first one, they had responses for it with the Drow Ranger, but this could have also been an easy win if they just played it slightly more safe, if they didn't make the mistakes. So I want to see it go. I just don't want to see another Troll game.
Isn't Axe supposed to be really good against Troll?
Yep, he was good.
Yeah, and I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like Troll was absolutely outplayed and kited a lot in the fights, but once Mouse stabilized the game, sure, Troll showed some light. I think mid one, he's the one to look at really, right? He had Lyle's number in the mid lane with the Leshrac. He also moved around the map and threatened Spirit quite a lot. Lyle then felt a little bit desperate. He tried fighting an Abaddon top, dragging Utora into a fight, killing him there. He then went bottom. Of course, you could argue Collapse missed the dunk going onto Troll Warlord, but you know, Lyle after the mid lane, he kept making side lane moves, didn't work out. That was the first domino to fall for Mouse, having quite a decent early game.
Well, for game number 3, we are having the exact same situation as we did for game number 2. So that means Mouse is Radiant with first pick, Spirit, Dire with overall last pick and second pick. In terms of bans, Team Spirit has gone for the exact same thing. And if Mouse would ban out the Pango right now, they also have a repeat of the opening bans of previous game where they first picked the Abaddon. That ended up working out. I know we had our doubts with it. It worked out, although I think we all still would rather see it on the carry role for them.
I with confidence say that Spirit's not going into this game going, oof, that Abaddon was a problem.
Yeah.
It's multiple other things, their own choices, how they approached it. You could argue Abaddon did well at annoying certain initiations, but for the big picture of the game, it's probably not in the top 5 reasons why Mouse won that previous game.
Tusk was one of the big reasons.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to be giving them Tusk again, and they will push it. Yeah, they will put it in the first phase, which I really like. Yamich looks so comfortable playing the hero, had so many clutch saves. I also like the combination between the Leshrac and the Tusk, also Leshrac plus the Centaur that we've seen in some previous games as well, where you are buying time while he's still dealing damage. Like, he's invulnerable, he's inside of the Snowball, you have Edict running, you have Pulse Nova running, and they can't stay around it. So they need to kind of spread away, and then the Snowball connects, and they're still going to be receiving the damage. So something to think about.
7-1 on this Tusk for Yamich. That's quite a score line he's got going there. They ban out the Jakiro, of course.
And of course, we did mention that Mouse weren't really an Arca Siren team. It's a reason why Spirit haven't banned out themselves. And of course, Mouse taking the Tusk. So it'll be interesting if Spirit want to consider this hero.
Yeah.
They haven't had the best success, I believe, on the hero in the tournament. So again, Spirit might also just ignore the hero themselves.
Abaddon and Slardar are also still in the pool. And they like both of those heroes as well. We'll see where they go with this. Potentially they do something unusual, as it is Team Spirit after all. No, it's Naga Siren.
They do take it. And of course, Naga Siren. It is a very, very good hero. Like, we cannot understate that. It's been, what, a year of it being probably the most contested hero in the patch.
But you can see, you're right, T, that they have only gotten it once without a victory to their name.
Yeah, that was that one game where Collapse was saying that...
the
Tidehunter offlane
the Naga
duo.
Siren cameraman.
You just have to make sure that the other support, when you have Naga Siren, is a
does something.
Hero.
Yeah.
Do anything, right? Have a little bit of damage, a little bit of fight. Because if you put double backline supports, let's say like Shadow
Demon, yeah, I'm going to lose
Why are we... What, in sync? What's happening here?
We are. I think it's shown in most of the games that these things are not working out, especially if your two heroes like that are paired up with an offlaner who is pretty static. If he doesn't have anything to offer in terms of global, no Centaur, no Dawnbreaker, if you're playing some Tidehunter, you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. And of course, the pairing they had last time was, of course, Naga Siren and Static Storm Disruptor. So, Spirit, they know what went wrong in that game. They probably are going to draft very differently this time around with the Naga Siren.
I would be fine
with Ringmaster. He is a saving support. He keeps the distance, but he also does have team fight and he does have damage. It's also a setup potentially with the song, not like the wow Black Hulk type of a combo, but it's still strong. But I'm also potentially thinking about, this snowball goes in. It's been a lot of these situations where Tusk just looks extremely good. And Wheel of Wonder, just like one whip afterwards, feels really good. It's a strong laner as well. If they didn't pick Naga Siren, I would also say that maybe Rue, he likes to play Grimstroke as well. Could come in handy against this, but again, I wouldn't like the combo between the two supports.
Yeah, you talk about Grimstroke. I know it's very irrelevant
It's
to this, but it's so good against Tusk. You just soul bind the guy that you're going on, and then Tusk can never blink in. It's a beautiful counterplay, but they do ban out the Abaddon. Of course, more likely to be carry for Mouse in this scenario with the type of draft with Tusk. And Spirit, they take the Queen of Pain. So just Lyle getting his early hero. 13 pick can be a little bit difficult sometimes because we already mentioned if you pick a weak support, you can exploit that with Mouse. If you pick, let's say, an offlaner, right, then Mouse will instantly know exactly what type of carry Chrysalis wants. And the flexible heroes like the Pango and the Slardar, Mouse has banned out. That would have been a really easy 13 pick because you can just force 2 more heroes and then decide where they're going. And Koyori
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
every time
what enemy team does have. It's just Warlock.
And keep in mind, by the way, the Queen of Pain on the side of Team Spirit, we have seen it in the hands of Yatoro this Wallachia.
That is true.
Maybe not the greatest against Tidehunter because he is seeing the lane. You do have Blubber as your innate ability, so...
I love saying blubber, by the way.
Blubber.
It used to always be you cracking it off, right? And now suddenly it's like you blubber it off.
It's an innate ability now.
Good, yeah. Blubber.
Now that Grimstroke looks even better against Tidehunter. I could see maybe Disruptor coming in again. You are playing... No.
We didn't like the Naga Disruptor when they last played it.
We didn't, but this is the damage. It was the combination between 3 heroes.
Okay.
This is going to give them Damaggio. It's also blocking... It's not that great against Warlock unless you are initiating onto Warlock, because you can just drop the Golem if you are playing with the Bloodsport facet, but we've seen good amounts of the other facet as well, which does give you heal, that extra bit of a burst of a heal, extra bit of a damage, because you have Queen of Pain, you have the pushback, you have the Sonic, so it's a lot that could give you that extra bit of oomph that you need in some of the team fights.
But with Naga Siren, especially with Shiva mentioning the Queen of Pain going to carry, I'd rather than pick up a ranged 4 to play with the Mars, and then keep the Naga Siren in a potential
Snapfire.
Yeah, like the traditional aggressive 4s that we've been seeing. The Snapfire, the Ring that you already mentioned. I'm still down for the Grimstroke, but again, might be getting a little bit too far out there.
Because it's good. It's very good against Dusk. It's very good against Tidehunter as well.
Okay.
This also gives them silence. Something that Save was doing on Muerta, which I really did like.
Instant jog.
Because we've seen a lot of these tanky boys that needs to be broken, some Bristlebacks, Vipers, Tidehunters. So he was just going for Shadowblade, 1-0 Talisman, and then you can also keep away from the fight and also be able to break someone and be very annoying.
One thing Spirit needs to be careful is when Warlock became meta with Fatal Bonds, laning into ranged 4s was one of the reasons why you pick Warlock, because you ever get hit by the bonds in the wave, you can't pull waves as well. So I think Warlock's going to be very happy in this lane setup, and then that's why the Juggernaut as well is like, wait a second, we have a free farm lane. Muerta Mars doesn't apply any pressure to Jug. You have Healing Ward, you have Shadow Ward. Like, it just heals everywhere for Mouse, and Chrysalis will have kind of free access to a Battle Fury in this game. So, Spirit, they need the Yatoro hero, the big carry of the game. That normally leans towards Terrorblade Medusa to put just team fight pressure on Mouse. Like, you need to cleanly kill me off, but also into a song, the Sonic Wave pushback, potential Mars combos.
Yeah, they ban out the Ember Spirit and the Shrek. So
Leshrac is the big problem. There was a game yesterday or the day before where Mid-1 was involved in all 35 kills on the team, which is insanely impressive to just think about, where the team can't do anything without you. Like, you're always there for the team.
I don't know when the last time is that I've seen a mid have 100% kill participation. That's insane.
I'll be down with some TB ban. I think it could work really well. It's just the ultimate game carry, good against Juggernaut, of course. One Sunder, like you're not dying as easily. You can reset the fight with the heroes that you do have.
What's your thoughts on a potential Veno for Mouse? Queen of Pain mid isn't going to really enjoy having constant Plague Wards. Then the damage on Spirit is a little lackluster. It buys enough time for both Jug. I mean, we already know Jug should have a free lane, so Jug's going to have free time. Veno's really annoying, quite toxic. Tide buys Pipe. I could see it overlapping to Mouse being pretty happy in the mid game. But as always,
I could see it. They're drafting differently. They are also not playing some of the meta heroes. Mid one, for example, didn't play Puck at all. Like in terms of lockdown, there is some in this game, but like one coil, and if you can be playing with the supports, could be good. So they're just going with the stuff that they've been playing. So he wants to keep the distance, 1-2 shot the wave, and then go farming the jungle. So keeping the distance, not necessarily playing to kill Queen of Pain by any means. And again, they will have good scaling lineup. The insane amount of team fight. This is Jug, Tidehunter, Warlock, and then you have Requiem as well. So definitely more on side of Mouse, at least for now.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of eyes on Panto in this game, right? When you're a Naga Siren playing into Requiems and Ravages, and even Golems, it just takes that one song to combo break it whilst they've used maybe one or two of them, and then your team will always be able to win that secondary fight. And also maybe a Blink Dagger on Naga Siren could be a key item entering the game.
Spicy, maybe some like Faceless Void from Yatoro, if there's a guy who's going to be playing it. Because in terms of saves, there is Golem, but we talk a lot about Golem. This thing pretty much counters everything if he's in a good spot.
Can't he run back the Morphling that we saw him do against Tidehunter? Just farm for free, you don't get really pressured. Against Jug, you're not really going to die.
Yep, it will be the Morphling. He has the cool cosmetic, making it a little bit more difficult to see if he's morphing in strength or not.
Is that cool or 5-figure pay to win?
You know, as long as it's in the game, I'm gonna have to call it cool or clever use of game mechanics.
I'll just win cup if you wanted. Win a couple of TIs by it yourself. Yeah, exactly.
When you buy yourself a $20,000 Dota item, you just do it.
I've not played against Yatoro's Morphling recently to know how annoying it is. So in this game, I'll keep a really close eye on when he's shifting to actually know if it's as bad as people say it is.
That's a good idea.
That aside, both teams pretty happy with what they got. Yatoro's got the 1v9 Morphling pick where his lane's going to be pretty chill. He's not going to have any pressure of Crystallis in the game. And of course, other than all stuns are thrown on him. But yeah, I think both teams are pretty happy in this one.
I want to see how much Laurel is going to be able to get. We saw some, I would say, early games where he can't really do as much. Then he falls off. In the previous game, he wasn't able to achieve what he wanted. There was also a bit of an issue with Rue playing position for Ricky. He ended the game with only 5,000 hero damage, 10,000 damage on your slaughter. So those damage need to be much higher. And if you want to be having higher damage, this is definitely going to be coming out from mid Queen of Pain, which pretty much has insane amount of damage. One of the best scaling heroes in the late game when it comes down to have just damage overall.
Well, after this game, one of the two teams will be on a match point in this best of 5 grand finals. Let's find out who it is, and also let's find what the words are that Immortal Face has for Slacks this time around.
Absolutely. Here with the master himself, the guide guru, Immortal Faith. Sir, you guys could have picked Mars on that one, but instead you opted for the Tidehunter. Mars, such a powerful hero for you. Can you give us any insight?
I mean, we just decided we're going to go Tide based on what we wanted to also go further.
Okay, another non-answer, Mr. Faith. You're a guide maker. How about you make me a guide on what I should be asking you so that you'll answer me a goddamn question in one of these? What should I ask you in this interview?
Okay, just ask me any question and I will answer you as you wish.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Fuck! Let's go to the game. I'm sorry. They got first blood. Mouse. Congratulations.
I mean,
he doesn't care. Let's go.
That was awesome. And yeah, that was first blood. Mid one got it. That's a pretty big deal.
Yes.
Yatoro was the one that died. Also pretty big deal. As we are in game number 3 of the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 6. Cinderin. Hi.
Hello. Oh, it's
Breathe a bit before the game begins.
Shout out to Slaxus. How you doing? Hi.
Could have had any question in the world, and that's what he asks.
Yeah.
Truly cares about human beings.
Yeah, unfortunately, Immortal Faith didn't really care about him, but that's unsurprising. Of course, we don't care about Slax either, so we think it's a very fair response. Now, this is going to be a quite different game, I would say. This time around, Spirit got their hands on the Naga, and that means they have a combo breaker this time against the big team fight that Mouse loves to play so much. Game 1, they had the Naga and the Tide and the SF. Now, Spirit are the ones with the combo break. So can Mouse once again find a way to structure team fights in such a way that they get to kill people with SF and Juggled, basically. They have the big team fight, so it's a matter of controlling Naga. Maybe itemization can be a key thing here. Yamich, once again on the Tusk, could buy a Blink, get in on the Naga with 2 back-to-back stuns while you're hitting your stuff. And now Yatoro will be playing a... Is it fair to say greedier carry? I would say so than the Gyro, obviously. Morph has some very good lane matchups. Tide is one of them. It's this lane is just both heroes farm. So you're happy as Morph generally with those exchanges.
I don't know what the win rate of the Morphling is. Maybe it's just when we cast.
It's pretty bad.
It's felt really bad. Like it feels like it never truly carries the game. It just exists.
28.6%.
Yeah, that's really bad.
It's a small sample size though. It's 2 and 5, right? So I personally think this is a really, really good Morphling game, and that's obviously they last picked it. You're good against Jugger. You're hard to kill for the Jug. You can get out. You have a good laning stage, and you are... This is the type of game that I feel like Morphling will win inevitably when he gets big enough. Maos don't have... I suppose the wildcard here is mid-1 getting Hex eventually on the casting SF, which could... Nice damage there onto Laurel. But aside from that, Maos don't have these really quick single-target stuns. Maybe Blink Punch. I don't think you're going to kill with Blink Punch Omni. I think Requiem almost needs to be a part of the equation later in the game. And of course, Morph can also get a Shard to offset some of it. So,
yeah, that is a good shard.
And this is the hero you and I both thought was going to be the hero of the finals.
Yeah.
And it made it through the bans. I did not think we were going to see Mars at all, really. But it's been either picked, like in this game it got picked, and in other games I think it was even ignored or banned last phase in one of the previous 2 games. So.
Yeah, and Boom had easily the best performance of the entire tournament on this hero, and they are still refusing to pick it. Instead, go for the Tide that looked very underwhelming that game 1. Of course, they don't have the Naga on their team this time, so maybe the combo's a little easier. Don't have to worry about telling them, unsong, please, into the Ravage. But if you can get a good Ravage, and maybe that's the player to watch this game, is Boom on the Tide. If you can get off to a better start, have a little bit of a better performance, then we'll see these big Ravage Requiem plays as mid-1 and a 1v1 battle with Laurel. The blink away to safety for Laurel. He is fine in mid-1, ticking ever so low.
He has to go back to base. This is really good news for the Quap. Should put Laurel ahead.
Yeah, let's see how many creeps he misses here. 1.
2. Oh, you mean Laurel misses?
No. Okay, it
should be 0.
We saw him miss an entire wave, so this is not nearly the same. It's still really early though, which maybe hurts a bit more.
Unacceptable.
All right. Well, mid-1, we'll see if he can have a similar as Yatoro. Uh-oh, is this death number 2? Tag team doing quite a bit. Panto trying to make his way over Yatoro with the attribute shift, keeping him alive, but the anchor smash at the last moment from Boom is enough to give Yatoro his 2nd death of the game. Remember, anchor smash, if you can get it on the Morphling, one of the better heroes in the game to use it on because of how much stats he has.
Yeah, he loses so much base damage. In the meantime, they do kill Kaori down bot with Mars and Muerta, so it was a trade of sorts, but Maus definitely should be the happier with that exchange. Forgot to mention as well, aside from the first blood, Maus also got 3 out of 4 bounty runes, so the laning stage almost started with a 1k lead for them. So, definitely... Well, was anything on that? Oh, that was a blood grenade and 2 branch... Wait, was that your Taurus crit? That doesn't make sense. Does that?
You tell me, you're the analyst.
Oh, which? Oh, it's Yamich's courier showing. Okay, I thought it was the killed courier that had those items. I was like, that doesn't make sense.
Yamich steals a bounty, sees a stack. Panto just walking.
He's trying to stack multiple
Trying to
camps
micro at the same time. Oh, okay.
Only gets the one.
Yeah, better than nothing, but at the very least, this is good information for the Mouse side.
Very unusually positive outlook for you to say better than nothing. I thought you were going to say, wow, he didn't get all of them. That's awful, because you're a very negative person and like to focus on the negatives and everything. So it's good to see some growth from you.
Sorry, did you say something?
Yes, I did.
How early can they contest these stacks? That is really the question. Because Panto is spending a lot of time doing this.
Theoretically, SF can just go over and take them, but it's a matter of pushing out the wave mid first and knowing where Quap is. Otherwise, you can get sandwiched.
On having the mana to push the wave and the time.
Especially with Laurel closing in on level 6, it gets a lot scarier to go there. But now he is the one who has to head back, so... 6-minute rune, not even going to be around for it, which means it should be a total gimme now for mid one. Covering them nicely. Kaori here on bot.
Oh,
and what a dream.
A good one. He's going to go into the enemy triangle and see that no stacks have been made on the big camp. But we'll still take it for free. Rue can only look on. Playing the Muerta this time around. Another hero that we don't get to see. I mean, we see it occasionally, but used to be much higher value.
Yeah.
What's changed exactly? I feel like it's still really good, especially these players that are just insane with the dead shot. And if you, I mean, it feels like these position 4s are getting decent farm throughout most games, and that Ags is crazy.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing for me is, considering how good the Ags is, I would kind of agree that this hero should probably see some more play. But perhaps it's a matter of the laning phase that you're maybe not as strong as other 4s in the early lanes, and you see all these like very strong 5s being played with the lane specifically, like Jakiro would be the prime example. With Mars, though, I really like that synergy. The arena into Deadshot is very strong, especially when you get the Aghanims. If you find 2 heroes in the arena and they both get feared into the wall.
Double fear, double spear with the shard on Mars. You get 4 people, Cinderin. Or more.
Yeah, or more. Great early lead for Mouse, though. They were up to 3K just a moment ago, so...
Yeah, very early.
Things going according to plan again. Feels like they've been ahead in every early game.
Yeah, they've been doing such a good job this tournament.
Oh yeah, speaking of the tournament as a whole, actually, I don't know if we've cast a game of them where they lost the lanes.
I'm sure it's happened.
But it's definitely, this top lane result is not what I was expecting. Boom is far ahead of you total. This lane usually is a wash, which makes sense when it's Morph against Tide.
Yep, that's good puns.
The water theme.
Yeah, you didn't have to explain it.
Well, not to you.
Oh.
But in case Reddit user Fartbrat was watching, I'd have to lower the...
He's not.
Lower the level a little bit.
Well, he might be watching. He's not listening.
Might be listening through Gorg. Who knows? We've come to realize. 3K back on the board here. There is a Haste Rune currently sitting on mid 1, which is great for contesting these stacks, and Rue might be the one to break
Snowball right on top of Rue. Gets a good calling, though, but mid 1 has the distance. They get an easy pick-off onto
Do you Requiem here?
Yeah, that is true. You could. He's going to go for the Sonic Wave.
Sonic here.
He gets a couple. As mid 1, very fast right now, is going to force Laurel out with very little HP or mana. 3K lead for Mouse at 8.5 minutes. This is kind of a crazy lead. And the stacks, boom. Well, you can see that most of them have been taken at this point. But now the pressure onto the mid-tier 1.
It's gone. You can't defend anything right now as Spirit when they come with their numbers and you don't have Sonic Wave. You don't have enough damage. Collapse still hasn't skilled his ult. He's been holding the point the entire time. I was worried for a second he was level 5. He is level 7, but he's reserving it. 4K though.
Yeah, this is
conceptually
scary levels for Spirit.
Unexpected, really. It's one thing to be ahead by a bit here, but that lead is massive with only 4 kills. This means you're effectively just stomping the lanes in terms of raw CS.
Laurel is found by Crystallis.
It's gonna box him home.
TP.
That feels bad too. Spirit with nothing to write home about yet. Not a single successful move. Kaori has used the book, it looks like. That's kind of early. He's only level 5.
Interesting.
When did he use it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Or is that still the case where if you pick a neutral item, you lose your book? Well, if anybody would not forget about that, it would probably be the guy who plays it 60% of a tournament. You should remember.
In theory, that is true. So Pipe is going to be the first big item for Boom. Ring of Tarrasque away.
I think Maus want to try to win this game in at 25.
I mean, they're on track right now.
The way this is going,
just keeps growing.
Early Pipe, Roche, Healing Ward, Golem, and you just go.
Yeah.
And if Spirit aren't online yet on their Morphling, they're going to have serious damage issues. So this last pick, I personally liked it, but it's contingent on the laning stage going well. And with Laurel being this crushed in mid, with your stacks being stolen, with you losing your towers this early, Naga doesn't do anything in this game state. Naga is primarily a scout and song. So if you're looking for damage, it's not coming from there. Muerta is okay, especially with Ags. That's not happening anytime remotely soon with how low these supports are in net worth. They're going to scale very poorly. And Mars, notoriously great control offlaner with low damage output. So Morph and Quap really have to do the whole thing. And well, when nobody has a good game, tough to say how they're going to pull this through. This is easily the most one-sided affair of the finals so far, like at 10 minutes. Not even close.
And there's only been 4 kills. That's the crazy part. Typically, with Team Spirit, with a lot of these high-level teams, in the landing stage, they're not going to get outplayed this hard, but Gold does not lie. And Yamich, I mean, he's only 500 away from a Blink Dagger. My goodness, that is a rich tusk.
He almost has the combined net worth of the enemy supports in a game with 3 kills on his team at 12 minutes.
Oh, he's going to...
Now he has a little bit
All
less.
right. Well, the caster curse truly is real. Yamich takes a full sonic wave.
It should be studied. Maybe this is a simulation, actually.
I mean, life is definitely a simulation.
And if it is a simulation, who is dumb enough to create me in that simulation and have me just chronically curse other people that they created?
I mean, it's, as a game designer, it is funny to just put random debuffs that make no sense onto people for a lifetime. So that's down to a
debuff or a buff, though. If I use it, but I can't use it voluntarily.
Mid one gets a freebie onto Root.
That is a lot of stacks.
Yeah, they're just stealing stacks
But
now.
how many of them have they got? He's stacked 10 camps on Naga.
Yeah.
Have they farmed 3 of them, maybe? Like,
and the thing is, they haven't really contested them, their own camps.
This is worse than not stacking. Like, you're effectively feeding the enemy team. This is why they're so far ahead. It's not just the laning, it's that every stack you've made has been for Maus.
Yeah. No,
and that makes Naga, I mean, if you're running Naga like this, that makes it a really bad pick, right? It's just...
Yeah, still not even level 6 yet. And here we go. A play from Spirit about to be made. Blink Dagger for Collapse. Have to get something going here as Chrysalis has the Battle Fury, but they're already going to see a Blink. Well, it's not in his inventory yet for the side of Yamich. But the pipe is online for Boom. That means he's kind of a no-go. Collapse and company, well, they find Kaori. That's something. They're calling to keep him silenced up. He's actually, look how tanky he is. Normally that hero just evaporates.
Now, is he tanky or are they weak?
Yeah, that's a good point. Depends on your perspective.
Yeah. Sorry, that was another negative perspective from me. That's your job.
Sorry about that.
Rubbing off on me. Time for wisdom. Looks like...
Yeah, we'll be a trade.
And trade, yeah. And Chrysalis, well, this looks super healthy for Maus. Not only are they ahead by this amount of gold, they have the top 3 net worths. Everybody's scaling. Everybody's going to hit this mid-game timing together with heroes that use it well. Mid one is going to clean up Panto.
Yeah, has a Kaya Yasha now. Typically, you don't finish that right away, do you?
I think mid one has been doing this.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah. It's going to go Kaya Yasha.
Maybe he was taking some liberties, considering that they are dominating right now. Has the smoke.
Ooh, this would be a big find if they could somehow get in on Yatoro.
Yep, he's used the waveform. 6 seconds down.
Okay.
It pops. He sees them. Requiem coming. Gets the attribute shift off, and the Golem to follow with the Gush. Not quite enough yet. Collapse going to try to contest this. The calling buys enough time, and Yotaro able to walk away. So a lot used from Mouse. This is a really good thing for Spirit.
They had to bring their whole team.
That's true. Wow, all 5 of them.
Does this even feel that good? Yeah, you keep Yotaro alive, but all the TPs, you're going to get cornered on the map now. There's still Ravage. There's still Omnislash.
Yeah, Boom just sitting in front, daring them.
You just take the tower. I don't think Spirit stand a chance in this fight. Yep. Healing Ward, also nice for the Golem. A nice little detail with these 2 heroes together. Yeah, let's try it from Panto. Not going to get there, though. Destroy the Healing Ward, and another advantage for Mouse.
Tier 2 at 15 and a half minutes. Unlikely to poke here. And I'm sure what's on their mind right now is Roche into Tormentor eventually. And the fact that you're thinking that, and it's only 16 minutes in the game. But that will really solidify things for Mouse and having this gigantic 7K lead. We haven't even gotten to see the Ravage yet. It's just been such a slow, methodical game for Mouse, and Spirit just haven't had an answer yet. I mean, are there any items for Spirit that are coming up that you think could make a difference? So the Manta style for Yotaro, pretty close. Arcane Boots for Panda.
That'll help.
Yeah, that'll do something. Blade Mail about to be finished for Laurel.
It's not the best Blade Mail game, though. But, I mean, you're playing with Bondage, right? So you kind of want it when you're running that facet, obviously. But the problem is, who do you counter with this except SF?
And Panto, speaking of which, well, he will use the song. He's actually sticking around. As Spirit making their way over. Laurel with the Sonic Wave at the ready. Pipe is already activated, though. Requiem does go off just in time as Collapse does get off his Mars Arena eventually. Now the Sonic Wave. Ravage comes too late to save mid-1. That's a big kill for Spirit. And now Boom slowing himself with the Kraken Shell. It's a 1 versus 5. Although reinforcements are arriving. Chrysalis gets the Healing Ward off, looking for an Omnislash. Gets Spirit for the time being. There's the Omnislash onto Laurel. It's broken up, though. Both targets survive. Yotaro getting in very deep. Wave for the time being. There's the Omnislash onto Laurel. It's broken up, though. Both targets survive. Yotaro getting in very deep. Waveforms to the other side, but Snowball with Chrysalis inside. Fatal Bonds you have to be careful with. Blade Fury doing quite a bit to Yotaro. Is it going to be enough? No, he's continuing to get off that attribute shift. And now Chrysalis in a weird spot. A 1 versus 3. He gets taken out. 4 dead as Spirit somehow winning this fight. In fact, it's going to be a full team wipe despite being down 7K beforehand. How?
It's like unbelievable that this is even possible, right?
And that was set up with a song. It looked like it was going to be a completely free kill onto Panto.
It's one of those team fights. You don't show me the team names and you show me this replay and you tell me it's from a tier 1 tournament. I'm telling you, it's Spirit on Dire. Like, it's like unreal that they find that opportunity. So, first of all, Maos obviously are not fully connected when this song comes out. And they didn't even get the clean initiation there, Spirit. Collapse wanted to spear the SF. You're going to see the replay here, probably. So, look, he's coming in with a Mars, and he's looking for the Blink Spear onto SF so Requiem doesn't come off, but he's going to mistime it here, get Requiem. Then he's going to spear the Tide. So, there's no Ravage, and this barely buys time for mid-1. Keep in mind, this is a 2v5 this entire time. Obviously, that's why Spirit are winning. They do have the advantage. But now in this upcoming follow-up fight, there's so many little details. Look at Yotaro through this highlight. He's going to turn into the... Okay, that's the same highlight. I'm very confused.
Mid-1's alive all of a sudden. Unbelievable.
He's so back. Wonder what's going to happen to him here. Spear onto Tide.
It's okay.
Well, I will tell you what happened.
Just give
Yotaro turned into Tusk, and he used 2 good snowballs to stay alive together with the waveform and to cancel TPs on the way out. And this was I mean, it's kind of crazy that Spirit, because this could have also just been 2 deaths, right? You found 2 heroes. Mouse could have cut their losses, been like, oh well, we got songed, we were out of position, 5v2, they got 2 kills. Them reinforcing it and then losing everybody is 3 times worse than if we would have just called it. So help a friend
basically an
send girl.
even game now. This is not what I was expecting. Laurel 4-0, Collapse 3-0. Wow. That's a 50-50, essentially. But Mouse will be able to get the Roche, it seems, although Panto is making his way over with Song. This is always something scary in the smoke from Spirit. Mouse have an inkling that this is occurring. And Collapse is always the one you have to watch for. Afraid if Mouse are fast to go for Roche. And it looks like that is probably the case. This is a nice play from Spirit.
I take it back. This was actually... It was actually good for Spirit, because I think they weren't necessarily slated to get this Roche anyway. Now they get a trade because of swap sides.
Yeah,
get the
Panto
shard now on Naga, so bigger heal on the Song. So real feels good. And it gives mana regen. I think that's less important, but it's actually kind of cool for Morph, I suppose. Him all the more utility in the fights when he turns into other heroes and spends so much mana. Naga can bring you back up.
Oh, they canceled the TP. Nicely done from Kara. As long as they can actually get this kill, the TPs are coming. Yamich with the stun lock. Shards block him in. Collapse. All you can do is get off a Yules to buy yourself a little bit. Actually uses his arena as well on the outskirts now.
Dude, there is no way.
Requiem, he's dead. Oh my goodness, that was close.
That was a 4v1 and they used Golem Requiem to barely kill him. He's not even farmed. It's just small mechanical things. He's getting every inch out of his hero there. Nice little jump there from mid one with the horsey.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not going to disjoint the dagger, but it gets you in range for the race combo way easier.
And Chrysalis with the Manta going for the butterfly next. Laurel already using Blink. Has the vision here. Gonna go for the courier kill. Chrysalis, of course, has to... I mean, this is where the Ags would feel so good. But typically we've been seeing that as a 4th or sometimes 5th item for the Juggernaut.
Yeah. I don't know the tech of how you itemize against Morph as Jug, because I think it's just such a tricky matchup later in the game. What is the most important? I still think the Hex on Shadow Fiend is going to be a potential game-winning item. And that's why that team fight up top was so crucial, because we were approaching a time when that concern wasn't even really anything for Mouse. There was 7k up, they were about to soon get Roche and a Tormentor, probably extend the lead to 10.
Oh, we see Dead in the Water from Boom, early shard pickup. Very annoying for Rue, but he claims it and walks away.
He was trying to poke TPs, didn't happen though.
Laurel trying to backstab, but the pipe is activated, so this won't be an elongated fight in all likelihood for Mouse since the pipe will wear off, but should be able to get the tier 2. As Boom trying to make some space, Collapse inside the shards. TP supports are coming, he gets punched in the air, Yules to keep himself alive. Sonic Wave onto 3 heroes. And now Mouse will be retreating. The Spirit able to save their offlaner.
That was an interesting situation there for Collapse. He effectively had the choice between casting a 4-man arena or blinking away. He didn't have time to do both. And Spirit, they will burn a Sonic to keep him alive instead and just try to buy time. Now, Yatoro is starting to reach the point when Morphling really becomes a hero. I think this hero changes a lot with Butterfly. It's so much EHP, it's so much more damage. You are still vulnerable to Shadow Fiend, but that's kind of it. They really hate those illusions. They're gone now. 2k is where we've been at for a while.
Yeah, this is even.
Mouse are just effectively going to burn out their Aegis, and I don't blame them. I don't see this lead as being meaningful enough to force high ground. So instead, Spirit opting to smoke into them with a minute and a half left on the Aegis.
Yeah.
They still want to fight.
They can avoid the tide. They can get some quick pickoffs. Yamich breaks the smoke. Rebuke.
Oh,
there's
that's
the
a big
arena
one.
onto 2. And the spear does hit mid 1, but now the pipe you have to worry about. Rue in a horrible position. Gets off his ult though. Pierce the Veil to the south. It will be picked off by Mouse, and Spirit will exit gracefully.
They tried to get the moment of surprise there. Didn't get it. Good placement from Yamich.
The blood grenade. Yatoro has waveform up now.
That's fine.
Wants to get the Dead on the water, I would assume, but Yotaro.
Oh,
Ooh!
That was actually closer than I thought it would be. But yeah, nice defensive play there from Mouse, controlling the area. The smoke breaks, you get a spear onto the Shadow Fiend, but you can't connect the other heroes for the burst.
Is this a repeat situation? Golem to start things out. Collapse with the spear. And he's just going to get chased down into oblivion. There is the dead in the water. Nowhere to go for the offlaner of Spirit. Gets off the Yules.
I mean,
as there's a Requiem there to destroy Laurel on the other side and Collapse. All the while gets away.
How does he live?
But the bigger kill, in all honesty, is onto Laurel. Yeah. So Mouse not going to be too upset. Obviously, could have had 2 cores, would have been great for them. But the Aegis about to expire now for Chrysalis. And how close is he to the Butterfly? Very close.
Yeah, so he's going to match the Morphling now. Their inventories are quite similar. Fortunately for Morphling, he does not have a Battle Fury. That would not be great. That's the main difference. It was fun to see Collapse play his way out of that fight bottom. I actually thought what he was going to do was to... Oh, there's the replay on the Laurel kill, by the way. Snowball into... Yeah, standard stuff. Double stun, Requiem. But the fight bottom, when he speared away the Tide the first time, I actually thought he was going to TP. But then he kited him for another 10 seconds and did it again. So...
Yotaro picks up the haste rune. Might want to try to take a fight here. At least burn some spells from the Mouse side. A little poke action onto Boom. And the dead in the water already used.
You're starting to see the damage on Yotaro now, though.
It's a pretty important cooldown. They get the stun lock for now, but the calling and the big ult coming out from Collapse, but the Ravage to follow. The focus right now on Yotaro. Snowball keeping him alive. He turns into the Tusk as the Omni Slash not doing a whole lot. Eventually Collapse should fall here. And that is the case. So 2 dead for Spirit. And now Yotaro getting hounded by Boom. Dead in the water up in 5 seconds. The Ice Shards from Yotaro. Not enough to block him out. Boom is going to continue on here. There's the dead in the water, but the song to counteract it. Yotaro easily takes care of the anchor.
And Laurel kills the wave.
Yeah, so no push for Mouse.
Still another good fight for them. And this goes to show the damage issues that Spirit have, right? I was just pointing out Morph is starting to hit hard, but he gets ravaged, and then nobody dies in the arena. There's no other big enough threat with the game that Laurel is having on co-op. He's kind of an item behind where you want to be here. This would be an insane situation to have like an Ags, for example, when you find these big arenas, or Shiva, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Like getting those big items, but not even remotely close to any of it just yet. So Mouse can just stand their ground, pop their pipe, pop their healing ward, and they are just invincible. And they should get both wisdoms here. Which might not seem like the biggest of deals as it is the 4th one, but getting these levels on support ultis up to level 2. Gonna get Warlock nicely across here, level 13, 14 now. And getting close to 15 talents in that fashion for Warlock. Shadow Word AoE on upheaval attack speed not too interesting, and on the Tusk it is the snowball damage or the health, which could prove quite useful. Obviously completely out-leveling the enemy supports now with this wisdom advantage. That's how it goes.
Yep, and I think for Mouse it's all about Roche now.
Yeah. You wanna get it this time, and
such a scary lineup though to go against. The Song, all the AoE from the Mars, even Muerta offers a lot.
I just think until Yotaro gets his next item, which I'm assuming would be a BKB, right?
Yeah,
does he have it, actually?
Recipe.
He just got it, yeah. Because he's making the call that in the previous fight, I have to be able to stand and deliver when we arena, or it's all for nothing, right? He knows how much damage he has to do, so with this, now he can reliably attack during the arena. That could be big. Because my concern for them is, until he gets his next damage item, on paper, their lineup looks quite strong, but in the current game state, if you have Aegis, Pipe, and Healing Ward, and you start hitting high ground, how do you kill a hero like Jugger twice with the Dire lineup? You can get a nice song off, but what's your combo? There isn't really anything too big, so I think Chrysalis will feel quite comfortable with...
Well, depending on the BKB situation, I suppose the Shard Spear, right? Getting 2 units.
Yeah.
Could be pretty hype.
Ooh, this could be a nice smoke for Spirit. I don't think Mouse are expecting anything like this at all. They're trying to set a trap with Tusk SF, but who's trapping who? Laurel is going to offer himself up.
In the punch up, but there's the arena from Collapse, the snowball save. Do they have enough in the bag? Nice blink out from mid one. Yamich is the sacrifice.
Wow, what a sick outcome for Mouse to only lose the Tusk there. Clutch play from
Yamich. That's a big courier kill, though. That's an Aghanim Scepter from mid one he has to wait on now.
And that is overlapping with Roche. So potentially that would have been a really nice tool to have in your kit, but I don't know if Spirit can really force the Roche anyway without Sonic Wave and Arena. They're probably just going to spend this time to farm and control the area. So I think there's a chance mid one gets his courier back before...
Oh, what is this? Laurel caught off guard, and that is dead in the water. One of the best shards in the game for a reason. Against these mobile heroes, both Morphling and... I mean, Morphling can attack pretty fast at the very least, but Quap, on the other hand, kind of just have to go for a BKB, and yeah, that's what Laurel is opting for. And look at this, Spirit. Looking to potentially get aggressive, despite not having their Quap. Boom in the pit.
They're trying to get information so that they can either song steal or just delay.
Or just have Collapse blink in and take
of course.
The casual.
There you go. This is not that easy to do, but I think they're still going for it. No, they're going to try to smoke around instead.
Okay.
This is going to get increasingly obvious for Spirit if they keep sending stuff into the pit like Naga Illusions or another dead shot. Because by process of elimination now, there's only one place Mouse can be. So this backstab should not work.
Boom. Boom. Blink Ravage available. They don't have the vision quite yet. There he goes. Gets off the Hex into the anchor. They want to get the Naga Siren, and they do. Big kill for the side of Mouse. Not having to worry about that ult. And now Yatoro, well, going to try to go against this Kraken Shell. Boom, he's doing quite a bit. Boom is going to die inside of the Mars arena. Omni-Slash already used. That's going to be canceled now, but they get the punch up. Yatoro in a bit of trouble, but has the attribute shift at his disposal. Crystallis. Spear is going to miss for Collapse this time. Double Ice Shard. Yatoro loves turning into this Tusk.
It's such a good hero to turn into because of the counterplays it gives you. You can counterplay Requiem, you can counterplay Omni-Slash as you saw. The shards allow you to stick on target. It's bold.
Yeah, Panto's going to be up soon, so they have the song. But they get the initiation first. There's the Requiem to follow. Laurel takes a lot of damage, but the Sonic Wave does so much as Collapse. Very low on HP. He's going to get right-click down, but going to stay alive thanks to the song. Canceled out. Now mid-1 is the first to fall to Yatoro, and now the waveform trying to take out this Warlock. They do so. Double kill for Yatoro. It's 4 kills overall in favor of Spirit. And now they're going to get the Roche.
Laurel
after all of that.
Healed so much with his Blade Mail Bondage there on the Quap. Look at the damage he output. 5k, and he was reflecting all the spell damage on Shadow Fiend in the meantime. Mouse tried to catch them by surprise by hitting the high ground instead of going into Roche, and they got punished immediately. And now, this game has changed so much from where we were 10 minutes ago. You're going to see look at Laurel's HP. The BKB obviously is going to block a ton of the magic damage, but he's just healing a crap ton too. Maybe he didn't even need bondage. I think the damage was actually quite underwhelming there. And then the song just buys them a bit of time to talk over what they want to do and all get fatal bonds together for no reason. But it's fine. They're still stronger.
The 0.5-second conversation.
I think that song actually helped Mouse, but they were so far behind it didn't matter.
All right, well, Spirit. Now with the Aegis on their side, Yatoro 4 minutes to do whatever he wants. Has the BKB in his backpack, Daedalus, very close to finishing. And this Morphling is going to start really hurting. And they're going to get the second Tormentor of the game as well. First shard went to Panto, and this one will go to Yatoro. So can use Attribute Shift while stunned.
That is so nice to get for free in this game. It was either him or Rue. I think they're happy with this. The one on Rue is not very good.
It's
so
quite useless.
Easily the better roll. That was the one we were fishing for the other day when we were talking about what shards and supports are bad to get.
Yeah.
We were talking about Pugna, and we couldn't remember the second one, and it's that one. It's the Muerta shard you'd rather put on basically anyone else in your team.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think it's fair to say Maus have missed their original goal. They've missed the mark, and now it's time for Plan B. Their lineup can absolutely win this later, but it's starting to become quite scary with this Yatoro Morphling. If he ever connects on a Spirit hero, if that hero does not get Tusk saved, we're talking a 3-second kill. He can kill Shadow Fiend in the blink of an eye, even Jug. And of course, as we've seen countless times now, just happy to turn into the Tusk to protect himself. And he's going to force them back.
Yeah, absolutely. He's all alone right now. He's going to poke at the very least. The Hex.
So
boom. 0 follow-up, though. But Yatoro's still going to respect it. Half HP to that tier 3. As mid one will get the opposite shrine, so it will still be a trade.
Yeah. This will bring Yatoro close to 25. He will get there the first in this game unless Jug finds a big fight. So that will be lower waveform cooldown is the one you almost always see Morphlings take. And that will give him even more mobility and even more damage. Not that he's missing it, but...
And mid one.
Close to Refresher could also be a big pickup. If they could somehow combine the Blink Hex on Tide with 2 Requiems, that could be a Morphling kill. I think you need 2 Requiem.
Nightcrawler. I think even with the attribute shift?
You can't do it when you're hexed.
Oh, that's true.
Because there's both a stun and a silence.
Yeah, that's true. There's the Hex initiation and the Anchor. They really hate this Naga. You can see why the collapse comes in. Nice Sonic Wave from Laurel doing massive damage. The Ravage really feels like nothing happened, but the Omni Slash is what really hurts. Yatoro barely lives through the engagement. Now turns his sights to the Juggernaut. That's life number 1 for Yatoro. 3 dead for Spirit. Requiem. Nope, Yatoro's going to pop the BKB, getting bashed up. Collapse trying to help his carry out. The waveform TP should be fine. Now Collapse has to worry. Mid one and company trying to pursue, but Collapse will get out just fine. That's the Aegis down and 3 dead for Spirit.
I'm telling you, if Spirit lose this game, they're banning Warlock the rest of the series. Like, they are getting insane value out of Kaori every single game when he plays this hero, whether they're in good spots or bad spots. That's the second highest damage of the fight. Fatal Bonds. Laurel died in the backline, just getting eaten alive by different Fatal Bonds instances. And of course the Jug. The Omni Slash was beautiful. If you manage to get a cleave Omni with Fatal Bonds, that's...
I mean, I think he was getting some cleave. Two of the members were relatively
There was
close.
some cleave going on there for sure.
Very strong.
And I think maybe you'd be wise on Spirit to start itemizing a little bit more against the Fatal Bonds. Maybe another Lotus or something of that sort. Rue has finished the Silver Edge nice against Tide, so they can try to get that kill faster. And the Wind Waker on Collapse.
Okay, again.
Yeah, loves this item. I feel like he buys it more than most players.
Mid one has Refresher that you talked about. So double Requiem is a thing. It's all about the initiation, though. And of course, they have been jumping the Naga at the beginning of most of these fights. What happens if they don't?
Yeah. That's true. Mouse have done a good job at finding Panto when they need to. And when they haven't found him, his song has been inconsequential, but they lost that fight, so...
Oh, the Anchor. Laurel has to pop the BKB. TP support Collapse with the Rebuke onto Boom. Laurel, not a whole lot of damage. They're actually going to put the Mars Arena out as mid one with a Requiem. Look at that Sonic Wave. Boom is getting pushed left, right, and center. He's still alive. Fuel's applied to him, has the pipe still there. The upheaval is slowing them to a crawl as mid one with another Requiem. Not that much damage, but the raises are starting to stack up, and there's the song save. The last moment Collapse is going to live.
Oh, they blinked in to destroy the healing ward. Laurel is okay. Is he fine? Yeah.
Mid one trying to get something more out of it, but all they really get is the Rue kill. But that might be enough for Chrysalis to poke at the high ground. He is hitting like a truck. Still has the Omni Slash. Now the Fortification going to slow this down a bit. Has the MKB Butterfly Basher.
They know there's no healing ward, so this
spear
is a
onto the barracks with the Sonic Wave. It's not quite enough. The Snowball's going to save him now. The Rebuke to follow. Is he going to die? Juggernaut is super low. Gets off the Blade Fury and will live some way, somehow. And they get Yatoro as well. And this is going to be a lane almost certainly for Mouse.
It's going to be more than one. They have healing ward. They might just end the game. They got Jug down to 5%.
That was so close.
But the Snowball again. These support picks for Mouse are carrying so much
they're going to go for Throne. They're going to try to finish it right here, right now. 70 seconds and 50 respectively for the 2 cores on the deck for Spirit in a 3 versus 5 situation. Still have 2 golems, and you can see the healing ward is doing so much work. 1 tier 4 dead. Yamich and company pounding away. The Ancient now available for the picking to get the instant initiation, but the Pierce the Veil going to keep him alive. There's the Mars Arena collapse, trying to do what he can to delay the inevitable, though, as the Ancient will eventually fall to Chrysalis and company, gets off the Blade Fury, and that's going to be GG. Mouse take game number 3 and a 2-1 advantage in the grand finals.
These games are so unpredictable. Mouse have an insane lead. They lose all of it in a random fight up top. They claw their way back to, or rather, both teams are kind of even for 15 minutes. And then they find this one perfect moment of opportunity, bursting both the Morph and the Quap in a single Omnislash. Crucial snowball save from Yamich, and the damage comes out. And if I'm Spirit, I'm looking at those supports for my bans.
What a sick grand final so far, Shiver.
It is indeed. I will say that support duo, Yamich on the Tusk, Coyote on his Warlock once again. It looked so good. The ending looked good. The start for Mouse looked good. Of course, a little of a rocky mid part for them, but making it super entertaining here with T-Gov and Lacoste to break it down. Lacoste, this was mad.
It was. You don't know who's going to win up until the end. There's like one big fight in most of these games that we've seen so far, and the game just kind of ends where you're like, oh, this is it. We used everything. They try to burst Tide there in the last fight where they're using Sonic Wave and the Arena. It was a nice try, but they were lacking a little bit of damage. They needed either a Root to be there to break the Tide with his Silver Edge, or they needed Morph to actually commit and go in with the damage to be able to kill him. And then they reset. They get Healing Ward. Tide's back to full HP. Not too much committed from their side.
I mean, Spirit, they're having to do like so much in the fights, right? But for Mouse, it's just they go, go, go. And like, I feel we are going to show some highlights of Mouse maybe overplaying their hand. They had this 5,000 gold lead. They tried to kill Yotaro. It didn't work out. And then, you know, a couple minutes later, they're going to try and make the same move. So Mouse, after an exceptional laning phase, self-inflicted, gave Yotaro access to this game. Because when you look at the net worths, all 3 Mouse cores are looking really, really healthy. But the fact is, if Mouse don't make these 2 moves, they could have shut out Spirit in 25, 30 minutes.
This is a bit shaky. This is basically 2v5, a fight they're taking because they have Pipe on Tide and they feel kind of invulnerable, but they are pinning Tide, making sure that he's not going to be using Ravage at the same time. Still coming back into the fight and still being able to do something. You can see the Omni Slash, again, these snowballs. Snowball saves from one side on Yamich, and also Snowball saves when Yatra was turning into Tusk to be able to get the snowball saves on himself were pretty poggers this game.
Yeah, and the fury there. And if you look at the map state, right, the Dire Towers, because of how well Boom's lane went, he just takes every tier 1 tower, right? He builds up this 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead. That's sure they get wiped here, but in the back of Mouse's mind, it's like, as long as we eventually connect on our spells, we're gonna be able to do it.
This is a fight in favor of Spirit, where they managed to get a really nice Song reset. And then, because they committed pretty much everything with the Shadow Fiend going in, and also Blade Mail and Quap did a lot in this one. And after that, Team Spirit, they couldn't find any good fights.
And that's because, you know, I think Mouse, they're just doing these wraparounds. 2 big fights in a row, they got the Naga first. But yeah, when you have Hex on the Shadow Fiend, the Tide Hunter, you have the Punch, the Golem, it just takes one catch, right? And this thing, Spirit, they did a pretty exceptional job at dodging most of these big fights, always like, finding ways to survive, collapse with the Wind Waker. Like, they were doing all these little things. But like I said, Mouse, they don't care if they die. If they make a mistake, it doesn't thwart them. They just go again, and Coyote's got them at the high ground, sets up for the Omni Slash, and, you know, you kill off a Quap and a Morphling at their base, you're going to be taking it also. Please,
unfortunately, I have to agree with Cinderin.
Got a ban. Okay,
gotta do something about it. Either you might need to pick this hero, or you have to remove it, because this is like 12th game in a row that he played so far in the tournament, which is pretty insane to think about. Yamich, he played like 8-9 games on Tusk.
8 wins now.
Yeah, lost only one game on Tusk. So you have to address this. Maybe the idea coming into the 4th game should be we leave some of these Imba heroes in the pool and just address the real issues that we are having in the games. Because this could have been 3-0 for Mouse. Like the way that one of the games did play out, they were ahead.
Yeah, and you know, if I was in their position, if I had to pick one, I would lean towards Tusk on Yamich, because Yamich in the lane, he enabled that Tide Hunter to get a couple kills on Yotaro, right? If you don't have a Tusk there, Morphling, he should free farm, but they found a way to get that kill on the Morph, and then because of that aggression, Tide does everything else, and the Yamich is snowball saving and doing all this. So If it was me, I'd pick Tusk over the Warlock. They've lost with the Warlock, but the Tusk, Yamich is just on another level.
I also wouldn't go into Nagasaran direction by any means. Again, you can feel that they are lacking something when Panto is playing different heroes, when he is setting up the lane, when he's playing his Enchantress, when he's playing Pugna, when he's playing Jakiro, as we've seen in the earlier game. He did extremely well. The impact that he does have compared to this Nagasaran, even though there was like one big fight where he was able to get a reset, you're basically one button. And so far, Team Spirit, they were not a Nagasaran team. This is the second time that they played the hero, and they've lost 2 times.
Yeah, and we talk about the Tusk, we talk about the Naga, and there's 2 heroes that they are supporting in those lanes, Tigo, that we kind of have expectations for already in the laning stage. As you were mentioning, we think Morph should do okay.
Yeah, we should, and I've already mentioned it several times, but yeah, because of how well Boom is able to identify what to do on Tidehunter, every single time he enters a lane that looks better for the enemy carry, he finds the little ways to do it. And of course, like we mentioned, Yamich plus Boom, you get the 2 kills in your Toro, you put them on the back foot instantly. And it's like, because of this success, they find the mid towers, they find these moves, and you know, we showed these mistakes that Mouse made, but there was such a great chance that Mouse, if they were slightly cleaner in play, this would have been one of the quickest games that we've seen from Mouse in the tournament. But they don't have that. They're a little bit more rough around the edges, but it doesn't matter as well because they just keep winning the team fights. Like every draft, they have so many stuns.
And they just keep going.
You're allowed to make mistakes. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, I think we saw yesterday too, Mouse, when they know they just keep going, they just keep pushing. Sometimes a little bit too far, as we saw in that 16, 17-minute fight that we showed you earlier. But you know, it's
I gotta make one mistake.
You gotta have those. One quick question though, we did see Yatoro die as a first blood.
Yeah, that definitely impacted the mid matchup, and because this is a matchup where you're playing Shadowfiend against Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain does love to play into that. She wants to put pressure, but getting extra 300 gold, getting extra bit of experience changes that matchup. It also changes the matchup that he was talking about in the off lane because they were also present, getting extra bit of a gold. They can bring extra regen, extra stats if necessary. So gotta be careful about that one as well.
Yeah.
I feel like, do I want to talk about Lyle again? I mean, he unfortunately is a bit of a punching bag for
He
Spirit.
got picked very early on.
He did. But other Queen of Pain players in the tournament have been picked early on and still had a bit more oomph in the game, I would argue. I think unfortunately for Lyle, other than his Ember game, which was stellar, the Slardar, the Queen of Pain, it's been on a downward trajectory. So I think going into game 4, I'm expecting more from Lyle. Maybe try and have flashbacks to game 1, hit that type of stride, because I'm not really feeling his presence in helping solve some of the problems that Mouse are creating.
And we already saw the priority of the Tusk change between game 2 and 3 because we saw them picking the second phase in the game 2, and then they realized, wait a second, that was actually really good, that Tusk, let's put it first pick. They first picked that. So we now actually think that Tusk will be first base ban?
I assume so. Might be picked if Team Spirit will be having the first pick in the next one, because this is one of Rue's best heroes. Like, he kind of came into the scene playing Tusk, playing these melee position 4s as well. So I would assume that they want to put slightly more priority into this.
Yeah, the problem for Spirit at least is they've been banning out, you know, big offlaners at least. It's the Centaur, and then of course some of the staples of Mouse, which is the Huskar.
Yep, I think one of the issues also is that you need to ban out Huskar. So one of the bans, it has to be Huskar, because they've shown that they can flex this, they play really well, and maybe they can, because I think maybe leave Huskar out of the first phase if they feel like they have the answers for it later, at the later stages, and then ban it in the second or the third phase.
I don't mind it if they get access to an AA or a sniper. There's options, but when you are one game away from potentially getting eliminated, getting Huskard, getting eliminated, giving Mouse the trophy, giving them their best hero, it could be spooky, but that's the type of choice you got to make.
I just want to see the adjustments. I don't want to see the same bans that did happen.
Well, if you want to see the adjustments, of course, then we'll go to a break and we'll get those adjustments on the board afterwards.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. Beneath my warm exterior, permafrost. Someone's having technical difficulties. Someone's dropped out like a kid in school.
Welcome back. We have a team on match point here for the
Dire
grand
won
finals
this
of
time.
PGL Wallachia Season 6, and it is a mouse here. They are 2-1 against Team Spirit in this grand finals, and so far, every single game has looked very entertaining, which I think Spirit might not be happy with, because they might want to see a little bit of a cleaner game here for this fourth upcoming game. T, what we want to see?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I want to see, because Spirit's playing like these fights beautifully. They're doing this like back and forth, this like it's just like art. And then Mouse is just like this wrecking ball going boom.
Mouse is like wrong.
Yeah, wrong. How dare you?
It just reminds me of the hero pools where we saw the two teams.
Exactly.
Were like, nice, gentle. This is what we like to do. Some healing, some beef. Go in, fight now.
Stuns win games, okay? like after each game, Immortal Faith is probably going stuns, more fight. Like it's just, I don't want to oversimplify Mouse, because of course they are playing very well, but
they are.
The way in which they have these comeback fights is just a symphony of like, I don't know.
It's such different styles that are going head to head here, and it's creating some beautiful moments, and we're hoping for some more beautiful moments in game number 4. Now, the main thing we talked about is, will we see the Tusk band? And the answer is a very big yes. Team Spirit for game 4 will be on the Radiant side. It will be first pick going the way of Mouse, meaning Spirit still has those first 4 bands to go through. They still remove the Huskar. They still remove the Marcy and the Centaur, and that would mean that they leave the Dragon Knight in, and therefore that is what we see on the other end.
Yep, they will take it. Team Spirit also not a Dragon Knight team. They did play one game of Dragon Knight, which they were successful with, but kind of late to the party. They still had a lot of success. I mean, they were
10
0
seconds
in
to
the group
go.
stages. They didn't play it. They were banning it most of the time. For a good reason.
5 seconds.
We had a graphic the other day where they also weren't really winning against Dragon Knight. So let's see if they figured out this Dragon Knight. I also like that Mouse is just like
you know what, this Naga Siren hero, we don't care about it. Like, you feel free to pick it. We're not gonna ban it because we don't think it's strong.
Just double checking in regards to the Dragon Knight, but I believe it's majority of the time just been the carry for Mouse. They haven't played it on mid or off lane yet. So for other teams, when we talk about, you know, the flexibility, for Mouse it's just the carry.
Yeah.
They value that damage. I mean, when we think about Dragon Knight as what he brings from the mid lane, sure, at the later stages of the game, you are going to be bringing that damage, but if we talk about some 25 minutes damage, this is the armlet, this is the Mask of Madness.
Okay, let's take the Pangolier. It's always a bit concerning when you enter a game and a minute of your reserve time is picking a response, because when you're second pick, most of your draft prep is, if they take DK, we do this. If they take Centaur, we do this. Like, that's the easiest part of any draft prep, right? Being second pick, picking online. So for Spirit to spend a full minute deciding, they really, of course, again, you know, elimination is on the line here, but they do go for the Pangolier. And it's like, it's more the pacing. If Mouse is to only play DK in the carry role, you do need quite a lot of economy. So I can see why Spirit wants the Pangolier to be a bit chaotic early in the play, chase the DK on his tower, force him into fights when he doesn't have the damage. And DK, you're kind of on like a timer to him. It's like the first probably 20 minutes, average damage, get a Daedalus, okay.
Then
don't go near this guy.
Yes. Especially if you have any other stuff that you can throw on him, any kind of drums, Solar Crest that you need to be buying when you are having Dragonite in the team.
Everybody gets sick.
Oh, I'm gonna do the bomb
It's in the
guys.
bag.
Oh. Okay. Player might play Warlock.
Uh-huh. I don't know, are you sure about this one? And would they pick it up here?
If this is the lane, you're not losing the lane. Dragonite Warlock, it's...
Or the Phoenix, but, you know...
I will say, I mean, we have
Anyone know
definitely
where we're
had our
going?
time trash-talking Shadow Demon as a hero, as Warlock does indeed. But I also know that Team Spirit has got a tendency to make low win rate heroes work for them. They pick them in the right scenarios, generally.
Yeah. When you look against what Mouse has, right, having a Dispel and Shadow Demon is quite nice against Warlock. You're assuming it's going to come into play. Being able to banish people against DK's initiation, even just slowing the DK. He's
30 seconds to showtime.
Kind of a clunky call, right? So if you put that Purge on him, walk away, understand the fight.
Do we want to run at them, go Clockwork, go Spirit Breaker, these type of heroes, because you need some kind of a play. Dragonite and Warlock, this is Dragonite from the safe lane, is a little bit slow, so you need someone to make some kind of a space. I like this as well. This gives them the team fight. Mars looked pretty much godly every single time when Boom played it. He just...
And they're off.
Not literally.
Because he's a mid player, right? Mars is not a mid hero. Maybe some South American teams will flex it, but you need a lot of games on this hero to make you look really, really good. And he kind of got into the groove very quickly.
Now, I know Warlock very good because of the column, but Fatal Bond's very big factor about this hero as well. Why wouldn't you just go for a Baton that can get rid of the Fatal Bond?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, and that's what Team Spirit is thinking too.
It's
wow.
Not even the
blood trails?
Get rid of Fatal Bonds, it's just the way that Mouse plays.
This
is so much in one moment that why not pick heroes that can brush it off? Right, Pangolier, if you can get your shard out, get your roll up, even Rolling Thunder, you don't care. You got an Abaddon who can just sit in the middle. Shadow Demon plays so far away from the fight that he shouldn't be getting comboed. Saving the mana is. It feels like Spirit is respecting Mouse's identity and going, we're going to make a mistake at some point maybe, but that mistake we can counter so you
Yeah, we're going to survive the initial burst of Raw.
Yes.
And be able to fight back
Where's the
afterwards. And what role would you like to see this Abaddon played? Is this
What's
just
a
a
warning?
or we want to see someone else? It's not necessarily Screaming Collapse, but you can play it. You can also play Tangle.
It's good in the lane. If we think about Fatal Bond, Shadow Word, so you don't care too much about it, but it's also good in the lane against Mars. Like, it's gonna be good throughout the whole game, where you're gonna be sitting inside of the arena, using the Aphotic Shield, removing whoever gets speared onto the walls of the arena, and you surviving long enough to get some done. Like Outlaw, Quick Dagger, if you pop your ulti. So a lot of good things with this Eva. In terms of lockdown, they don't really have as much.
Just follow my trail.
No, not at all when you compare it to Mouse, but for Spirit, that early set is going to be quite spooky, right? The bounty hunter getting vision of where the warlock is, where that team fighter is. Like, just track him up, follow him around the map, understand where to pick up the fight.
If they don't pick Leshrac, it probably gets banned. So I think they're going to be on dock if they want to pick it up. I think Queen of Pain is the other one because these heroes like they don't care about rotations. I like Leshrac as a response to Pango as well because you can't really use the Rolling Thunder close to Leshrac that build-up. Kind of tricey, it doesn't bring you from 100 to 0, but it puts you down in a threshold where you don't feel comfortable bouncing off the walls and continuing the fight. So a lot of the times you will see Pango just run away after doing that initial damage.
This one needs to be on some annoying here.
Yeah, this is the second option instead. So that's why they give it priority because, again, there's no map lockdown, Queen of Pain against Pango. Even though Pango with the double shield does okay, but it also depends like who's playing it. I've seen this matchup also be kind of pretty bad for Pango in some of the situations.
I feel like Spirit is leaning on Pangolier quite heavily at the moment to do a lot for them. Because the bad needs of Radiance, Shadow Demon Bounty are low damage supports that once you set
Your mid tower needs a little help.
I'm still down for Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, these two heroes potentially that could come out for Mouse. Yeah. It's just, you can hunt down. Bounty doesn't like to play into these heroes, neither does Shadow Demon. If you get the first initiation, FB, you could potentially bait out the Shadow Demon ulti, but you kind of done the job if they are focusing you, so that's a pretty good ban.
Yeah, banned indeed. One more hero to be banned. Mid one doesn't want to play against mid. Most likely. Mouse wants to go with that one. They will, of course, be Team Spirit with the overall last pick, so they get to see the full lineup before deciding what they want to do.
That's the one.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards Spirit, thinking about the Toro heroes. No, sorry, collapse heroes.
No worries.
So you see the DK in the off, in the safe lane. Mouse of like Nikos mentioned, he's going to pick up some core positions, do something here. The clock is the only melee hero left in that department, but I am struggling to think of what
Someone took out the Radiance courier
guy to give some
oomph to the
yeah. But also in Pangolier to offlane, did you want to put Pango into co-op? That's also something. So Pango can just play into DK and farm. So what's the Lal guy to play into Queen of Pain? That's also a whole other line that we can throw down here. He does play the puck. Then you have puck into the DK, and also there's the Yours and the Mars, but
Puck is okay-ish, nothing too crazy. I'm more thinking about giving them more team fights from the top lane. They send this Pango to the mid lane and get something like insane. Pango can initiate, but other heroes, not as much. I'm just a little worried that they're not going to be able to start a fight, even though they don't necessarily have to. You still have Abaddon, you still have Shadow Demon, so you can like play off, like you can be the defense, shield, disruption, and then start a fight like that, but not ideal.
Why is Magnus completely out of the conversation when talking about collapse? Magnus is that bad right now, Leo?
Yeah, the cancelling the
Anyone know
Skiro,
where we're going?
it's so easy to do, and then just getting stuck half of the Skiro.
Well, we were already kind of expecting that Clutch to become ice damage, so that shouldn't be a big surprise to the Spirit either. I don't know if it will impact their choice of hero here at all.
Kind of a fun option, but couple of inches. Bring back the long bit of it. Float through the crop the entire time. Maybe there's a
Radiance courier didn't make it.
Because whatever they pick on Spirit, it needs to provide additional fight to the bounty of the Pangolier.
Hunter, something like a Sankin along those lines. It's the aura. The reason why I mentioned Darkseer is he's building into Crimson, he's building into Pipe. This guy has built-in damage reduction, which is going to be good against Dragonite. He builds into the same two items as well. Have a little bit of a global presence, but it's nothing too crazy.
Spirit made one big reason about this. They need to win team fights, and that's all they can really do, the brute force that we've been talking about.
Your
So their
mid
entire
tower's a
draft
bit
is
of a
playing
bag.
this. We've got elusiveness, which is time delay, vision, the bounty hunter, all of the bounty hunter. So our ability, they've had like everything that Spirit has in their hands.
Your mid tower's coming
is to tie
apart.
into big team like that. Because of those counterplay options and survivability, that we're now, I'm going to say inevitably, because they haven't had clean wins, it's been messy fights throughout, but again they are winning. When they make those mistakes, Spirit will try to capitalize.
Dragonite. How much damage is something, especially against
Curry
Underlord.
took a
It might
trip
be
to
that like one fight where
hate
he's
to
joined
be
and
your
he don't have
mid-tower
enough
right
damage
about
and he
now.
needs to farm his one big item, courtesy of Daedalus, carry, and then whether that's gonna be enough, because I think with the damage reduction with the pipe on Underlord, there's gonna be a point where there's gonna be a lot of that damage mitigated.
What happens when Underlord has pipe and crimson? I'm thinking like 20-25 minutes, the pipe crimson timing with Abba having
So much for the
radiant.
radiance.
Big time to align Mouse that is justified. They're not gonna yeah. I'm a little bit more afraid.
Your mid tower ain't doing too
Pretty good at
well.
that.
Every single game, though, apart from this game, the Dragonite was
Radiant's
banned
gone
out. Like,
and
do you
fortified
feel like
this
they
structure.
addressed the Dragonite enough? Is this still an end-all be-all hero?
Mid game, yes. Late game, usually. They've answered the important ones. The late game,
The other fellas
Well, in the late game, you can
be
say,
making trouble no more.
we might get that. Who knows? I know someone who doesn't want to get that. Who knows about who will not in the beginning of the series. That is Coach Silence, who's standing by with flashlight.
Absolutely, Sheever. I am
how I
here
live.
with Mr. Silent. Silent, you finally give them the marks. Scary thing. This is, carried them many times. What made you give them the marks?
This tournament, I think, and we got Abba into Mars. I think we're okay.
Okay. Now, the Bounty Hunter. We only saw him once, and he lost today, I believe. Why Bounty Hunter? I mean, I see the Underlord coming out, maybe a little scouting, maybe some TPing. Can you explain that?
That even he if you
Might want to check. Good luck out there.
It's bounty hunter, so we should.
Would you say that your team's fighting or evolving or some strategy?
Yeah, dodging snakes is nothing new.
And we don't have the Mars.
Trenton time.
Yes. Also, we can play
All right, and final question for you. What do you think it is about this Mouse team? So you guys have been absolutely dominating. You've been 2-0. You've been going crazy. You did not lose your traditional first game loss on purpose this series. Mouse, why are they a hard opponent for you guys to crack here?
Mouse playing good and we're hitting good is most. We can't prevent them from
They're bloody asking for
picking
it.
their comfort heroes. Feeling like every game they're good
Yeah, I
their
see
comfort heroes and they're trying
This will
somehow.
suss out any sneaky little
But,
scumbag.
not enough.
Well, we got a lot of comfort heroes coming out for you this time, so I'm sure we're going to see you again for the next game. Good luck to Team Spirit as we head into our game and our cast.
Yes, welcome to Game 4 between Spirit and Mouse, and we have some switch-ups in the draft, in the band, and all the likes in there. We get to see a collapsed Underlord, less of a playmaker, unless you get that Ags later on. I don't think we've cast a single game that Bounty Hunter has come close to winning. Maybe it's just us. Rue. Right on cue.
Close. You almost had it, but the Captain's Curse kept him alive. She said he was bad, so he's going to live. Yeah, I think this is the biggest adjustment in this series so far from Spirit. There's a lot of change-ups here to go over. The panels obviously went over the whole aura aspect of Underlord and changing that archetype hero. Silent said it too in the interview. We don't really like Mars here because he can't buy auras in the same fashion that Underlord can. We feel like we really need it. So obviously they're recognizing how Mouse are beating them. And in addition to that, they are taking the Abaddon as well, which Mouse also beat them with. So basically Spirit are like... We've tried different adjustments, and none of them really work the way we want, so now we're going to totally pivot. Bounty Hunter is also...
to kill something?
I suppose they did play the Ricky. Maybe not the biggest of change-ups in that department. But the fashion in which they're using it is going to be different. The Ricky was meant to be a counter to saves, whereas the Bounty Hunter is meant to be an info hero to allow them to avoid bad fights. seems to be the primary purpose. Just get deep wards, make sure you can farm. And I will say, I'm really curious if this goes to late game, because in my book, Abaddon is one of the ultra late game carries now. Hero has changed a lot over the years. So is TK. So when it comes out on top of the matchup, I think both of these two carry heroes are like top 5 late games. Together like Faceless Void and maybe a 6-slotted PL or whatever.
Yeah, we can hope that this
goes
goes
really
late game. Would love to see some 60-minute items.
Bounty Hunter doesn't tend to go that late.
Yeah, that is true.
He tends to either enable his team to get a quick win off of snowballing with trap or a quick loss, or a quick loss because you get 5-man and you're Bounty Hunter. This guy on your screen is worth mentioning as well. I think this is out of the heroes that can play this tournament, I think this is probably the least impressive. So I think something Spirit accomplished in this game was to push him onto something a little bit weaker. His Tusk and his Pudge have been S tier, and they even banned the Spirit Breaker. So 3 targeted bans at position 4 player is quite unusual. But Spirit is doing everything they can to try to push Mouse outside of their comfort zone. And I can't say when I look at the Mouse lineup that they aren't comfortable. They still, the archetype lineup of heroes that they have, and that's what Sal was saying too, we're struggling to prevent them from picking their heroes.
It's ironic because one of their members is playing 2 heroes. Both are
Kaori has played mostly Warlock and Hero, but we've also seen Phoenix, we've seen Shadow Demon.
Your mid tower's coming apart.
I kind of agree. Maybe the Warlock could have been a second phase ban, potentially.
The Fatal Bonds has been kind of series winning so far.
Yeah.
It's been insanely good.
Underlord is an interesting choice against that, though. You naturally want to buy Lotus. You're going to buy maybe both Pipe and Crimson, like the panel is talking about. So perhaps that can be the solution. Not as much to talk about with Mouse, is there? It's just, it's worked for you so far. Why change it until you fail? This is just stock standard. They finally get their hands on the Dragon Knight that's been banning against them a lot. So that is the choice.
And in the mid lane, Laurel doing honestly better than I was expecting. This is a miserable matchup against the Quap. Starting
Double jump does help quite a bit.
It does.
But it's still hard.
Quap is just a melee dominator at the end of the day.
Hang on, did he go Bondage or he went Bondage? Okay. I think this is a game where you could have maybe considered Masochist, but I forgot who talked about this. I think it might have been Gunner saying that the reason you take Bondage is half of it is just replace no reflect, the other half is so you don't have to bother with damage yourself. It's just so you don't have the other one.
Right.
Because this is not a game that seems like crazy good Blade Mail to me. So I think he's not gonna. I think he won't go Blade Mail. He's just gonna have this facet and not really use it for much.
Yeah.
So that he doesn't have to mess it. Level 6 now on him. And he's gonna use it immediately. TP bot.
Damage with the cogs. Yatoro basically out of mana here. Spear misses though. Boom. Gonna get help with that Sonic Wave of Disruption to slow things down. Yatoro gets the Lotus now from Panto, and he's actually going to live. And boom, he's the one that almost dies actually to the illusion of Yatoro.
And that
despite being a 3v2.
That wasn't even the cleanest disruption either. He already took half of the Sonic Wave damage, and they still live there. Power Rune time. Laurel, unlucky for him, not bottom. He would have taken it in front of mid and started fighting it. Just to do the trick on the top. But he'll still get it, though, I think. Nope, never mind, he won't. He's going to get stolen here. Covered by Yamit.
Trying to fight it out. Missed the Firestorm kill onto Kaori. Now Chrysalis in a 1 versus 2. Collapse looks like he's going to be fine. He tries to get back in here. He gets another right click off, and one more Shuriken for the road. That's 2 kills in the top lane for Spirit.
Love watching Rue play Bounty Hunter. Very, very good at it. It's the little things, getting the spam out on the Shuriken, getting the right. Like, identifying correctly when you can fight in that lane is not obvious.
That's the one.
They barely scrape by and get both kills. One of which was, of course, the first blood. Going the way of Collapse, so he's going to be off to a very nice start. He's actually tied with Queen of Pain for net worth.
Leave it.
Damage, trying for it. Panto with the
double
nice
wisdom.
disruption. That is a huge deal.
And you know me, I have a lot of games on Clockwork.
I'm keen.
This hero sucks. Okay?
Oh, I thought you were just going to stop there. As Panto, he will eventually pay the price, but it is well worth it. Yamich, still level 2.
He barely cracks 3. Narrowly level 3 minute 8 here. It's going to have to go back to base. Yeah, this is a totally different ball game than some of the previous games we've seen, because in my eyes, this is the first time in the series that Spirit are actually winning the early stage. So, see if Mouse can stabilize.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
I mean, we're definitely on the same page here that we think a big part of Mouse's success is that their supports just have giga impact every game. This one, it's going to be tough for Clockwork to find the same level of impact, I would say. He's trying his damnedest, though.
As mid 1 picks
Mission
up
accomplished.
damage rune, so Panto.
God, easiest curse of my life.
Self-disruption.
Oh, okay.
Even a sonic wave used.
All right.
Okay, well.
Well, he died.
He did. And then some. Yamich is going to be happy with that extra XP that he gets. Meanwhile, Rue sitting on level 5.5, almost has tracked. Yeah, and that is when things can get scary with a bounty support on your team if you're able to rack up these kills.
The good news for Mouse is that Spirit don't inherently have the best, like, killer lineup. It's more of stabilizing, not losing your lanes. Afterwards, in the mid-game, you can start scaling up. You don't have, like, burst heroes or traditional stupid combos with Bounty Hunter like Tinker.
They won't get the satisfaction.
Seeking missiles anymore. Still a good pairing. Just want to... You know, some heroes take massive advantage of the vision. They don't really have any of those. We're going to make some nice stacks here. Wonder who's going to take them.
Look at this level advantage in the top lane. Collapse level 7.
Yeah, right. Those 2 kills is just big.
That is very
Okay, not even 6.
Went for the 1-1-4, by the way, on Collapse.
It's becoming more and more standard.
Dominate the lane here. As Root spotted. But there's TP support. Marl, he has the Rolling Thunder. They get the connection. Mid 1, stunned again. Do they have the follow-up? No. Damage. Will end up getting traded out, but the Ancients will be the ones to claim him. So they get the bounty and essentially get away.
You smell something? Yeah.
They definitely had a Clockwork kill there 100% if Laurel committed to that instead of the Quap, but he found a nice path through the cogs to try to actually change stun the Quap all the way down to killable, but wasn't able to fully do it.
No, this
Yeah,
way.
this... Oh,
Some juicy illusions. That leads to Underlord.
I forgot he had a taunt. Nobody plays Underlord, so you never see it.
That's true.
Was this? I think this is the 5th game of Underlord, the tournament, actually. It's been somewhat run, but not won anything, really. I think it won 1 game.
It's how I live.
It feels like one of those, it's just solid. Obviously the auras, if you're wanting that, that's one of the main heroes you look to. I always look for the Aghanim Scepter, Cinder, you know me. But it's always a later type of item. That global presence can be enormous. Damage still level 4. Close to the 11-minute mark here.
Yeah, these supports have almost no kill power until Shadow Demon is level 6, so they're actually both watching at 4 o'clock hit the tower and they can't even stop. Pretty unusual.
At the very least, they have track by the Spirit.
Yeah.
And this feels like a game in which Yatoro will get one. I don't think the Dire lineup really stops Abaddon from progressing.
Maybe the cookie cutter Radiance and Samantha.
What?
Looks like...
Oh, is he? Yeah. Well, maybe it's still good enough. The main thing for me is there's no like inherently obvious like main burst that you're gonna reflect.
Boom. Just tracked up, gets a spear. Fiend's Gate place though, so Collapse on the way. Not even really needed the pit, ensures it. And back he goes.
Just comes to collect some track hole. He's gonna leave again. What a life. Yep.
Remember, we've been begging for Boom to play Mars in this series so far, so finally gets the chance. We have a repeat performance that he had in that lower bracket finals.
Worth maybe thinking about already if this were to go down the stretch here this game. We had Panto get very farmed on a disruptor. Get could shift the balance in this matchups that we've been talking about, the Abaddon versus DK. Having Aghanim's Purges against Dragon Knight and Mars will be very welcome for Yatoro later, as he will have to do a lot of the damage. I'm curious how Underlord is going to itemize after auras. He's going to try to scale.
Again, getting gone on. Brew was just biding his time. Nice Arena's going to block off Yatoro. Wow. Still a lot of damage done. Is on the other side, Chrysalis kills off Collapse. A big kill for Mouse, and Boom gets away. Rolling Thunder inside the cogs. This will be a support kill at the very least. Not the exchange at Spirit we're looking for.
They used the Golem up top to get the kill on Underlord, and that's going to lead to a tower. Warlock DK. Nice and easy. Oh, he didn't get the double.
What an annoying arrow.
It's a bit too far to the right. He might have actually run him down if he hit the Shuriken twice. So what you want to do there, you want to line up behind the Mars so that when you throw the Shuriken on the creep, it passes through both ways. But he only got the singular instant damage, and that is not enough to finish the kill. And Mouse also successfully managed to, well, barely, I guess, defend their mid tower. It's pretty close to gone. But they take the top. Wisdom's coming up. Let's see if this time Mouse can get at least one. They're doing a very good job for losing both Wisdoms.
Yeah.
To be honest, like their supports have managed to find impact. Yamich is still level 5. Yeah, I mean at 14. So
now that they're going to be smoking up to make sure that they get their own Wisdom Shrine. Rue spotted here. And with the DK here, that is the death of the bounty.
Leaving nothing up.
Yamich is like, oh, hook shot.
Probably looking at his face, that seems like that was what he was saying.
Good news.
Hell yeah, I have an ultimate.
Very animated and energetic.
A reckoning.
14 minutes. I wish my teammates in my game could do that. I'm like, guys, we really need to say, alright, let's 4-man smoke. Be lucky to get one. Boom.
Opening onto Boom. Kaori in the area, and see the Fiend's Gate now collapse. Has that pit with the Firestorm. Has to kill onto Boom again.
Your top tower's getting all banged up.
If you're an Underlord, getting good usage out of this ultimate early on is huge. Goes right back to the lane, but nowhere to go now is a hook shot. Yamich showing him, hey, I got my ultimate now, bro. Collapse will fall, so good rotation here from Mount.
This way looks
Must be nice being Underlord, getting good use out of your ulti to immediately die on return. Could have stayed.
Yeah, they know. They know where you are. They know where you're going.
There goes that tower. So just a matter of time. Will mid one get the deny? Oh, that was actually very close.
Yeah, I see
Close game as well.
Yep, seems about right.
Toro's got the Sacred Relic though, and pretty damn close to finishing the Radiance. And Chrysalis on the other side. Mask of Madness, Armlet, and will be Blink afterwards. Not that far away either.
Yeah, considering he died in the lane,
I've been
still
patient.
top net worth.
And this hero is just bonkers these days.
It was interesting to see during the tournament that some teams kept, running Dragon Knight as a higher priority and then not finding the results. And then in their later series, it fell out of favor. Sometimes it went ignored in the draft or got banned like phase 3 or whatever. Maus are overall first pick in that hero. And same with Huskar. They just have their thing.
Oh, the nice hook shot from Yamich trying to disrupt this combination, but Laurel should be able to get off the Rolling Thunder. They get the stun lock on the mid one, a huge kill for Spirit.
The cogs worked against him there. Gave Laurel a balance. Needed something to get a restun off of, and
in Blood
Yamich
Trail.
was just that.
River look through one of these. Yeah.
Yeah, he did some good damage. Blade Mail and Scream, but no Sonic. Had he got off the Sonic wave, that could have got really interesting.
And Yatoro showed up with the Radiance, gets some nice kills there. Can go back to farming away to his heart's content. Meanwhile, Collapse, can they spot him? They do. Gets off the arena as he blinks away onto the Shadow Demon. That is the deletion of Kanto. Collapse under the cover of the pipe. Nice. Golem coming out with the Fatal Wands as well as Collapse trying to get out of these cogs. Just slow to a crawl, and there's the big Sonic wave from mid one to finish the job as Laurel has to swashbuckle away. Doesn't want to pursue apparently, but you see the tracks and Shurikens are starting to add up.
That's good for Mouse. Underlord down, buyback on Kanto. You're going to lose the tower because you used all your resources, but you wanted to go here anyway, so hold that. You'll let it go. Trying to get a trade in mid one, but need to be careful.
Stun coming out from Rue. Can they set anything else up, though?
They need the Underlord alive, I
Crack. Hook shot actually misses. Now the Rolling Thunder will miss as well, thanks to mid one. Gets bounced away by the Cogs.
No, this way. Trending time.
Power rune coming up. Looks like Mouse
always
are
on the right
very
trail.
much trying to control that for mid one. Empty bottle and almost out of mana really wants it, but Toro will cover the top side.
Indeed, he's coming for you. Dragon Tail onto the bounty. There's the Fiend's Gate, though. Toro focusing on Kaori. That is a super easy kill. Rue will bite the dust as well, so 1-for-1. But Crystallis is the one that's completely stuck. Yatoro finishes him off. And now Yamich, left all alone, will be shield crashed to death. 3-for-1.
It's kind of ironic thinking back on the...
Your bottom tower ain't long this world.
It's kind of ironic thinking back on the overall history of this tournament with how Shadow Demon has been doing very poorly in terms of win rate, but he's one of the best supports against Dragon Knight, who's been super prioritized, had insane win rate on carry. You look at the Shadow Demon stats, they just look atrocious, especially on Dire. My god, 2 wins.
Your mid tower's coming apart.
But you saw there, you demonic perk DK, you can disrupt against the Dragon Tail. Hero doesn't look so scary anymore. Mid one.
Gonna set something up here. Track into stun. There's the disruption. Boom. Trying to counter initiate. Gets the arena off onto 2. Mid one with the Sonic Wave. Has to try to blink out with a Shuriken. Is coming for you and finishing you off as Rue will be laughing all the way home. 40 seconds down and out.
Anyone know where we're going?
He's getting a lot of gold. Went for the Vessel. Obviously, an awesome item here. DK, you're against Warlock Heal, Mars, Quap Bondage. A lot of value to this early Vessel and Bounty Hunter. One of the best heroes to buy this item on. You're always part of the fights, so you're going to get the charges consistently.
Yeah, I see it.
You like the health that it gives. You like just all the stats are real, feels good.
You couldn't stop
Now
me.
it's Torment time soon. Starting to go to the gate, our Spirit. That's a tough area. Like, this is where Mao's lineup usually just feels super confident, is to take that type of fight. But again, this adjustment from Spirit in their lineup might make them need to think twice about it. Because you know, Sonic Wave, you have Arena, and I'm sure you have everything with Warlock, but Aura's not even going to go here, not going to bother.
Let's see the bounty hunter. Get the 50-50. We do.
Okay, I wonder if they would rather have had this.
I don't care what they want. I want to see friendly Shadow.
It becomes particularly strong when you hit the long bounty. When you take the right talent for
Just follow my trail.
damage reduction, it also works on allies.
Attempted TP. And he stunned at the last moment from Rue out of the Shadow Walk. Maybe overhyped that one a bit.
No, Laurel just jumped the wrong way.
Oh, I see.
I was like, is he coming out? But
Sentry, hit an Alice onto 2, the Rolling Thunder as well, and 1 blink. That's a short blink, so now he's gonna get stunned again. Oh, the shield crash and a squash. This one is dead. Neutral blink still together. But the bigger kill, of course, on the mid laner of Mouse. And now the pit available. Spirit should be able to get this. I mean, there's a Warlock with ult.
Where's the murder staff?
you can't find it. This is why best of 5s are so interesting. You know, like, teams truly get tested in how deep their pools and their knowledge and their ideas are.
I'll lead the way.
There's a reason that Spirit have won a lot of tournaments, and you're seeing it in front of your eyes right now that the adjustments that they have made from what they've learned over a couple of games. I mean, this is just a very clever way to approach Game 4. And Mouse,
Sure.
in this series, inexperienced in this position. Like, they've just not been this far behind in a single game.
I'm keen.
They gotta dig deep. They've had this lead in the last game, almost lost it, but still clutched it out. Now Spirit with the big advantage.
Got me Scrog.
Warlock gonna meet some friends up top, or I say friends, there's only one.
Hey, how you going?
He has friendly Shadow, Cinderella. Yep. He could bring friends with him if you'd like.
Well, I guess there's always the underloaded wind that could.
That's true.
Yeah, I think Rue quickly saw him there from Fog. Just for a brief moment, he could get the vision, and he's going to go and look for tracks now. This fight is done before it starts.
Rolling Thunder, Fatal Bonds is already there. Shuriken. Kaori's just getting hounded by Rue. We'll just assume he's going to get killed off, although TPs, so now it's just Boom left alone. And look who comes through the gate, Panto. Helps set up that disruption into the pit. That's the dead off lane now for Mouse. Spirit getting everything in their favor at the moment.
That's the one. Yeah, you were saying in the green room that you think Bounty Hunter is trash.
Yeah, I do.
So what do you... Two things. First of all, how does it feel to be chronically wrong?
What do you mean chronic?
And secondly, why do you think it's turned out good this and has it won you over? So Rue is just God, and
yeah, he's just really good.
He's making him work on that trash hero. Got it.
I mean, I don't think there's actually it's just Anthony's tactics look we saw mid-one that went mid this last series, and they lost, but he looked a lot better.
Yeah,
you know?
We've had a couple of good bounty hunters.
It does feel kind of polarizing, though.
Yeah.
Yamich already swashed a half HP.
It's how I live.
And will be killed off easily.
Force staff no good against Shadow Demolition. And look, Sam was talking about this in the coach. We can just send a Baron to push side lanes with ulti. He has Aegis as well, which, you know, makes that. But he's soloing a tower minute 20.
Yeah, how would you go on this guy right now?
I don't. He has dagger, so you need to layer your stuns really beautifully during more times to not get an opportunity. I think you and I both agree that that's going to get nerfed.
What, the blink?
I think blink during Avo.
Oh, come on. That's so cool, though. Kaori has to cancel his TP.
How does it feel to be chronically wrong?
Ask your mom. Kaori gets killed off by Collapse.
I mean, she only made one big mistake.
Just follow my
and I'm living it every day.
Am I here and there? Or neither here nor there?
I mean, I think it's so unique that you can't get rid of it. Nice spear, but this is on Yatoro. Ult will eventually pop here mid-one. You're going to want to pop it at some point. There we go. Yatoro just cleaning up the cogs. And we'll back away, can blink at any time.
10k minute 25.
I mean, I say if you don't like it, Cinder, you nerf it in a different way. I think that one is too unique. It's very, very cool.
I like a general approach to balance, but there's a few instances where I think something is like just too conceptually silly. That's one of them for me, but it's all good.
Alright, well, Chrysalis, with this next item, the Daedalus, is going to start really packing a punch. Mid-one, though. Half HP already.
Wow.
Slow to a crawl. Gets inhibited by the Diffusal Blade and killed off. So another track kill goes the way of Spirit, and this is where the Bounty Hunter can really shine.
I'm always on
Your mid tower's the map is very small. You don't know at all where the vision is. That's one of the terrifying things about playing against Bounty Hunter when you're behind, is that you're starting to see ghosts. Like, there could be a ward in any sort of random side lane next to your towers. So in reality, if you're Mouse, you probably have to go for teamfight moves with smoke and just brute force this, and then if you lose them, it is what it is. The alternative is that you're going to keep losing on pawns. Like, the Spirit have access to way too much information. So if you hit your stride, any sort of hiding time, I think the Daedalus of Chrysalis is just going to be the go time. He's about to finish it up now, 100 gold to go. So he'll get one camp, and then I'm imagining we're looking at a 5-man smoke.
Another cancel TP. Root is just all over the place. Laurel will be able to come in and take the kill.
And they're worth so much more than usual.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Your frame of reference for how much it matters to die as a Warlock there, every kill is worth like double.
You're playing heroes out in an 8.
One of the most underwhelming things. Yeah, when they handed those out, so more creative. Rue going for the Lotus. Very good item this
their their lineup doesn't really cater as well as it may have in the past with the friendly shadow, like with the usual Mar or the usual collapse type heroes. But now that Yatoro has the Blink and Orchid, you could theoretically set something up.
I mean, regardless, the 30% damage block is just amazing.
Oh yeah, is he at that level yet?
He's closing in. He's close to level. He's 14 soon, and there's a wisdom here. There's 2 wisdoms. It's this has been here the whole time.
Huh. Okay.
Well, the second one will go to Bounty Hunter, because now
that every day.
Shadow Demon overtook him. Yeah, 15 seconds until next Wisdom.
Oh, Chrysalis burning by the Radiance. Yatoro blinks in very aggressively, gets Dragon Tailed inside the cog. They're pinning out on the 3 heroes with the Rolling Thunder of Laurel. Mid one has to blink away. Chrysalis has to stand his ground, though, and there's the Bar's Arena. Chrysalis, you gotta do more damage than this, Pillow. They get the nice spear, though, into the Sonic Wave, but the Disruption blocking a lot of that damage. And now Yatoro could continue to fight if he wants. Boom, first to die. Yeah. And now Mouse on the run. Laurel, another inhibit. Kaori looks to be the second to fall for Mouse at the footsteps of their base.
Yeah. And they have,
despite having the Daedalus, I mean, Chrysalis just doesn't feel like he's packing a punch right now. Maybe the mischance from the Radiant?
There's a lot of things. There's mischance, Crimson Guard, Underlord Aura. All of these things add up. And yeah, Shadow Demon doesn't have the shard yet. When he purchases that, which I assume he will at some point, then you also have that against the Fatal Bonds. So it's going to be that, Emphatic Shield, the Lotus Orb coming for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, that's true.
So many dispels that hero is also solved for seemingly the first time. Mouse
finally
actually
figured out
under Warmind. On like a 15-game streak.
We're just waiting for this pivotal game to bring it out. So that's a lane for Spirit. They back away safely with a 16K network lead. Mid one. I mean, it's really bad to go for Lotus on the clock.
But I understand where he's coming from. He has to tank up a little bit. He needs the armor against Tango in a bad. Has to dispel against the blue from Underlord. I guess he could like KD for some more damage.
Some general you turned out to be.
There's a lot to dispel, for sure.
Yeah, that's the problem is, sure, you're going to have that against the Abaddon Orchid, but then you have to wait for the Orchid. If you Lotus something else, you can still Orchid.
True. He's found out, but again, Laurel's there with the Rolling Thunder. Mid one gets the Sonic Wave off, only hitting the 2 though is Yatoro looking to play. Chrysalis just trying to right click from afar, but not doing too much. They collapse in the midst of all of this. Well, nice spear coming out from Boom, but where's the follow-up? Yamich just gets destroyed. Laurel, still there, gets disrupted. Chrysalis trying to kill him off, but no. Blinks away to safety. Yatoro now on the run. Gets speared though. Does not have his ultimate to work, but that's a huge kill for Mouse now. Can they get the cancellation? No. It's a 2 for 1 for Mouse. Juice kind of blocked off for a majority of that fight.
It started fundamentally different from the previous fights. The numbers advantage and the way that Chrysalis was just able to take the entire fight more or less freely makes a big difference. He's finally able to string something together there on the Mouse. The next good news is they didn't even have golems. Potentially still think about another fight as soon as the Dragon Knight opens up, but yeah, look at the damage numbers, right? It tells a clear story here. This time you enabled everyone, but DK was just AFK fighting the whole time. Your Spirit, you gotta be a little bit more intelligent. Be sure to threaten him when you can. Or move the fight, right? That was like the dream spot. DK was just holding the high ground. Picking one target after the other. Yeah. Another good item for the game. I thought he was going to buy Lotus over this, to be honest, against DK, Quap, and the Fatal Bonds. But now that he is going to Lotus anymore and go for something bigger, he's queuing up Shivas. They're going to rely on the Lotus from Bounty Hunter and the Aphotic Shield as coverage. Still would like to see Panther like Aphotic Clutch. Shields, like good spells this game. Bonds, Quap Dagger. Even just the heal itself is nice. Like, these fights are quite long. You're likely getting that value out of it. Roshan spawning
your mid tower
5
needs
seconds.
a little help.
Probably the right way.
Both teams quite wary of this possibility.
Mouse were probably a bit unhappy to see the leader spawn.
So he did put the friendly shadow here onto Panto. I don't think he's going to make use of that for a backstab stun, but There's one on Pango. That one worked. The fact actually problem, it doesn't problem with one, but bring in this first.
Very aggressive. A pin out on the 4 heroes with the Magnet Scepter. The Toro already has to use his also, but now the focus right now on the Chrysalis. Bottom of the BKB and the Dragon 4, but he just gets control. The Margarita comes in too late. Chrysalis is dead. 80 seconds of no DK. And now Yatoro and company focusing down. Boom. The Sonic Wave a little bit too late. As 3 members from Mao's already dead, and this is going to be a dieback on your Warlock. And Team Spirit now in commanding control. They can go for Roche, they can go high ground, they can do whatever the hell they want.
There's that major adjustment from the last fight. We're talking about it. Don't let DK free fight.
So much for your top
And they
ranks.
just instantly drop everything on Chrysalis. He can't fight his way out of that. He doesn't have a Satanic. So you're likely to be successful when you just drop all of it. Abaddon blinking into 5 heroes. The Underlord pit comes through.
That does it for
with
your
the ult,
mid-ranks.
and yeah. Pango as well, doing some good damage, applying minus
Your
armor.
mid-ranks is getting smashed to splitters.
This is probably
Sorry
on Garen's second lane. I wonder if they're going to try to go for the jugular.
Yeah, they cannot
No
go for the
breaking through
Megas.
the dire
Always that one
structures for
pesky
now.
tier 2 remaining. They're
Show
going to play it
respect.
safe.
Yeah, they'll take Roche.
Your
I think this is the overall better choice.
Don't let him hit
Perhaps he could have pulled it off, but why risk it?
The other fellas got
Get himself another huge advantage.
Mid one.
And wow, speaking of mid one, has he been
Hate
quiet?
to be your mid-tower right about now.
He has had so many insane games this tournament. Seemingly, whether Mouse win or lose, mid one is always snowball. 2, 4, and 4 this game. You see the replay here. What a beautiful mid coming in. Second one. Yeah, Chrysalis just has nothing to hit. His 2 viable targets that he even gets to attack are Abaddon, who he can't kill, and a PKB Underlord. Yeah, like, he's not doing any damage.
Oh, so disgusting. So filthy. They actually did not commit fully for Roche, and that has helped. Rocket Flare continuing to scout things out for the Mouse side.
The call here might be, we have 2 lanes of racks, so if we just wait long enough, they have to show. So they're going to keep throwing Shadow Poison in here to aggro Roche and get him out of his pit, and in just 20 seconds he's going to leave. So yeah, this Roche is going top. And now Spirit.
Want to try to punish this mid one, gets initiated on, gets stunned, there's the roll up and the kill. They have the connection, beautiful layering, but in the meantime, Mouse had other things up their sleeves. They get the spear onto the Underlord. Yamich with the nice cause, collapse, gets the BK. Well, he's trying to run away, but does finally fall in the end. But now reinforcements have arrived for Spirit, and this is going to be punishing against Mouse. 3 dead, just like that. Now, boom. Gonna get some help from Chrysalis. Gonna try to fight his way out. Rue gets forced staff to safety, but the crit takes him out in the end. Now, boom. Attempting to pursue. He's just getting killed off by Laurel. An ultra kill for the Pango. And now that is the DK against the world. Chrysalis, including his own illusions, fighting him off. They're just kiting him. Orchid applied. Gets the BKB, but the right clicks are going to be too much. That is a full team wipe for Spirit.
Backs against the wall, down 2 and 1. This is when you want to come alive. Laurel is currently 12-0 and 13 on Pango, playing one of his best games of the entire tournament, at least in terms of stat line. Just everything going right. You can see on his itemization, when you get that rich on Pango, you get the luxury of going an item like Shiva's, which is very impactful in this game. Yeah, this wasn't even perfect for Mouse in the layering. I thought for a moment Collapse was going to live, because they layered the hookshot and the spear. But still, they got him on the way out. It just took so damn long. These heroes are going to come through. But you can see how much they respect the Dragon Knight in the tail end of this fight, that they kept kiting him in a 3v1. Like, they can't just go in and face him head on without a Photic Shield and a Baton ult.
It feels like Mouse have just been a step behind this game. Fight will break out, a couple heroes die, and then they get a good spear, or then they get a good Sonic Wave. It's just...
Yeah.
Everything aligns at the beginning. They can take one of these fights, but now it's going to be even harder with a 24k deficit. But the hook shot, Yamish trying to steal, but Yatoro gets the Aegis and gets the kill. Did Yamish steal anything? No. Well, that's unfortunate.
He stole Collapse's strategy, but
well,
he didn't implement it correctly.
Yeah, the execution a bit off. Good attempt, though.
Oftentimes that's how it works when you steal a strat, though. You're not as good as the OG, you know. Collapse will Send him some tips later after the tournament is over. This is how you steal Aegis, buddy.
Now they have Assault for the Underlord.
Even this clockwork death timer of 45 seconds is actually quite valuable for hitting high grounds. Yamich has, with very little in this game, done what he could to set up fights on Mouse's terms. So having that out of the picture is already nice for them. And yeah, you can see how this game has changed quite a bit over 20 minutes. I don't really agree with them having 14% on the Dire, but perhaps with some wombo combo landing fully.
The double spears, Cinderin.
Yeah.
I think they could potentially, I mean, I think that's, yeah, maybe it's a bit high. But there's still a way here for Mouse. Just has to be perfect execution this time. And Spirit playing it safe, just waiting for a straggler. If you can get a pick off, it's going to make things that much easier. They're scanned out, though, and that's going to mean Chrysalis will not go any further. That would have been his death.
But this is the luxury of having Underlord in this game state. It's kind of like playing with Prophet, that you're never worried about lanes. Collapse can just go and take care of the worst lane, and he can always travel to you with his ult. He's now level 25 as well.
What is his
first hero of the game to reach 25 is Underlord.
Huh.
The Pit of Malice root.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the play.
0.4 seconds now, up to 2.2.
It takes all the pit talents, only 2, but
yeah.
I'm just waiting for the Gleipnir. Is that too pubbish, Cinderin?
I was looking at it too.
It's crazy. But, I mean, he'd have to get rid of Boots, I guess. Or the Ags. Oh, he does have to zoom Blood Right, so, I mean, on top of all that, imagine the possibilities.
Yeah. You can almost fill up a screen with 2 pits
really,
when you have Gleipnir into Zune.
Yeah, it's very...
Okay, Ori.
Goodbye!
Okay. More track gold.
That's 50 seconds. That's kind of a big deal here. Yatoro was busy farming his BKB. That is a very late game BKB. So 9 seconds of immunity here.
Yeah, just more counters to what Mouse have. Maybe this will make them hit high ground. 25 seconds on Warlock. They didn't really bother with the clockwork. Nope, they're still, maybe.
Warlock is a bigger deal for sure. There is the opening, but the spear onto the Abaddon. Still has the Aphotic, or sorry, the borrow time and the Aegis. You gotta burn through quite a bit if you're Mouse.
God, if I fucking...
Flat did have to use his ult though.
This does line up quite interestingly with Dragon Form though. Because when your ult comes off cooldown, you have a 20-second window without Dragon Form. So maybe that's what he's trying to poke here away from Chrysalis and then immediately want to go again when you have your ult.
Places everyone.
Could be...
Oh, he's going Divine.
Possibly. Yeah, I don't think he'll get there. Any good fight you
Sell Armlet?
yeah, you could even sell an item, then you
Just
almost have
follow
it.
my trail.
Yeah, he might.
Yeah, I would like that actually. Yeah, I think sell Armlet.
Oh, but that's a... Panto
That's
has
the
Axe.
one.
We talked about this early game.
Yeah.
If you get that on the DK, Chrysalis
Time to
just
do
melts.
something?
Yeah. He's going to lose so much armor and so much mobility. It is nasty for sure. Yatoro almost 25 as well. That's going to be more damage.
No doubt.
Going to take the Curse of Avernus 65 bonus attack speed, which is insane. It starts at 40
I'm king.
on level 4. So it more than doubles it.
My tail's
30 seconds to go. Gonna force the issue here. Yatoro. Well, the reflect on the Lotus. Laurel gets off the initiation onto mid 1. Looking for the stun lock. No follow-up yet. Mid 1 has to blink away. And the siege unit's still alive. Yatoro's gonna continue to tank the tower. What can Mouse do here?
They have to break the
30
banner.
seconds on Aegis, so...
They have to break the banner. Okay,
Spirit.
they will.
And here we go.
Back away. Yeah, playing it very safe. Not going to be enough to get these megas.
Choose to myself.
And that's going to provide some very valuable time for Chrysalis to get
Time.
the big item, which is that. Wait, what did he get rid of?
He sold Mask of Madness over, which makes sense because you want Satanic,
What's
but
over
that also
here?
means you're playing without lifesteal for now. It's going to be hitting like a truck, though.
Any blood trails?
Okay, this is going to be the surprise tactic. Mouse.
Got me Scrog.
Chrysalis is going to hit super hard.
Who we fighting?
Fucking miss.
Rue. He's going to be the recipient. They're going to see it now. There's the pit, though. The initiation coming in from Collapse. Now the focus right now onto Chrysalis, trying to right-click away onto Yatoro, but he's super fine. Sonic Wave not doing too much. Chrysalis is just stuck here.
Nice
rapier,
bro.
To oblivion. The Divine Rapier hits the deck, and Yatoro will claim it.
I'm keen.
And Team Spirit will claim game number 4, and that means we're going the distance, baby, in this grand final.
And I think all we can conclude is if you have a rapier, don't fight there.
Or I think you just say don't fight.
That area is cursed, whether you're OG or Mouse. That area is not for rapiers. Slight difference in advantage, of course, between the two games we're talking about. This one, Mouse had the YOLO last ditch effort. The other one was way closer, but yeah, as it stands, game 5 on our way, and this will be really interesting to see the adjustments in draft.
That's right, Shiva.
Yeah, we've been wanting to see adjustments after every single game. That is, of course, that is the game in a best of 5. Adjustments every single game, and I think this time around, the adjustments were a little bit bigger than what we've seen before in the series, and credits to Team Spirit for those.
Yeah, this is the type of game from Spirit where it shows that they have like the old school drafting game. Like the idea that they see a problem, they need to break it, and then you have to go for heroes that are off script to what you've been doing so far in the Grand Final. Not many coaches and drafters in Tier 1 Dota at the moment do that type of thing. It's kind of old school things, Yahweh, ROTK, those type of lads, but Silence plus Panto, they identified the problems of Mouse in the first 3 games, and they went, you know what, we need tank, we need survivability, we need a Crimson and a Pipe, and this draft, completely off script to what we've seen, but it dismantled Mouse so quickly.
And they did so much better at the early stages of the game. This time around, you didn't see Mouse with the 5k gold advantage. They were stepping it up, and this is what I wanted to see. Also adjustments with heroes, and I think you had a great point about adjustments. That just trying to pick what has been working for you. Even though, I mean, they're one win away from lifting that trophy, which means that the ideas are working. I just think in a best of 5, you also need to have something else. You also want to be expanding your hero pool. They showed their best strategy, I would say, on side of Mouse, while Team Spirit does have a lot of things to offer in terms of hero pools, in terms of like different play styles that they can also potentially play. Mid one had a bit of a rough one, like he was caught way too many times. You can see the Doom in this situation. He tries to go in, tries to go with the arena. This bit of Malice has been causing a lot of issues, and Rue has been on point. On this Bounty Hunter, he was really just a menace, combination providing vision for Underlord to come in, and then also +1, potentially Laurel coming through, or you have Yatro coming in with his Radiance, because he was just a menace to deal with, and this is going to be another death of Queen of Pain. He feels like there isn't enough control. If you look at their heroes, basically that's Sun from Bounty Hunter from the Shadow Wall. You have Pit of Malice and maybe Tango's Roll, but it's enough. They never overlap those abilities, and mid one just couldn't get anything done.
And with the setup from Spirit, right? Brew finding these heroes, Collapses jumping in the middle by the BKB. You know, Lyle, we wanted him to step up in this series. He had a quiet game 2, game 3. In this game, 16-0-16 on the Pine Glare. Like, you couldn't have asked for a better game from the mid lane, right? To think about the 5-4 Queen of Pain on a 5-6 Slardar in game 2 and 3. Like, it really needed him to step up if there was to be a game 5.
Is this the fight where he gets an ultra kill, I believe?
Yeah, no, yeah. Who actually stole his?
Someone stole it.
Who stole the rampage? That's way more important than top tier analysis.
Yeah, this is one of the few fights where Chrysalis is also pumping in the damage. You could actually feel it. I got worried there for a second, and then Panto comes in. He's like, yeah, I have disruption. I have ulti as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep fighting. Like you just can't do anything. You can see that he's trying. He still has a BKB and Mask of Madness at this point. Pops both of them, but it's just not enough. Like the healing reduction that they did have is way too much. I also like the fact, because I like the itemization on Spirit, going for the Spirit's Vessel on the side of Drew, and then you also have Shiva's Guard on Tango, which is not your traditional item by any means, but he knows that if this Dragonite tries to lifesteal, if he's going to be standing his ground, there might be potentially a problem. So really big fan of this. Plus you also have Abaddon innate ability. And then what he does on Dragonite is he's like, I'm going to sell this Mask of Madness. I usually will build it at this point, but he picks up the Blink Dagger, Swift Blink. He understands I need to blink and do as much damage as possible, but it doesn't work out. But I like the idea.
Yeah, Laurel MVP I think well deserved, as you pointed out, Sigap. He had a rough few games, but he brought it back. And to be honest, I think this was the first game of the series where I felt like it could not go either way. Because for all the 3 games we had before this, there were moments where like we don't know who's going to win because it could go either way. A lot of the fights were very back and forth. This is the first one where, yeah, there was kind of hope on the side of Mouse. You know, they weren't out straight away.
Your mid
but
tower's
they were
coming
always on the
apart.
back foot.
They didn't die to a golem. It's a crazy concept, but in game 2, golem at the high ground steps. Game 3, mid
Your
lane
mid
golem as
tower
well.
needs a little
Priority
help.
Warlock. It was kind of the lifeline for Mouse in a couple of their wins, and now quite a quiet hero.
No
But it
worries.
helps when you have a Crimson Pipe on the underlord and a Baden who can just go, huh, thanks for the damage,
the
I
murder
don't care. So yeah, Warlock seems to be understood. Tusk gets banned out. Spirit's happy.
Yeah, Tusk gets banned out, so Yamich has to play the clock. And on the other side, we had a bounty hunter coming out for Rue, and those position 4s we like to put head-to-head against each other.
Yep.
I'm keen.
If we look at the number of wards destroyed, I think this is the big one where he was like finding things out on the map. Very effective. Big difference in KDA as well. Yamich only 5 kills, all over the place, multiple kills. And also his damage, like this is the big one where he was able to pretty much at 25 minutes in, he has the highest damage on side of Bounty Hunter in the whole game, which is pretty impressive to think about that, because he's running in, he's using his amp, he's using his track, amplifying all the damage from all of his teammates, Spirit Vessel, multiple shurikens, providing vision as well. Very nicely done. This is kind of a forgotten hero, one of the specialties that they like to run from time to time, and there was a massive difference between these two.
The thing about Bounty Hunter as well is it provides so much that you don't always see in the viewer, right? It's damage reduction with your talent, getting the shard to give visibility to a friend, it's shared vision later down the line with the talent as well. Then you have damage amp on the track, like it does so many things, but when you in the game it's just a track, but
and money.
And money.
Don't forget, I mean, this has been very skirmishy, fight-heavy games. Having a bounty hunter will almost always play the
damage reduction as well. You have level 15 talent, you got shard from the Tormi as well, so that's a lot. Like if you pair it up with Underlord as well, it's insane amount of damage reduction. Crimson on top of that. It's kind of hard for Dragonite to be the sole damage dealer in most of these fights. Queen of Pain, she kind of goes in, one Stream of Pain, maybe second plus a Sonic Wave. If they don't kill a hero, she's running out of steam.
So it was a bait. Yeah. Team Spirit, they banned out the Tusk and left the Dragonite in, but the Dragonite felt like a bait.
It honestly could be a world where Spirit, we know them not as a Dragonite team. It could be a meta where they don't ban Dragonite. Mouse also go, you know what, we don't want Dragonite. Draft develop.
Ignored.
Phase. Go back to it. But I feel like first phase could just be completely ignored, just like the Naga Sirens, because these are 2 heroes that they feel a little bit lackluster within this grand finals, even though they have been very hotly contested throughout the entirety of the event.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower
didn't die the
here.
entire game.
No worries.
Pango was their first pickup for Team Spirit. Then surely that should be addressed, because how are we going to progress? There's only one game left now. So we're going to have to look at all the drafts for all the 4 games we've seen so far and see how they adjust. And I think that last one actually was, as we mentioned, Team Spirit
Might want to check your bottom
massively
tower.
adjusting. We need Mouse to massively adjust as well.
The thing is, Mouse won't be an adjustment team. They always stay true to themselves, right? That's the thing with Immortal Faith is he has a
your bottom
read on how
tower ain't
he wants
long
to play,
for this
and
world.
this is my daughter, we're playing my daughter. Like, if they lose on a troll, they still pick the troll. They lose on a Mars, they still
The
pick
other
the Mars.
fella's aiming to
So I
wreck
think
your bottom
it's not a
tower.
matter of being stubborn, it's just they got here for a reason. So I'm expecting Mouse to do the same thing. It's more on their bans. Like, can they find different bans for
Your
getting rid of
bottom
the
tower's
bans
in a tight
and allow
spot.
them to not have a combo breaker on the side
The
of Spirit? I
Radiant's
think
courier
bans will change.
didn't make it.
Will probably be in the same kind of ballpark for Mouse.
Okay, let's see how
always on the
everything
right
will
trail.
change for our 5th and final game after a break.
Trail. Goodness, Grog.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Your mid tower's in a bit of a tower right about now. Your mid tower's coming apart. Your mid tower's done for.
Yeah, I see it.
Your mid tower needs a little help. Your top tower's in trouble.
That's the one.
Dying's just a part of living. Almost feel bad for your top tower. Hate to say it.
This way.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good. Your mid tower needs a little help.
Yeah, I see it.
Almost feel bad for your top tower.
You couldn't stop me. More fun this way.
Your top tower's in trouble.
Hey, listen to this.
Too bad about your top tower.
Tails. Yeah.
This is it. Only one more game, and then we will know our champions for PGL Wallachia Season 6. Game 5 of the Best of 5 Grand Finals coming your way between Mouse and Spirit. Score is 2-2, and all games have been very exciting. Maybe it's game number 4, which was a little bit more one-sided towards Team Spirit. I am hoping that Mouse can fall back, and we want to have a very exciting game number 5. I do feel across like the tradition is there already. Grand finals at Wallachia,
They deliver every single time. We have some insane grand finals in only 6 seasons so far, and this one is also pushing to the distance. 5 games, very competitive games. As you said, game number 4, maybe not as much. You could see the Team Spirit didn't make a mistake. 20 minutes in, you could kind of feel that Team Spirit is winning. I'm looking at the number of heroes that they did play. Team Spirit did play so far out of 20 heroes, 20 different heroes. So they're not repeating a single hero compared to Mouse, who did play 14 different heroes out of potentially 20. And I think this is the story as well of the drafting between these two teams in terms of how well they're going to be adjusting, whether one team is going to be pushing their own ideas that worked so far, or if Team Spirit with the new ideas, some new stuff that can potentially come out is going to come to story.
Well, we have adjustments aplenty, Seagulls. It is Tidehunter that makes it to the first round
right about now.
We still have Mouse on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. Tusk is still in the pool. It will be Spirit with first pick. We'll see if they remove that Tusk. Dragonite's in the pool, but we already talked about that a little bit, expecting it to potentially be ignored for now.
Yeah, interesting enough, the Tide in the first phase ban is quite a little change up, and you can already see from Immortalfate's reaction when the Tide ban came through, he had a bit of a, oh, okay, this is what they're doing. So Spirit once again using that, that depth of experience to continue throwing curveballs at Mouse. Like you mentioned, and Spirit, yeah, banning out the Abaddon. I think it's a really good choice. It's the hero of the series, right? Yamic, incredibly good on the hero. Pretty much dumps his Spirit in certain team fights. And now, Spirit, you know what? Respect it. We take it to our team.
Is it wrong to say that it kind of feels like during this series, we've kind of seen Spirit go adopt Mouse's playstyle and like, you know what? We're really not half bad. Let's upgrade it.
Can someone bleed out?
Fair play, lads. You're doing an incredible job. Maybe with the Tusk, this could be the adoption of the mouse strategy if they are to go for more team fights.
I like the adjustment already, even though Kiori, he kind of single-handedly won that one game with the 3-4-man fatal bonds with the rock after the buyback. Shakiro is also that type of a hero. We saw how effective it can be on side of Spirit with the multiple ice pads, the damage, one of the strongest laning, the scaling as well.
Top tower's getting
With Lily Centaur now, this hero has been pretty much the hero of the tournament, coming out from the off lane, where you can build into anything, clutch saves from the cart. It still leaves some of the stronger ones still in the front. Let's see which ones they are going to be leaning towards. I know that Mouse likes to pick up Flop whenever they see Tusk on the side, because they feel like, oh, you can't really gank me, I don't care too much about your rotations, I can outmaneuver it. But after the performance that they did have in the previous one, maybe mid one wants to cook. I feel like maybe mid one wants to be that X factor.
I want that 24 pick to be just. I want to I want to be screaming, like howling. When I see that 24 pick, I want to be out of my seat. That's what I'm hoping for. And I think Mouse, they have the tools to set it up, right? Of course, I think Spirit respected a lot of the draft kind of grounding heroes Mouse used, the Troll, the Abaddon. You enter the next phase, you just casually pick them up. They have been removed, so there's one more ban left for Spirit.
Yeah, and they're taking a long time to think about this one ban. They will ban the Juggernaut today. Wondering if the hero would be on their mind, and maybe that's the point of the test as well. Still on the forefront there.
He tends to build into Lotusaur relatively early, like he tried to do so in the previous game as well, just wasn't as successful because it gives you armor against Juggernaut. I think Lotusaur has been the item of this patch, especially of this tournament, because it's just so good. A lot of these things jump you back to the meta. There's so many different things that you can reflect as well, boost your armor, kind of a, I would say,
Quick question. Entire series, we've had Timberban so far. It has been ignored at the moment. How much should we keep this hero on our radar if there's a team?
Didn't play it yet in the tournament. This is the most prolific hero of the tournament, so not really surprised that some players didn't get the chance to play it. Collapse did play it a couple of times, 2 times. And
your mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, I see it.
Also, Mouse have had multiple drafts where Timber has been available in both the first and second phase. Yeah. They haven't taken it. Yeah, so I think it fits into the same category as the Naga, the hero that we mentioned earlier, the idea, the Dragon Knight, that they can be let into the pool, and depending on the game state, might get picked up later.
The way Mouse wants to ban it out.
The way that Spirit are drafting, he's putting Crystallis into a very specific set of heroes, right? Outside of his frontlining annoying Troll Abba-Jug, he's been playing, Gyrocopter and Housecar, so of course, the majority of
4 of those are out.
Yep. So I went to go look at the heroes and I'm like, 4 are gone. Master's been banned out by Mal. So yeah,
just Gyro left.
Just Gyro left.
Tower of yours ain't
of course, he
doing
does have
so
a slightly deeper hero pool.
He does.
But the thing that Mouse excels at is consistency, right? Crystallis, boom, you know what type of heroes they're going to be playing, so that mid one can get the left of the mana, or the Storm, or the Shadow Fiend, right?
This ought to be
they
good.
really do prop him up for success.
They really do, and I was something how Spirit usually ban when you get to their bonus time. Actually, Mouse is going even deeper. They only have 17 seconds left in their bonus time for the rest of the draft. That is very low as they pick up the slaughter for themselves.
This is where you spend a lot of the time when you do have overall last pick, because it is a ban into pick, so it needs to be something strong out of the phase. And
It is strong. I just don't feel like we've seen too much of the offlane Dragonites being successful. Not the biggest fan. Some really bad matchup that he played into. Not getting the same Slaughter, no innate ability in the river. You're not getting the levels. You can't be farming as much. Even in some scenarios where you're kind of losing the lane from the mid lane, Slaughter still does well because of the levels, because he can sprint around the map and get stuff done.
And now Spirit, they of course now take the Slaughter, but very quickly they don't care at all about the Slaughter. The Dragonite, I know, you mentioned it, now, Spirit, they are starting their ability to play around these types of fights. The escape packages will say, we talk about his hero pool Christmas getting fully banned out. It's no surprise that the Dragonite is the only one left in the pool of the heroes to play the part for them. It feels like Spirit
The bottom tower ain't long for this world.
I think this draft, like everything they do is forcing Mouse down somewhat predictable line.
I mean, if you want to continue playing like this, you get it, but, you know, either go out with the bang with the style.
I mean, I don't think Yamas really opposed to that one.
You know when you win a tournament and then like those heroes are like marked in history? But, the case for now, they do go for the Timbersaw.
Yeah. Does
Your mid
Nick
tower's
want
in a
to
bit
take
of a
it? I mean, I
bang.
would imagine they probably put Slaughter mid, but
You got a fucking good ass team right now.
Yeah.
He's
Pretty much
been
play anything.
Yeah, he's been contested, like the most contested heroes of the season so far, so I assume everybody started to play this and they want to use this as a flex. The question is, what do they want to play?
Nothing makes an epic like
Is
a
this
bunch
Dragonite
of
going to be
big
played from the
blankets
mid lane?
all
This is the
standing
only
Your mid
role that
tower's
they
coming
can
apart.
so far on side of Spirit. If we think about some of the counters that could potentially come out for this Timbersaw or Gyrocopter, Ursa is still available.
Ursa's the hero for me. Good lane into the Timbersaw. You can punish the Gyrocopter trying to hit the Abyssal Blade. You naturally like MKB when Gyrocopter gets butterflies. But instead they go for the Morphing. It's a very good Morphing game. Right into Slardar, because it is offlane Slardar, you don't care. Timber can apply some pressure,
and you can
but the Morphing does it better.
I think
Slardar, you're happy?
Slaughter and Gyro. And even Timber, like he has really pretty much all four are fine, depending on the situation. Slaughter with the sprint. We saw him with the insane attack speed the other day when he was turning actually
Hate to be
into
your mid tower right about now.
because every support hit is a bash, and Morph does have a lot of agility.
Yeah.
Of course, Morphling, he also wants to turn into Gyrocopter with the flak cannon.
Just
I
follow
like
my
the two
tail.
support duo on Spirit. Two supports with saving capabilities and with a lot of damage plus the
Your
team
mid
fight.
tower
Look
ain't
at the
doing
bandits
too
in terms
well.
of the two. They think that Yamich is playing the Slardar or the Gyro four role. We've seen Yamich play Gyrocopter throughout the tournament in the 4th position. But,
Someone
you know,
took out the
little
Radiant's
Slardar,
courier.
throw it on Yamich. I'm not opposed to it based on how
Looked okay in some of the games that 9 class have played.
And it is overall last pick for Mouse, so
Your top
they can have
tower's
that curveball.
hurting.
One in the groove.
It is the Mars that gets banned out, because on the other side, Team Spirit has made it pretty clear that they are looking for
Might
a
wanna
hero for
check your
collapse.
bottom
They could
tower.
stop it with the Dragonite. We've seen it played
Have
on the
fun
offlane
trying to bust down
couple of
Radiant
times,
structures now.
but I would imagine that's not very likely.
No, probably not. I think if this Dragonite is going to be going in, it seems like it is going to against Dragonite, it's a matchup that he's no threat on him, and then use the Slaughter from the offlane, and decide with
Your mid
Gyro.
tower ain't doing too well.
Good enough that you need to get something here.
I don't know if I'm overthinking it.
What are you thinking?
Your bottom tower ain't looking good. Your bottom tower is toast.
You pick up the Enigma, some tower pressure, try to overwhelm Spirit before they can fire. More using the tower, you can see the map. We don't see it too often, but I mean, if you wanted a game 5 to be pretty hype,
I mean, any game with Enigma normally is hype.
leave
They
it
do
away.
ban out the Ursa, so once again,
Almost
they
feel
respect
bad
both
for your
offlane and
top
carry.
tower.
Still, we saw
always
a lot of
on my
flexibility
trail.
on the side of Mouse.
Pick a line.
and they'll collapse.
Hey,
What are you gonna play?
shot.
What
Not
type
my
of
fault
here
you
you
don't die. Ripper.
honestly, they do lack early damage. All four heroes are kind of
Always on the
item
right
scaling
trail.
heroes that lead on physical damage in
Hate
the
to be
early
your
game.
mid
So
tower right about now.
He's
No, this
smiling a lot. Any reason to not pick Underlord again?
News about your
there it
mid
is.
tower.
There, look at he's like, I can't wait to play
Happy about
Underlord
that,
again.
yeah.
Instant Monkey King, just no cares.
Well, I will say Monkey King is a crystalline special. We'll see if that's the hero he'll get his hands on.
Probably. This is a matchup that you want to be playing. Because if Underlord steps up, this lane can become difficult if you make like one mistake. Let's see who's going to be playing 4 in this one.
Gyrocopter will be...
That top tower of yours ain't doing so
And
good.
the Timbersaw and the Slardar. We'll get our answer.
Why would
for
you
that
get that?
in just a second too. I would imagine Boom will play
Your top
the
tower's
Timbersaw on
in
the
trouble.
outside.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was thinking about the 4 who's going to be playing between
The Radiant's
and
couriers
Panto,
are
and who's going to
goner.
be taking
Just follow my trail.
his kind of favorite hero that
Almost
he hasn't
feel bad for
defeated
your
so far
top
in the
tower.
tournament, the Ringmaster.
Drinking time.
Yeah, and he can be the one controlling that one. Gotta play aggressive, hit it with the wisp, hit it with the slow, so that he doesn't get those extra hits on you.
It doesn't really matter about the draft anymore, right? It's the fact that in a grand finals we've got Panto, right, who I don't think he's ever won a tier 1 tournament, right? So for him, you win this game, you're marking your first big tier 1 win, especially on Spirit replacing Maposhka. So that in itself is such a huge right? But I feel like no matter who wins this game, it is just great for Dota, right?
I fully agree. Now, I do want to know who we feel
Your mid
has the
tower
upper
needs
hand
a little
in
help.
this draft.
I think, right, it's that team that you can bring with Strada plus Monkey King running on the map together. The
Your mid
damage
tower's
is very
coming
scary.
apart.
But Spirit, they have that scaling once again. The Underlord auras, the Yatoro Immortal.
I do like that they put
Your
Slugger
mid
in the mid
tower's in a
lane
bit
and
of a
they immediately
bind.
responded with the Monkey King. So I want to see for the 5th time, can Mouse
Radiant structures
put that
must have been
pressure and
fortified.
turn that into potentially a dub in this one, because it has been successful so far. Game number 4, not as much, but every other game, never took it.
I will say, if you snap kick a Monkey King that fast after your enemy takes an offlane, that's confident.
It was already, like, it was ready.
But Spirit was doing it too. They locked in their second thing. Both
That top
captains.
tower of yours ain't doing so
Both
good.
captains, both coaches, confident, and both coaches standing by the top right now.
Gentlemen, your jobs are done. The babies have been picked from the nest. Their time to fly. What a journey that you had so far. In this sacred moment of utmost Dota, I would like to each have an ability to say something nice to each other. Wishing you good luck. What do you have to say to Mortal Face and Mouse before Game 5?
You are very...
Leave it. Jeepers! Around here?
Very good.
No worries.
What do you have to say to Team Spirit and their Gigabrain coach?
Yeah.
I think this is the final.
Everybody good for it.
Your top tower's getting all banged up.
Gentlemen, please stand together. Side. They're both very good. Gentlemen, give a knowing nod to him. Give him a knowing nod. Go like this. Give him a knowing nod.
Your mid
I
tower
forget
needs a little
the
help.
Wallachia word for good luck, so I will just make one up. North, wiggity bop. Good luck, gentlemen. Game 5, let's get it on! Good God, how does that, the way we start Game 5 here in the Grand Final?
PGL
Wallachia Season 6.
Yes, it sounded very Romanian. Good job, Slack. You definitely immersed yourself in the local culture. That should have been a lot of different languages, but definitely not Romanian. It was a good try.
Very good attempt from
It's all
Serac
about
Slack.
spirit,
tower of
Shane.
yours
It's the
ain't
spirit of
doing
what
so
he's
good.
trying to do. A lot of the time it's about putting in the effort, not what the actual result is. Slack has definitely gone the journey. I'm sure which journey. It's all good. Yeah, what a series this has been, and what a game this shall be as well. Adjustments in place again. Immortal Face. Not really sure how this is going to go for the first time in the finals, which is possibly a bad thing. There's some pretty big change-ups here. They're putting Crystals on top earlier, famous for, but that's really playing as much. Boom on Timber, you got mid Slaughter from Wobbs.
see how that affects him. But this hero, Slaughter that is, has been extremely powerful in this mid lane. Being able to use this river to stay alive in the early game. But on the other side, see it as the carry, but Laurel picking it as the mid lane here.
He's always been very good at this hero. He's been a rock when playing as DK. Curious to see how the lane is going to go in the matchup in general. Obviously, Corrosive Haze is one of the best ways to remove a lot of Dragon Knight's armor, but conversely, he's one of the heroes that doesn't instantly die for me. So it kind of works both ways. But it also means that in the lane matchup where Slardar against most melee heroes wins courtesy of high physical damage, DK has way more staying power. I think Laurel will be okay. I still expect him to win. I don't think he's going to get stumped. This is the more concerning thing inside the Spirit. Monkey King big hero. Talk about a bad lane for Underlord.
Got Rue playing the Ringmaster. He's going to have to lock and save this time around. That second save in the Panto Tusk, so he's going to not have to dispose of this game. Flash getting harassed out a bit. Chrysalis leveling up, especially that level 3. Slaps is going to have to be extremely careful. It might be a lane where
Chrysalis is probably going to be in trouble now. Because either he's not going to go to Plus, or he's on a Smurf. Definitely not good. I've seen him play plenty of tournaments as Grandmaster. Something is up here. Maybe he's been smurfing the whole tournament. And that's why Mouse.
Maybe he's the stand-in. Take off his mask. Who is that young man?
It's Yatoro! Playing for both teams!
Wow, what a beast. Now, Dual Breath. The catch collapse will be fine here. So, the panel talked about how Mouse have perhaps the advantage early game. I mean, what do you think the ebbs and flows here are for both sides?
If I had to give an edge to anyone, I would agree. I think Timbersaw should do fine up top, and it's mainly the bottom lane. That's where the difference is at for me. That one is just inherently very Monkey King favored, so if the other lanes are draws, then you are pulling out ahead, and you can see Timbersaw is doing quite a bit better than Underlord for now.
Well, he'll steal the water rune.